How much land does a man need? Chapter 1. An elder sister came to visit her younger sister in the country. The elder was married to a tradesman in town, the younger to a peasant in the village. As the sisters sat over their tea talking, the elder began to boast of the advantages of town life, saying how comfortably they lived there, how well they dressed, what fine clothes her children wore, what good things they ate and drank, and how she went to the theater, promenades, and entertainments. The younger sister was piqued, and in turn disparaged the life of a tradesman, and stood up for that of a peasant. "I would not change my way of life for yours," said she. "We may live roughly, but at least we are free from anxiety. You live in better style than we do, but though you often earn more than you need, you are very likely to lose all you have. You know the proverb, loss and gain are brothers twain. It often happens that people who are wealthy one day are begging their bread the next. Our way is safer. Though a peasant's life is not a fat one, it is a long one. We shall never grow rich, but we shall always have enough to eat." The elder sister said sneeringly. "Enough? Yes, if you like to share with the pigs and the calves. What do you know of elegance or manners? However much your good man may slave, you will die as you are living, on a dung heap, and your children the same." "Well, what of that?" replied the younger. "Of course our work is rough and coarse. But, on the other hand, it is sure, and we need not bow to anyone. But you, in your towns, are surrounded by temptations. Today all may be right, but tomorrow the evil one may tempt your husband with cards, wine, or women, and all will go to ruin. Don't such things happen often enough?" Pahom, the master of the house, was lying on the top of the oven, and he listened to the women's chatter. "It is perfectly true," thought he. "Busy as we are from childhood tilling Mother Earth, we peasants have no time to let any nonsense settle in our heads. Our only trouble is that we haven't land enough. If I had plenty of land, I shouldn't fear the devil himself." The women finished their tea, chatted a while about dress, and then cleared away the tea things and lay down to sleep. But the devil had been sitting behind the oven, and had heard all that was said. He was pleased that the peasant's wife had led her husband into boasting, and that he had said that if he had plenty of land he would not fear the devil himself. "All right," thought the devil. "We will have a tussle. I'll give you land enough, and by means of that land I will get you into my power." Chapter 2. Close to the village there lived a lady, a small landowner, who had an estate of about 300 acres. 237 She had always lived on good terms with the peasants, until she engaged as her steward an old soldier, who took to burdening the people with fines. However careful Pahom tried to be, it happened again and again that now a horse of his got among the lady's oats, now a cow strayed into her garden. Now his calves found their way into her meadows, and he always had to pay a fine. Pahom paid, but grumbled, and, going home in a temper, was rough with his family. All through that summer, Pahom had much trouble because of this steward. And he was even glad when winter came and the cattle had to be stabled. Though he grudged the fodder when they could no longer graze on the pastureland, at least he was free from anxiety about them. In the winter the news got about that the lady was going to sell her land, and that the keeper of the inn on the high road was bargaining for it. When the peasants heard this they were very much alarmed. "Well," thought they, "if the innkeeper gets the land, he will worry us with fines worse than the lady's steward. We all depend on that estate." So the peasants went on behalf of their commune, and asked the lady not to sell the land to the innkeeper, offering her a better price for it themselves. The lady agreed to let them have it. Then the peasants tried to arrange for the commune to buy the whole estate, so that it might be held by all in common. They met twice to discuss it, but could not settle the matter, the evil one sowed discord among them, and they could not agree. So they decided to buy the land individually, each according to his means, and the lady agreed to this plan as she had to the other. Presently Pahom heard that a neighbor of his was buying 50 acres, and that the lady had consented to accept 1/2 in cash and to wait a year for the other half. Pahom felt envious. Look at that, thought he, the land is all being sold, and I shall get none of it. So he spoke to his wife. Other people are buying, said he, and we must also buy 20 acres or so. Life is becoming impossible. That steward is simply crushing us with his fines. So they put their heads together and considered how they could manage to buy it. They had 100 rubles laid by. They sold a colt, and 1/2 of their bees, hired out one of their sons as a laborer, and took his wages in advance. Borrowed the rest from a brother-in-law, and so scraped together half the purchase money. Having done this, Pahom chose out a farm of 40 acres, some of it wooded, and went to the lady to bargain for it. They came to an agreement, and he shook hands with her upon it, and paid her a deposit in advance. Then they went to town and signed the deeds. He paying half the price down, and undertaking to pay the remainder within 2 years. So now Pahom had land of his own. He borrowed seed, and sowed it on the land he had bought. The harvest was a good one, and within a year he had managed to pay off his debts both to the lady and to his brother-in-law. So he became a landowner, plowing and sowing his own land, making hay on his own land, cutting his own trees, and feeding his cattle on his own pasture. When he went out to plow his fields, or to look at his growing corn, or at his grass meadows, his heart would fill with joy. The grass that grew and the flowers that bloomed there, seemed to him unlike any that grew elsewhere. Formerly, when he had passed by that land, it had appeared the same as any other land, but now it seemed quite different. Chapter 3. So Pahom was well contented, and everything would have been right if the neighboring peasants would only not have trespassed on his cornfields and meadows. He appealed to them most civilly, but they still went on. Now the communal herdsman would let the village cows stray into his meadows, then horses from the night pasture would get among his corn. Pahom turned them out again, and forgave their owners, and for a long time he forbore from prosecuting anyone. But at last he lost patience and complained to the district court. He knew it was the peasants' want of land, and no evil intent on their part, that caused the trouble, but he thought, I cannot go on overlooking it, or they will destroy all I have. They must be taught a lesson. So he had them up, gave them one lesson, and then another, and 2 or 3 of the peasants were fined. After a time Pahom's neighbors began to bear him a grudge for this, and would now and then let their cattle onto his land on purpose. One peasant even got into Pahom's wood at night and cut down 5 young lime trees for their bark. Pahom passing through the wood one day noticed something white. He came nearer, and saw the stripped trunks lying on the ground, and close by stood the stumps, where the tree had been. Pahom was furious. If he had only cut one here and there it would have been bad enough, thought Pahom, but the rascal has actually cut down a whole clump. If I could only find out who did this, I would pay him out. He racked his brains as to who it could be. Finally he decided, it must be Simon, no one else could have done it. So he went to Simon's homestead to have a look round, but he found nothing, and only had an angry scene. However, he now felt more certain than ever that Simon had done it, and he lodged a complaint. Simon was summoned. The case was tried, and retried, and at the end of it all Simon was acquitted, there being no evidence against him. Pahom felt still more aggrieved, and let his anger loose upon the elder and the judges. You let thieves grease your palms, said he. If you were honest folk yourselves, you would not let a thief go free. So Pahom quarreled with the judges and with his neighbors. Threats to burn his building began to be uttered. So though Pahom had more land, his place in the commune was much worse than before. About this time a rumor got about that many people were moving to new parts. There's no need for me to leave my land, thought Pahom. But some of the others might leave our village, and then there would be more room for us. I would take over their land myself, and make my estate a bit bigger. I could then live more at ease. As it is, I am still too cramped to be comfortable. One day Pahom was sitting at home, when a peasant passing through the village, happened to call in. He was allowed to stay the night, and supper was given him. Pahom had a talk with this peasant and asked him where he came from. The stranger answered that he came from beyond the Volga, where he had been working. One word led to another, and the man went on to say that many people were settling in those parts. He told how some people from his village had settled there. They had joined the commune, and had had 25 acres per man granted them. The land was so good, he said, that the rye sown on it grew as high as a horse, and so thick that 5 cuts of a sickle made a sheaf. One peasant, he said, had brought nothing with him but his bare hands, and now he had 6 horses and 2 cows of his own. Pahom's heart kindled with desire. He thought, "Why should I suffer in this narrow hole, if one can live so well elsewhere? I will sell my land and my homestead here, and with the money I will start afresh over there and get everything new. In this crowded place one is always having trouble. But I must first go and find out all about it myself." Toward summer he got ready and started. He went down the Volga on a steamer to Samara, then walked another 300 miles on foot, and at last reached the place. It was just as the stranger had said. The peasants had plenty of land, every man had 25 acres of communal land given him for his use, and anyone who had money could buy, besides. At 2 shillings an acre 238 as much good freehold land as he wanted. Having found out all he wished to know, Pahom returned home as autumn came on, and began selling off his belongings. He sold his land at a profit, sold his homestead and all his cattle, and withdrew from membership of the commune. He only waited till the spring, and then started with his family for the new settlement. Chapter 4. As soon as Pahom and his family arrived at their new abode, he applied for admission into the commune of a large village. He stood treat to the elders, and obtained the necessary documents. 5 shares of communal land were given him for his own and his son's use, that is to say, 125 acres, not all together, but in different fields, besides the use of the communal pasture. Pahom put up the buildings he needed, and bought cattle. Of the communal land alone he had 3 times as much as at his former home, and the land was good corn land. He was 10 times better off than he had been. He had plenty of arable land and pasturage, and could keep as many head of cattle as he liked. At first, in the bustle of building and settling down, Pahom was pleased with it all, but when he got used to it he began to think that even here he had not enough land. The first year, he sowed wheat on his share of the communal land, and had a good crop. He wanted to go on sowing wheat, but had not enough communal land for the purpose, and what he had already used was not available. For in those parts wheat is only sown on virgin soil or on fallow land. It is sown for 1 or 2 years, and then the land lies fallow till it is again overgrown with prairie grass. There were many who wanted such land, and there was not enough for all, so that people quarreled about it. Those who were better off wanted it for growing wheat, and those who were poor wanted it to let to dealers, so that they might raise money to pay their taxes. Pahom wanted to sow more wheat. So he rented land from a dealer for a year. He sowed much wheat and had a fine crop, but the land was too far from the village, the wheat had to be carted more than 10 miles. After a time Pahom noticed that some peasant dealers were living on separate farms, and were growing wealthy. And he thought, if I were to buy some freehold land, and have a homestead on it, it would be a different thing, altogether. Then it would all be nice and compact. The question of buying freehold land recurred to him again and again. He went on in the same way for 3 years, renting land and sowing wheat. The seasons turned out well and the crops were good, so that he began to lay money by. He might have gone on living contentedly, but he grew tired of having to rent other people's land every year, and having to scramble for it. Wherever there was good land to be had, the peasants would rush for it and it was taken up at once, so that unless you were sharp about it you got none. It happened in the 3rd year that he and a dealer together rented a piece of pasture land from some peasants. And they had already plowed it up, when there was some dispute, and the peasants went to law about it, and things fell out so that the labor was all lost. If it were my own land, thought Pahom, I should be independent, and there would not be all this unpleasantness. So Pahom began looking out for land which he could buy. And he came across a peasant who had bought 1,300 acres, but having got into difficulties was willing to sell again cheap. Pahom bargained and haggled with him, and at last they settled the price at 1,500 rubles, part in cash and part to be paid later. They had all but clinched the matter, when a passing dealer happened to stop at Pahom's one day to get a feed for his horse. He drank tea with Pahom, and they had a talk. The dealer said that he was just returning from the land of the Bashkirs, far away, where he had bought 13,000 acres of land all for 1,000 rubles. Pahom questioned him further, and the tradesman said, "All one need do is to make friends with the chiefs. I gave away about 100 rubles worth of dressing gowns and carpets, besides a case of tea, and I gave wine to those who would drink it, and I got the land for less than 2d an acre." 239 And he showed Pahom the title deeds, saying, "The land lies near a river, and the whole prairie is virgin soil." Pahom plied him with questions, and the tradesman said, "There is more land there than you could cover if you walked a year, and it all belongs to the Bashkirs. They are as simple as sheep, and land can be got almost for nothing." "There now," thought Pahom, "with my 1,000 rubles, why should I get only 1,300 acres, and saddle myself with a debt besides? If I take it out there, I can get more than 10 times as much for the money." Chapter 5. Pahom inquired how to get to the place, and as soon as the tradesman had left him, he prepared to go there himself. He left his wife to look after the homestead, and started on his journey taking his man with him. They stopped at a town on their way, and bought a case of tea, some wine, and other presents, as the tradesman had advised. On and on they went until they had gone more than 300 miles, and on the 7th day they came to a place where the Bashkirs had pitched their tents. It was all just as the tradesman had said. The people lived on the steppes, by a river, in felt-covered tents. 240 They neither tilled the ground, nor ate bread. Their cattle and horses grazed in herds on the steppe. The colts were tethered behind the tents, and the mares were driven to them twice a day. The mares were milked, and from the milk kumis was made. It was the women who prepared kumis, and they also made cheese. As far as the men were concerned, drinking kumis and tea, eating mutton, and playing on their pipes, was all they cared about. They were all stout and merry, and all the summer long they never thought of doing any work. They were quite ignorant, and knew no Russian, but were good-natured enough. As soon as they saw Pahom, they came out of their tents and gathered round their visitor. An interpreter was found, and Pahom told them he had come about some land. The Bashkirs seemed very glad. They took Pahom and led him into one of the best tents, where they made him sit on some down cushions placed on a carpet, while they sat round him. They gave him tea and kumis, and had a sheep killed, and gave him mutton to eat. Pahom took presents out of his cart and distributed them among the Bashkirs, and divided amongst them the tea. The Bashkirs were delighted. They talked a great deal among themselves, and then told the interpreter to translate. "They wish to tell you," said the interpreter, "that they like you, and that it is our custom to do all we can to please a guest and to repay him for his gifts. You have given us presents, now tell us which of the things we possess please you best, that we may present them to you." "What pleases me best here," answered Pahom, "is your land. Our land is crowded, and the soil is exhausted, but you have plenty of land and it is good land. I never saw the like of it." The interpreter translated. The Bashkirs talked among themselves for a while. Pahom could not understand what they were saying, but saw that they were much amused, and that they shouted and laughed. Then they were silent and looked at Pahom while the interpreter said, "They wish me to tell you that in return for your presents they will gladly give you as much land as you want. You have only to point it out with your hand and it is yours." The Bashkirs talked again for a while and began to dispute. Pahom asked what they were disputing about, and the interpreter told him that some of them thought they ought to ask their chief about the land and not act in his absence, while others thought there was no need to wait for his return. Chapter 6. While the Bashkirs were disputing, a man in a large fox-fur cap appeared on the scene. They all became silent and rose to their feet. The interpreter said, "This is our chief himself." Pahom immediately fetched the best dressing gown and 5 pounds of tea, and offered these to the chief. The chief accepted them, and seated himself in the place of honor. The Bashkirs at once began telling him something. The chief listened for a while, then made a sign with his head for them to be silent, and addressing himself to Pahom, said in Russian, "Well, let it be so. Choose whatever piece of land you like. We have plenty of it." "How can I take as much as I like?" thought Pahom. "I must get a deed to make it secure, or else they may say, 'It is yours,' and afterwards may take it away again." "Thank you for your kind words," he said aloud. "You have much land, and I only want a little. But I should like to be sure which bit is mine. Could it not be measured and made over to me? Life and death are in God's hands. You good people give it to me, but your children might wish to take it away again." "You are quite right," said the chief. "We will make it over to you." "I heard that a dealer had been here," continued Pahom, "and that you gave him a little land, too, and signed title deeds to that effect. I should like to have it done in the same way." The chief understood. "Yes," replied he, "that can be done quite easily. We have a scribe, and we will go to town with you and have the deed properly sealed." "And what will be the price?" asked Pahom. "Our price is always the same, 1,000 rubles a day." Pahom did not understand. "A day? What measure is that? How many acres would that be?" "We do not know how to reckon it out," said the chief. "We sell it by the day. As much as you can go round on your feet in a day is yours, and the price is 1,000 rubles a day." Pahom was surprised. "But in a day you can get round a large tract of land," he said. The chief laughed. "It will all be yours," said he. "But there is one condition: if you don't return on the same day to the spot whence you started, your money is lost." "But how am I to mark the way that I have gone?" "Why, we shall go to any spot you like, and stay there. You must start from that spot and make your round, taking a spade with you. Wherever you think necessary, make a mark. At every turning, dig a hole and pile up the turf, then afterwards we will go round with a plough from hole to hole. You may make as large a circuit as you please, but before the sun sets you must return to the place you started from. All the land you cover will be yours." Pahom was delighted. It was decided to start early next morning. They talked a while, and after drinking some more kumiss and eating some more mutton, they had tea again, and then the night came on. They gave Pahom a feather bed to sleep on, and the Bashkirs dispersed for the night, promising to assemble the next morning at daybreak and ride out before sunrise to the appointed spot. Chapter 7. Pahom lay on the feather-bed, but could not sleep. He kept thinking about the land. "What a large tract I will mark off," thought he. "I can easily do 35 miles in a day. The days are long now, and within a circuit of 35 miles what a lot of land there will be. I will sell the poorer land, or let it to peasants, but I'll pick out the best and farm it. I will buy 2 ox teams, and hire 2 more laborers. About 150 acres shall be ploughland, and I will pasture cattle on the rest." Pahom lay awake all night, and dozed off only just before dawn. Hardly were his eyes closed when he had a dream. He thought he was lying in that same tent, and heard somebody chuckling outside. He wondered who it could be, and rose, and went out, and he saw the Bashkir chief sitting in front of the tent holding his side and rolling about with laughter. Going nearer to the chief, Pahom asked, "What are you laughing at?" But he saw that it was no longer the chief, but the dealer who had recently stopped at his house and had told him about the land. Just as Pahom was going to ask, "Have you been here long?" he saw that it was not the dealer, but the peasant who had come up from the Volga, long ago, to Pahom's old home. Then he saw that it was not the peasant either, but the devil himself with hoofs and horns, sitting there and chuckling, and before him lay a man barefoot, prostrate on the ground, with only trousers and a shirt on. And Pahom dreamt that he looked more attentively to see what sort of a man it was lying there, and he saw that the man was dead, and that it was himself. He awoke horror-struck. What things one does dream, thought he. Looking round he saw through the open door that the dawn was breaking. It's time to wake them up, thought he. We ought to be starting. He got up, roused his man, who was sleeping in his cart, bade him harness, and went to call the Bashkirs. It's time to go to the steppe to measure the land, he said. The Bashkirs rose and assembled, and the chief came, too. Then they began drinking kumis again, and offered Pahom some tea, but he would not wait. If we are to go, let us go. It is high time, said he. Chapter 8. The Bashkirs got ready and they all started, some mounted on horses, and some in carts. Pahom drove in his own small cart with his servant, and took a spade with him. When they reached the steppe, the morning red was beginning to kindle. They ascended a hillock, called by the Bashkirs a shirkan, and dismounting from their carts and their horses, gathered in one spot. The chief came up to Pahom and stretched out his arm towards the plain. See, said he, all this, as far as your eye can reach, is ours. You may have any part of it you like. Pahom's eyes glistened. It was all virgin soil, as flat as the palm of your hand, as black as the seed of a poppy, and in the hollows different kinds of grasses grew breast-high. The chief took off his foxfur cap, placed it on the ground and said, This will be the mark. Start from here, and return here again. All the land you go round shall be yours. Pahom took out his money and put it on the cap. Then he took off his outer coat, remaining in his sleeveless undercoat. He unfastened his girdle and tied it tight below his stomach, put a little bag of bread into the breast of his coat, and tying a flask of water to his girdle, he drew up the tops of his boots. Took the spade from his man, and stood ready to start. He considered for some moments which way he had better go. It was tempting everywhere. No matter, he concluded, I will go towards the rising sun. He turned his face to the east, stretched himself, and waited for the sun to appear above the rim. I must lose no time, he thought, and it is easier walking while it is still cool. The sun's rays had hardly flashed above the horizon, before Pahom, carrying the spade over his shoulder, went down into the steppe. Pahom started walking neither slowly nor quickly. After having gone 1,000 yards he stopped, dug a hole, and placed pieces of turf one on another to make it more visible. Then he went on. And now that he had walked off his stiffness he quickened his pace. After a while he dug another hole. Pahom looked back. The hillock could be distinctly seen in the sunlight, with the people on it, and the glittering tires of the cartwheels. At a rough guess Pahom concluded that he had walked 3 miles. It was growing warmer. He took off his undercoat, flung it across his shoulder, and went on again. It had grown quite warm now. He looked at the sun. It was time to think of breakfast. The first shift is done, but there are 4 in a day, and it is too soon yet to turn. But I will just take off my boots, said he to himself. He sat down, took off his boots, stuck them into his girdle, and went on. It was easy walking now. I will go on for another 3 miles, thought he, and then turned to the left. The spot is so fine, that it would be a pity to lose it. The further one goes, the better the land seems. He went straight on for a while, and when he looked round, the hillock was scarcely visible and the people on it looked like black ants, and he could just see something glistening there in the sun. Ah, thought Pahom, I have gone far enough in this direction, it is time to turn. Besides I am in a regular sweat, and very thirsty. He stopped, dug a large hole, and heaped up pieces of turf. Next he untied his flask, had a drink, and then turned sharply to the left. He went on and on. The grass was high, and it was very hot. Pahom began to grow tired. He looked at the sun and saw that it was noon. Well, he thought, I must have a rest. He sat down, and ate some bread and drank some water. But he did not lie down, thinking that if he did he might fall asleep. After sitting a little while, he went on again. At first he walked easily, the food had strengthened him. But it had become terribly hot, and he felt sleepy. Still he went on, thinking, an hour to suffer, a lifetime to live. He went a long way in this direction also, and was about to turn to the left again, when he perceived a damp hollow. It would be a pity to leave that out, he thought. Flax would do well there. So he went on past the hollow, and dug a hole on the other side of it before he turned the corner. Pahom looked towards the hillock. The heat made the air hazy, it seemed to be quivering, and through the haze the people on the hillock could scarcely be seen. Ah, thought Pahom, I have made the sides too long. I must make this one shorter. And he went along the third side, stepping faster. He looked at the sun, it was nearly halfway to the horizon, and he had not yet done 2 miles of the third side of the square. He was still 10 miles from the goal. No, he thought, though it will make my land lopsided, I must hurry back in a straight line now. I might go too far, and as it is I have a great deal of land. So Pahom hurriedly dug a hole, and turned straight towards the hillock. Chapter 9. Pahom went straight towards the hillock, but he now walked with difficulty. He was done up with the heat, his bare feet were cut and bruised, and his legs began to fail. He longed to rest, but it was impossible if he meant to get back before sunset. The sun waits for no man, and it was sinking lower and lower. Oh dear, he thought, if only I have not blundered trying for too much. What if I am too late? He looked towards the hillock and at the sun. He was still far from his goal, and the sun was already near the rim. Pahom walked on and on. It was very hard walking, but he went quicker and quicker. He pressed on, but was still far from the place. He began running, threw away his coat, his boots, his flask, and his cap, and kept only the spade which he used as a support. What shall I do, he thought again, I have grasped too much, and ruined the whole affair. I can't get there before the sun sets. And this fear made him still more breathless. Pahom went on running, his soaking shirt and trousers stuck to him, and his mouth was parched. His breast was working like a blacksmith's bellows, his heart was beating like a hammer, and his legs were giving way as if they did not belong to him. Pahom was seized with terror lest he should die of the strain. Though afraid of death, he could not stop. After having run all that way they will call me a fool if I stop now, thought he. And he ran on, and drew near and heard the Bashkirs yelling and shouting to him, and their cries inflamed his heart still more. He gathered his last strength and ran on. The sun was close to the rim, and cloaked in mist looked large and red as blood. Now, yes now, it was about to set. The sun was quite low, but he was also quite near his aim. Pahom could already see the people on the hillock waving their arms to hurry him up. He could see the foxfur cap on the ground, and the money on it, and the chief sitting on the ground holding his sides. And Pahom remembered his dream. There is plenty of land, thought he, but will God let me live on it? I have lost my life, I have lost my life. I shall never reach that spot. Pahom looked at the sun, which had reached the earth, one side of it had already disappeared. With all his remaining strength he rushed on, bending his body forward so that his legs could hardly follow fast enough to keep him from falling. Just as he reached the hillock it suddenly grew dark. He looked up, the sun had already set. He gave a cry, all my labor has been in vain, thought he, and was about to stop, but he heard the Bashkir still shouting, and remembered that though to him, from below, the sun seemed to have set, they on the hillock could still see it. He took a long breath and ran up the hillock. It was still light there. He reached the top and saw the cap. Before it sat the chief laughing and holding his sides. Again Pahom remembered his dream, and he uttered a cry, his legs gave way beneath him, he fell forward and reached the cap with his hands. Ah, what a fine fellow, exclaimed the chief. He has gained much land. Pahom's servant came running up and tried to raise him, but he saw that blood was flowing from his mouth. Pahom was dead. The Bashkirs clicked their tongues to show their pity. His servant picked up the spade and dug a grave long enough for Pahom to lie in, and buried him in it. 6 feet from his head to his heels was all he needed. 1886. A grain as big as a hen's egg. One day some children found, in a ravine, a thing shaped like a grain of corn, with a groove down the middle, but as large as a hen's egg. A traveler passing by saw the thing, bought it from the children for a penny, and taking it to town sold it to the king as a curiosity. The king called together his wise men, and told them to find out what the thing was. The wise men pondered and could not make head or tail of it, till one day, when the thing was lying on a windowsill, a hen flew in and pecked at it till she made a hole in it. And then everyone saw that it was a grain of corn. The wise men went to the king, and said, "It is a grain of corn." At this the king was much surprised, and he ordered the learned men to find out when and where such corn had grown. The learned men pondered again, and searched in their books, but could find nothing about it. So they returned to the king and said, "We can give you no answer. There is nothing about it in our books. You will have to ask the peasants, perhaps some of them may have heard from their fathers when and where grain grew to such a size." So the king gave orders that some very old peasant should be brought before him, and his servants found such a man and brought him to the king. Old and bent, ashy pale and toothless, he just managed with the help of 2 crutches to totter into the king's presence. The king showed him the grain, but the old man could hardly see it. He took it, however, and felt it with his hands. The king questioned him, saying, "Can you tell us, old man, where such grain as this grew? Have you ever bought such corn, or sown such in your fields?" The old man was so deaf that he could hardly hear what the king said, and only understood with great difficulty. "No," he answered at last, "I never sowed nor reaped any like it in my fields, nor did I ever buy any such. When we bought corn, the grains were always as small as they are now. But you might ask my father. He may have heard where such grain grew." So the king sent for the old man's father, and he was found and brought before the king. He came walking with 1 crutch. The king showed him the grain, and the old peasant, who was still able to see, took a good look at it. And the king asked him, "Can you not tell us, old man, where corn like this used to grow? Have you ever bought any like it, or sown any in your fields?" Though the old man was rather hard of hearing, he still heard better than his son had done. "No," he said, "I never sowed nor reaped any grain like this in my field. As to buying, I never bought any, for in my time money was not yet in use. Everyone grew his own corn, and when there was any need we shared with one another. I do not know where corn like this grew. Ours was larger and yielded more flour than present-day grain, but I never saw any like this. I have, however, heard my father say that in his time the grain grew larger and yielded more flour than ours. You had better ask him." So the king sent for this old man's father, and they found him too, and brought him before the king. He entered walking easily and without crutches, his eye was clear, his hearing good, and he spoke distinctly. The king showed him the grain, and the old grandfather looked at it, and turned it about in his hand. "It is long since I saw such a fine grain," said he, and he bit a piece off and tasted it. "It's the very same kind," he added. "Tell me, grandfather," said the king, "when and where was such corn grown? Have you ever bought any like it, or sown any in your fields?" And the old man replied, "Corn like this used to grow everywhere in my time. I lived on corn like this in my young days, and fed others on it. It was grain like this that we used to sow and reap and thrash." And the king asked, "Tell me, grandfather, did you buy it anywhere, or did you grow it all yourself?" The old man smiled. "In my time," he answered, "no one ever thought of such a sin as buying or selling bread, and we knew nothing of money. Each man had corn enough of his own. Then tell me, grandfather, asked the king, where was your field, where did you grow corn like this? And the grandfather answered, my field was God's earth. Wherever I plowed, there was my field. Land was free. It was a thing no man called his own. Labor was the only thing men called their own. Answer me 2 more questions, said the king. The first is, why did the earth bear such grain then, and has ceased to do so now? And the second is, why your grandson walks with 2 crutches, your son with 1, and you yourself with none? Your eyes are bright, your teeth sound, and your speech clear and pleasant to the ear. How have these things come about? And the old man answered, these things are so, because men have ceased to live by their own labor, and have taken to depending on the labor of others. In the old time, men lived according to God's law. They had what was their own, and coveted not what others had produced. 1886. The Godson. Ye have heard that it was said, an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth, but I say unto you, resist not him that is evil. Matthew 5 verse 38, 39. Vengeance is mine, I will repay. Romans 12 verse 19. Chapter 1. A son was born to a poor peasant. He was glad, and went to his neighbor to ask him to stand godfather to the boy. The neighbor refused, he did not like standing godfather to a poor man's child. The peasant asked another neighbor, but he too refused, and after that the poor father went to every house in the village, but found no one willing to be godfather to his son. So he set off to another village, and on the way he met a man who stopped and said, good day, my good man, where are you off to? God has given me a child, said the peasant, to rejoice my eyes in youth, to comfort my old age, and to pray for my soul after death. But I am poor, and no one in our village will stand godfather to him, so I am now on my way to seek a godfather for him elsewhere. Let me be godfather, said the stranger. The peasant was glad, and thanked him, but added, and whom shall I ask to be godmother? Go to the town, replied the stranger, and, in the square, you will see a stone house with shop windows in the front. At the entrance you will find the tradesman to whom it belongs. Ask him to let his daughter stand godmother to your child. The peasant hesitated. How can I ask a rich tradesman, said he. He will despise me, and will not let his daughter come. Don't trouble about that. Go and ask. Get everything ready by tomorrow morning, and I will come to the christening. The poor peasant returned home, and then drove to the town to find the tradesman. He had hardly taken his horse into the yard, when the tradesman himself came out. What do you want? Said he. Why, sir, said the peasant, you see God has given me a son to rejoice my eyes in youth, to comfort my old age, and to pray for my soul after death. Be so kind as to let your daughter stand godmother to him. And when is the christening? Said the tradesman. Tomorrow morning. Very well. Go in peace. She shall be with you at Mass tomorrow morning. The next day the godmother came, and the godfather also, and the infant was baptized. Immediately after the christening the godfather went away. They did not know who he was, and never saw him again. Chapter 2. The child grew up to be a joy to his parents. He was strong, willing to work, clever and obedient. When he was 10 years old his parents sent him to school to learn to read and write. What others learnt in 5 years, he learnt in 1, and soon there was nothing more they could teach him. Easter came round, and the boy went to see his godmother, to give her his Easter greeting. Father and mother, said he when he got home again, where does my godfather live? I should like to give him my Easter greeting, too. And his father answered, we know nothing about your godfather, dear son. We often regret it ourselves. Since the day you were christened we have never seen him, nor had any news of him. We do not know where he lives, or even whether he is still alive. The son bowed to his parents. "Father and mother," said he, "let me go and look for my godfather. I must find him and give him my Easter greeting." So his father and mother let him go, and the boy set off to find his godfather. Chapter 3. The boy left the house and set out along the road. He had been walking for several hours when he met a stranger who stopped him and said, "Good day to you, my boy. Where are you going?" And the boy answered, "I went to see my godmother and to give her my Easter greeting, and when I got home I asked my parents where my godfather lives, that I might go and greet him also. They told me they did not know. They said he went away as soon as I was christened, and they know nothing about him, not even if he be still alive. But I wish to see my godfather, and so I have set out to look for him." Then the stranger said, "I am your godfather." The boy was glad to hear this. After kissing his godfather 3 times for an Easter greeting, he asked him, "Which way are you going now, godfather? If you are coming our way, please come to our house. But if you are going home, I will go with you." "I have no time now," replied his godfather, "to come to your house. I have business in several villages, but I shall return home again tomorrow. Come and see me then." "But how shall I find you, godfather?" "When you leave home, go straight towards the rising sun, and you will come to a forest. Going through the forest you will come to a glade. When you reach this glade sit down and rest a while, and look around you and see what happens. On the further side of the forest you will find a garden, and in it a house with a golden roof. That is my home. Go up to the gate, and I will myself be there to meet you." And having said this the godfather disappeared from his godson's sight. Chapter 4. The boy did as his godfather had told him. He walked eastward until he reached a forest, and there he came to a glade, and in the midst of the glade he saw a pine tree to a branch of which was tied a rope supporting a heavy log of oak. Close under this log stood a wooden trough filled with honey. Hardly had the boy had time to wonder why the honey was placed there, and why the log hung above it, when he heard a crackling in the wood, and saw some bears approaching. A she-bear, followed by a yearling and 3 tiny cubs. The she-bear, sniffing the air, went straight to the trough, the cubs following her. She thrust her muzzle into the honey, and called the cubs to do the same. They scampered up and began to eat. As they did so, the log, which the she-bear had moved aside with her head, swung away a little and, returning, gave the cubs a push. Seeing this the she-bear shoved the log away with her paw. It swung further out and returned more forcibly, striking one cub on the back and another on the head. The cubs ran away howling with pain, and the mother, with a growl, caught the log in her forepaws and, raising it above her head, flung it away. The log flew high in the air, and the yearling, rushing to the trough, pushed his muzzle into the honey and began to suck noisily. The others also drew near, but they had not reached the trough when the log, flying back, struck the yearling on the head and killed him. The mother growled louder than before and, seizing the log, flung it from her with all her might. It flew higher than the branch it was tied to, so high that the rope slackened. And the she-bear returned to the trough, and the little cubs after her. The log flew higher and higher, then stopped, and began to fall. The nearer it came the faster it swung, and at last, at full speed, it crashed down on her head. The she-bear rolled over, her legs jerked, and she died. The cubs ran away into the forest. Chapter 5. The boy watched all this in surprise, and then continued his way. Leaving the forest, he came upon a large garden in the midst of which stood a lofty palace with a golden roof. At the gate stood his godfather, smiling. He welcomed his godson, and led him through the gateway into the garden. The boy had never dreamed of such beauty and delight as surrounded him in that place. Then his godfather led him into the palace, which was even more beautiful inside than outside. The godfather showed the boy through all the rooms, each brighter and finer than the other, but at last they came to one door that was sealed up. "You see this door," said he. "It is not locked, but only sealed. It can be opened, but I forbid you to open it. You may live here, and go where you please, and enjoy all the delights of the place. My only command is, do not open that door. But should you ever do so, remember what you saw in the forest." Having said this, the godfather went away. The godson remained in the palace, and life there was so bright and joyful that he thought he had only been there 3 hours, when he had really lived there 30 years. When 30 years had gone by, the godson happened to be passing the sealed door one day, and he wondered why his godfather had forbidden him to enter that room. "I'll just look in and see what is there," thought he, and he gave the door a push. The seals gave way, the door opened, and the godson entering saw a hall more lofty and beautiful than all the others, and in the midst of it a throne. He wandered about the hall for a while, and then mounted the steps and seated himself upon the throne. As he sat there he noticed a scepter leaning against the throne, and took it in his hand. Hardly had he done so when the 4 walls of the hall suddenly disappeared. The godson looked around, and saw the whole world, and all that men were doing in it. He looked in front, and saw the sea with ships sailing on it. He looked to the right, and saw where strange heathen people lived. He looked to the left, and saw where men who were Christians, but not Russians, lived. He looked round, and on the 4th side, he saw Russian people, like himself. "I will look," said he, "and see what is happening at home, and whether the harvest is good." He looked towards his father's fields and saw the sheaves standing in stooks. He began counting them to see whether there was much corn, when he noticed a peasant driving in a cart. It was night, and the godson thought it was his father coming to cart the corn by night. But as he looked he recognized Vasily Kudryashov, the thief, driving into the field and beginning to load the sheaves onto his cart. This made the godson angry, and he called out, "Father, the sheaves are being stolen from our field." His father, who was out with the horses in the night pasture, woke up. "I dreamt the sheaves were being stolen," said he. "I will just ride down and see." So he got on a horse and rode out to the field. Finding Vasily there, he called together other peasants to help him, and Vasily was beaten, bound, and taken to prison. Then the godson looked at the town, where his godmother lived. He saw that she was now married to a tradesman. She lay asleep, and her husband rose and went to his mistress. The godson shouted to her, get up, your husband has taken to evil ways." The godmother jumped up and dressed, and finding out where her husband was, she shamed and beat his mistress, and drove him away. Then the godson looked for his mother, and saw her lying asleep in her cottage. And a thief crept into the cottage and began to break open the chest in which she kept her things. The mother awoke and screamed, and the robber seizing an axe, swung it over his head to kill her. The godson could not refrain from hurling the scepter at the robber. It struck him upon the temple, and killed him on the spot. Chapter 6. As soon as the godson had killed the robber, the walls closed and the hall became just as it had been before. Then the door opened and the godfather entered, and coming up to his godson he took him by the hand and led him down from the throne. "You have not obeyed my command," said he. "You did one wrong thing, when you opened the forbidden door, another, when you mounted the throne and took my scepter into your hands. And you have now done a third wrong, which has much increased the evil in the world. Had you sat here an hour longer, you would have ruined half mankind." Then the godfather led his godson back to the throne, and took the scepter in his hand, and again the walls fell asunder and all things became visible. And the godfather said, "See what you have done to your father. Vasily has now been a year in prison, and has come out having learnt every kind of wickedness, and has become quite incorrigible. See, he has stolen 2 of your father's horses, and he is now setting fire to his barn. All this you have brought upon your father." The godson saw his father's barn breaking into flames, but his godfather shut off the sight from him, and told him to look another way. "Here is your godmother's husband," he said. "It is a year since he left his wife, and now he goes after other women. His former mistress has sunk to still lower depths. Sorrow has driven his wife to drink. That's what you have done to your godmother. The godfather shut off this also, and showed the godson his father's house. There he saw his mother weeping for her sins, repenting, and saying, "It would have been better had the robber killed me that night. I should not have sinned so heavily." "That," said the godfather, "is what you have done to your mother." He shut this off also, and pointed downwards, and the godson saw 2 warders holding the robber in front of a prison house. And the godfather said, "This man had murdered 10 men. He should have expiated his sins himself, but by killing him you have taken his sins on yourself. Now you must answer for all his sins. That is what you have done to yourself." The she-bear pushed the log aside once, and disturbed her cubs. She pushed it again, and killed her yearling. She pushed it a 3rd time, and was killed herself. You have done the same. Now I give you 30 years to go into the world and atone for the robber's sins. If you do not atone for them, you will have to take his place." "How am I to atone for his sins?" asked the godson. And the godfather answered, "When you have rid the world of as much evil as you have brought into it, you will have atoned both for your own sins and for those of the robber." "How can I destroy evil in the world?" the godson asked. "Go out," replied the godfather, "and walk straight towards the rising sun. After a time you will come to a field with some men in it. Notice what they are doing, and teach them what you know. Then go on and note what you see. On the 4th day you will come to a forest. In the midst of the forest is a cell, and in the cell lives a hermit. Tell him all that has happened. He will teach you what to do. When you have done all he tells you, you will have atoned for your own and the robber's sins." And, having said this, the godfather led his godson out of the gate. Chapter 7. The godson went his way, and as he went he thought, "How am I to destroy evil in the world? Evil is destroyed by banishing evil men, keeping them in prison, or putting them to death. How then am I to destroy evil without taking the sins of others upon myself?" The godson pondered over it for a long time, but could come to no conclusion. He went on until he came to a field where corn was growing thick and good and ready for the reapers. The godson saw that a little calf had got in among the corn. Some men who were at hand saw it, and mounting their horses they chased it backwards and forwards through the corn. Each time the calf was about to come out of the corn, someone rode up and the calf got frightened and turned back again, and they all galloped after it, trampling down the corn. On the road stood a woman crying. "They will chase my calf to death," she said. And the godson said to the peasants, "What are you doing? Come out of the cornfield, all of you, and let the woman call her calf." The men did so, and the woman came to the edge of the cornfield and called to the calf. "Come along, Brownie, come along," said she. The calf pricked up its ears, listened a while, and then ran towards the woman of its own accord, and hid its head in her skirts, almost knocking her over. The men were glad, the woman was glad, and so was the little calf. The godson went on, and he thought, "Now I see that evil spreads evil. The more people try to drive away evil, the more the evil grows. Evil, it seems, cannot be destroyed by evil, but in what way it can be destroyed, I do not know." The calf obeyed its mistress and so all went well, but if it had not obeyed her, how could we have got it out of the field? The godson pondered again, but came to no conclusion, and continued his way. Chapter 8. He went on until he came to a village. At the furthest end he stopped and asked leave to stay the night. The woman of the house was there alone, house-cleaning, and she let him in. The godson entered, and taking his seat upon the brick oven he watched what the woman was doing. He saw her finish scrubbing the room and begin scrubbing the table. Having done this, she began wiping the table with a dirty cloth. She wiped it from side to side, but it did not come clean. The soiled cloth left streaks of dirt. Then she wiped it the other way. The first streaks disappeared, but others came in their place. Then she wiped it from one end to the other, but but again the same thing happened. The soiled cloth messed the table. When one streak was wiped off, another was left on. The godson watched for a while in silence, and then said, "What are you doing, mistress? Don't you see I'm cleaning up for the holiday? Only I can't manage this table, it won't come clean. I'm quite tired out." "You should rinse your cloth," said the godson, "before you wipe the table with it." The woman did so, and soon had the table clean. "Thank you for telling me," said she. In the morning he took leave of the woman and went on his way. After walking a good while, he came to the edge of a forest. There he saw some peasants who were making wheel rims of bent wood. Coming nearer, the godson saw that the men were going round and round, but could not bend the wood. He stood and looked on, and noticed that the block, to which the piece of wood was fastened, was not fixed, but as the men moved round it went round too. Then the godson said, "What are you doing, friends? Why, don't you see, we are making wheel rims. We have twice steamed the wood, and are quite tired out, but the wood will not bend. You should fix the block, friends," said the godson, "or else it goes round when you do." The peasants took his advice and fixed the block, and then the work went on merrily. The godson spent the night with them, and then went on. He walked all day and all night, and just before dawn he came upon some drovers encamped for the night, and lay down beside them. He saw that they had got all their cattle settled, and were trying to light a fire. They had taken dry twigs and lighted them, but before the twigs had time to burn up, they smothered them with damp brushwood. The brushwood hissed, and the fire smoldered and went out. Then the drovers brought more dry wood, lit it, and again put on the brushwood, and again the fire went out. They struggled with it for a long time, but could not get the fire to burn. Then the godson said, "Do not be in such a hurry to put on the brushwood. Let the dry wood burn up properly before you put any on. When the fire is well alight you can put on as much as you please." The drovers followed his advice. They let the fire burn up fiercely before adding the brushwood, which then flared up so that they soon had a roaring fire. The godson remained with them for a while, and then continued his way. He went on, wondering what the three things he had seen might mean, but he could not fathom them. Chapter 9. The godson walked the whole of that day, and in the evening came to another forest. There he found a hermit's cell, at which he knocked. "Who is there?" asked a voice from within. "A great sinner," replied the godson. "I must atone for another's sins as well as for my own." The hermit hearing this came out. "What sins are those that you have to bear for another?" The godson told him everything, about his godfather, about the she-bear with the cubs, about the throne in the sealed room, about the commands his godfather had given him, as well as about the peasants he had seen trampling down the corn, and the calf that ran out when its mistress called it. "I have seen that one cannot destroy evil by evil," said he, "but I cannot understand how it is to be destroyed. Teach me how it can be done." "Tell me," replied the hermit, "what else you have seen on your way." The godson told him about the woman washing the table, and the men making cartwheels, and the drovers fighting their fire. The hermit listened to it all, and then went back to his cell and brought out an old jagged axe. "Come with me," said he. When they had gone some way, the hermit pointed to a tree. "Cut it down," he said. The godson felled the tree. "Now chop it into three," said the hermit. The godson chopped the tree into 3 pieces. Then the hermit went back to his cell, and brought out some blazing sticks. "Burn those 3 logs," said he. So the godson made a fire, and burnt the 3 logs till only 3 charred stumps remained. "Now plant them half in the ground, like this." The godson did so. "You see that river at the foot of the hill? Bring water from there in your mouth, and water these stumps. Water this stump, as you taught the woman, this one, as you taught the wheelwrights, and this one, as you taught the drovers. When all 3 have taken root and from these charred stumps apple trees have sprung, you will know how to destroy evil in men, and will have atoned for all your sins." Having said this, the hermit returned to his cell. The godson pondered for a long time, but could not understand what the hermit meant. Nevertheless he set to work to do as he had been told. Chapter 10. The godson went down to the river, filled his mouth with water, and returning, emptied it onto one of the charred stumps. This he did again and again, and watered all 3 stumps. When he was hungry and quite tired out, he went to the cell to ask the old hermit for some food. He opened the door, and there upon a bench he saw the old man lying dead. The godson looked round for food, and he found some dried bread and ate a little of it. Then he took a spade and set to work to dig the hermit's grave. During the night he carried water and watered the stumps, and in the day he dug the grave. He had hardly finished the grave, and was about to bury the corpse, when some people from the village came, bringing food for the old man. The people heard that the old hermit was dead, and that he had given the godson his blessing, and left him in his place. So they buried the old man, gave the bread they had brought to the godson, and promising to bring him some more, they went away. The godson remained in the old man's place. There he lived, eating the food people brought him, and doing as he had been told, carrying water from the river in his mouth and watering the charred stumps. He lived thus for a year, and many people visited him. His fame spread abroad, as a holy man who lived in the forest and brought water from the bottom of a hill in his mouth to water charred stumps for the salvation of his soul. People flocked to see him. Rich merchants drove up bringing him presents, but he kept only the barest necessaries for himself, and gave the rest away to the poor. And so the godson lived, carrying water in his mouth and watering the stumps half the day, and resting and receiving people the other half. And he began to think that this was the way he had been told to live, in order to destroy evil and atone for his sins. He spent 2 years in this manner, not omitting for a single day to water the stumps. But still not one of them sprouted. One day, as he sat in his cell, he heard a man ride past, singing as he went. The godson came out to see what sort of a man it was. He saw a strong young fellow, well dressed, and mounted on a handsome, well-saddled horse. The godson stopped him, and asked him who he was, and where he was going. "I am a robber," the man answered, drawing rein. "I ride about the highways killing people, and the more I kill, the merrier are the songs I sing." The godson was horror-struck, and thought, "How can the evil be destroyed in such a man as this? It is easy to speak to those who come to me of their own accord and confess their sins. But this one boasts of the evil he does." So he said nothing, and turned away, thinking, "What am I to do now? This robber may take to riding about here, and he will frighten away the people. They will leave off coming to me. It will be a loss to them, and I shall not know how to live." So the godson turned back, and said to the robber, "People come to me here, not to boast of their sins, but to repent, and to pray for forgiveness. Repent of your sins, if you fear God. But if there is no repentance in your heart, then go away and never come here again. Do not trouble me, and do not frighten people away from me. If you do not hearken, God will punish you." The robber laughed. "I am not afraid of God, and I will not listen to you. You are not my master," said he. "You live by your piety, and I by my robbery. We all must live. You may teach the old women who come to you, but you have nothing to teach me. And because you have reminded me of God, I will kill 2 more men tomorrow. I would kill you, but I do not want to soil my hands just now. See that in future you keep out of my way." Having uttered this threat, the robber rode away. He did not come again, and the godson lived in peace, as before, for 8 more years. Chapter 11. One night the godson watered his stumps, and, after returning to his cell, he sat down to rest, and watched the footpath, wondering if someone would soon come. But no one came at all that day. He sat alone till evening, feeling lonely and dull, and he thought about his past life. He remembered how the robber had reproached him for living by his piety, and he reflected on his way of life. "I am not living as the hermit commanded me to," thought he. "The hermit laid a penance upon me, and I have made both a living and fame out of it. And have been so tempted by it, that now I feel dull when people do not come to me, and when they do come, I only rejoice because they praise my holiness. That is not how one should live. I have been led astray by love of praise. I have not atoned for my past sins, but have added fresh ones. I will go to another part of the forest where people will not find me. And I will live so as to atone for my old sins and commit no fresh ones." Having come to this conclusion, the godson filled a bag with dried bread and, taking a spade, left the cell and started for a ravine he knew of in a lonely spot, where he could dig himself a cave and hide from the people. As he was going along with his bag and his spade, he saw the robber riding towards him. The godson was frightened, and started to run away, but the robber overtook him. "Where are you going?" asked the robber. The godson told him he wished to get away from the people and live somewhere where no one would come to him. This surprised the robber. "What will you live on, if people do not come to see you?" asked he. The godson had not even thought of this, but the robber's question reminded him that food would be necessary. "On what God pleases to give me," he replied. The robber said nothing, and rode away. "Why did I not say anything to him about his way of life?" thought the godson. "He might repent now. Today he seems in a gentler mood, and has not threatened to kill me." And he shouted to the robber, "You have still to repent of your sins. You cannot escape from God." The robber turned his horse, and drawing a knife from his girdle threatened the hermit with it. The latter was alarmed, and ran away further into the forest. The robber did not follow him, but only shouted, "Twice I have let you off, old man, but next time you come in my way I will kill you." Having said this, he rode away. In the evening, when the godson went to water his stumps, one of them was sprouting. A little apple tree was growing out of it. Chapter 12. After hiding himself from everybody, the godson lived all alone. When his supply of bread was exhausted, he thought, "Now I must go and look for some roots to eat." He had not gone far, however, before he saw a bag of dried bread hanging on a branch. He took it down, and as long as it lasted he lived upon that. When he had eaten it all, he found another bagful on the same branch. So he lived on, his only trouble being his fear of the robber. Whenever he heard the robber passing, he hid, thinking, "He may kill me before I have had time to atone for my sins." In this way he lived for 10 more years. The one apple tree continued to grow, but the other 2 stumps remained exactly as they were. One morning the godson rose early and went to his work. By the time he had thoroughly moistened the ground round the stumps, he was tired out and sat down to rest. As he sat there he thought to himself, "I have sinned, and have become afraid of death. It may be God's will that I should redeem my sins by death." Hardly had this thought crossed his mind when he heard the robber riding up, swearing at something. When the godson heard this, he thought, "No evil and no good can befall me from anyone but from God." And he went to meet the robber. He saw the robber was not alone, but behind him on the saddle sat another man, gagged, and bound hand and foot. The man was doing nothing, but the robber was abusing him violently. The godson went up and stood in front of the horse. "Where are you taking this man?" he asked. "Into the forest," replied the robber. "He is a merchant's son, and will not tell me where his father's money is hidden. I am going to flog him till he tells me." And the robber spurred on his horse, but the godson caught hold of his bridle, and would not let him pass. "Let this man go," he said. The robber grew angry, and raised his arm to strike. "Would you like a taste of what I am going to give this man? Have I not promised to kill you? Let go." The godson was not afraid. "You shall not go," said he. "I do not fear you. I fear no one but God, and he wills that I should not let you pass. Set this man free." The robber frowned, and snatching out his knife, cut the ropes with which the merchant's son was bound, and set him free. "Get away both of you," he said, "and beware how you cross my path again." The merchant's son jumped down and ran away. The robber was about to ride on, but the godson stopped him again, and again spoke to him about giving up his evil life. The robber heard him to the end in silence, and then rode away without a word. The next morning the godson went to water his stumps, and lo! The second stump was sprouting. A second young apple tree had begun to grow. Chapter 13. Another 10 years had gone by. The godson was sitting quietly one day, desiring nothing, fearing nothing, and with a heart full of joy. "What blessings God showers on men," thought he. "Yet how needlessly they torment themselves. What prevents them from living happily?" And remembering all the evil in men, and the troubles they bring upon themselves, his heart filled with pity. "It is wrong of me to live as I do," he said to himself. "I must go and teach others what I have myself learnt." Hardly had he thought this, when he heard the robber approaching. He let him pass, thinking, "It is no good talking to him, he will not understand." That was his first thought, but he changed his mind and went out into the road. He saw that the robber was gloomy, and was riding with downcast eyes. The godson looked at him, pitied him, and running up to him laid his hand upon his knee. "Brother, dear," said he, "have some pity on your own soul. In you lives the Spirit of God. You suffer, and torment others, and lay up more and more suffering for the future. Yet God loves you, and has prepared such blessings for you. Do not ruin yourself utterly. Change your life." The robber frowned and turned away. "Leave me alone," said he. But the godson held the robber still faster, and began to weep. Then the robber lifted his eyes and looked at the godson. He looked at him for a long time, and alighting from his horse, fell on his knees at the godson's feet. "You have overcome me, old man," said he. "For 20 years I have resisted you, but now you have conquered me. Do what you will with me, for I have no more power over myself. When you first tried to persuade me, it only angered me more. Only when you hid yourself from men did I begin to consider your words, for I saw then that you asked nothing of them for yourself. Since that day I have brought food for you, hanging it upon the tree." Then the godson remembered that the woman got her table clean only after she had rinsed her cloth. In the same way, it was only when he ceased caring about himself, and cleansed his own heart, that he was able to cleanse the hearts of others. The robber went on. "When I saw that you did not fear death, my heart turned." Then the godson remembered that the wheelwrights could not bend the rims until they had fixed their block. So, not till he had cast away the fear of death and made his life fast in God, could he subdue this man's unruly heart. "But my heart did not quite melt," continued the robber, "until you pitied me and wept for me." The godson, full of joy, led the robber to the place where the stumps were. And when they got there, they saw that from the third stump an apple tree had begun to sprout. And the godson remembered that the drovers had not been able to light the damp wood until the fire had burnt up well. So it was only when his own heart burnt warmly, that another's heart had been kindled by it. And the godson was full of joy that he had at last atoned for his sins. He told all this to the robber, and died. The robber buried him, and lived as the godson had commanded him, teaching to others what the godson had taught him. 1886. The Repentant Sinner. And he said unto Jesus, Lord, remember me when thou comest into thy kingdom. And Jesus said unto him, Verily I say unto thee, today shalt thou be with me in paradise. Luke 23 verse 42, 43. There was once a man who lived for 70 years in the world, and lived in sin all that time. He fell ill, but even then did not repent. Only at the last moment, as he was dying, he wept and said, Lord, forgive me, as thou forgavest the thief upon the cross. And as he said these words, his soul left his body. And the soul of the sinner, feeling love towards God and faith in his mercy, went to the gates of heaven, and knocked, praying to be let into the heavenly kingdom. Then a voice spoke from within the gate. What man is it that knocks at the gates of paradise, and what deeds did he do during his life? And the voice of the accuser replied, recounting all the man's evil deeds, and not a single good one. And the voice from within the gates answered, Sinners cannot enter into the kingdom of heaven. Go hence. Then the man said, Lord, I hear thy voice, but cannot see thy face, nor do I know thy name. The voice answered, I am Peter, the apostle. And the sinner replied, Have pity on me, Apostle Peter. Remember man's weakness, and God's mercy. Wert not thou a disciple of Christ? Didst not thou hear his teaching from his own lips, and hadst thou not his example before thee? Remember then how, when he sorrowed and was grieved in spirit, and 3 times asked thee to keep awake and pray, thou didst sleep, because thine eyes were heavy. And 3 times he found thee sleeping. So it was with me. Remember, also, how thou didst promise to be faithful unto death, and yet didst thrice deny him, when he was taken before Caiaphas. So it was with me. And remember, too, how when the cock crowed thou didst go out and didst weep bitterly. So it is with me. Thou canst not refuse to let me in. And the voice behind the gates was silent. Then the sinner stood a little while, and again began to knock, and to ask to be let into the kingdom of heaven. And he heard another voice behind the gates, which said, Who is this man, and how did he live on earth? And the voice of the accuser again repeated all the sinner's evil deeds, and not a single good one. And the voice from behind the gates replied, Go hence. Such sinners cannot live with us in paradise. Then the sinner said, Lord, I hear thy voice, but I see thee not, nor do I know thy name. And the voice answered, I am David, king and prophet. The sinner did not despair, nor did he leave the gates of paradise, but said, Have pity on me, King David. Remember man's weakness, and God's mercy. God loved thee and exalted thee among men. Thou hadst all, a kingdom, and honor, and riches, and wives, and children. But thou sawest from thy housetop the wife of a poor man, and sin entered into thee, and thou tookest the wife of Uriah, and didst slay him with the sword of the Ammonites. Thou, a rich man, didst take from the poor man his one ewe lamb, and didst kill him. I have done likewise. Remember, then, how thou didst repent, and how thou saidst, I acknowledge my transgressions, my sin is ever before me. I have done the same. Thou canst not refuse to let me in. And the voice from within the gates was silent. The sinner having stood a little while, began knocking again, and asking to be let into the kingdom of heaven. And a third voice was heard within the gates, saying, Who is this man, and how has he spent his life on earth? And the voice of the accuser replied for the 3rd time, recounting the sinner's evil deeds, and not mentioning one good deed. And the voice within the gates said, Depart hence. Sinners cannot enter into the kingdom of heaven. And the sinner said, Thy voice I hear, but thy face I see not, neither do I know thy name. Then the voice replied, I am John the Divine, the beloved disciple of Christ. And the sinner rejoiced and said, Now surely I shall be allowed to enter. Peter and David must let me in, because they know man's weakness and God's mercy, and thou wilt let me in, because thou lovest much. Was it not thou, John the Divine, who wrote that God is love, and that he who loves not, knows not God? And in thine old age didst thou not say unto men, Brethren, love one another? How, then, canst thou look on me with hatred, and drive me away? Either thou must renounce what thou hast said, or loving me, must let me enter the kingdom of heaven. And the gates of paradise opened, and John embraced the repentant sinner and took him into the kingdom of heaven. 1886. The Candle. Ye have heard that it hath been said, An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, but I say unto you, that ye resist not evil. Matthew 5 verse 38, 39. It was in the time of serfdom, many years before Alexander II's liberation of the 60 million serfs in 1862. In those days the people were ruled by different kinds of lords. There were not a few who, remembering God, treated their slaves in a humane manner, and not as beasts of burden, while there were others who were seldom known to perform a kind or generous action. But the most barbarous and tyrannical of all were those former serfs who arose from the dirt and became princes. It was this latter class who made life literally a burden to those who were unfortunate enough to come under their rule. Many of them had arisen from the ranks of the peasantry to become superintendents of noblemen's estates. The peasants were obliged to work for their master a certain number of days each week. There was plenty of land and water, and the soil was rich and fertile, while the meadows and forests were sufficient to supply the needs of both the peasants and their lord. There was a certain nobleman who had chosen a superintendent from the peasantry on one of his other estates. No sooner had the power to govern been vested in this newly made official than he began to practice the most outrageous cruelties upon the poor serfs who had been placed under his control. Although this man had a wife and 2 married daughters, and was making so much money that he could have lived happily without transgressing in any way against either God or man, yet he was filled with envy and jealousy and deeply sunk in sin. Michael Simonovitch began his persecutions by compelling the peasants to perform more days of service on the estate every week than the laws obliged them to work. He established a brickyard, in which he forced the men and women to do excessive labor, selling the bricks for his own profit. On one occasion the overworked serfs sent a delegation to Moscow to complain of their treatment to their lord, but they obtained no satisfaction. When the poor peasants returned disconsolate from the nobleman, their superintendent determined to have revenge for their boldness in going above him for redress. And their life and that of their fellow victims became worse than before. It happened that among the serfs there were some very treacherous people who would falsely accuse their fellows of wrongdoing and sow seeds of discord among the peasantry. Whereupon Michael would become greatly enraged, while his poor subjects began to live in fear of their lives. When the superintendent passed through the village, the people would run and hide themselves as from a wild beast. Seeing thus the terror which he had struck to the hearts of the moujiks, Michael's treatment of them became still more vindictive. So that from overwork and ill usage the lot of the poor serfs was indeed a hard one. There was a time when it was possible for the peasants, when driven to despair, to devise means whereby they could rid themselves of an inhuman monster such as Simonovitch. And so these unfortunate people began to consider whether something could not be done to relieve them of their intolerable yoke. They would hold little meetings in secret places to bewail their misery and to confer with one another as to which would be the best way to act. Now and then the boldest of the gathering would rise and address his companions in this strain: "How much longer can we tolerate such a villain to rule over us? Let us make an end of it at once, for it were better for us to perish than to suffer. It is surely not a sin to kill such a devil in human form." It happened once, before the Easter holidays, that one of these meetings was held in the woods, where Michael had sent the serfs to make a clearance for their master. At noon they assembled to eat their dinner and to hold a consultation. "Why can't we leave now?" said one. "Very soon we shall be reduced to nothing. Already we are almost worked to death, there being no rest, night or day, either for us or our poor women. If anything should be done in a way not exactly to please him, he will find fault and perhaps flog some of us to death, as was the case with poor Simeon, whom he killed not long ago. Only recently Onisim was tortured in irons till he died. We certainly cannot stand this much longer." "Yes," said another, "what is the use of waiting? Let us act at once. Michael will be here this evening, and will be certain to abuse us shamefully. Let us, then, thrust him from his horse and with one blow of an axe give him what he deserves, and thus end our misery. We can then dig a big hole and bury him like a dog, and no one will know what became of him. Now let us come to an agreement, to stand together as one man and not to betray one another." The last speaker was Vasily Minayev, who, if possible, had more cause to complain of Michael's cruelty than any of his fellow serfs. The superintendent was in the habit of flogging him severely every week, and he took also Vasily's wife to serve him as cook. Accordingly, during the evening that followed this meeting in the woods, Michael arrived on the scene on horseback. He began at once to find fault with the manner in which the work had been done, and to complain because some lime trees had been cut down. "I told you not to cut down any lime trees," shouted the enraged superintendent. "Who did this thing? Tell me at once, or I shall flog every one of you." On investigation, a peasant named Sitter was pointed out as the guilty one, and his face was roundly slapped. Michael also severely punished Vasily, because he had not done sufficient work, after which the master rode safely home. In the evening the serfs again assembled, and poor Vasily said, "Oh, what kind of people are we, anyway? We are only sparrows, and not men at all. We agree to stand by each other, but as soon as the time for action comes we all run and hide." Once a lot of sparrows conspired against a hawk, but no sooner did the bird of prey appear than they sneaked off in the grass. Selecting one of the choicest sparrows, the hawk took it away to eat, after which the others came out crying, "Tweet-wee," and found that one was missing. "Who is killed?" they asked. "Vanka." "Well, he deserved it. You, my friends, are acting in just the same manner. When Michael attacked Sitter you should have stood by your promise. Why didn't you arise, and with one stroke put an end to him and to our misery?" The effect of this speech was to make the peasants more firm in their determination to kill their superintendent. The latter had already given orders that they should be ready to plough during the Easter holidays, and to sow the field with oats, whereupon the serfs became stricken with grief, and gathered in Vasily's house to hold another indignation meeting. "If he has really forgotten God," they said, "and shall continue to commit such crimes against us, it is truly necessary that we should kill him. If not, let us perish, for it can make no difference to us now." This despairing program, however, met with considerable opposition from a peaceably inclined man named Peter Mikhaev. "Brethren," said he, "you are contemplating a grievous sin. The taking of human life is a very serious matter. Of course it is easy to end the mortal existence of a man, but what will become of the souls of those who commit the deed? If Michael continues to act toward us unjustly, God will surely punish him. But, my friends, we must have patience." This pacific utterance only served to intensify the anger of Vasily. Said he, "Peter is forever repeating the same old story. It is a sin to kill anyone. Certainly it is sinful to murder, but we should consider the kind of man we are dealing with. We all know it is wrong to kill a good man, but even God would take away the life of such a dog as he is. It is our duty, if we have any love for mankind, to shoot a dog that is mad. It is a sin to let him live. If, therefore, we are to suffer at all, let it be in the interests of the people, and they will thank us for it. If we remain quiet any longer, a flogging will be our only reward." "You are talking nonsense, Mikhaev. Why don't you think of the sin we shall be committing if we work during the Easter holidays, for you will refuse to work then yourself." "Well, then," replied Peter, "if they shall send me to plough, I will go. But I shall not be going of my own free will, and God will know whose sin it is, and shall punish the offender accordingly. Yet we must not forget him. Brethren, I am not giving you my own views only. The law of God is not to return evil for evil. Indeed, if you try in this way to stamp out wickedness, it will come upon you all the stronger. It is not difficult for you to kill the man, but his blood will surely stain your own soul. You may think you have killed a bad man, that you have gotten rid of evil, but you will soon find out that the seeds of still greater wickedness have been planted within you. If you yield to misfortune, it will surely come to you." As Peter was not without sympathizers among the peasants, the poor serfs were consequently divided into two groups, the followers of Vasily and those who held the views of Mikhaev. On Easter Sunday no work was done. Toward the evening an elder came to the peasants from the nobleman's court and said, "Our superintendent, Michael Simonovich, orders you to go tomorrow to plow the field for the oats." Thus the official went through the village and directed the men to prepare for work the next day, some by the river and others by the roadway. The poor people were almost overcome with grief, many of them shedding tears, but none dared to disobey the orders of their master. On the morning of Easter Monday, while the church bells were calling the inhabitants to religious services, and while everyone else was about to enjoy a holiday, the unfortunate serfs started for the field to plow. Michael arose rather late and took a walk about the farm. The domestic servants were through with their work and had dressed themselves for the day, while Michael's wife and their widowed daughter, who was visiting them, as was her custom on holidays, had been to church and returned. A steaming samovar awaited them, and they began to drink tea with Michael, who, after lighting his pipe, called the elder to him. "Well," said the superintendent, "have you ordered the moujiks to plow today?" "Yes, sir, I did," was the reply. "Have they all gone to the field?" "Yes, sir, all of them. I directed them myself where to begin." "That is all very well. You gave the orders, but are they plowing?" "Go at once and see, and you may tell them that I shall be there after dinner. I shall expect to find 1½ acres done for every 2 plows, and the work must be well done, otherwise they shall be severely punished, notwithstanding the holiday." "I hear, sir, and obey." The elder started to go, but Michael called him back. After hesitating for some time, as if he felt very uneasy, he said, "By the way, listen to what those scoundrels say about me. Doubtless some of them will curse me, and I want you to report the exact words. I know what villains they are. They don't find work at all pleasant. They would rather lie down all day and do nothing. They would like to eat and drink and make merry on holidays, but they forget that if the plowing is not done it will soon be too late. So you go and listen to what is said, and tell it to me in detail. Go at once." "I hear, sir, and obey." Turning his back and mounting his horse, the elder was soon at the field where the serfs were hard at work. It happened that Michael's wife, a very good-hearted woman, overheard the conversation which her husband had just been holding with the elder. Approaching him, she said, "My good friend, Mishinka, 241, I beg of you to consider the importance and solemnity of this holy day. Do not sin, for Christ's sake. Let the poor moujiks go home." Michael laughed, but made no reply to his wife's humane request. Finally he said to her, "You've not been whipped for a very long time, and now you have become bold enough to interfere in affairs that are not your own." "Mishinka," she persisted, "I have had a frightful dream concerning you. You had better let the moujiks go." "Yes," said he. "I perceive that you have gained so much flesh of late that you think you would not feel the whip. Look out." Rudely thrusting his hot pipe against her cheek, Michael chased his wife from the room, after which he ordered his dinner. After eating a hearty meal consisting of cabbage soup, roast pig, meat cake, pastry with milk, jelly, sweet cakes, and vodka, he called his woman cook to him and ordered her to be seated and sing songs, Simonovich accompanying her on the guitar. While the superintendent was thus enjoying himself to the fullest satisfaction in the musical society of his cook, the elder returned, and, making a low bow to his superior, proceeded to give the desired information concerning the serfs. "Well," asked Michael, "did they plow?" "Yes," replied the elder, "they have accomplished about half the field." "Is there no fault to be found?" "Not that I could discover. The work seems to be well done. They are evidently afraid of you." "How is the soil?" "Very good. It appears to be quite soft." "Well," said Simonovich, after a pause, "what did they say about me?" "Cursed me, I suppose?" As the elder hesitated somewhat, Michael commanded him to speak and tell him the whole truth. "Tell me all," said he, "I want to know their exact words. If you tell me the truth I shall reward you, but if you conceal anything from me you will be punished. See here, Catherine, pour out a glass of vodka to give him courage." After drinking to the health of his superior, the elder said to himself, "It is not my fault if they do not praise him. I shall tell him the truth." Then turning suddenly to the superintendent he said, "They complain, Michael Simonovitch. They complain bitterly." "But what did they say?" demanded Michael. "Tell me." "Well, one thing they said was, he does not believe in God." Michael laughed. "Who said that?" he asked. It seemed to be their unanimous opinion. "He has been overcome by the evil one," they said. "Very good," laughed the superintendent, "but tell me what each of them said." "What did Vasily say?" The elder did not wish to betray his people, but he had a certain grudge against Vasily, and he said, "He cursed you more than did any of the others." "But what did he say?" "It is awful to repeat it, sir." Vasily said, "He shall die like a dog, having no chance to repent." "Oh, the villain!" exclaimed Michael. "He would kill me if he were not afraid." "All right, Vasily, we shall have an accounting with you." "And Tishka, he called me a dog, I suppose?" "Well," said the elder, "they all spoke of you in anything but complimentary terms. But it is mean in me to repeat what they said." "Mean or not, you must tell me, I say." "Some of them declared that your back should be broken." Simonovitch appeared to enjoy this immensely, for he laughed outright. "We shall see whose back will be the first to be broken," said he. Was that Tishka's opinion? While I did not suppose they would say anything good about me, I did not expect such curses and threats. And Peter Mikhaev, was that fool cursing me too? No, he did not curse you at all. He appeared to be the only silent one among them. Mikhaev is a very wise muzhik, and he surprises me very much. At his actions all the other peasants seemed amazed. What did he do? He did something remarkable. He was diligently plowing, and as I approached him I heard someone singing very sweetly. Looking between the plowshares, I observed a bright object shining. Well, what was it? Hurry up. It was a small, 5-kopeck wax candle, burning brightly, and the wind was unable to blow it out. Peter, wearing a new shirt, sang beautiful hymns as he plowed, and no matter how he handled the implement the candle continued to burn. In my presence he fixed the plow, shaking it violently, but the bright little object between the coulters remained undisturbed. And what did Mikhaev say? He said nothing, except when, on seeing me, he gave me the holy day salutation, after which he went on his way singing and plowing as before. I did not say anything to him, but, on approaching the other muzhiks, I found that they were laughing and making sport of their silent companion. "It is a great sin to plow on Easter Monday," they said. "You could not get absolution from your sin if you were to pray all your life." And did Mikhaev make no reply? He stood long enough to say, "There should be peace on earth and goodwill to men," after which he resumed his plowing and singing, the candle burning even more brightly than before. Simonovitch had now ceased to ridicule, and, putting aside his guitar, his head dropped on his breast and he became lost in thought. Presently he ordered the elder and cook to depart, after which Michael went behind a screen and threw himself upon the bed. He was sighing and moaning, as if in great distress, when his wife came in and spoke kindly to him. He refused to listen to her, exclaiming, "He has conquered me, and my end is near." "Mishinka," said the woman, "arise and go to the muzhiks in the field. Let them go home, and everything will be all right. Heretofore you have run far greater risks without any fear, but now you appear to be very much alarmed." "He has conquered me," he repeated. "I am lost." "What do you mean?" demanded his wife, angrily. "If you will go and do as I tell you there will be no danger. Come, Mishinka," she added, tenderly, "I shall have the saddle horse brought for you at once." When the horse arrived the woman persuaded her husband to mount the animal, and to fulfill her request concerning the serfs. When he reached the village a woman opened the gate for him to enter, and as he did so the inhabitants, seeing the brutal superintendent whom everybody feared, ran to hide themselves in their houses. gardens, and other secluded places. At length Michael reached the other gate, which he found closed also, and, being unable to open it himself while seated on his horse, he called loudly for assistance. As no one responded to his shouts, he dismounted and opened the gate, but as he was about to remount, and had one foot in the stirrup, the horse became frightened at some pigs and sprang suddenly to one side. The superintendent fell across the fence and a very sharp picket pierced his stomach, when Michael fell unconscious to the ground. Toward the evening, when the serfs arrived at the village gate, their horses refused to enter. On looking around, the peasants discovered the dead body of their superintendent lying face downward in a pool of blood, where he had fallen from the fence. Peter Meichhoff alone had sufficient courage to dismount and approach the prostrate form, his companions riding around the village and entering by way of the backyards. Peter closed the dead man's eyes, after which he put the body in a wagon and took it home. When the nobleman learned of the fatal accident which had befallen his superintendent, and of the brutal treatment which he had meted out to those under him, he freed the serfs, exacting a small rent for the use of his land and the other agricultural opportunities. And thus the peasants clearly understood that the power of God is manifested not in evil, but in goodness. The death of Ivan Ilyitch. Chapter 1. Inside the great building of the law courts, during the interval in the hearing of the Melvinsky case, the members of the Judicial Council and the public prosecutor were gathered together in the private room of Ivan Yegorovitch Shebek, and the conversation turned upon the celebrated Krasovsky case. Fyodor Vasilievich hotly maintained that the case was not in the jurisdiction of the court. Yegor Ivanovitch stood up for his own view. But from the first Pyotr Ivanovitch, who had not entered into the discussion, took no interest in it, but was looking through the newspapers which had just been brought in. "Gentlemen," he said, "Ivan Ilyitch is dead." "You don't say so." "Here, read it," he said to Fyodor Vasilievich, handing him the fresh still damp-smelling paper. Within a black margin was printed, "Praskovia Fyodorovna Golovin with heartfelt affliction informs friends and relatives of the decease of her beloved husband, member of the Court of Justice, Ivan Ilyitch Golovin, who passed away on the 4th of February. The funeral will take place on Thursday at 1 o'clock. Ivan Ilyitch was a colleague of the gentlemen present, and all liked him. It was some weeks now since he had been taken ill. His illness had been said to be incurable. His post had been kept open for him, but it had been thought that in case of his death Alexiev might receive his appointment, and either Vinnikov or Stabel would succeed to Alexiev's. So that on hearing of Ivan Ilyitch's death, the first thought of each of the gentlemen in the room was of the effect this death might have on the transfer or promotion of themselves or their friends. "Now I am sure of getting Stabel's place or Vinnikov's," thought Fyodor Vasilievich. "It was promised me long ago, and the promotion means 800 rubles additional income, besides the grants for office expenses. Now I shall have to petition for my brother-in-law to be transferred from Kaluga," thought Pyotr Ivanovitch. "My wife will be very glad. She won't be able to say now that I've never done anything for her family. I thought somehow that he'd never get up from his bed again," Pyotr Ivanovitch said aloud. "I'm sorry. But what was it exactly that was wrong with him? The doctors could not decide. That's to say, they did decide, but differently. When I saw him last, I thought he would get over it. Well, I positively haven't called there ever since the holidays. I've kept meaning to go." "Had he any property?" "I think there's something, very small, of his wife's. But something quite trifling." "Yes, one will have to go and call. They live such a terribly long way off." "A long way from you, you mean? Everything's a long way from your place." "There, he can never forgive me for living the other side of the river," said Pyotr Ivanovitch, smiling at Shebek. And they began to talk of the great distances between different parts of the town, and went back into the court. Besides the reflections upon the changes and promotions in the service likely to ensue from this death, the very fact of the death of an intimate acquaintance excited in everyone who heard of it As such a fact always does, a feeling of relief that, it is he that is dead, and not I. Only think. He is dead, but here am I all right, each one thought or felt. The more intimate acquaintances, the so-called friends of Ivan Ilyitch, could not help thinking too that now they had the exceedingly tiresome social duties to perform of going to the funeral service and paying the widow a visit of condolence. The most intimately acquainted with their late colleague were Fyodor Vasilievich and Pyotr Ivanovitch. Pyotr Ivanovitch had been a comrade of his at the school of jurisprudence, and considered himself under obligations to Ivan Ilyitch. Telling his wife at dinner of the news of Ivan Ilyitch's death and his reflections as to the possibility of getting her brother transferred into their circuit, Pyotr Ivanovitch, without lying down for his usual nap, put on his frock coat and drove to Ivan Ilyitch's. At the entrance before Ivan Ilyitch's flat stood a carriage and 2 hired flies. Downstairs in the entry near the hat stand there was leaning against the wall a coffin lid with tassels and braiding freshly rubbed up with pipe clay. 2 ladies were taking off their cloaks. One of them he knew, the sister of Ivan Ilyitch, the other was a lady he did not know. Pyotr Ivanovitch's colleague, Schwartz, was coming down. And from the top stair, seeing who it was coming in, he stopped and winked at him, as though to say, Ivan Ilyitch has made a mess of it, it's a very different matter with you and me. Schwartz's face, with his English whiskers and all his thin figure in his frock coat, had, as it always had, an air of elegant solemnity. And this solemnity, always such a contrast to Schwartz's playful character, had a special piquancy here. So thought Pyotr Ivanovitch. Pyotr Ivanovitch let the ladies pass on in front of him, and walked slowly up the stairs after them. Schwartz had not come down, but was waiting at the top. Pyotr Ivanovitch knew what for. He wanted obviously to settle with him where their game of screw was to be that evening. The ladies went up to the widow's room, while Schwartz, with his lips tightly and gravely shut, and amusement in his eyes, with a twitch of his eyebrows motioned Pyotr Ivanovitch to the right, to the room where the dead man was. Pyotr Ivanovitch went in, as people always do on such occasions, in uncertainty as to what he would have to do there. One thing he felt sure of, that crossing oneself never comes amiss on such occasions. As to whether it was necessary to bow down while doing so, he did not feel quite sure, and so chose a middle course. On entering the room he began crossing himself, and made a slight sort of bow. So far as the movements of his hands and head permitted him, he glanced while doing so about the room. 2 young men, one a high school boy, nephews probably, were going out of the room, crossing themselves. An old lady was standing motionless. And a lady, with her eyebrows queerly lifted, was saying something to her in a whisper. A deacon in a frock coat, resolute and hearty, was reading something aloud with an expression that precluded all possibility of contradiction. A young peasant who used to wait at table, Gerasim, walking with light footsteps in front of Pyotr Ivanovitch, was sprinkling something on the floor. Seeing this, Pyotr Ivanovitch was at once aware of the faint odor of the decomposing corpse. On his last visit to Ivan Ilyitch, Pyotr Ivanovitch had seen this peasant in his room. He was performing the duties of a sick nurse, and Ivan Ilyitch liked him particularly. Pyotr Ivanovitch continued crossing himself and bowing in a direction intermediate between the coffin, the deacon, and the holy pictures on the table in the corner. Then when this action of making the sign of the cross with his hand seemed to him to have been unduly prolonged, he stood still and began to scrutinize the dead man. The dead man lay, as dead men always do lie, in a peculiarly heavy dead way, his stiffened limbs sunk in the cushions of the coffin, and his head bent back forever on the pillow, and thrust up. As dead men always do, his yellow waxen forehead with bald spots on the sunken temples, and his nose that stood out sharply and as it were squeezed on the upper lip. He was much changed, even thinner since Pyotr Ivanovitch had seen him, but his face, as always with the dead, was more handsome, and, above all, more impressive than it had been when he was alive. On the face was an expression of what had to be done having been done, and rightly done. Besides this, there was too in that expression a reproach or a reminder for the living. This reminder seemed to Pyotr Ivanovitch uncalled for, or, at least, to have nothing to do with him. He felt something unpleasant. And so Pyotr Ivanovitch once more crossed himself hurriedly, and, as it struck him, too hurriedly, not quite in accordance with the proprieties, turned and went to the door. Schwartz was waiting for him in the adjoining room, standing with his legs apart and both hands behind his back playing with his top hat. A single glance at the playful, sleek, and elegant figure of Schwartz revived Pyotr Ivanovitch. He felt that he, Schwartz, was above it, and would not give way to depressing impressions. The mere sight of him said plainly, the incident of the service over the body of Ivan Ilyitch cannot possibly constitute a sufficient ground for recognizing the business of the session suspended, in other words. In no way can it hinder us from shuffling and cutting a pack of cards this evening, while the footman sets 4 unsanctified candles on the table for us. In fact, there is no ground for supposing that this incident could prevent us from spending the evening agreeably. He said as much indeed to Pyotr Ivanovitch as he came out, proposing that the party should meet at Fyodor Vasilievitch's. But apparently it was Pyotr Ivanovitch's destiny not to play screw that evening. Praskovia Fyodorovna, a short, fat woman who, in spite of all efforts in a contrary direction, was steadily broader from her shoulders downwards, all in black. With lace on her head and her eyebrows as queerly arched as the lady standing beside the coffin, came out of her own apartments with some other ladies, and conducting them to the dead man's room, said, "The service will take place immediately. Come in." Schwartz, making an indefinite bow, stood still, obviously neither accepting nor declining this invitation. Praskovia Fyodorovna, recognizing Pyotr Ivanovitch, sighed, went right up to him, took his hand, and said, "I know that you were a true friend of Ivan Ilyitch's," and looked at him, expecting from him the suitable action in response to these words. Pyotr Ivanovitch knew that, just as before he had to cross himself, now what he had to do was to press her hand, to sigh and to say, "Ah, I was indeed." And he did so. And as he did so, he felt that the desired result had been attained, that he was touched, and she was touched. "Come, since it's not begun yet, I have something I want to say to you," said the widow. "Give me your arm." Pyotr Ivanovitch gave her his arm, and they moved towards the inner rooms, passing Schwartz, who winked gloomily at Pyotr Ivanovitch. "So much for our screw. Don't complain if we find another partner. You can make a 5th when you do get away," said his humorous glance. Pyotr Ivanovitch sighed still more deeply and despondently, and Praskovia Fyodorovna pressed his hand gratefully. Going into her drawing-room, that was upholstered with pink cretonne and lighted by a dismal-looking lamp, they sat down at the table. She on a sofa and Pyotr Ivanovitch on a low ottoman with deranged springs which yielded spasmodically under his weight. Praskovia Fyodorovna was about to warn him to sit on another seat, but felt such a recommendation out of keeping with her position, and changed her mind. Sitting down on the ottoman, Pyotr Ivanovitch remembered how Ivan Ilyitch had arranged this drawing-room, and had consulted him about this very pink cretonne with green leaves. Seating herself on the sofa, and pushing by the table, the whole drawing-room was crowded with furniture and things. The widow caught the lace of her black fichu in the carving of the table. Pyotr Ivanovitch got up to disentangle it for her, and the ottoman, freed from his weight, began bobbing up spasmodically under him. The widow began unhooking her lace herself, and Pyotr Ivanovitch again sat down, suppressing the mutinous ottoman springs under him. But the widow could not quite free herself, and Pyotr Ivanovitch rose again, and again the ottoman became mutinous and popped up with a positive snap. When this was all over, she took out a clean cambric handkerchief and began weeping. Ivanovitch had been chilled off by the incident with the lace and the struggle with the ottoman springs, and he sat looking sullen. This awkward position was cut short by the entrance of Sokolov, Ivan Ilyitch's butler, who came in to announce that the place in the cemetery fixed on by Praskovia Fyodorovna would cost 200 rubles. She left off weeping, and with the air of a victim glancing at Pyotr Ivanovitch, said in French that it was very terrible for her. Pyotr Ivanovitch made a silent gesture signifying his unhesitating conviction that it must indeed be so. "Please, smoke," she said in a magnanimous, and at the same time, crushed voice, and she began discussing with Sokolov the question of the price of the site for the grave. Pyotr Ivanovitch, lighting a cigarette, listened to her very circumstantial inquiries as to the various prices of sites and her decision as to the one to be selected. Having settled on the site for the grave, she made arrangements also about the choristers. Sokolov went away. "I see to everything myself," she said to Pyotr Ivanovitch, moving on one side the albums that lay on the table. And noticing that the table was in danger from the cigarette ash, she promptly passed an ashtray to Pyotr Ivanovitch. And said, "I consider it affectation to pretend that my grief prevents me from looking after practical matters. On the contrary, if anything could, not console me, but distract me, it is seeing after everything for him." She took out her handkerchief again, as though preparing to weep again. And suddenly, as though struggling with herself, she shook herself, and began speaking calmly, "But I've business to talk about with you." Pyotr Ivanovitch bowed, carefully keeping in check the springs of the ottoman, which had at once begun quivering under him. The last few days his sufferings were awful. "Did he suffer very much?" asked Pyotr Ivanovitch. "Oh, awfully. For the last moments, hours indeed, he never left off screaming. For 3 days and nights in succession he screamed incessantly. It was insufferable. I can't understand how I bore it, one could hear it through 3 closed doors. Ah, what I suffered!" "And was he really conscious?" asked Pyotr Ivanovitch. "Yes," she whispered, "up to the last minute. He said goodbye to us a quarter of an hour before his death, and asked Volodya to be taken away too." The thought of the sufferings of a man he had known so intimately, at first as a light-hearted boy, a schoolboy, then grown up as a partner at whist. In spite of the unpleasant consciousness of his own and this woman's hypocrisy, suddenly horrified Pyotr Ivanovitch. He saw again that forehead, the nose that seemed squeezing the lip, and he felt frightened for himself. 3 days and nights of awful suffering and death. "Why, that may at once, any minute, come upon me too," he thought, and he felt for an instant terrified. But immediately, he could not himself have said how, there came to his support the customary reflection that this had happened to Ivan Ilyitch and not to him. And that to him this must not and could not happen. That in thinking thus he was giving way to depression, which was not the right thing to do, as was evident from Schwarz's expression of face. And making these reflections, Pyotr Ivanovitch felt reassured, and began with interest inquiring details about Ivan Ilyitch's end, as though death were a mischance peculiar to Ivan Ilyitch. But not at all incidental to himself. After various observations about the details of the truly awful physical sufferings endured by Ivan Ilyitch, these details Pyotr Ivanovitch learned only through the effect Ivan Ilyitch's agonies had had on the nerves of Praskovia Fyodorovna. The widow apparently thought it time to get to business. "Ah, Pyotr Ivanovitch, how hard it is, how awfully, awfully hard," and she began to cry again. Pyotr Ivanovitch sighed, and waited for her to blow her nose. When she had done so, he said, "Indeed it is," and again she began to talk, and brought out what was evidently the business she wished to discuss with him. That business consisted in the inquiry as to how on the occasion of her husband's death she was to obtain a grant from the government. She made a show of asking Pyotr Ivanovitch's advice about a pension. But he perceived that she knew already to the minutest details, what he did not know himself indeed, everything that could be got out of the government on the ground of this death. But that what she wanted to find out was, whether there were not any means of obtaining a little more? Pyotr Ivanovitch tried to imagine such means. But after pondering a little, and out of politeness abusing the government for its stinginess, he said that he believed that it was impossible to obtain more. Then she sighed and began unmistakably looking about for an excuse for getting rid of her visitor. He perceived this, put out his cigarette, got up, pressed her hand, and went out into the passage. In the dining room, where was the bric-a-brac clock that Ivan Ilyitch had been so delighted at buying, Pyotr Ivanovitch met the priest and several people he knew who had come to the service for the dead, and saw too Ivan Ilyitch's daughter, a handsome young lady. She was all in black. Her very slender figure looked even slenderer than usual. She had a gloomy, determined, almost wrathful expression. She bowed to Pyotr Ivanovitch as though he were to blame in some way. Behind the daughter, with the same offended air on his face, stood a rich young man, whom Pyotr Ivanovitch knew too, an examining magistrate, the young lady's fiancé, as he had heard. He bowed dejectedly to him, and would have gone on into the dead man's room, when from the staircase there appeared the figure of the son, the high school boy, extraordinarily like Ivan Ilyitch. He was the little Ivan Ilyitch over again as Pyotr Ivanovitch remembered him at school. His eyes were red with crying, and had that look often seen in unclean boys of 13 or 14. The boy, seeing Pyotr Ivanovitch, scowled morosely and bashfully. Pyotr Ivanovitch nodded to him and went into the dead man's room. The service for the dead began, candles, groans, incense, tears, sobs. Pyotr Ivanovitch stood frowning, staring at his feet in front of him. He did not once glance at the dead man, and right through to the end did not once give way to depressing influences, and was one of the first to walk out. In the hall there was no one. Gerasim, the young peasant, darted out of the dead man's room, tossed over with his strong hand all the fur cloaks to find Pyotr Ivanovitch's, and gave it him. "Well, Gerasim, my boy?" said Pyotr Ivanovitch, so as to say something. "A sad business, isn't it? It's God's will." "We shall come to the same," said Gerasim, showing his white, even, peasant teeth in a smile, and, like a man in a rush of extra work, he briskly opened the door, called up the coachman, saw Pyotr Ivanovitch into the carriage, and darted back to the steps as though bethinking himself of what he had to do next. Pyotr Ivanovitch had a special pleasure in the fresh air after the smell of incense, of the corpse, and of carbolic acid. "Where to?" asked the coachman. "It's not too late. I'll still go round to Fyodor Vasilievitch's." And Pyotr Ivanovitch drove there. And he did, in fact, find them just finishing the first rubber, so that he came just at the right time to take a hand. Chapter 2. The previous history of Ivan Ilyitch was the simplest, the most ordinary, and the most awful. Ivan Ilyitch died at the age of 45, a member of the Judicial Council. He was the son of an official, whose career in Petersburg through various ministries and departments had been such as leads people into that position in which, though it is distinctly obvious that they are unfit to perform any kind of real duty, they yet cannot, owing to their long past service and their official rank, be dismissed. And they therefore receive a specially created fictitious post, and by no means fictitious thousands, from 6 to 10, on which they go on living till extreme old age. Such was the Privy Councillor, the superfluous member of various superfluous institutions, Ilya Efimovitch Golovin. He had 3 sons. Ivan Ilyitch was the second son. The eldest son's career was exactly like his father's, only in a different department, and he was by now close upon that stage in the service in which the same sinecure would be reached. The third son was the unsuccessful one. He had in various positions always made a mess of things, and was now employed in the railway department. And his father and his brothers, and still more their wives, did not merely dislike meeting him, but avoided, except in extreme necessity, recollecting his existence. His sister had married Baron Greff, a Petersburg official of the same stamp as his father-in-law. Ivan Ilyitch was le phénix de la famille, as people said. He was not so frigid and precise as the eldest son, nor so wild as the youngest. He was the happy mean between them, a shrewd, lively, pleasant, and well-bred man. He had been educated with his younger brother at the School of Jurisprudence. The younger brother had not finished the school course, but was expelled when in the 5th class. Ivan Ilyitch completed the course successfully. At school he was just the same as he was later on all his life, an intelligent fellow, highly good-humored and sociable, but strict in doing what he considered to be his duty. His duty he considered whatever was so considered by those persons who were set in authority over him. He was not a toady as a boy, nor later on as a grown-up person. But from his earliest years he was attracted, as a fly to the light, to persons of good standing in the world, assimilated their manners and their views of life, and established friendly relations with them. All the enthusiasms of childhood and youth passed, leaving no great traces in him. He gave way to sensuality and to vanity, and latterly when in the higher classes at school to liberalism. But always keeping within certain limits which were unfailingly marked out for him by his instincts. At school he had committed actions which had struck him beforehand as great vileness, and gave him a feeling of loathing for himself at the very time he was committing them. But later on, perceiving that such actions were committed also by men of good position, and were not regarded by them as base, he was able, not to regard them as good, but to forget about them completely, and was never mortified by recollections of them. Leaving the school of jurisprudence in the 10th class, and receiving from his father a sum of money for his outfit, Ivan Ilyitch ordered his clothes at Sharmer's. Hung on his watch chain a medallion inscribed Respice Finum, said goodbye to the prince who was the principal of his school, had a farewell dinner with his comrades at Donon's. And with all his new fashionable belongings, traveling trunk, linen, suits of clothes, shaving and toilet appurtenances, and traveling rug, all ordered and purchased at the very best shops, set off to take the post of secretary on special commissions for the governor of a province, a post which had been obtained for him by his father. In the province Ivan Ilyitch without loss of time made himself a position as easy and agreeable as his position had been in the school of jurisprudence. He did his work, made his career, and at the same time led a life of well-bred social gaiety. Occasionally he visited various districts on official duty, behaved with dignity both with his superiors and his inferiors, and with exactitude and an incorruptible honesty of which he could not help feeling proud, performed the duties with which he was entrusted, principally having to do with the dissenters. When engaged in official work he was, in spite of his youth and taste for frivolous amusements, exceedingly reserved, official, and even severe. But in social life he was often amusing and witty, and always good-natured, well-bred, and bon enfant, as was said of him by his chief and his chief's wife, with whom he was like one of the family. In the province there was, too, a connection with one of the ladies who obtruded their charms on the stylish young lawyer. There was a dressmaker, too, and there were drinking bouts with smart officers visiting the neighborhood, and visits to a certain outlying street after supper. There was a rather cringing obsequiousness in his behavior, too, with his chief, and even his chief's wife. But all this was accompanied with such a tone of the highest breeding, that it could not be called by harsh names. It all came under the rubric of the French saying Illinois faut que la jeunesse s'y passe. Everything was done with clean hands, in clean shirts, with French phrases, and, what was of most importance, in the highest society, and consequently with the approval of people of rank. Such was Ivan Ilyitch's career for 5 years, and then came a change in his official life. New methods of judicial procedure were established, new men were wanted to carry them out. And Ivan Ilyitch became such a new man. Ivan Ilyitch was offered the post of examining magistrate, and he accepted it in spite of the fact that this post was in another province. And he would have to break off all the ties he had formed and form new ones. Ivan Ilyitch's friends met together to see him off, had their photographs taken in a group, presented him with a silver cigarette case, and he set off to his new post. As an examining magistrate, Ivan Ilyitch was as comme il faut, as well-bred, as adroit in keeping official duties apart from private life, and as successful in gaining universal respect as he had been as secretary of private commissions. The duties of his new office were in themselves of far greater interest and attractiveness for Ivan Ilyitch. In his former post it had been pleasant to pass in his smart uniform from Sharmer's through the crowd of petitioners and officials waiting timorously and envying him. and to march with his easy swagger straight into the governor's private room, there to sit down with him to tea and cigarettes. But the persons directly subject to his authority were few. The only such persons were the district police superintendents and the dissenters, when he was serving on special commissions. And he liked treating such persons affably, almost like comrades, liked to make them feel that he, able to annihilate them, was behaving in this simple, friendly way with them. But such people were then few in number. Now as an examining magistrate Ivan Ilyitch felt that everyone without exception, the most dignified, the most self-satisfied people, all were in his hands. And that he had but to write certain words on a sheet of paper with a printed heading. And this dignified self-satisfied person would be brought before him in the capacity of a defendant or a witness. And if he did not care to make him sit down, he would have to stand up before him and answer his questions. Ivan Ilyitch never abused this authority of his. On the contrary, he tried to soften the expression of it. But the consciousness of this power and the possibility of softening its effect constituted for him the chief interest and attractiveness of his new position. In the work itself, in the preliminary inquiries, that is, Ivan Ilyitch very rapidly acquired the art of setting aside every consideration irrelevant to the official aspect of the case. And of reducing every case, however complex, to that form in which it could in a purely external fashion be put on paper, completely excluding his personal view of the matter. And what was of paramount importance, observing all the necessary formalities. All this work was new. And he was one of the first men who put into practical working the reforms in judicial procedure enacted in 1864. On settling in a new town in his position as examining magistrate, Ivan Ilyitch made new acquaintances, formed new ties, took up a new line, and adopted a rather different attitude. He took up an attitude of somewhat dignified aloofness towards the provincial authorities, while he picked out the best circle among the legal gentlemen and wealthy gentry living in the town. And adopted a tone of slight dissatisfaction with the government, moderate liberalism, and lofty civic virtue. With this, while making no change in the elegance of his get-up, Ivan Ilyitch in his new office gave up shaving, and left his beard free to grow as it liked. Ivan Ilyitch's existence in the new town proved to be very agreeable. The society which took the line of opposition to the governor was friendly and good. His income was larger, and he found a source of increased enjoyment in whist, at which he began to play at this time. And having a faculty for playing cards good-humoredly, and being rapid and exact in his calculations, he was as a rule on the winning side. After living 2 years in the new town, Ivan Ilyitch met his future wife. Praskovia Fyodorovna Mikhal was the most attractive, clever, and brilliant girl in the set in which Ivan Ilyitch moved. Among other amusements and recreations after his labors as a magistrate, Ivan Ilyitch started a light, playful flirtation with Praskovia Fyodorovna. Ivan Ilyitch when he was an assistant secretary had danced as a rule, as an examining magistrate he danced only as an exception. He danced now as it were under protest, as though to show that though I am serving on the new reformed legal code, and am of the 5th class in official rank, still if it comes to a question of dancing, in that line too I can do better than others. In this spirit he danced now and then towards the end of the evening with Praskovia Fyodorovna, and it was principally during these dances that he won the heart of Praskovia Fyodorovna. She fell in love with him. Ivan Ilyitch had no clearly defined intention of marrying, but when the girl fell in love with him, he put the question to himself, after all, why not get married? He said to himself. The young lady, Praskovia Fyodorovna, was of good family, nice-looking. There was a little bit of property. Ivan Ilyitch might have reckoned on a more brilliant match, but this was a good match. Ivan Ilyitch had his salary, she, he hoped, would have as much of her own. It was a good family. She was a sweet, pretty, and perfectly comme il faut young woman. To say that Ivan Ilyitch got married because he fell in love with his wife and found in her sympathy with his views of life, would be as untrue as to say that he got married because the people of his world approved of the match. Ivan Ilyitch was influenced by both considerations. He was doing what was agreeable to himself in securing such a wife, and at the same time doing what persons of higher standing looked upon as the correct thing. And Ivan Ilyitch got married. The process itself of getting married and the early period of married life, with the conjugal caresses, the new furniture, the new crockery, the new house linen, all up to the time of his wife's pregnancy, went off very well. So that Ivan Ilyitch had already begun to think that so far from marriage breaking up that kind of frivolous, agreeable, light-hearted life, always decorous and always approved by society, which he regarded as the normal life, it would even increase its agreeableness. But at that point, in the early months of his wife's pregnancy, there came in a new element, unexpected, unpleasant, tiresome and unseemly, which could never have been anticipated, and from which there was no escape. His wife, without any kind of reason, it seemed to Ivan Ilyitch, de gaieté de cœur as he expressed it, began to disturb the agreeableness and decorum of their life. She began without any sort of justification to be jealous, exacting in her demands on his attention, squabbled over everything, and treated him to the coarsest and most unpleasant scenes. At first Ivan Ilyitch hoped to escape from the unpleasantness of this position by taking up the same frivolous and well-bred line that had served him well on other occasions of difficulty. He endeavored to ignore his wife's ill humor, went on living light-heartedly and agreeably as before, invited friends to play cards, tried to get away himself to the club or to his friends. But his wife began on one occasion with such energy, abusing him in such coarse language, and so obstinately persisted in her abuse of him every time he failed in carrying out her demands. Obviously having made up her mind firmly to persist till he gave way, that is, stayed at home and was as dull as she was, that Ivan Ilyitch took alarm. He perceived that matrimony, at least with his wife, was not invariably conducive to the pleasures and proprieties of life, but, on the contrary, often destructive of them, and that it was therefore essential to erect some barrier to protect himself from these disturbances. And Ivan Ilyitch began to look about for such means of protecting himself. His official duties were the only thing that impressed Praskovia Fyodorovna, and Ivan Ilyitch began to use his official position, and the duties arising from it in his struggle with his wife to fence off his own independent world apart. With the birth of the baby, the attempts at nursing it, and the various unsuccessful experiments with foods, with the illnesses, real and imaginary, of the infant and its mother, in which Ivan Ilyitch was expected to sympathize, though he never had the slightest idea about them. The need for him to fence off a world apart for himself outside his family life became still more imperative. As his wife grew more irritable and exacting, so did Ivan Ilyitch more and more transfer the center of gravity of his life to his official work. He became fonder and fonder of official life, and more ambitious than he had been. Very quickly, not more than a year after his wedding, Ivan Ilyitch had become aware that conjugal life, though providing certain comforts, was in reality a very intricate and difficult business towards which one must, if one is to do one's duty, that is, lead the decorous life approved by society, work out for oneself a definite line, just as in the government service. And such a line Ivan Ilyitch did work out for himself in his married life. He expected from his home life only those comforts, of dinner at home, of housekeeper and bed which it could give him, and, above all, that perfect propriety in external observances required by public opinion. For the rest, he looked for good-humored pleasantness, and if he found it he was very thankful. If he met with antagonism and querulousness, he promptly retreated into the separate world he had shut off for himself in his official life, and there he found solace. Ivan Ilyitch was prized as a good official, and 3 years later he was made assistant public prosecutor. The new duties of this position, their dignity, the possibility of bringing anyone to trial and putting anyone in prison, the publicity of the speeches and the success Ivan Ilyitch had in that part of his work, all this made his official work still more attractive to him. Children were born to him. His wife became steadily more querulous and ill-tempered, but the line Ivan Ilyitch had taken up for himself in home life put him almost out of reach of her grumbling. After 7 years of service in the same town, Ivan Ilyitch was transferred to another province with the post of public prosecutor. They moved, money was short, and his wife did not like the place they had moved to. The salary was indeed a little higher than before, but their expenses were larger. Besides, a couple of children died, and home life consequently became even less agreeable for Ivan Ilyitch. For every mischance that occurred in their new place of residence, Praskovia Fyodorovna blamed her husband. The greater number of subjects of conversation between husband and wife, especially the education of the children, led to questions which were associated with previous quarrels. And quarrels were ready to break out at every instant. There remained only those rare periods of being in love which did indeed come upon them, but never lasted long. These were the islands at which they put in for a time, but they soon set off again upon the ocean of concealed hostility, that was made manifest in their aloofness from one another. This aloofness might have distressed Ivan Ilyitch if he had believed that this ought not to be so, but by now he regarded this position as perfectly normal. And it was indeed the goal towards which he worked in his home life. His aim was to make himself more and more free from the unpleasant aspects of domestic life and to render them harmless and decorous. And he attained this aim by spending less and less time with his family, and when he was forced to be at home, he endeavored to secure his tranquility by the presence of outsiders. The great thing for Ivan Ilyitch was having his office. In the official world all the interest of life was concentrated for him. And this interest absorbed him. The sense of his own power, the consciousness of being able to ruin anyone he wanted to ruin, even the external dignity of his office. When he made his entry into the court or met subordinate officials, his success in the eyes of his superiors and his subordinates, and, above all, his masterly handling of cases, of which he was conscious, all this delighted him and, together with chat with his colleagues, dining out, and whist, filled his life. So that, on the whole, Ivan Ilyitch's life still went on in the way he thought it should go, agreeably and decorously. So he lived for another 7 years. His eldest daughter was already 16, another child had died, and there was left only one other, a boy at the high school, a subject of dissension. Ivan Ilyitch wanted to send him to the school of jurisprudence, while Praskovia Fyodorovna to spite him sent him to the high school. The daughter had been educated at home, and had turned out well. The boy too did fairly well at his lessons. Chapter 3. Such was Ivan Ilyitch's life for 17 years after his marriage. He had been by now a long while prosecutor, and had refused several appointments offered him, looking out for a more desirable post. When there occurred an unexpected incident which utterly destroyed his peace of mind. Ivan Ilyitch had been expecting to be appointed presiding judge in a university town, but a certain Gop somehow stole a march on him and secured the appointment. Ivan Ilyitch took offense, began upbraiding him, and quarreled with him and with his own superiors. A coolness was felt towards him, and on the next appointment that was made he was again passed over. This was in the year 1880. That year was the most painful one in Ivan Ilyitch's life. During that year it became evident on the one hand that his pay was insufficient for his expenses. On the other hand, that he had been forgotten by everyone, and that what seemed to him the most monstrous, the cruelest injustice, appeared to other people as a quite commonplace fact. Even his father felt no obligation to assist him. He felt that everyone had deserted him, and that everyone regarded his position with an income of 3,500 rubles as a quite normal and even fortunate one. He alone, with a sense of the injustice done him, and the everlasting nagging of his wife and the debts he had begun to accumulate, living beyond his means, knew that his position was far from being normal. The summer of that year, to cut down his expenses, he took a holiday and went with his wife to spend the summer in the country at her brother's. In the country, with no official duties to occupy him, Ivan Ilyitch was for the first time a prey not to simple boredom, but to intolerable depression. And he made up his mind that things could not go on like that, and that it was absolutely necessary to take some decisive steps. After a sleepless night spent by Ivan Ilyitch walking up and down the terrace, he determined to go to Petersburg to take active steps and to get transferred to some other department, so as to revenge himself on them, the people, that is, who had not known how to appreciate him. Next day, in spite of all the efforts of his wife and his mother-in-law to dissuade him, he set off to Petersburg. He went with a single object before him, to obtain a post with an income of 5,000. He was ready now to be satisfied with a post in any department, of any tendency, with any kind of work. He must only have a post with 5,000, in the executive department, the banks, the railways, the Empress Maria's institutions. Even in the customs duties, what was essential was 5,000, and essential it was, too, to get out of the department in which they had failed to appreciate his value. And, behold, this quest of Ivan Ilyitch's was crowned with wonderful, unexpected success. At Kursk there got into the same first-class carriage F.S. Ilyitch, an acquaintance, who told him of a telegram just received by the governor of Kursk, announcing a change about to take place in the ministry. Pyotr Ivanovitch was to be superseded by Ivan Semyonovitch. The proposed change, apart from its significance for Russia, had special significance for Ivan Ilyitch from the fact that by bringing to the front a new person, Pyotr Petrovitch, and obviously, therefore, his friend Zahar Ivanovitch, it was in the highest degree propitious to Ivan Ilyitch's own plans. Zahar Ivanovitch was a friend and schoolfellow of Ivan Ilyitch's. At Moscow the news was confirmed. On arriving at Petersburg, Ivan Ilyitch looked up Zahar Ivanovitch, and received a positive promise of an appointment in his former department, that of justice. A week later he telegraphed to his wife, Zahar Miller's place. At first report I receive appointment. Thanks to these changes, Ivan Ilyitch unexpectedly obtained, in the same department as before, an appointment which placed him 2 stages higher than his former colleagues, and gave him an income of 5,000, together with the official allowance of 3,500 for traveling expenses. All his ill humor with his former enemies and the whole department was forgotten, and Ivan Ilyitch was completely happy. Ivan Ilyitch went back to the country more light-hearted and good-tempered than he had been for a very long while. Praskovia Fyodorovna was in better spirits, too, and peace was patched up between them. Ivan Ilyitch described what respect everyone had shown him in Petersburg. How all those who had been his enemies had been put to shame, and were cringing now before him. How envious they were of his appointment, and still more of the high favor in which he stood at Petersburg. Praskovia Fyodorovna listened to this, and pretended to believe it, and did not contradict him in anything, but confined herself to making plans for her new arrangements in the town to which they would be moving. And Ivan Ilyitch saw with delight that these plans were his plans, that they were agreed, and that his life after this disturbing hitch in its progress was about to regain its true, normal character of light-hearted agreeableness and propriety. Ivan Ilyitch had come back to the country for a short stay only. He had to enter upon the duties of his new office on the 10th of September. And besides, he needed some time to settle in a new place, to move all his belongings from the other province, to purchase and order many things in addition. In short, to arrange things as settled in his own mind, and almost exactly as settled in the heart too of Praskovia Fyodorovna. And now when everything was so successfully arranged, and when he and his wife were agreed in their aim, and were, besides, so little together, they got on with one another as they had not got on together since the early years of their married life. Ivan Ilyitch had thought of taking his family away with him at once. But his sister and his brother-in-law, who had suddenly become extremely cordial and intimate with him and his family, were so pressing in urging them to stay that he set off alone. Ivan Ilyitch started off, and the light-hearted temper produced by his success, and his good understanding with his wife, one thing backing up another, did not desert him all the time. He found a charming set of apartments, the very thing both husband and wife had dreamed of. Spacious, lofty reception rooms in the old style, a comfortable, dignified-looking study for him, rooms for his wife and daughter, a schoolroom for his son. Everything as though planned on purpose for them. Ivan Ilyitch himself looked after the furnishing of them, chose the wallpapers, bought furniture, by preference antique furniture, which had a peculiar comme il faut style to his mind. And it all grew up, and really attained the ideal he had set before himself. When he had half finished arranging the house, his arrangement surpassed his own expectations. He saw the comme il faut character, elegant and free from vulgarity, that the whole would have when it was all ready. As he fell asleep he pictured to himself the reception room as it would be. Looking at the drawing room, not yet finished, he could see the hearth, the screen, the étagère, and the little chairs dotted here and there, the plates and dishes on the wall. And the bronzes as they would be when they were all put in their places. He was delighted with the thought of how he would impress Praskovia and Lizanka, who had taste too in this line. They would never expect anything like it. He was particularly successful in coming across and buying cheap old pieces of furniture, which gave a peculiarly aristocratic air to the whole. In his letters he purposely disparaged everything so as to surprise them. All this so absorbed him that the duties of his new office, though he was so fond of his official work, interested him less than he had expected. During sittings of the court he had moments of inattention. He pondered the question which sort of cornices to have on the window blinds, straight or fluted. He was so interested in this business that he often set to work with his own hands, moved a piece of furniture, or hung up curtains himself. One day he went up a ladder to show a workman, who did not understand, how he wanted some hangings draped, made a false step and slipped. But, like a strong and nimble person, he clung on, and only knocked his side against the corner of a frame. The bruised place ached, but it soon passed off. Ivan Ilyitch felt all this time particularly good-humored and well. He wrote, "I feel 15 years younger." He thought his house furnishing would be finished in September, but it dragged on to the middle of October. But then the effect was charming. Not he only said so, but everyone who saw it told him so too. In reality, it was all just what is commonly seen in the houses of people who are not exactly wealthy but want to look like wealthy people, and so succeed only in being like one another: hangings. Dark wood, flowers, rugs and bronzes, everything dark and highly polished, everything that all people of a certain class have so as to be like all people of a certain class. And in his case it was all so like that it made no impression at all, but it all seemed to him somehow special. When he met his family at the railway station and brought them to his newly furnished rooms, all lighted up in readiness. And a footman in a white tie opened the door into an entry decorated with flowers, and then they walked into the drawing room and the study, uttering cries of delight. He was very happy. Conducted them everywhere, eagerly drinking in their praises, and beaming with satisfaction. The same evening, while they talked about various things at tea, Praskovia Fyodorovna inquired about his fall, and he laughed and showed them how he had gone flying. And how he had frightened the upholsterer. "It's as well I'm something of an athlete. Another man might have been killed, and I got nothing worse than a blow here. When it's touched it hurts, but it's going off already. Nothing but a bruise." And they began to live in their new abode, which, as is always the case, when they had got thoroughly settled and they found to be short of just one room, and with their new income, which, as always, was only a little, some 500 rubles, too little, and everything went very well. Things went particularly well at first, before everything was quite finally arranged, and there was still something to do to the place, something to buy, something to order, something to move, something to make to fit. Though there were indeed several disputes between husband and wife, both were so well satisfied, and there was so much to do, that it all went off without serious quarrels. When there was nothing left to arrange, it became a little dull, and something seemed to be lacking, but by then they were making acquaintances and forming habits, and life was filled up again. Ivan Ilyitch, after spending the morning in the court, returned home to dinner, and at first he was generally in a good humor, although this was apt to be upset a little. And precisely on account of the new abode. Every spot on the tablecloth, on the hangings, the string of a window blind broken, irritated him. He had devoted so much trouble to the arrangement of the rooms that any disturbance of their order distressed him. But, on the whole, the life of Ivan Ilyitch ran its course as, according to his conviction, life ought to do, easily, agreeably, and decorously. He got up at 9, drank his coffee, read the newspaper, then put on his official uniform, and went to the court. There the routine of the daily work was ready mapped out for him, and he stepped into it at once. People with petitions, inquiries in the office itself, the sittings, public and preliminary. In all this the great thing necessary was to exclude everything with the sap of life in it, which always disturbs the regular course of official business. Not to admit any sort of relations with people except the official relations. The motive of all intercourse had to be simply the official motive, and the intercourse itself to be only official. A man would come, for instance, anxious for certain information. Ivan Ilyitch, not being the functionary on duty, would have nothing whatever to do with such a man. But if this man's relation to him as a member of the court is such as can be formulated on official stamped paper, within the limits of such a relation Ivan Ilyitch would do everything. Positively everything he could, and in doing so would observe the semblance of human friendly relations, that is, the courtesies of social life. But where the official relation ended, there everything else stopped too. This art of keeping the official aspect of things apart from his real life, Ivan Ilyitch possessed in the highest degree. And through long practice and natural aptitude, he had brought it to such a pitch of perfection that he even permitted himself at times, like a skilled specialist as it were in jest, to let the human and official relations mingle. He allowed himself this liberty just because he felt he had the power at any moment if he wished it to take up the purely official line again and to drop the human relation. This thing was not simply easy, agreeable, and decorous. In Ivan Ilyitch's hands it attained a positively artistic character. In the intervals of business he smoked, drank tea, chatted a little about politics, a little about public affairs, a little about cards, but most of all about appointments in the service. And tired, but feeling like some artist who has skillfully played his part in the performance, one of the first violins in the orchestra, he returned home. At home his daughter and her mother had been paying calls somewhere, or else someone had been calling on them. The son had been at school, had been preparing his lessons with his teachers, and duly learning correctly what was taught at the high school. Everything was as it should be. After dinner, if there were no visitors, Ivan Ilyitch sometimes read some book of which people were talking, and in the evening sat down to work, that is, read official papers. Compared them with the laws, sorted depositions, and put them under the laws. This he found neither tiresome nor entertaining. It was tiresome when he might have been playing screw. But if there were no screw going on, it was anyway better than sitting alone or with his wife. Ivan Ilyitch's pleasures were little dinners, to which he invited ladies and gentlemen of good social position, and such methods of passing the time with them as were usual with such persons. So that his drawing-room might be like all other drawing-rooms. Once they even gave a party, a dance. And Ivan Ilyitch enjoyed it, and everything was very successful, except that it led to a violent quarrel with his wife over the tarts and sweetmeats. Praskovia Fyodorovna had her own plan. While Ivan Ilyitch insisted on getting everything from an expensive pastry cook, and ordered a great many tarts. And the quarrel was because these tarts were left over and the pastry cook's bill came to 45 rubles. The quarrel was a violent and unpleasant one, so much so that Praskovia Fyodorovna called him, fool, imbecile. And he clutched at his head, and in his anger made some allusion to a divorce. But the party itself was enjoyable. There were all the best people, and Ivan Ilyitch danced with Princess Trufanov, the sister of the one so well known in connection with the charitable association called, Bear My Burden. His official pleasures lay in the gratification of his pride, his social pleasures lay in the gratification of his vanity. But Ivan Ilyitch's most real pleasure was the pleasure of playing screw, the Russian equivalent for poker. He admitted to himself that after all, after whatever unpleasant incidents there had been in his life, the pleasure which burned like a candle before all others was sitting with good players. And not noisy partners, at screw. And, of course, a four-hand game, playing with five was never a success, though one pretends to like it particularly, and with good cards, to play a shrewd, serious game. Then supper and a glass of wine. And after screw, especially after winning some small stakes, winning large sums was unpleasant, Ivan Ilyitch went to bed in a particularly happy frame of mind. So they lived. They moved in the very best circle, and were visited by people of consequence and young people. In their views of their circle of acquaintances, the husband, the wife, and the daughter were in complete accord. And without any expressed agreement on the subject, they all acted alike in dropping and shaking off various friends and relations. Shabby persons who swooped down upon them in their drawing-room with Japanese plates on the walls, and pressed their civilities on them. Soon these shabby persons ceased fluttering about them, and none but the very best society was seen at the Golovins'. Young men began to pay attention to Lizanka. And Petrushchev, the son of Dmitry Ivanovich Petrushchev, and the sole heir of his fortune, an examining magistrate, began to be so attentive to Lizanka that Ivan Ilyitch had raised the question with his wife whether it would not be as well to arrange a sledge drive for them, or to get up some theatricals. So they lived. And everything went on in this way without change, and everything was very nice. Chapter 4. All were in good health. One could not use the word ill health in connection with the symptoms Ivan Ilyitch sometimes complained of, namely, a queer taste in his mouth and a sort of uncomfortable feeling on the left side of the stomach. But it came to pass that this uncomfortable feeling kept increasing, and became not exactly a pain, but a continual sense of weight in his side and irritable temper. This irritable temper, continually growing and growing, began at last to mar the agreeable easiness and decorum that had reigned in the Golovin household. Quarrels between the husband and wife became more and more frequent, and soon all the easiness and amenity of life had fallen away, and mere propriety was maintained with difficulty. Scenes became again more frequent. Again there were only islands in the sea of contention, and but few of these, at which the husband and wife could meet without an outbreak. And Praskovia Fyodorovna said now, not without grounds, that her husband had a trying temper. With her characteristic exaggeration, she said he had always had this awful temper, and she had needed all her sweetness to put up with it for 20 years. It was true that it was he now who began the quarrels. His gusts of temper always broke out just before dinner, and often just as he was beginning to eat, at the soup. He would notice that some piece of the crockery had been chipped, or that the food was not nice, or that his son put his elbow on the table, or his daughter's hair was not arranged as he liked it. And whatever it was, he laid the blame of it on Praskovia Fyodorovna. Praskovia Fyodorovna had at first retorted in the same strain, and said all sorts of horrid things to him. But on 2 occasions, just at the beginning of dinner, he had flown into such a frenzy that she perceived that it was due to physical derangement, and was brought on by taking food. And she controlled herself. She did not reply, but simply made haste to get dinner over. Praskovia Fyodorovna took great credit to herself for this exercise of self-control. Making up her mind that her husband had a fearful temper, and made her life miserable, she began to feel sorry for herself. And the more she felt for herself, the more she hated her husband. She began to wish he were dead, yet could not wish it, because then there would be no income. And this exasperated her against him even more. She considered herself dreadfully unfortunate, precisely because even his death could not save her, and she felt irritated and concealed it. And this hidden irritation on her side increased his irritability. After one violent scene, in which Ivan Ilyitch had been particularly unjust, and after which he had said in explanation that he certainly was irritable, but that it was due to illness. She said that if he were ill he ought to take steps, and insisted on his going to see a celebrated doctor. He went. Everything was as he had expected, everything was as it always is. The waiting and the assumption of dignity, that professional dignity he knew so well, exactly as he assumed it himself in court. And the sounding and listening and questions that called for answers that were foregone conclusions and obviously superfluous. And the significant air that seemed to insinuate, you only leave it all to us, and we will arrange everything, for us it is certain and incontestable how to arrange everything. Everything in one way for every man of every sort. It was all exactly as in his court of justice. Exactly the same air as he put on in dealing with a man brought up for judgment, the doctor put on for him. The doctor said, "This and that proves that you have such and such a thing wrong inside you, but if that is not confirmed by analysis of this and that, then we must assume this and that. If we assume this and that, then," and so on. To Ivan Ilyitch there was only one question of consequence: was his condition dangerous or not? But the doctor ignored that irrelevant inquiry. From the doctor's point of view this was a side issue, not the subject under consideration. The only real question was the balance of probabilities between a loose kidney, chronic catarrh, and appendicitis. It was not a question of the life of Ivan Ilyitch, but the question between the loose kidney and the intestinal appendix. And this question, as it seemed to Ivan Ilyitch, the doctor solved in a brilliant manner in favor of the appendix, with the reservation that analysis of the water might give a fresh clue. And that then the aspect of the case would be altered. All this was point for point identical with what Ivan Ilyitch had himself done in brilliant fashion 1,000 times over in dealing with some man on his trial. Just as brilliantly the doctor made his summing up, and triumphantly, gaily even, glanced over his spectacles at the prisoner in the dock. From the doctor's summing up Ivan Ilyitch deduced the conclusion, that things looked bad, and that he, the doctor, and most likely everyone else, did not care, but that things looked bad for him. And this conclusion impressed Ivan Ilyitch morbidly, arousing in him a great feeling of pity for himself. Of great anger against this doctor who could be unconcerned about a matter of such importance. But he said nothing of that. He got up, and, laying the fee on the table, he said, with a sigh, "We sick people probably often ask inconvenient questions. Tell me, is this generally a dangerous illness or not?" The doctor glanced severely at him with one eye through his spectacles, as though to say, "Prisoner at the bar, if you will not keep within the limits of the questions allowed you, I shall be compelled to take measures for your removal from the precincts of the court." "I have told you what I thought necessary and suitable already," said the doctor, "the analysis will show anything further." And the doctor bowed him out. Ivan Ilyitch went out slowly and dejectedly, got into his sledge, and drove home. All the way home he was incessantly going over all the doctor had said, trying to translate all these complicated, obscure, scientific phrases into simple language. And to read in them an answer to the question. "It's bad, is it very bad, or nothing much as yet?" And it seemed to him that the upshot of all the doctor had said was that it was very bad. Everything seemed dismal to Ivan Ilyitch in the streets. The sledge drivers were dismal, the houses were dismal, the people passing, and the shops were dismal. This ache, this dull gnawing ache, that never ceased for a second, seemed, when connected with the doctor's obscure utterances, to have gained a new, more serious significance. With a new sense of misery Ivan Ilyitch kept watch on it now. He reached home and began to tell his wife about it. His wife listened. But in the middle of his account his daughter came in with her hat on, ready to go out with her mother. Reluctantly she half sat down to listen to these tedious details, but she could not stand it for long, and her mother did not hear his story to the end. "Well, I'm very glad," said his wife. "Now you must be sure and take the medicine regularly. Give me the prescription, I'll send Gerasim to the chemist's." And she went to get ready to go out. He had not taken breath while she was in the room, and he heaved a deep sigh when she was gone. "Well," he said, "maybe it really is nothing as yet." He began to take the medicine, to carry out the doctor's directions, which were changed after the analysis of the water. But it was just at this point that some confusion arose, either in the analysis or in what ought to have followed from it. The doctor himself, of course, could not be blamed for it, but it turned out that things had not gone as the doctor had told him. Either he had forgotten or told a lie, or was hiding something from him. But Ivan Ilyitch still went on just as exactly carrying out the doctor's direction, and in doing so he found comfort at first. From the time of his visit to the doctor, Ivan Ilyitch's principal occupation became the exact observance of the doctor's prescriptions as regards hygiene and medicine, and the careful observation of his ailment in all the functions of his organism. Ivan Ilyitch's principal interest came to be people's ailments and people's health. When anything was said in his presence about sick people, about deaths and recoveries, especially in the case of an illness resembling his own, he listened, trying to conceal his excitement, asked questions, and applied what he heard to his own trouble. The ache did not grow less, but Ivan Ilyitch made great efforts to force himself to believe that he was better. And he succeeded in deceiving himself so long as nothing happened to disturb him. But as soon as he had a mischance, some unpleasant words with his wife, a failure in his official work, an unlucky hand at screw, he was at once acutely sensible of his illness. In former days he had borne with such mishaps, hoping soon to retrieve the mistake, to make a struggle, to reach success later, to have a lucky hand. But now he was cast down by every mischance and reduced to despair. He would say to himself, "Here I'm only just beginning to get better, and the medicine has begun to take effect, and now this mischance or disappointment." And he was furious against the mischance or the people who were causing him the disappointment and killing him, and he felt that this fury was killing him, but could not check it. One would have thought that it should have been clear to him that this exasperation against circumstances and people was aggravating his disease, and that therefore he ought not to pay attention to the unpleasant incidents. But his reasoning took quite the opposite direction. He said that he needed peace, and was on the watch for everything that disturbed his peace, and at the slightest disturbance of it he flew into a rage. What made his position worse was that he read medical books and consulted doctors. He got worse so gradually that he might have deceived himself, comparing one day with another, the difference was so slight. But when he consulted the doctors, then it seemed to him that he was getting worse, and very rapidly so indeed. And in spite of this, he was continually consulting the doctors. That month he called on another celebrated doctor. The second celebrity said almost the same as the first, but put his questions differently. And the interview with this celebrity only redoubled the doubts and terrors of Ivan Ilyitch. A friend of his, a very good doctor, diagnosed the disease quite differently. And in spite of the fact that he guaranteed recovery, by his questions and his suppositions he confused Ivan Ilyitch even more and strengthened his suspicions. A homeopath gave yet another diagnosis of the complaint, and prescribed medicine, which Ivan Ilyitch took secretly for a week. But after a week of the homeopathic medicine he felt no relief, and losing faith both in the other doctor's treatment and in this, he fell into even deeper depression. One day a lady of his acquaintance talked to him of the healing wrought by the holy pictures. Ivan Ilyitch caught himself listening attentively and believing in the reality of the facts alleged. This incident alarmed him. "Can I have degenerated to such a point of intellectual feebleness?" he said to himself. "Nonsense. It's all rubbish. I must not give way to nervous fears, but fixing on one doctor, adhere strictly to his treatment. That's what I will do. Now it's settled. I won't think about it, but till next summer I will stick to the treatment, and then I shall see. Now I'll put a stop to this wavering." It was easy to say this, but impossible to carry it out. The pain in his side was always dragging at him, seeming to grow more acute and ever more incessant. It seemed to him that the taste in his mouth was queerer, and there was a loathsome smell even from his breath, and his appetite and strength kept dwindling. There was no deceiving himself. Something terrible, new, and so important that nothing more important had ever been in Ivan Ilyitch's life, was taking place in him, and he alone knew of it. All about him did not or would not understand, and believed that everything in the world was going on as before. This was what tortured Ivan Ilyitch more than anything. Those of his own household, most of all his wife and daughter, who were absorbed in a perfect whirl of visits, did not, he saw, comprehend it at all. And were annoyed that he was so depressed and exacting, as though he were to blame for it. Though they tried indeed to disguise it, he saw he was a nuisance to them. but that his wife had taken up a definite line of her own in regard to his illness, and stuck to it regardless of what he might say and do. This line was expressed thus: "You know," she would say to acquaintances, "Ivan Ilyitch cannot, like all other simple-hearted folks, keep to the treatment prescribed him. One day he'll take his drops and eat what he's ordered, and go to bed in good time. The next day, if I don't see to it, he'll suddenly forget to take his medicine, eat sturgeon, which is forbidden by the doctors, yes, and sit up at screw till past midnight." "Why, when did I do that?" Ivan Ilyitch asked in vexation one day at Pyotr Ivanovitch's. "Why, yesterday, with Shebek." "It makes no difference. I couldn't sleep for pain." "Well, it doesn't matter what you do it for, only you'll never get well like that, and you make us wretched." Praskovia Fyodorovna's external attitude to her husband's illness, openly expressed to others and to himself, was that Ivan Ilyitch was to blame in the matter of his illness, and that the whole illness was another injury he was doing to his wife. Ivan Ilyitch felt that the expression of this dropped from her unconsciously, but that made it no easier for him. In his official life, too, Ivan Ilyitch noticed, or fancied he noticed, a strange attitude to him. At one time it seemed to him that people were looking inquisitively at him, as a man who would shortly have to vacate his position. At another time his friends would suddenly begin chaffing him in a friendly way over his nervous fears, as though that awful and horrible, unheard-of thing that was going on within him, incessantly gnawing at him, and irresistibly dragging him away somewhere, were the most agreeable subject for joking. Schwartz especially, with his jocoseness, his liveliness, and his comme il faut tone, exasperated Ivan Ilyitch by reminding him of himself 10 years ago. Friends came sometimes to play cards. They sat down to the card table, they shuffled and dealt the new cards. Diamonds were led and followed by diamonds, the 7. His partner said, "Can't trump," and played the 2 of diamonds. What then? Why, delightful, capital, it should have been, he had a trump hand. And suddenly Ivan Ilyitch feels that gnawing ache, that taste in his mouth, and it strikes him as something grotesque that with that he could be glad of a trump hand. He looks at Mikhail Mihailovitch, his partner, how he taps on the table with his red hand, and affably and indulgently abstains from snatching up the trick, and pushes the cards towards Ivan Ilyitch so as to give him the pleasure of taking them up, without any trouble, without even stretching out his hand. What, does he suppose that I'm so weak that I can't stretch out my hand? Thinks Ivan Ilyitch, and he forgets the trumps, and trumps his partner's cards, and plays his trump hand without making 3 tricks. And what's the most awful thing of all is that he sees how upset Mikhail Mihailovitch is about it, while he doesn't care a bit, and it's awful for him to think why he doesn't care. They all see that he's in pain, and say to him, "We can stop if you're tired. You go and lie down." Lie down? No, he's not in the least tired, they will play the rubber. All are gloomy and silent. Ivan Ilyitch feels that it is he who has brought this gloom upon them, and he cannot disperse it. They have supper, and the party breaks up, and Ivan Ilyitch is left alone with the consciousness that his life is poisoned for him and poisons the life of others. And that this poison is not losing its force, but is continually penetrating more and more deeply into his whole existence. And with the consciousness of this, and with the physical pain in addition, and the terror in addition to that, he must lie in his bed, often not able to sleep for pain the greater part of the night. And in the morning he must get up again, dress, go to the law court, speak, write, or, if he does not go out, stay at home for all the 24 hours of the day and night, of which each one is a torture. And he had to live thus on the edge of the precipice alone, without one man who would understand and feel for him. Chapter 5. In this way 1 month, then a second, passed by. Just before the new year his brother-in-law arrived in the town on a visit to them. Ivan Ilyitch was at the court when he arrived. Praskovia Fyodorovna had gone out shopping. Coming home and going into his study, he found there his brother-in-law, a healthy, florid man, engaged in unpacking his trunk. He raised his head, hearing Ivan Ilyitch's step, and for a second stared at him without a word. That stare told Ivan Ilyitch everything. His brother-in-law opened his mouth to utter an "oh" of surprise, but checked himself. That confirmed it all. What? Have I changed? Yes, there is a change. And all Ivan Ilyitch's efforts to draw him into talking of his appearance his brother-in-law met with obstinate silence. Praskovia Fyodorovna came in, the brother-in-law went to see her. Ivan Ilyitch locked his door, and began gazing at himself in the looking-glass, first full face, then in profile. He took up his photograph, taken with his wife, and compared the portrait with what he saw in the looking-glass. The change was immense. Then he bared his arm to the elbow, looked at it, pulled the sleeve down again, sat down on an ottoman, and felt blacker than night. I mustn't, he said to himself, jumped up, went to the table, opened some official paper, tried to read it, but could not. He opened the door, went into the drawing-room. The door into the drawing-room was closed. He went up to it on tiptoe and listened. "No, you're exaggerating," Praskovia Fyodorovna was saying. "Exaggerating? You can't see it. Why, he's a dead man. Look at his eyes, there's no light in them. But what's wrong with him? No one can tell. Nikolaev, that was another doctor, said something, but I don't know. Leshchetitsky, this was the celebrated doctor, said the opposite." Ivan Ilyitch walked away, went to his own room, lay down, and fell to musing. A kidney, a loose kidney. He remembered all the doctors had told him, how it had been detached, and how it was loose, and by an effort of imagination he tried to catch that kidney and to stop it, to strengthen it. So little was needed, he fancied. No, I'll go again to Pyotr Ivanovitch, this was the friend who had a friend a doctor. He rang, ordered the horse to be put in, and got ready to go out. "Where are you off to, Jean?" asked his wife with a peculiarly melancholy and exceptionally kind expression. This exceptionally kind expression exasperated him. He looked darkly at her. "I want to see Pyotr Ivanovitch." He went to the friend who had a friend a doctor. And with him to the doctor's. He found him in, and had a long conversation with him. Reviewing the anatomical and physiological details of what, according to the doctor's view, was taking place within him, he understood it all. It was just one thing, a little thing wrong with the intestinal appendix. It might all come right. Only strengthen one sluggish organ, and decrease the undue activity of another, and absorption would take place, and all would be set right. He was a little late for dinner. He ate his dinner, talked cheerfully, but it was a long while before he could go to his own room to work. At last he went to his study, and at once sat down to work. He read his legal documents and did his work, but the consciousness never left him of having a matter of importance very near to his heart which he had put off, but would look into later. When he had finished his work, he remembered that the matter near his heart was thinking about the intestinal appendix. But he did not give himself up to it, he went into the drawing-room to tea. There were visitors, and there was talking, playing on the piano, and singing, there was the young examining magistrate, the desirable match for the daughter. Ivan Ilyitch spent the evening, as Praskovia Fyodorovna observed, in better spirits than any of them. But he never forgot for an instant that he had the important matter of the intestinal appendix put off for consideration later. At 11 o'clock he said good night and went to his own room. He had slept alone since his illness in a little room adjoining his study. He went in, undressed, and took up a novel of Zola, but did not read it, he fell to thinking. And in his imagination the desired recovery of the intestinal appendix had taken place. There had been absorption, rejection, re-establishment of the regular action. "Why, it's all simply that," he said to himself. "One only wants to assist nature." He remembered the medicine, got up, took it, lay down on his back, watching for the medicine to act beneficially and overcome the pain. It's only to take it regularly and avoid injurious influences. "Why, already I feel rather better," much better. He began to feel his side. It was not painful to the touch. Yes, I don't feel it, really, much better already. He put out the candle and lay on his side. The appendix is getting better, absorption. Suddenly he felt the familiar, old, dull, gnawing ache, persistent, quiet, in earnest. In his mouth the same familiar loathsome taste. His heart sank, his brain felt dim, misty. My God, he said, again, and it will never cease. And suddenly the whole thing rose before him in quite a different aspect. Intestinal appendix. Kidney, he said to himself. It's not a question of the appendix, not a question of the kidney, but of life and death. Yes, life has been and now it's going away, and I cannot stop it. Yes. Why deceive myself? Isn't it obvious to everyone, except me, that I'm dying, and it's only a question of weeks, of days, at once perhaps. There was light, and now there is darkness. I was here, and now I am going. Where? A cold chill ran over him, his breath stopped. He heard nothing but the throbbing of his heart. I shall be no more, then what will there be? There'll be nothing. Where then shall I be when I'm no more? Can this be dying? No, I don't want to. He jumped up, tried to light the candle. And fumbling with trembling hands, he dropped the candle and the candlestick on the floor and fell back again on the pillow. Why trouble? It doesn't matter, he said to himself, staring with open eyes into the darkness. Death. Yes, death. And they, all of them, don't understand, and don't want to understand, and feel no pity. They are playing. He caught through the closed doors the faraway cadence of a voice and the accompaniment. They don't care, but they will die too. Fools. Me sooner and them later. But it will be the same for them. And they are merry. The beasts. Anger stifled him. And he was agonizingly, insufferably miserable. It cannot be that all men always have been doomed to this awful horror. He raised himself. There is something wrong in it, I must be calm, I must think it all over from the beginning. And then he began to consider. Yes, the beginning of my illness. I knocked my side, and I was just the same, that day and the days after. It ached a little, then more, then doctors, then depression, misery, and again doctors, and I've gone on getting closer and closer to the abyss. Strength growing less. Nearer and nearer. And here I am, wasting away, no light in my eyes. I think of how to cure the appendix, but this is death. Can it be death? Again a horror came over him. Gasping for breath, he bent over, began feeling for the matches, and knocked his elbow against the bedside table. It was in his way and hurt him. He felt furious with it, in his anger knocked against it more violently, and upset it. And in despair, breathless, he fell back on his spine waiting for death to come that instant. The visitors were leaving at that time. Praskovia Fyodorovna was seeing them out. She heard something fall, and came in. What is it? Nothing, I dropped something by accident. She went out, brought a candle. He was lying, breathing hard and fast, like a man who has run a mile, and staring with fixed eyes at her. What is it, Jean? No, nothing, I say. I dropped something. Why speak? She won't understand, he thought. She certainly did not understand. She picked up the candle, lighted it for him, and went out hastily. She had to say goodbye to a departing guest. When she came back, he was lying in the same position on his back, looking upwards. How are you, worse? Yes. She shook her head, sat down. Do you know what, Jean? I wonder if we hadn't better send for Leshchetitsky to see you here? This meant calling in the celebrated doctor, regardless of expense. He smiled malignantly, and said no. She sat a moment longer, went up to him, and kissed him on the forehead. He hated her with all the force of his soul when she was kissing him, and had to make an effort not to push her away. "Good night. Please God, you'll sleep." "Yes." Chapter 6. Ivan Ilyitch saw that he was dying, and was in continual despair. At the bottom of his heart Ivan Ilyitch knew that he was dying. But so far from growing used to this idea, he simply did not grasp it, he was utterly unable to grasp it. The example of the syllogism that he had learned in Kiesewetters logic, Caius is a man, men are mortal, therefore Caius is mortal, had seemed to him all his life correct only as regards Caius. But not at all as regards himself. In that case it was a question of Caius, a man, an abstract man, and it was perfectly true, but he was not Caius, and was not an abstract man. He had always been a creature quite different from all others. He had been little Vanya with a mamma and papa, and Mitya and Volodya, with playthings and a coachman and a nurse. Afterwards with Katenka, with all the joys and griefs and ecstasies of childhood, boyhood, and youth. What did Caius know of the smell of the leathern ball Vanya had been so fond of? Had Caius kissed his mother's hand like that? Caius had not heard the silk rustle of his mother's skirts. He had not made a riot at school over the pudding. Had Caius been in love like that? Could Caius preside over the sittings of the court? And Caius certainly was mortal, and it was right for him to die. But for me, little Vanya, Ivan Ilyitch, with all my feelings and ideas, for me it's a different matter. And it cannot be that I ought to die. That would be too awful. That was his feeling. If I had to die like Caius, I should have known it was so, some inner voice would have told me so. But there was nothing of the sort in me. And I and all my friends, we felt that it was not at all the same as with Caius. And now here it is, he said to himself. It can't be. It can't be, but it is. How is it? How's one to understand it? And he could not conceive it, and tried to drive away this idea as false, incorrect, and morbid, and to supplant it by other, correct, healthy ideas. But this idea, not as an idea merely, but as it were an actual fact, came back again and stood confronting him. And to replace this thought he called up other thoughts, one after another, in the hope of finding support in them. He tried to get back into former trains of thought, which in old days had screened off the thought of death. But, strange to say, all that had in old days covered up, obliterated the sense of death, could not now produce the same effect. Latterly, Ivan Ilyitch spent the greater part of his time in these efforts to restore his old trains of thought which had shut off death. At one time he would say to himself, I'll put myself into my official work, why, I used to live in it. And he would go to the law courts, banishing every doubt. He would enter into conversation with his colleagues, and would sit carelessly, as his old habit was, scanning the crowd below dreamily. And with both his wasted hands he would lean on the arms of the oak armchair just as he always did. And bending over to a colleague, pass the papers to him and whisper to him, then suddenly dropping his eyes and sitting up straight, he would pronounce the familiar words that opened the proceedings. But suddenly in the middle, the pain in his side, utterly regardless of the stage he had reached in his conduct of the case, began its work. It riveted Ivan Ilyitch's attention. He drove away the thought of it, but it still did its work, and then it came and stood confronting him and looked at him, and he felt turned to stone, and the light died away in his eyes. And he began to ask himself again, can it be that it is the only truth? And his colleagues and his subordinates saw with surprise and distress that he, the brilliant, subtle judge, was losing the thread of his speech, was making blunders. He shook himself, tried to regain his self-control, and got somehow to the end of the sitting. And went home with the painful sense that his judicial labors could not as of old hide from him what he wanted to hide. That he could not by means of his official work escape from it. And the worst of it was that it drew him to itself, not for him to do anything in particular, but simply for him to look at it straight in the face, to look at it and, doing nothing, suffer unspeakably. And to save himself from this, Ivan Ilyitch sought amusements, other screens, and these screens he found, and for a little while they did seem to save him. But soon again they were not so much broken down as let the light through, as though it pierced through everything, and there was nothing that could shut it off. Sometimes during those days he would go into the drawing room he had furnished, that drawing room where he had fallen, for which, how bitterly ludicrous it was for him to think of it. For the decoration of which he had sacrificed his life, for he knew that it was that bruise that had started his illness. He went in and saw that the polished table had been scratched by something. He looked for the cause, and found it in the bronze clasps of the album, which had been twisted on one side. He took up the album, a costly one, which he had himself arranged with loving care, and was vexed at the carelessness of his daughter and her friends. Here a page was torn, here the photographs had been shifted out of their places. He carefully put it to rights again and bent the clasp back. Then the idea occurred to him to move all this etablissement of the albums to another corner where the flowers stood. He called the footman, or his daughter or his wife came to help him. They did not agree with him, contradicted him, he argued, got angry. But all that was very well, since he did not think of it, it was not in sight. But then his wife would say, as he moved something himself, "Do let the servants do it, you'll hurt yourself again," and all at once it peeped through the screen, he caught a glimpse of it. He caught a glimpse of it, but still he hoped it would hide itself. Involuntarily though, he kept watch on his side. There it is just the same still, aching still, and now he cannot forget it, and it is staring openly at him from behind the flowers. What's the use of it all? And it's the fact that here, at that curtain, as if it had been storming a fort, I lost my life. Is it possible? How awful and how silly. It cannot be. It cannot be, and it is. He went into his own room, lay down, and was again alone with it. Face to face with it, and nothing to be done with it. Nothing but to look at it and shiver. Chapter 7. How it came to pass during the 3rd month of Ivan Ilyitch's illness, it would be impossible to say, for it happened little by little, imperceptibly. But it had come to pass that his wife and his daughter and his son and their servants and their acquaintances, and the doctors, and, most of all, he himself, all were aware that all interest in him for other people consisted now in the question how soon he would leave his place empty, free the living from the constraint of his presence, and be set free himself from his sufferings. He slept less and less, they gave him opium, and began to inject morphine. But this did not relieve him. The dull pain he experienced in the half-asleep condition at first only relieved him as a change, but then it became as bad, or even more agonizing, than the open pain. He had special things to eat prepared for him according to the doctor's prescriptions, but these dishes became more and more distasteful, more and more revolting to him. Special arrangements, too, had to be made for his other physical needs, and this was a continual misery to him. Misery from the uncleanliness, the unseemliness, and the stench, from the feeling of another person having to assist in it. But just from this most unpleasant side of his illness there came comfort to Ivan Ilyitch. There always came into his room on these occasions to clear up for him the peasant who waited at table, Gerasim. Gerasim was a clean, fresh, young peasant, who had grown stout and hearty on the good fare in town. Always cheerful and bright. At first the sight of this lad, always cleanly dressed in the Russian style, engaged in this revolting task, embarrassed Ivan Ilyitch. One day, getting up from the night stool, too weak to replace his clothes, he dropped onto a soft low chair and looked with horror at his bare, powerless thighs, with the muscles so sharply standing out on them. Then there came in with light, strong steps Gerasim, in his thick boots, diffusing a pleasant smell of tar from his boots, and bringing in the freshness of the winter air. Wearing a clean hempen apron, and a clean cotton shirt, with his sleeves tucked up on his strong, bare young arms, without looking at Ivan Ilyitch. Obviously trying to check the radiant happiness in his face so as not to hurt the sick man, he went up to the night stool. "Gerasim," said Ivan Ilyitch faintly. Gerasim started, clearly afraid that he had done something amiss, and with a rapid movement turned towards the sick man his fresh, good-natured, simple young face, just beginning to be downy with the first growth of beard. "Yes, Your Honor. I'm afraid this is very disagreeable for you. You must excuse me. I can't help it." "Why, upon my word, sir." And Gerasim's eyes beamed, and he showed his white young teeth in a smile. "What's a little trouble? It's a case of illness with you, sir." And with his deft, strong arms he performed his habitual task, and went out, stepping lightly. And 5 minutes later, treading just as lightly, he came back. Ivan Ilyitch was still sitting in the same way in the armchair. "Gerasim," he said, when the latter had replaced the night-stool all sweet and clean, "please help me, come here." Gerasim went up to him. "Lift me up. It's difficult for me alone, and I've sent Dmitri away." Gerasim went up to him. As lightly as he stepped he put his strong arms round him, deftly and gently lifted and supported him, with the other hand pulled up his trousers, and would have set him down again. But Ivan Ilyitch asked him to carry him to the sofa. Gerasim, without effort, carefully not squeezing him, led him, almost carrying him, to the sofa, and settled him there. "Thank you. How neatly and well you do everything." Gerasim smiled again, and would have gone away. But Ivan Ilyitch felt his presence such a comfort that he was reluctant to let him go. "Oh, move that chair near me, please." "No, that one, under my legs. I feel easier when my legs are higher." Gerasim picked up the chair, and without letting it knock, set it gently down on the ground just at the right place, and lifted Ivan Ilyitch's legs onto it. It seemed to Ivan Ilyitch that he was easier just at the moment when Gerasim lifted his legs higher. "I'm better when my legs are higher," said Ivan Ilyitch. "Put that cushion under me." Gerasim did so. Again he lifted his legs to put the cushion under them. Again it seemed to Ivan Ilyitch that he was easier at that moment when Gerasim held his legs raised. When he laid them down again, he felt worse. "Gerasim," he said to him, "are you busy just now?" "Not at all, sir," said Gerasim, who had learned among the town-bred servants how to speak to gentlefolks. "What have you left to do?" "Why, what have I to do? I've done everything, there's only the wood to chop for tomorrow." "Then hold my legs up like that, can you?" "To be sure, I can." Gerasim lifted the legs up. And it seemed to Ivan Ilyitch that in that position he did not feel the pain at all. "But how about the wood?" "Don't you trouble about that, sir. We shall have time enough." Ivan Ilyitch made Gerasim sit and hold his legs, and began to talk to him. And, strange to say, he fancied he felt better while Gerasim had hold of his legs. From that time forward Ivan Ilyitch would sometimes call Gerasim, and get him to hold his legs on his shoulders, and he liked talking with him. Gerasim did this easily, readily, simply, and with a good nature that touched Ivan Ilyitch. Health, strength, and hardiness in all other people were offensive to Ivan Ilyitch. But the strength and hardiness of Gerasim did not mortify him, but soothed him. Ivan Ilyitch's great misery was due to the deception that for some reason or other everyone kept up with him, that he was simply ill, and not dying. And that he need only keep quiet and follow the doctor's orders, and then some great change for the better would be the result. He knew that whatever they might do, there would be no result except more agonizing sufferings and death. And he was made miserable by this lie, made miserable at their refusing to acknowledge what they all knew and he knew, by their persisting in lying over him about his awful position. And in forcing him to take part in this lie. Lying, this lying carried on over him on the eve of his death, and destined to bring that terrible, solemn act of his death down to the level of all their visits, curtains. Sturgeons for dinner, was a horrible agony for Ivan Ilyitch. And, strange to say, many times when they had been going through the regular performance over him, he had been within a hair's breadth of screaming at them, "Cease your lying. You know, and I know, that I'm dying, so do, at least, give over lying." But he had never had the spirit to do this. The terrible, awful act of his dying was, he saw, by all those about him, brought down to the level of a casual, unpleasant, and to some extent indecorous incident, somewhat as they would behave with a person who should enter a drawing-room smelling unpleasant. It was brought down to this level by that very decorum to which he had been enslaved all his life. He saw that no one felt for him, because no one would even grasp his position. Gerasim was the only person who recognized the position, and felt sorry for him. And that was why Ivan Ilyitch was only at ease with Gerasim. He felt comforted when Gerasim sometimes supported his legs for whole nights at a stretch, and would not go away to bed, saying, "Don't you worry yourself, Ivan Ilyitch, I'll get sleep enough yet." Or when suddenly dropping into the familiar peasant forms of speech, he added, "If thou weren't sick, but as 'tis, 'twould be strange if I didn't wait on thee." Gerasim alone did not lie, everything showed clearly that he alone understood what it meant, and saw no necessity to disguise it, and simply felt sorry for his sick, wasting master. He even said this once straight out, when Ivan Ilyitch was sending him away. "We shall all die. So what's a little trouble?" he said, meaning by this to express that he did not complain of the trouble just because he was taking this trouble for a dying man. And he hoped that for him too someone would be willing to take the same trouble when his time came. Apart from this deception, or in consequence of it, what made the greatest misery for Ivan Ilyitch was that no one felt for him as he would have liked them to feel for him. At certain moments, after prolonged suffering, Ivan Ilyitch, ashamed as he would have been to own it, longed more than anything for someone to feel sorry for him, as for a sick child. He longed to be petted, kissed, and wept over, as children are petted and comforted. He knew that he was an important member of the law courts, that he had a beard turning grey, and that therefore it was impossible. But still he longed for it. And in his relations with Gerasim there was something approaching to that. And that was why being with Gerasim was a comfort to him. Ivan Ilyitch longs to weep, longs to be petted and wept over, and then there comes in a colleague, Shebek. And instead of weeping and being petted, Ivan Ilyitch puts on his serious, severe, earnest face, and from mere inertia gives his views on the effect of the last decision in the Court of Appeal. And obstinately insists upon them. This falsity around him and within him did more than anything to poison Ivan Ilyitch's last days. Chapter 8. It was morning. All that made it morning for Ivan Ilyitch was that Gerasim had gone away, and Pyotr the footman had come in. He had put out the candles, opened one of the curtains, and begun surreptitiously setting the room to rights. Whether it were morning or evening, Friday or Sunday, it all made no difference. It was always just the same thing. Gnawing, agonizing pain never ceasing for an instant, the hopeless sense of life always ebbing away, but still not yet gone. Always swooping down on him that fearful, hated death, which was the only reality, and always the same falsity. What were days, or weeks, or hours of the day to him? "Will you have tea, sir?" He wants things done in their regular order. In the morning the family should have tea, he thought, and only said, "No. Would you care to move on to the sofa?" He wants to make the room tidy, and I'm in his way. I'm uncleanness, disorder, he thought, and only said, "No, leave me alone." The servant still moved busily about his work. Ivan Ilyitch stretched out his hand. Pyotr went up to offer his services. "What can I get you?" "My watch." Pyotr got out the watch, which lay just under his hand, and gave it him. 8:30. "Are they up?" "Not yet, sir. Vladimir Ivanovitch, that was his son, has gone to the high school, and Praskovia Fyodorovna gave orders that she was to be waked if you asked for her." "Shall I send word?" "No, no need." "Should I try some tea?" he thought. "Yes, tea, bring it." Pyotr was on his way out. Ivan Ilyitch felt frightened of being left alone. How keep him? "Oh, the medicine." "Pyotr, give me my medicine." "Oh well, maybe, medicine may still be some good. He took the spoon, drank it. No, it does no good. It's all rubbish, deception, he decided, as soon as he tasted the familiar, mawkish, hopeless taste. No, I can't believe it now. But the pain, why this pain, if it would only cease for a minute. And he groaned. Pyotr turned round. No, go on. Bring the tea. Pyotr went away. Ivan Ilyitch, left alone, moaned, not so much from the pain, awful as it was, as from misery. Always the same thing again and again, all these endless days and nights. If it would only be quicker. Quicker to what? Death, darkness. No, no. Anything better than death. When Pyotr came in with the tea on a tray, Ivan Ilyitch stared for some time absent-mindedly at him, not grasping who he was and what he wanted. Pyotr was disconcerted by this stare. And when he showed he was disconcerted, Ivan Ilyitch came to himself. Oh yes, he said, tea, good, set it down. Only help me to wash and put on a clean shirt. And Ivan Ilyitch began his washing. He washed his hands slowly, and then his face, cleaned his teeth, combed his hair, and looked in the looking-glass. He felt frightened at what he saw, especially at the way his hair clung limply to his pale forehead. When his shirt was being changed, he knew he would be still more terrified if he glanced at his body, and he avoided looking at himself. But at last it was all over. He put on his dressing gown, covered himself with a rug, and sat in the armchair to drink his tea. For one moment he felt refreshed. But as soon as he began to drink the tea, again there was the same taste, the same pain. He forced himself to finish it, and lay down, stretching out his legs. He lay down and dismissed Pyotr. Always the same. A gleam of hope flashes for a moment, then again the sea of despair roars about him again, and always pain, always heartache, and always the same thing. Alone it is awfully dreary, he longs to call someone, but he knows beforehand that with others present it will be worse. Morphine again, only to forget again. I'll tell him, the doctor, that he must think of something else. It can't go on like this. 1 hour, 2 hours pass like this. Then there is a ring at the front door. The doctor, perhaps. Yes, it is the doctor, fresh, hearty, fat, and cheerful, wearing that expression that seems to say, you there are in a panic about something, but will soon set things right for you. The doctor is aware that this expression is hardly fitting here, but he has put it on once and for all, and can't take it off, like a man who has put on a frock coat to pay a round of calls. In a hearty, reassuring manner the doctor rubs his hands. I'm cold. It's a sharp frost. Just let me warm myself, he says with an expression, as though it's only a matter of waiting a little till he's warm, and as soon as he's warm he'll set everything to rights. Well, now, how are you? Ivan Ilyitch feels that the doctor would like to say, how's the little trouble, but that he feels that he can't talk like that, and says, how did you pass the night? Ivan Ilyitch looks at the doctor with an expression that asks, is it possible you're never ashamed of lying? But the doctor does not care to understand this look. And Ivan Ilyitch says, it's always just as awful. The pain never leaves me, never ceases. If only there were something. Ah, you're all like that, all sick people say that. Come, now I do believe I'm thawed, even Praskovia Fyodorovna, who's so particular, could find no fault with my temperature. Well, now I can say good morning. And the doctor shakes hands. And dropping his former levity, the doctor, with a serious face, proceeds to examine the patient, feeling his pulse, to take his temperature, and then the tappings and soundings begin. Ivan Ilyitch knows positively and indubitably that it's all nonsense and empty deception. But when the doctor, kneeling down, stretches over him, putting his ear first higher, then lower, and goes through various gymnastic evolutions over him with a serious face. Ivan Ilyitch is affected by this, as he used sometimes to be affected by the speeches of the lawyers in court. Though he was perfectly well aware that they were telling lies all the while and why they were telling lies. The doctor, kneeling on the sofa, was still sounding him, when there was the rustle of Praskovia Fyodorovna's silk dress in the doorway. And she was heard scolding Pyotr for not having let her know that the doctor had come. She comes in, kisses her husband, and at once begins to explain that she has been up a long while, and that it was only through a misunderstanding that she was not there when the doctor came. Ivan Ilyitch looks at her, scans her all over, and sets down against her whiteness and plumpness, and the cleanness of her hands and neck, and the glossiness of her hair, and the gleam full of life in her eyes. With all the force of his soul he hates her. And when she touches him it makes him suffer from the thrill of hatred he feels for her. Her attitude to him and his illness is still the same. Just as the doctor had taken up a certain line with the patient which he was not now able to drop, so she too had taken up a line with him, that he was not doing something he ought to do, and was himself to blame, and she was lovingly reproaching him for his neglect, and she could not now get out of this attitude. Why, you know, he won't listen to me, he doesn't take his medicine at the right times. And what's worse still, he insists on lying in a position that surely must be bad for him, with his legs in the air. She described how he made Gerasim hold his legs up. The doctor smiled with kindly condescension that said, "Oh well, it can't be helped, these sick people do take up such foolish fancies, but we must forgive them." When the examination was over, the doctor looked at his watch, and then Praskovia Fyodorovna informed Ivan Ilyitch that it must of course be as he liked. But she had sent today for a celebrated doctor, and that he would examine him, and have a consultation with Mikhail Danilovitch, that was the name of their regular doctor. "Don't oppose it now, please. This I'm doing entirely for my own sake," she said ironically, meaning it to be understood that she was doing it all for his sake, and was only saying this to give him no right to refuse her request. He lay silent, knitting his brows. He felt that he was hemmed in by such a tangle of falsity that it was hard to disentangle anything from it. Everything she did for him was entirely for her own sake. And she told him she was doing for her own sake what she actually was doing for her own sake as something so incredible that he would take it as meaning the opposite. At 11:30 the celebrated doctor came. Again came the sounding, and then grave conversation in his presence and in the other room about the kidney and the appendix, and questions and answers, with such an air of significance, that again, instead of the real question of life and death, which was now the only one that confronted him, the question that came uppermost was of the kidney and the appendix, which were doing something not as they ought to do, and were for that reason being attacked by Mikhail Danilovitch and the celebrated doctor, and forced to mend their ways. The celebrated doctor took leave of him with a serious, but not a hopeless face. And to the timid question that Ivan Ilyitch addressed to him while he lifted his eyes, shining with terror and hope, up towards him, was there a chance of recovery? He answered that he could not answer for it, but that there was a chance. The look of hope with which Ivan Ilyitch watched the doctor out was so piteous that, seeing it, Praskovia Fyodorovna positively burst into tears. As she went out of the door to hand the celebrated doctor his fee in the next room. The gleam of hope kindled by the doctor's assurance did not last long. Again the same room, the same pictures, the curtains, the wallpaper, the medicine bottles, and ever the same, his aching suffering body. And Ivan Ilyitch began to moan. They gave him injections, and he sank into oblivion. When he waked up it was getting dark, they brought him his dinner. He forced himself to eat some broth. And again everything the same, and again the coming night. After dinner at 7 o'clock, Praskovia Fyodorovna came into his room, dressed as though to go to a soiree with her full bosom laced in tight, and traces of powder on her face. She had in the morning mentioned to him that they were going to the theatre. Sarah Bernhard was visiting the town, and they had a box, which he had insisted on their taking. By now he had forgotten about it, and her smart attire was an offense to him. But he concealed this feeling when he recollected that he had himself insisted on their taking a box and going, because it was an aesthetic pleasure, beneficial and instructive for the children. Praskovia Fyodorovna came in satisfied with herself, but yet with something of a guilty air. She sat down, asked how he was, as he saw, simply for the sake of asking, and not for the sake of learning anything, knowing indeed that there was nothing to learn. And began telling him how absolutely necessary it was. How she would not have gone for anything, but the box had been taken, and Ellen, their daughter, and Petrushchev, the examining lawyer, the daughter's suitor, were going. And that it was out of the question to let them go alone. But that she would have liked much better to stay with him. If only he would be sure to follow the doctor's prescription while she was away. Oh, and Fyodor Dmitrievitch, the suitor, would like to come in. May he? And Liza? Yes, let them come in. The daughter came in full dress, her fresh young body bare, while his body made him suffer so. But she made a show of it. She was strong, healthy, obviously in love, and impatient of the illness, suffering, and death that hindered her happiness. Fyodor Dmitrievitch came in too in evening dress, his hair curled à la Capole with his long sinewy neck tightly fenced round by a white collar. With his vast expanse of white chest and strong thighs displayed in narrow black trousers, with one white glove in his hand and a crush opera hat. Behind him crept in unnoticed the little high school boy in his new uniform, poor fellow, in gloves, and with that awful blue ring under his eyes that Ivan Ilyitch knew the meaning of. He always felt sorry for his son. And pitiable indeed was his scared face of sympathetic suffering. Except Gerasim, Ivan Ilyitch fancied that Volodya was the only one that understood and was sorry. They all sat down, again they asked how he was. A silence followed. Liza asked her mother about the opera glass. An altercation ensued between the mother and daughter as to who had taken it, and where it had been put. It turned into an unpleasant squabble. Fyodor Dmitrievitch asked Ivan Ilyitch whether he had seen Sarah Bernhard. Ivan Ilyitch could not at first catch the question that was asked him, but then he said, "No, have you seen her before?" "Yes, in Adrian Lecouvreur." Praskovia Fyodorovna observed that she was particularly good in that part. The daughter made some reply. A conversation sprang up about the art and naturalness of her acting, that conversation that is continually repeated and always the same. In the middle of the conversation Fyodor Dmitrievitch glanced at Ivan Ilyitch and relapsed into silence. The others looked at him and became mute too. Ivan Ilyitch was staring with glittering eyes straight before him, obviously furious with them. This had to be set right, but it could not anyhow be set right. This silence had somehow to be broken. No one would venture on breaking it, and all began to feel alarmed that the decorous deception was somehow breaking down, and the facts would be exposed to all. Liza was the first to pluck up courage. She broke the silence. She tried to cover up what they were all feeling, but inadvertently she gave it utterance. "If we are going, though, it's time to start," she said, glancing at her watch, a gift from her father. And with a scarcely perceptible meaning smile to the young man, referring to something only known to themselves, she got up with a rustle of her skirts. They all got up, said goodbye, and went away. When they were gone, Ivan Ilyitch fancied he was easier, there was no falsity, that had gone away with them, but the pain remained. That continual pain, that continual terror, made nothing harder, nothing easier. It was always worse. Again came minute after minute, hour after hour, still the same and still no end, and ever more terrible the inevitable end. "Yes, send Gerasim," he said in answer to Pyotr question. Chapter 9. Late at night his wife came back. She came in on tiptoe, but he heard her, opened his eyes, and made haste to close them again. She wanted to send away Gerasim and sit up with him herself instead. He opened his eyes and said, "No, go away. Are you in great pain?" "Always the same." "Take some opium." He agreed, and drank it. She went away. Till 3 o'clock he slept a miserable sleep. It seemed to him that he and his pain were being thrust somewhere into a narrow, deep, black sack, and they kept pushing him further and further in, and still could not thrust him to the bottom. And this operation was awful to him, and was accompanied with agony. And he was afraid, and yet wanted to fall into it, and struggled and yet tried to get into it. And all of a sudden he slipped and fell and woke up. Gerasim, still the same, is sitting at the foot of the bed half-dozing peacefully, patient. And he is lying with his wasted legs clad in stockings, raised on Gerasim's shoulders, the same candle burning in the alcove, and the same interminable pain. "Go away, Gerasim," he whispered. "It's all right, sir. I'll stay a bit longer." "No, go away." He took his legs down, lay sideways on his arm, and he felt very sorry for himself. He only waited till Gerasim had gone away into the next room. He could restrain himself no longer, and cried like a child. He cried at his own helplessness, at his awful loneliness, at the cruelty of people, at the cruelty of God, at the absence of God. "Why hast thou done all this? What brought me to this? Why torture me so horribly?" He did not expect an answer, and wept indeed that there was and could be no answer. The pain grew more acute again, but he did not stir, did not call. He said to himself, "Come, more than, come, strike me. But what for? What have I done to thee? What for?" Then he was still, ceased weeping, held his breath, and was all attention. He listened, as it were, not to a voice uttering sounds, but to the voice of his soul, to the current of thoughts that rose up within him. "What is it you want?" was the first clear idea able to be put into words that he grasped. "What? Not to suffer, to live," he answered. And again he was utterly plunged into attention so intense that even the pain did not distract him. To live? Live how? The voice of his soul was asking. "Why, live as I used to live before, happily and pleasantly." "As you used to live before, happily and pleasantly?" queried the voice. And he began going over in his imagination the best moments of his pleasant life. But, strange to say, all these best moments of his pleasant life seemed now not at all what they had seemed then. All, except the first memories of childhood. In his childhood there had been something really pleasant in which one could have lived if it had come back. But the creature who had this pleasant experience was no more, it was like a memory of someone else. As soon as he reached the beginning of what had resulted in him as he was now, Ivan Ilyitch. All that had seemed joys to him then now melted away before his eyes and were transformed into something trivial, and often disgusting. And the further he went from childhood, the nearer to the actual present, the more worthless and uncertain were the joys. It began with life at the school of jurisprudence. Then there had still been something genuinely good, then there had been gaiety, then there had been friendship, then there had been hopes. But in the higher classes these good moments were already becoming rarer. Later on, during the first period of his official life, at the governor's, good moments appeared. But it was all mixed, and less of it was good. And further on even less was good, and the further he went the less good there was. His marriage, as gratuitous as the disillusion of it and the smell of his wife's breath and the sensuality, the hypocrisy. And that deadly official life, and anxiety about money, and so for 1 year, and 2, and 10, and 20, and always the same thing. And the further he went, the more deadly it became. As though I had been going steadily downhill, imagining that I was going uphill. So it was in fact. In public opinion I was going uphill, and steadily as I got up it life was ebbing away from me. And now the work's done, there's only to die. But what is this? What for? It cannot be. It cannot be that life has been so senseless, so loathsome. And if it really was so loathsome and senseless, then why die, and die in agony? There's something wrong. Can it be I have not lived as one ought? Suddenly came into his head. But how not so, when I've done everything as it should be done, he said, and at once dismissed this only solution of all the enigma of life and death as something utterly out of the question. What do you want now? To live? Live how? Live as you live at the courts when the usher booms out, "The judge is coming. The judge is coming, the judge is coming," he repeated to himself. Here he is, the judge. But I'm not to blame, he shrieked in fury. What's it for? And he left off crying, and turning with his face to the wall, fell to pondering always on the same question, what for, why all this horror? But however much he pondered, he could not find an answer. And whenever the idea struck him, as it often did, that it all came of his never having lived as he ought, he thought of all the correctness of his life and dismissed this strange idea. Chapter 10. Another fortnight had passed. Ivan Ilyitch could not now get up from the sofa. He did not like lying in bed, and lay on the sofa. And lying almost all the time facing the wall, in loneliness he suffered all the inexplicable agonies, and in loneliness pondered always that inexplicable question. What is it? Can it be true that it's death? And an inner voice answered, yes, it is true. Why these agonies? And a voice answered, for no reason. Beyond and besides this there was nothing. From the very beginning of his illness, ever since Ivan Ilyitch first went to the doctor's, his life had been split up into two contradictory moods, which were continually alternating. One was despair and the anticipation of an uncomprehended and awful death. The other was hope and an absorbed watching over the actual condition of his body. First there was nothing confronting him but a kidney or intestine which had temporarily declined to perform their duties, then there was nothing but unknown awful death, which there was no escaping. These two moods had alternated from the very beginning of the illness. But the further the illness progressed, the more doubtful and fantastic became the conception of the kidney, and the more real the sense of approaching death. He had but to reflect on what he had been 3 months before and what he was now, to reflect how steadily he had been going downhill, for every possibility of hope to be shattered. Of late, in the loneliness in which he found himself, lying with his face to the back of the sofa, a loneliness in the middle of a populous town and of his numerous acquaintances and his family. A loneliness than which none more complete could be found anywhere, not at the bottom of the sea, not deep down in the earth. Of late in this fearful loneliness Ivan Ilyitch had lived only in imagination in the past. One by one the pictures of his past rose up before him. It always began from what was nearest in time and went back to the most remote, to childhood, and rested there. If Ivan Ilyitch thought of the stewed prunes that had been offered him for dinner that day, his mind went back to the damp, wrinkled French plum of his childhood. Of its peculiar taste and the flow of saliva when the stone was sucked. And along with this memory of a taste there rose up a whole series of memories of that period, his nurse, his brother, his playthings. I mustn't, it's too painful, Ivan Ilyitch said to himself, and he brought himself back to the present. The button on the back of the sofa and the creases in the morocco. Morocco's dear, and doesn't wear well, there was a quarrel over it. But the morocco was different, and different too the quarrel when we tore father's portfolio and were punished, and mamma bought us the tarts. And again his mind rested on his childhood, and again it was painful, and he tried to drive it away and think of something else. And again at that point, together with that chain of associations, quite another chain of memories came into his heart, of how his illness had grown up and become more acute. It was the same there, the further back the more life there had been. There had been both more that was good in life and more of life itself. And the two began to melt into one. Just as the pain goes on getting worse and worse, so has my whole life gone on getting worse and worse, he thought. One light spot was there at the back, at the beginning of life, and then it kept getting blacker and blacker, and going faster and faster. In inverse ratio to the square of the distance from death, thought Ivan Ilyitch. And the image of a stone falling downwards with increasing velocity sank into his soul. Life, a series of increasing sufferings, falls more and more swiftly to the end, the most fearful sufferings. I am falling. He shuddered, shifted himself, would have resisted, but he knew beforehand that he could not resist. And again, with eyes weary with gazing at it, but unable not to gaze at what was before him, he stared at the back of the sofa and waited. Waited expecting that fearful fall and shock and dissolution. Resistance is impossible, he said to himself. But if one could at least comprehend what it's for? Even that's impossible. It could be explained if one were to say that I hadn't lived as I ought. But that can't be alleged, he said to himself, thinking of all the regularity, correctness, and propriety of his life. That really can't be admitted, he said to himself, his lips smiling ironically as though someone could see his smile and be deceived by it. No explanation. Agony, death. What for? Chapter 11. So passed a fortnight. During that fortnight an event occurred that had been desired by Ivan Ilyitch and his wife. Petrushchev made a formal proposal. This took place in the evening. Next day Praskovia Fyodorovna went in to her husband, revolving in her mind how to inform him of Fyodor Dmitrievitch's proposal, but that night there had been a change for the worse in Ivan Ilyitch. Praskovia Fyodorovna found him on the same sofa, but in a different position. He was lying on his face, groaning, and staring straight before him with a fixed gaze. She began talking of remedies. He turned his stare on her. She did not finish what she had begun saying, such hatred of her in particular was expressed in that stare. "For Christ's sake, let me die in peace," he said. She would have gone away, but at that moment the daughter came in and went up to say good morning to him. He looked at his daughter just as at his wife, and to her inquiries how he was, he told her drily that they would soon all be rid of him. Both were silent, sat a little while, and went out. "How are we to blame?" said Liza to her mother. "As though we had done it. I'm sorry for Papa, but why punish us?" At the usual hour the doctor came. Ivan Ilyitch answered, yes, no, never taking his exasperated stare from him, and towards the end he said, "Why, you know that you can do nothing, so let me be." "We can relieve your suffering," said the doctor. "Even that you can't do, let me be." The doctor went into the drawing-room and told Praskovia Fyodorovna that it was very serious, and that the only resource left them was opium to relieve his sufferings, which must be terrible. The doctor said his physical sufferings were terrible, and that was true, but even more terrible than his physical sufferings were his mental sufferings, and in that lay his chief misery. His moral sufferings were due to the fact that during that night, as he looked at the sleepy, good-natured, broad-cheeked face of Gerasim, the thought had suddenly come into his head. What if in reality all my life, my conscious life, has been not the right thing? The thought struck him that what he had regarded before as an utter impossibility, that he had spent his life not as he ought, might be the truth. It struck him that those scarcely detected impulses of struggle within him against what was considered good by persons of higher position, scarcely detected impulses which he had dismissed. That they might be the real thing, and everything else might be not the right thing. And his official work, and his ordering of his daily life and of his family, and these social and official interests, all that might be not the right thing. He tried to defend it all to himself. And suddenly he felt all the weakness of what he was defending. And it was useless to defend it. But if it's so, he said to himself, and I am leaving life with the consciousness that I have lost all that was given me, and there's no correcting it, then what? He lay on his back and began going over his whole life entirely anew. When he saw the footman in the morning, then his wife, then his daughter, then the doctor, every movement they made, every word they uttered, confirmed for him the terrible truth that had been revealed to him in the night. In them he saw himself, saw all in which he had lived, and saw distinctly that it was all not the right thing, it was a horrible, vast deception that concealed both life and death. This consciousness intensified his physical agonies, multiplied them tenfold. He groaned and tossed from side to side and pulled at the covering over him. It seemed to him that it was stifling him and weighing him down. And for that he hated them. They gave him a big dose of opium, he sank into unconsciousness. But at dinner time the same thing began again. He drove them all away, and tossed from side to side. His wife came to him and said, "Jean, darling, do this for my sake, for my sake. It can't do harm, and it often does good. Why, it's nothing. And often in health people." He opened his eyes wide. "What? Take the sacrament? What for?" "No. Besides." She began to cry. "Yes, my dear. I'll send for our priest, he's so nice." "All right, very well," he said. When the priest came and confessed him, he was softened, felt as it were a relief from his doubts, and consequently from his sufferings, and there came a moment of hope. He began once more thinking of the intestinal appendix and the possibility of curing it. He took the sacrament with tears in his eyes. When they laid him down again after the sacrament for a minute, he felt comfortable, and again the hope of life sprang up. He began to think about the operation which had been suggested to him. "To live, I want to live," he said to himself. His wife came in to congratulate him. She uttered the customary words and added, "It's quite true, isn't it, that you're better?" Without looking at her, he said, "Yes." Her dress, her figure, the expression of her face, the tone of her voice, all told him the same, not the right thing. All that in which you lived and are living is lying, deceit, hiding life and death away from you. And as soon as he had formed that thought, hatred sprang up in him, and with that hatred agonizing physical sufferings, and with these sufferings the sense of inevitable, approaching ruin. Something new was happening, there were screwing and shooting pains, and a tightness in his breathing. The expression of his face as he uttered that "yes" was terrible. After uttering that "yes," looking her straight in the face, he turned onto his face, with a rapidity extraordinary in his weakness, and shrieked, go away, let me be." Chapter 12. From that moment there began the scream that never ceased for 3 days, and was so awful that through 2 closed doors one could not hear it without horror. At the moment when he answered his wife he grasped that he had fallen, that there was no return, that the end had come, quite the end, while doubt was still as unsolved, still remained doubt. "Ooh! Ooh, oh! Ooh!" he screamed in varying intonations. He had begun screaming, "I don't want to," and so had gone on screaming on the same vowel sound, "oh oh." All those 3 days, during which time did not exist for him, he was struggling in that black sack into which he was being thrust by an unseen resistless force. He struggled as the man condemned to death struggles in the hands of the executioner, knowing that he cannot save himself. And every moment he felt that in spite of all his efforts to struggle against it, he was getting nearer and nearer to what terrified him. He felt that his agony was due both to his being thrust into this black hole and still more to his not being able to get right into it. What hindered him from getting into it was the claim that his life had been good. That justification of his life held him fast and would not let him get forward, and it caused him more agony than all. All at once some force struck him in the chest, in the side, and stifled his breathing more than ever. He rolled forward into the hole, and there at the end there was some sort of light. It had happened with him, as it had sometimes happened to him in a railway carriage, when he had thought he was going forward while he was going back. And all of a sudden recognized his real direction. "Yes, it has all been not the right thing," he said to himself, "but that's no matter. He could do the right thing." What is the right thing? He asked himself, and suddenly he became quiet. This was at the end of the 3rd day, 2 hours before his death. At that very moment the schoolboy had stealthily crept into his father's room and gone up to his bedside. The dying man was screaming and waving his arms. His hand fell on the schoolboy's head. The boy snatched it, pressed it to his lips, and burst into tears. At that very moment Ivan Ilyitch had rolled into the hole, and caught sight of the light, and it was revealed to him that his life had not been what it ought to have been. But that could still be set right. He asked himself, what is the right thing? And became quiet, listening. Then he felt someone was kissing his hand. He opened his eyes and glanced at his son. He felt sorry for him. His wife went up to him. He glanced at her. She was gazing at him with open mouth, the tears unwiped streaming over her nose and cheeks, a look of despair on her face. He felt sorry for her. Yes, I'm making them miserable, he thought. They're sorry, but it will be better for them when I die. He would have said this, but had not the strength to utter it. Besides, why speak, I must act, he thought. With a glance to his wife he pointed to his son and said, "Take away, sorry for him. And you too," he tried to say, "forgive," but said, "Forgo," and too weak to correct himself, shook his hand, knowing that he would understand whose understanding mattered. And all at once it became clear to him that what had tortured him and would not leave him was suddenly dropping away all at once on both sides and on 10 sides and on all sides. He was sorry for them, must act so that they might not suffer. Set them free and be free himself of those agonies. How right and how simple, he thought. And the pain, he asked himself. Where's it gone? Where are you, pain? He began to watch for it. Yes, here it is. Well, what of it, let the pain be. And death? Where is it? He looked for his old accustomed terror of death, and did not find it. Where is it? What death? There was no terror, because death was not either. In the place of death there was light. So this is it, he suddenly exclaimed aloud. What joy! To him all this passed in a single instant, and the meaning of that instant suffered no change after. For those present his agony lasted another 2 hours. There was a rattle in his throat, a twitching in his wasted body. Then the rattle and the gasping came at longer and longer intervals. It is over, someone said over him. He caught those words and repeated them in his soul. Death is over, he said to himself. It's no more. He drew in a breath, stopped midway in the breath, stretched and died. March 25, 1886. Kholstomír. The History of a Horse 242. 1861. Chapter 1. Constantly higher and higher the sky lifted itself, wider and wider spread the dawn, whiter and whiter grew the unpolished silver of the dew, more and more lifeless the sickle of the moon. More vocal the forest. The men began to arise. And at the stables belonging to the baron were heard with increasing frequency the whinnying of the horses, the stamping of hoofs on the straw, and also the angry, shrill neighing of the animals collecting together, and even disputing with each other over something. "No, you got time enough, mighty hungry, ain't you?" said the old drover, quickly opening the creaking gates. "Where you going?" he shouted, waving his hands at a mare which tried to run through the gate. Nestor, the drover, was dressed in a Cossack coat, 243 with a decorated leather belt around his waist. His knout was slung over his shoulder, and a handkerchief, containing some bread, was tied into his belt. In his arms he carried a saddle and halter. The horses were not in the least startled, nor did they show any resentment, at the drover's sarcastic tone. They made believe that it was all the same to them. And leisurely moved back from the gate, all except one old dark bay mare, with a long flowing mane, who laid back her ears and quickly turned around. At this opportunity a young mare, who was standing behind, and had nothing at all to do with this, whinnied, and began to kick at the first horse that she fell in with. "No!" shouted the drover still more loudly and angrily, and turned to the corner of the yard. 244. Out of all the horses, there must have been nearly 100, that were moving off toward their breakfast, none manifested so little impatience as a piebald gelding, which stood alone in one corner under the shed, and gazed with half-shut eyes, and bit on the oaken lining of the shed. It is hard to say what enjoyment the piebald gelding got from this, but his expression while doing so was solemn and thoughtful. "Nonsense," again cried the drover in the same tone, turning to him. And going up to him he laid the saddle and shiny blanket on a pile of manure near him. The piebald gelding ceased biting, and looked long at Nestor without moving. He did not manifest any sign of mirth or anger or sullenness, but only drew in his whole belly and sighed heavily, and then turned away. The drover took him by the neck, and gave him his breakfast. "What are you sighing for?" asked Nestor. The horse switched his tail as though to say, "Well, it's nothing, Nestor." Nestor put on the blanket and saddle, whereupon the horse pricked up his ears, expressing as plainly as could be his disgust. But he received nothing but execrations for this rot, and then the saddle girth was pulled tight. At this the gelding tried to swell out. But his mouth was thrust open, and a knee was pressed into his side, so that he was forced to let out his breath. Notwithstanding this, when they got the bit between his teeth, he still pricked back his ears, and even turned round. Though he knew that this was of no avail, yet he seemed to reckon it essential to express his displeasure, and always showed it. When he was saddled, he pawed with his swollen right leg, and began to champ the bit, here also for some special reason, because it was full time for him to know that there could be no taste in bits. Nestor mounted the gelding by the short stirrups, unwound his knout, freed his Cossack coat from under his knee, settled down in the saddle in that position peculiar to coachmen, hunters, and drivers, and twitched on the reins. The gelding lifted his head, showing a disposition to go where he should be directed, but he stirred not from the spot. He knew that before he went there would be much shouting on the part of him who sat on his back, and many orders to be given to Vaska, the other drover, and to the horses. In fact, Nestor began to shout, "Vaska! Ha, Vaska! Have you let out any of the mares, hey? Where are you, you old devil? No, oh! Are you asleep? Open the gate. Let the mares go first," and so on. The gates creaked. Vaska, morose, and still full of sleep, holding a horse by the bridle, stood at the gatepost and let the horses out. The horses, one after the other, gingerly stepping over the straw and sniffing it, began to pass out, the young fillies, the yearlings, the little colts. While the mares with young stepped along needfully, one at a time, avoiding all contact. The young fillies sometimes crowded in 2 at once, 3 at once, throwing their heads across each other's backs, and hitting their hoofs against the gates. Each time receiving a volley of abuse from the drovers. The colts sometimes kicked the mares whom they did not know, and whinnied loudly in answer to the short neighing of their mothers. A young filly, full of wantonness, as soon as she got outside the gate, tossed her head up and around, began to back, and whinnied, but nevertheless did not venture to dash ahead of the old grey, grain-bestrewed Zuldiba, who, with a gentle but solid step, swinging her belly from side to side, was always the dignified leader of the other horses. After a few moments the lively yard was left in melancholy loneliness, the post stood out in sadness under the empty sheds, and only the sodden straw, soiled with dung, was to be seen. Familiar as this picture of emptiness was to the piebald gelding, it seemed to have a melancholy effect upon him. He slowly, as though making a bow, lowered and lifted his head, sighed as deeply as the tightly drawn girth permitted, and dragging his somewhat bent and decrepit legs, he started off after the herd, carrying the old Nestor on his bony back. I know now. As soon as we get out on the road, he will go to work to make a light, and smoke his wooden pipe with its copper mounting and chain, thought the gelding. I am glad of this, because it is early in the morning and the dew is on the grass, and this odor is agreeable to me, and brings up many pleasant recollections. I am sorry only that when the old man has his pipe in his mouth he always becomes excited, gets to imagining things, and sits on one side, far over on one side, and on that side it always hurts. However, God be with him. It's no new thing for me to suffer for the sake of others. I have even come to find some equine satisfaction in this. Let him play that he's cock of the walk, poor fellow. But it's for his own pleasure that he looks so big, since no one sees him at all. Let him ride sidewise, said the horse to himself. And, stepping gingerly on his crooked legs, he walked along the middle of the road. Chapter 2. After driving the herd down to the river, near which the horses were to graze, Nestor dismounted and took off the saddle. Meantime the herd began slowly to scatter over the as yet untrodden field, covered with dew and with vapor rising alike from the damp meadow and the river that encircled it. Taking off the blanket from the piebald gelding, Nestor scratched him on his neck, and the horse in reply expressed his happiness and satisfaction by shutting his eyes. "The old dog likes it," said Nestor. The gelding really did not like this scratching very much, and only out of delicacy intimated that it was agreeable to him. He shook his head as a sign of assent. But suddenly, unexpectedly, and without any reason, Nestor, imagining perhaps that too great familiarity might give the horse false ideas about what he meant, Nestor, without any warning, pushed away his head, and, lifting up the bridle, struck the horse very severely with the buckle on his bare leg, and, without saying anything, went up the hillock to a stump, near which he sat down as though nothing had happened. Though this proceeding incensed the gelding, he did not manifest it. And leisurely switching his thin tail, and sniffing at something, and merely for recreation cropping at the grass, he wandered down toward the river. Not paying any heed to the antics played around him by the young fillies, the colts, and the yearlings, and knowing that the health of everybody, and especially one who had attained his years, was subserved by getting a good drink of water on an empty stomach, and then eating, he turned his steps to where the bank was less steep and slippery. And wetting his hoofs and gambrels, he thrust his snout into the river, and began to suck the water through his lips drawn back, to puff with his distending sides, and out of pure satisfaction to switch his thin, piebald tail with its leathery stump. A chestnut filly, always mischievous, always nagging the old horse, and causing him manifold unpleasantnesses, came down to the water as though for her own necessities, but really merely for the sake of roiling the water in front of his nose. But the gelding had already drunk enough, and apparently giving no thought to the impudent mare, calmly put one miry leg before the other, shook his head, and, turning aside from the wanton youngster, began to eat. Dragging his legs in a peculiar manner, and not tramping down the abundant grass, the horse grazed for nearly 3 hours, scarcely stirring from the spot. Having eaten so much that his belly hung down like a bag from his thin, sharp ribs, he stood solidly on his 4 weak legs, so that as little strain as possible might come on any one of them, at least on the right foreleg, which was weaker than all, and went to sleep. There is an honorable old age, there is a miserable old age, there is a pitiable old age, there is also an old age that is both honorable and miserable. The old age which the piebald gelding had reached was of this latter sort. The old horse was of a great size, more than 17 hands high. 245. His color was white, spotted with black. At least, it used to be so, but now the black spots had changed to a dirty brown. The regions of black spots were 3 in number, 1 on the head, including the mane, and side of the nose, the star on the forehead, and half of the neck. The long mane, tangled with burrs, was striped white and brownish, the second spotted place ran along the right side, and covered half the belly. The third was on the flank, including the upper part of the tail and half of the loins, the rest of the tail was whitish, variegated. The huge, corrugated head, with deep hollows under the eyes, and with pendant black lips, somewhat lacerated, sat heavily and draggingly on the neck, which bent under its leanness, and seemed to be made of wood. From under the pendant lip could be seen the dark red tongue protruding on one side, and the yellow, worn tusks of his lower teeth. His ears, one of which was slit, fell over sidewise, and only occasionally he twitched them a little to scare away the sticky flies. One long tuft still remaining of the forelock hung behind the ears, the broad forehead was hollowed and rough, the skin hung loose on the big cheekbones. On the neck and head the veins stood out in knots, trembling and twitching whenever a fly touched them. The expression of his face was sternly patient, deeply thoughtful, and expressive of pain. His forelegs were crooked at the knees. On both hoofs were swellings, and on the one which was half covered by the marking, there was near the knee at the back a sore boil. The hind legs were in better condition, but there had been severe bruises long before on the haunches, and the hair did not grow on those places. His legs seemed disproportionately long, because his body was so emaciated. His ribs, though also thick, were so exposed and drawn that the hide seemed dried in the hollows between them. The back and withers were variate with old scars, and behind was still a freshly galled and purulent slough. The black stump of the tail, where the vertebrae could be counted, stood out long and almost bare. On the brown flank near the tail, where it was overgrown with white hairs, was a scar as big as one's hand, that must have been from a bite. Another cicatrice was to be seen on the off shoulder. The hoofs of the hind legs and the tail were foul with excrement. The hair all over the body, though short, stood out straight. But in spite of the filthy old age to which this horse had come, anyone looking at him would have involuntarily thought, and a connoisseur would have said immediately, that he must have been in his day a remarkably fine horse. The connoisseur would have said also that there was only one breed in Russia 246 that could give such broad bones, such huge joints, such hoofs, such slender leg bones, such an arched neck, and, most of all, such a skull, eyes large, black, and brilliant, and such a thoroughbred network of nerves over his head and neck, and such delicate skin and hair. In reality there was something noble in the form of this horse, and in the terrible union in him of the repulsive signs of decrepitude, the increased variegatedness of his hide, and his actions, and the expression of self-dependence, and the calm consciousness of beauty and strength. Like a living ruin he stood in the middle of the dewy field, alone, while not far away from him were heard the galloping, the neighing, the lively whinnying, the snorting, of the scattered herd. Chapter 3. The sun was now risen above the forest, and shone brightly on the grass and the winding river. The dew dried away and fell off in drops. Like smoke the last of the morning mist rolled up. Curly clouds made their appearance, but as yet there was no wind. On the other side of the gleaming river stood the rye, bending on its stalks, and the air was fragrant with bright verdure and the flowers. The cuckoo cooed from the forest with echoing voice. And Nestor, lying flat on his back, was reckoning up how many years of life lay before him. The larks arose from the rye and the field. The belated hare stood up among the horses and leaped without restraint, and sat down by the copse and pricked up his ears to listen. Vaska went to sleep, burying his head in the grass. The mares, making wide circuits around him, scattered themselves on the field below. The older ones, neighing, picked out a shining track across the dewy grass, and constantly tried to find some place where they might be undisturbed. They no longer grazed, but only nibbled on the sweet grass blades. The whole herd was imperceptibly moving in one direction. And again the old Zuldiba, stately stepping before the others, showed how far it was possible to go. The young Mushka, who had cast her first foal, constantly hinnying, and lifting her tail, was scolding her violet-colored colt. The young Atlasnea, with smooth and shining skin, dropping her head so that her black and silken forelock hid her forehead and eyes, was gambolling in the grass, nipping and tossing and stamping her leg, with its hairy fetlock. One of the older little colts, he must have been imagining, some kind of game, lifting, for the 26th time, his rather short and tangled tail, like a plume, gamboled around his dam. Who calmly picked at the herbage, having evidently had time to sum up her son's character, and only occasionally stopping to look askance at him out of her big black eye. One of these same young colts, black as a coal, with a large head with a marvelous topknot rising above his ears, and his tail still inclining to the side on which he had laid in his mother's belly, pricking up his ears, and opening his stupid eyes, as he stood motionless in his place, looked steadily at the colt jumping and dancing, not at all understanding why he did it, whether out of jealousy or indignation. Some suckle, butting with their noses. Others, for some unknown reason, notwithstanding their mother's invitation, move along in a short, awkward trot, in a diametrically opposite direction, as though seeking something, and then, no one knows why, stop short and hinny in a desperately penetrating voice. Some lie on their sides in a row, some take lessons in grazing, some try to scratch themselves with their hind legs behind the ear. Two mares, still with young, go off by themselves, and slowly moving their legs continue to graze. Evidently their condition is respected by the others, and none of the young colts ventures to go near or disturb them. If any saucy young steed takes it into his head to approach too near to them, then merely a motion of an ear or tail is sufficient to show him all the impropriety of his behavior. The yearlings and the young fillies pretend to be full-grown and dignified, and rarely indulge in pranks, or join their gay companions. They ceremoniously nibble at the blades of grass, bending their swan-like, short-shorn necks, and, as though they also were blessed with tails, switch their little brushes. Just like the big horses, some of them lie down, roll over, and scratch each other's backs. A very jolly band consists of the 2-year-old and the 3-year-old mares who have never foaled. They almost all wander off by themselves, and make a specially jolly virgin throng. Among them is heard a great tramping and stamping, hinnying and whinnying. They gather together, lay their heads over each other's shoulders, snuff the air, leap. And sometimes, lifting the tail like an oriflamme, proudly and coquettishly, in a half-trot, half-gallop, caracole in front of their companions. Conspicuous for beauty and sprightly dashing ways, among all this young throng, was the wanton bay mare. Whatever she set on foot, the others also did. Wherever she went, there in her track followed also the whole throng of beauties. The wanton was in a specially playful frame of mind this morning. The spirit of mischief was in her, just as it sometimes comes upon men. Even at the riverside, playing her pranks upon the old gelding, she had galloped along in the water, pretending that something had scared her, snorting. And then dashed off at full speed across the field. So that Vaska was constrained to gallop after her, and after the others who were at her heels. Then, after grazing a little while, she began to roll, then to tease the old mares, by dashing in front of them. Then she separated a suckling colt from its dam, and began to chase after it, pretending that she wanted to bite it. The mother was frightened, and ceased to graze. The little colt squealed in piteous tones. But the wanton young mare did not touch it, but only scared it, and made a spectacle for her comrades, who looked with sympathy on her antics. Then she set out to turn the head of the roan horse, which a mujik, far away on the other side of the river, was driving with a plough in the rye field. She stood proudly, somewhat on one side, lifting her head high, shook herself, and neighed in a sweet, significant, and alluring voice. 'Tis the time when the railbird, running from place to place among the thick reeds, passionately calls his mate, when also the cuckoo and the quail sing of love. And the flowers send to each other, on the breeze, their aromatic dust. And I am young and kind and strong, said the jolly wanton's name, and till now it has not been given to me to experience the sweetness of this feeling, never yet to feel it. And no lover, no, not one, has yet come to woo me. And the significant neighing rang with youthful melancholy over lowland and field, and it came to the ears of the roan horse far away. He pricked up his ears, and stopped. The mujik kicked him with his wooden shoe, but the roan was bewitched by the silver sound of the distant neighing, and whinnied in reply. The mujik grew angry, twitched him with the reins, and again kicked him in the belly with his bast shoe, so that he did not have a chance to complete all that he had to say in his neighing, but was forced to go on his way. And the roan horse felt a sweet sadness in his heart. And the sounds from the far-off rye field, of that unfinished and passionate neigh, and the angry voice of the mujik, long echoed in the ears of the herd. If through one sound of her voice the roan horse could become so captivated as to forget his duty, what would have become of him if he had had full view of the beautiful wanton? As she stood pricking up her ears, inflating her nostrils, breathing in the air, and filled with longing, while her young and beauteous body trembled as she called to him? But the wanton did not long ponder over her novel sensations. When the voice of the roan was still, she whinnied scornfully, and, sinking her head, began to paw the ground. And then she trotted off to wake up and tease the piebald gelding. The piebald gelding was a long-suffering but for the amusement of this happy young wanton. She made him suffer more than men did. But in neither case did he give way to wrath. He was indispensable to men, but why should these young horses torment him? Chapter 4. He was old, they were young; he was lean, they were fat. He was sad, they were happy. So he was thoroughly strange, alien, an absolutely different creature, and it was impossible for them to have compassion on him. Horses have pity only on themselves, and rarely on those whose places they may easily come themselves to fill. But, indeed, was not the piebald gelding himself to blame, that he was old and gaunt and crippled? One would think that he was not to blame. But in equine ethics he was, and only those were right who were strong, young, and happy, those who had all life before them. Those whose every muscle was tense with superfluous energy, and curled their tails into a wheel. Maybe the piebald gelding himself understood this, and in tranquil moments was agreed that he was to blame because he had lived out all his life, that he must pay for his life. But he was after all only a horse, and he could not restrain himself often from feeling hurt, melancholy, and discontented. When he looked on all these young horses who tormented him for the very thing to which they would be subjected when they came to the end of their lives. The reason for the heartlessness of these horses was a peculiarly aristocratic feeling. Every one of them was related, either on the side of father or mother, to the celebrated Smetanka. But it was not known from what stock the piebald gelding sprang. The gelding was a chance comer, bought at market 3 years before for 80 paper rubles. The young chestnut mare, as though accidentally wandering about, came up to the piebald gelding's very nose, and brushed against him. He knew beforehand what it meant, and did not open his eyes, but laid back his ears and showed his teeth. The mare wheeled around, and made believe that she was going to let fly at him with her heels. He opened his eyes, and wandered off to another part. He had no desire to sleep, and began to crop the grass. Again the wanton young mare, accompanied by her confederates, went to the gelding. A 2-year-old mare with a star on her forehead, very stupid, always in mischief, and always ready to imitate the chestnut mare, trotted along with her, and, as imitators always do, began to play the same trick that the instigator had done. The brown mare marched along at an ordinary gait, as though bent on her own affairs, and passed by the gelding's very nose, not looking at him. So that he really did not know whether to be angry or not. And this was the very fun of the thing. This was what she did, but the starred mare following in her steps, and feeling very gay, hit the gelding on the chest. He showed his teeth once more, whinnied, and, with a quickness of motion unexpected on his part, sprang at the mare, and bit her on the flank. The young mare with the star flew out with her bind legs, and kicked the old horse heavily on his thin bare ribs. The old horse uttered a hoarse noise, and was about to make another lunge, but thought better of it, and sighing deeply turned away. It must have been that all the young horses of the drove regarded as a personal insult the boldness which the piebald gelding permitted himself to show toward the starred mare. For all the rest of the day they gave him no chance to graze, and left him not a moment of peace, so that the drover several times rebuked them, and could not comprehend what they were doing. The gelding was so abused that he himself walked up to Nestor when it was time for the old man to drive back the drove. And he showed greater happiness and content when Nestor saddled him and mounted him. God knows what the old gelding's thoughts were as he bore on his back the old man Nestor. Did he think with bitterness of these importunate and merciless youngsters? Or, with a scornful and silent pride peculiar to old age, did he pardon his persecutors? At all events, he did not make manifest any of his thoughts till he reached home. That evening some cronies had come to see Nestor, and as the horses were driven by the huts of the domestics, he noticed a horse and telega standing at his doorstep. After he had driven in the horses, he was in such a hurry that he did not take the saddle off. He left the gelding at the yard 247 and shouted to Vaska to unsaddle the animal, then shut the gate, and hurried to his friends. Perhaps owing to the affront put upon the starred mare, the descendant of Smetanka, by that low trash bought for a horse, and not knowing father or mother, and therefore offending the aristocratic sentiment of the whole community. Or because the gelding with the high saddle without a rider presented a strangely fantastic spectacle for the horses. At all events, that night something extraordinary took place in the paddock. All the horses, young and old, showing their teeth, tagged after the gelding, and drove him from one part of the yard to the other. The trampling of their hoofs echoed around him as he sighed and drew in his thin sides. The gelding could not longer endure this, could not longer avoid their kicks. He halted in the middle of the field, his face expressed the repulsive, weak anger of helpless old age, and despair besides. He laid back his ears, and suddenly 2:48 something happened that caused all the horses suddenly 2:49 to become quiet. A very old mare, Vyazopurica, came up and sniffed the gelding, and sighed. The gelding also sighed. Chapter 5. In the middle of the yard, flooded with the moonlight, stood the tall, gaunt figure of the gelding, still wearing the high saddle with its prominent pommel. The horses, motionless and in deep silence, stood around him, as though they were learning something new and extraordinary from him. And, indeed, something new and extraordinary they learned from him. This is what they learned from him. First night. Yes, I was sired by Lubasnui I, Baba was my dam. According to the genealogy my name is Mujik I am according to my pedigree. But generally I am known as Kholstomír, on account of a long and glorious gallop, the like of which never took place in Russia. In lineage no horse in the world stands higher than I, for good blood. I would never have told you this. Why should I? You would never have known me as Vyazopurica knew me when we used to be together at Krenova, and who only just now recognized me. You would not have believed me had it not been for Vyazopurica's witness, and I would never have told you this. I do not need the pity of my kind. But you insisted upon it. Well, I am that Kholstomír whom the amateurs are seeking for and cannot find, that Kholstomír whom the Count himself named, and whom he let go from his stud because I outran his favorite, Lebedi. When I was born I did not know what they meant when they called me a piebald. 250 I thought that I was a horse. The first remark made about my hide, I remember, deeply surprised me in my dam. I must have been foaled in the night. In the morning, licked clean by my dam's tongue, I stood on my legs. I remember all my sensations, and that everything seemed to me perfectly wonderful, and, at the same time, perfectly simple. Our stalls were in a long, warm corridor, with latticed gates, through which nothing could be seen. My dam tempted me to suckle. But I was so innocent as yet that I bunted her with my nose, now under her forelegs, now in other places. Suddenly my dam gazed at the latticed gate, and, throwing her leg over me, stepped to one side. One of the grooms was looking in at us through the lattice. "See, Baba has foaled," he exclaimed, and began to draw the bolt. He came in over the straw bed, and took me up in his arms. "Come and look, Taras," he cried, "see what a piebald colt, a perfect magpie." I tore myself away from him, and fell on my knees. "See, a perfect little devil," he said. My dam became disquieted. But she did not take my part, and merely drew a long, long breath, and stepped to one side. The grooms came, and began to look at me. One ran to tell the equerry. All laughed as they looked at my spotting, and gave me various odd names. I did not understand these names, nor did my dam either. Up to that time in all my family there had never been a single piebald known. We had no idea that there was anything disgraceful in it. And then all examined my structure and strength. "See what a lively one," said the hostler. "You can't hold him." In a little while came the equerry, and began to marvel at my coloring. He also seemed disgusted. "What a nasty beast!" he cried. "The general will not keep him in the stud." "Ek! Baba, you have caused me much trouble," he said, turning to my dam. "You ought to have foaled a colt with a star, but this is completely piebald." My dam vouchsafed no answer, and, as always in such circumstances, merely sighed again. What kind of a devil was his sire? "A regular mujik," he went on to say. "It is impossible to keep him in the stud, it's a shame." But we'll see, said he. And all said the same as they looked at me. After a few days the general himself came. He took a look at me, and again all seemed horror-struck, and scolded me and my mother also on account of my hide. But we'll see, said everyone, as soon as they caught sight of me. Until spring we young colts lived in separate cells with our dams. Only occasionally, when the snow on the roof of the sheds began to melt in the sun, they would let us out into the wide yard, spread with fresh straw. There for the first time I became acquainted with all my kin, near and remote. There I saw how from different doors issued all the famous mares of that time with their colts. There was the old Holland mare, Mushka, sired by Smetankin, Krasnuka, the saddle horse Dobrokatika, all celebrities at that time. All gathered together there with their colts, walked up and down in the sunshine, rolled over on the fresh straw, and sniffed of each other like ordinary horses. I cannot even now forget the sight of that paddock, full of the beauties of that day. It may seem strange to you to think of me as ever having been young and frisky, but I used to be. This very same Vyazopurica was there then, a yearling, whose mane had just been cut, 251, a kind, jolly, frolicsome little horse. But let it not be taken as unkindly meant when I say, that, though she is now considered a rarity among you on account of her pedigree, then she was only one of the meanest horses of that stud. She herself will corroborate this. Though my coat of many colors had been displeasing to the men, it was exceedingly attractive to all the horses. They all stood round me, expressing their delight, and frisking with me. I even began to forget the words of the men about my hide, and felt happy. But I soon experienced the first sorrow of my life, and the cause of it was my dam. As soon as it began to thaw, and the swallows chirped on the roof, and the spring made itself felt more and more in the air, my dam began to change in her behavior toward me. Her whole character was transformed. Suddenly, without any reason, she began to frisk, galloping around the yard, which certainly did not accord with her dignified growth. Then she would pause and consider, and begin to whinny, then she would bite and kick her sister mares, then she began to smell of me, and neigh with dissatisfaction. Then trotting out into the sun she would lay her head across the shoulder of my 2-year-old sister Kupchika, and long and earnestly scratch her back, and push me away from nursing her. One time the equerry came, commanded the halter to be put on her, and they led her out of the paddock. She whinnied, I replied to her, and darted after her, but she would not even look at me. The groom Taras seized me in both arms, just as they shut the door on my mother's retreating form. I struggled, threw the groom on the straw. But the door was closed, and I only heard my mother's whinnying growing fainter and fainter. And in this whinnying I perceived that she called not for me, but I perceived a very different expression. In reply to her voice, there was heard in the distance a mighty voice. I don't remember how Taras got out of my stall, it was too grievous for me. I felt that I had forever lost my mother's love. And wholly because I was a piebald, I said to myself, remembering what the people said of my hide. And such passionate anger came over me, that I began to pound the sides of the stall with my head and feet, and I pounded them until the sweat poured from me. And I could not stand up from exhaustion. After some time my dam returned to me. I heard her as she came along the corridor in a prancing trot, wholly unusual to her, and entered our stall. The door was opened for her. I did not recognize her, so much younger and handsomer had she grown. She snuffed at me, neighed, and began to snort. But in her whole expression I could see that she did not love me. Soon they led us to pasture. I now began to experience new pleasures which consoled me for the loss of my mother's love. I had friends and companions. We learned together to eat grass, to neigh like the old horses, and to lift our tails and gallop in wide circles around our dams. This was a happy time. Everything was forgiven to me. All loved me, and were loved by me, and looked indulgently on all that I did. This did not last long. Here something terrible happened to me. The gelding sighed deeply, and moved aside from the horses. The dawn was already far advanced. The gates creaked. Nestor came. The horses scattered. The drover straightened the saddle on the gelding's back, and drove away the horses. Chapter 6. Second night. As soon as the horses were driven in, they once more gathered around the piebald. In the month of August, continued the horse, I was separated from my mother, and I did not experience any unusual grief. I saw that she was already suckling a small brother, the famous Usan, and I was not what I had been before. I was not jealous, but I felt that I had become more than ever cool toward her. Besides, I knew that in leaving my mother I should be transferred to the general division of young horses, where we were stalled in 2s and 3s, and every day all went out to exercise. I was in one stall with Ilyitch. Ilyitch was a saddle horse, and afterwards belonged to the emperor himself, and was put into pictures and statuary. At that time he was a mere colt, with a shiny soft coat, a swan-like neck, and slender straight legs. He was always lively, good-natured, and lovable. Was always ready to frisk, and be caressed, and sport with either horse or man. He and I could not help being good friends, living together as we did, and our friendship lasted till we grew up. He was gay, and inclined to be wanton. Even then he began to feel the tender passion to disport with the fillies, and he used to make sport of my guilelessness. To my unhappiness I myself, out of egotism, tried to follow his example, and very soon was in love. And this early inclination of mine was the cause, in great measure, of my fate. But I am not going to relate all the story of my unhappy first love. She herself remembers my stupid passion, which ended for me in the most important change in my life. The drovers came along, drove her away, and pounded me. In the evening they led me into a special stall. I whinnied the whole night long, as though with a presentiment of what was coming on the morrow. In the morning the general, the equerry, the undergrooms, and the hostlers came into the corridor where my stall was, and set up a terrible screaming. The general screamed to the head groom. The groom justified himself, saying that he had not given orders to send me away, but that the undergrooms had done it of their own free will. The general said that it had spoiled everything, but that it was impossible to keep young stallions. The head groom replied that he would have it attended to. They calmed down and went out. I did not understand it at all, except that something concerning me was under consideration. On the next day I had ceased forever to whinny. I became what I am now. All the light of my eyes was quenched. Nothing seemed sweet to me. I became self-absorbed, and began to be pensive. At first I felt indifferent to everything. I ceased even to eat, to drink, and to run, and all thought of sprightly sport was gone. Then it never more came into my mind to kick up my heels, to roll over, to whinny, without bringing up the terrible question, why? For what purpose? And my vigor died away. Once they led me out at eventide, at the time when they were driving the stud home from the field. From afar I saw already the cloud of dust in which could be barely distinguished the familiar lineaments of all of our mothers. I heard the cheerful snorting, and the trampling of hoofs. I stopped short, though the halter rope by which the groom held me cut my neck, and I gazed at the approaching drove as one gazes at happiness that is lost forever and will ne'er return again. They drew near, and my eyes fell upon forms so well known to me, beautiful, grand, plump, full of life every one. Who among them all deigned to glance at me? I did not feel the pain that the groom in pulling the rope inflicted. I forgot myself, and involuntarily tried to whinny as of yore, and to gallop off. But my whinnying sounded melancholy, ridiculous, and unbecoming. There was no ribaldry among the stud, but I noticed that many of them from politeness turned away from me. It was evident that in their eyes I was despicable and pitiable, and worst of all ridiculous. My slender, weakly neck, my big head, I had become thin, my long, thick legs, and the awkward gait that I struck up, in my old fashion, around the groom, all must have seemed absurd to them. No one heeded my whinnying, all turned away from me. Suddenly I comprehended it all, comprehended how I was forever sundered from them, every one. and I know not how I stumbled home behind the groom. I had already shown a tendency toward gravity and thoughtfulness, but now a decided change came over me. My variegated coat, which occasioned such a strange prejudice in men, my terrible and unexpected unhappiness, and, moreover, my peculiarly isolated position in the stud, which I felt, but could never explain to myself, compelled me to turn my thoughts inward upon myself. I pondered on the disgust that people showed when they berated me for being a piebald. I pondered on the inconstancy of maternal and especially of female affection, and its dependence upon physical conditions. And, above all, I pondered on the characteristics of that strange race of mortals with whom we are so closely bound, and whom we call men, those characteristics which were the source of the peculiarity of my position in the stud, felt by me but incomprehensible. The significance of this peculiarity, and of the human characteristics on which it was based, was discovered to me by the following incident. It was winter, at Christmastide. All day long no fodder had been given to me, nor had I been let out to water. I afterwards learned that this arose from our groom being drunk. On this day the equerry came to me, saw that I had no food, and began to use hard language about the missing groom, and went away. On the next day, the groom with his mates came out to our stalls to give us some hay. I noticed that he was especially pale and glum, and in the expression of his long back there was a something significant and demanding sympathy. He austerely flung the hay behind the grating. I laid my head over his shoulder, but he struck me such a hard blow with his fist on the nose, that I started back. Then he kicked me in the belly with his boot. "If it hadn't been for this scurvy beast," said he, "there wouldn't have been any trouble." "Why?" asked another groom. "He doesn't come to inquire about the counts, you bet. But twice a day he comes out to look after his own." "Have they given him the piebald?" inquired another. "Whether they've given it to him or sold it to him, the dog only knows. The counts might die, starvation, it wouldn't make any difference, but see how it upset him when I didn't give his horse his fodder. 'Go to bed,' says he, 'and then you'll get a basting.' No Christianity in it. More pity on the cattle than on a man. I don't believe he's ever been christened." He himself counted the blows, the barbarian. "The general did not use the whip so. He made my back all welts. There's no soul of a Christian in him." Now, what they said about whips and Christianity, I understood well enough. But it was perfectly dark to me as to the meaning of the words, "my horse, his horse," by which I perceived that men understood some sort of bond between me and the groom. Wherein consisted this bond, I could not then understand at all. Only long after, when I was separated from the other horses, I came to learn what it meant. At that time I could not understand at all that it meant that they considered me the property of a man. To say my horse in reference to me, a live horse, seemed to me as strange as to say, my earth, my atmosphere, my water. But these words had a monstrous influence upon me. I pondered upon them ceaselessly, and only after long and varied relations with men did I come at last to comprehend the meaning that men find in these strange words. The meaning is this: men rule in life, not by deeds, but by words. They love not so much the possibility of doing or not doing anything, as the possibility of talking about different objects in words agreed upon between them. Such words, considered very important among them, are the words, my, mine, ours, which they employ for various things, beings, and objects, even for the earth, people, and horses. In regard to any particular thing, they agree that only one person shall say, "It is mine." And he who in this play, which they engage in, can say mine in regard to the greatest number of things, is considered the most fortunate among them. Why this is so, I know not, but it is so. Long before, I had tried to explain this to my satisfaction, by some direct advantage, but it seemed that I was wrong. Many of the men who, for instance, called me their horse, did not ride on me, but entirely different men rode on me. They themselves did not feed me, but entirely different people fed me. Again, it was not those who called me their horse who treated me kindly, but the coachman, the veterinary, and, as a general thing, outside men. Afterwards, as I widened the sphere of my experiences, I became convinced that the concept as applied not only to us horses, but to other things, has no other foundation than a low and animal. A human instinct, which they call the sentiment or right of property. Man says, my house, and never lives in it, but is only cumbered with the building and maintenance of it. The merchant says, my shop, my clothing shop, for example, and he does not even wear clothes made of the best cloth in the shop. There are people who call land theirs, and have never seen their land, and have never been on it. There are men who call other people theirs, but have never seen these people. And the whole relationship of these owners, to these people, consists in doing them harm. There are men who call women theirs, their wives or mistresses, but these women live with other men. And men struggle in life not to do what they consider good, but to be possessors of what they call their own. I am convinced now that herein lies the substantial difference between men and us. And, therefore, not speaking of other things, where we are superior to men, we are able boldly to say that in this one respect at least, we stand, in the scale of living beings, higher than men. The activity of men, at all events, of those with whom I have had to do, is guided by words, ours, by deeds. And here the head groom obtained this right to say about me, my horse. And hence he lashed the hostler. This discovery deeply disturbed me. And those thoughts and opinions which my variegated coat aroused in men, and the thoughtfulness aroused in me by the change in my mother, together subserved to make me into that solemn and contemplative gelding that I am. I was threefold unhappy, I was piebald, I was a gelding, and men imagined that I did not belong to God and myself, as is the prerogative of every living thing, but that I belonged to the equerry. The consequences of their imagining this about me were many. The first was, that they kept me apart from the others, fed me better, led me more often, and harnessed me up earlier. They harnessed me first when I was in my 3rd year. I remember the first time, the equerry himself, who imagined that I was his, began, with a crowd of grooms, to harness me, expecting from me some ebullition of temper or contrariness. They put leather straps on me, and conducted me into the stalls. They laid on my back a wide leather cross, and attached it to the thills, so that I should not kick. But I was only waiting an opportunity to show my gait, and my love for work. They marveled because I went like an old horse. They began to drive me, and I began to practice trotting. Every day I made greater and greater improvement, so that in 3 months the general himself, and many others, praised my gait. But this was a strange thing, for the very reason that they imagined that I was the equerry's, and not theirs, my gait had for them an entirely different significance. The stallions, my brothers, were put through their paces, their time was reckoned, people came to see them, they were driven in gilded droshkis. Costly saddles were put upon them. But I was driven in the equerry's simple droshkis, when he had business at Chesmenka and other manor houses. All this resulted from the fact that I was piebald, but more than all from the fact that I was, according to their idea, not the property of the count, but of the equerry. Tomorrow, if we are alive, I will tell you what a serious influence upon me was exercised by this right of proprietorship which the equerry arrogated to himself. All that day the horses treated Kholstomír with great consideration, but Nestor, from old custom, rode him into the field. But Nestor's ways were so rough. The mujik's grey stallion, coming toward the drove, whinnied, and again the chestnut filly coquettishly replied to him. Chapter 7. 3rd night. The moon had quartered. And her narrow band poured a mild light on Kholstomír, standing in the middle of the yard, with the horses clustered around him. The principal and most surprising consequence to me of the fact that I was not the property of the count nor of God, but of the equerry, continued the piebald, was that what constitutes our chief activity, the eager race, was made the cause of my banishment. They were driving Lebedy around the ring, and a jockey from Chesmenka was riding me, and entered the course. Lebedy dashed past us. He trotted well, but he seemed to want to show off. He had not that skill which I had cultivated in myself. That is, of compelling one leg instantly to follow on the motion of the other, and not to waste the least degree of energy, but use it all in pressing forward. Levity dashed by us. I entered the ring, the jockey did not hold me back. "Say, will you time my piebald?" he cried, and when Levity came abreast of us a second time, he let me out. He had the advantage of his momentum, and so I was left behind in the first heat, but in the second I began to gain on him. Came up to him in the droshky, caught up with him, passed beyond him, and won the race. They tried it a second time, the same thing. I was the swifter. And this filled them all with dismay. The general begged them to send me away as soon as possible, so that I might not be heard of again. "Otherwise the count will know about it, and there will be trouble," said he. And they sent me to the horse dealer. I did not remain there long. A hussar, who came along to get a remount, bought me. All this had been so disagreeable, so cruel, that I was glad when they took me from Krenova, and forever separated me from all that had been near and dear to me. It was too hard for me among them. Before them stood love, honor, freedom, before me labor, humiliation, labor, to the end of my days. Why? Because I was piebald, and because I was compelled to be somebody's horse. Chapter 8. Fourth Night. The next evening when the gates were closed, and all was still, the piebald continued thus. I had many experiences, both among men and among my own kind. While changing about from hand to hand. I stayed with two masters the longest, with the prince, the officer of the hussars, and then with an old man who lived at Nikola Yavlianoi church. I spent the happiest days of my life with the hussar. Though he was the cause of my destruction, though he loved nothing and nobody, yet I loved him, and still love him, for this very reason. He pleased me precisely, because he was handsome, fortunate, rich, and therefore loved no one. You are familiar with this lofty equine sentiment of ours. His coldness, and my dependence upon him, added greatly to the strength of my affection for him. Because he beat me, and drove me to death, I used to think in those happy days, for that very reason I was all the happier. He bought me of the horse dealer to whom the equerry had sold me, for 800 rubles. He bought me because there was no demand for piebald horses. Those were my happiest days. He had a mistress. I knew it because every day I took him to her, and I took her out driving, and sometimes took them together. His mistress was a handsome woman, and he was handsome, and his coachman was handsome, and I loved them all because they were. And life was worth living then. This is the way that my life was spent. In the morning the man came to groom me, not the coachman, but the groom. The groom was a young lad, taken from among the moujiks. He would open the door, let the wind drive out the steam from the horses, shovel out the manure, take off the blanket, begin to flourish the brush over my body. And with the currycomb to brush out the scruff on the floor of the stall, marked by the stamping of hoofs. I would make believe bite his sleeves, would push him with my leg. Then we were led out, one after the other, to drink from a tub of cold water. And the youngster admired my sleek spotted coat, my legs straight as an arrow, my broad hoofs, my polished flank, and back wide enough to sleep on. Then he would throw the hay behind the broad rack, and pour the oats into the oaken cribs. Then Feofan and the old coachman would come. The master and the coachman were alike. Neither the one nor the other feared anyone or loved anyone except themselves, and therefore everybody loved them. Feofan came in a red shirt, plush breeches, and coat. I used to like to hear him when, all pomaded for a holiday, he would come to the stable in his coat, and cry, "Well, cattle, are you asleep?" and poke me in the loin with the handle of his fork. But never so as to hurt, only in fun. I could instantly take a joke, and I would lay back my ears and show my teeth. We had a chestnut stallion that belonged to a pair. Sometimes they would harness us together. This Polkan could not understand a joke, and was simply ugly as the devil. I used to stand in the next stall to him, and feel seriously pained. Feofan was not afraid of him. He used to go straight up to him, shout to him, it seemed as though he were going to kick him, but no, straight by, and put on the halter. Once we ran away together, in a pair, over the Kuznetsko. Neither the master or the coachman was frightened. They laughed, they shouted to the people, and they saw it on the reins and pulled up, and so I did not run over anybody. In their service I expended my best qualities, and half of my life. Then I was given too much water to drink, and my legs gave out. But in spite of everything, that was the best part of my life. At 12 they would come, harness us, oil my hoofs, moisten my forelock and mane, and put us between the thills. The sledge was of cane, plated, upholstered in velvet. The harness had little silver buckles, the reins of silk, and once I wore a fly net. The whole harness was such, that, when all the straps and belts were put on and drawn, it was impossible to make out where the harness ended and the horse began. They would finish harnessing in the shed. Feofan would come out, his middle wider than his shoulders, with his red girdle under his arms. He would inspect the harness, take his seat, straighten his caftan, put his foot in the stirrup, get off some joke, always crack his whip. Though he scarcely ever touched me with it, merely for form's sake, and cry, now off with you. 252 and frisking at every step, would prance out of the gate, and the cook, coming out to empty her slops, would pause in the road, and the mujik, bringing in his firewood, would open his eyes. We would drive up and down, occasionally stopping. The lackeys come out, the coachmen drive up. There is constant conversation. Always kept waiting. Sometimes for 3 hours we were kept at the door, occasionally we take a turn around, and talk a while, and again we halt. At last there would be a tumult in the hallway. The grey-haired Tikhon, fat in paunch, comes out in his dress coat. Drive on, then there was none of that use of superfluous words that obtains now. Feofan clucks as if I did not know what forward meant. Comes up to the door, and drives away quickly, unconcernedly, as though there was nothing wonderful either in the sledge or the horses, or Feofan himself. As he bends his back and holds out his hands in such a way that it would seem impossible to keep it up long. The prince comes out in his shako and cloak, with a grey beaver collar concealing his handsome, ruddy, black-browed face, which ought never to be covered. He would come out with clanking saber, jingling spurs, and copper-heeled boots. Stepping over the carpet as though in a hurry, and not paying any heed to me or to Feofan, whom everybody except himself looked at and admired. Feofan clucks. I pull at the reins, and with a respectable rapid trot we are off and away. I glance round at the prince, and toss my aristocratic head and delicate topknot. The prince is in good spirits. He sometimes jests with Feofan. Feofan replies, half turning round to the prince his handsome face, and, not dropping his hands, makes some ridiculous motion with the reins which I understand. And on, with ever wider and wider strides, straining every muscle, and sending the muddy snow over the dasher, off I go. Then there was none of the absurd way that obtains today of crying, oh! As though the coachman were in pain, and couldn't speak. Glong! Look out there, 253 glong! Look out there, shouts Feofan. And the people clear the way, and stand craning their necks to see the handsome gelding, the handsome coachman, and the handsome harm. I loved especially to outstrip some racer. When Feofan and I would see in the distance some team worthy of our mettle, flying like a whirlwind, we would gradually come nearer and nearer to him. And soon tossing the mud over the dasher, would be even with the passenger, and would snort over his head, then even with the saddle, with the bell bow. 254 then I would already see him and hear him behind me, gradually getting farther and farther away. But the prince and Feofan and I, we all kept silent, and made believe that we were merely out for a drive. And by our actions that we did not notice those with slow horses whom we overtook on our way. I loved to race, but I loved also to meet a good racer. One wink, sound, glance, and we would be off, and would fly along, each on his own side of the road. Here the gates creaked, and the voices of Nestor and Vaska were heard. Chapter 9. Fifth Night. The weather began to change. The sky was overcast. And in the morning there was no dew, but it was warm, and the flies were sticky. As soon as the herd was driven in, the horses gathered around the piebald, and thus he finished his story. The happy days of my life were soon over. I lived so only 2 years. At the end of the second winter, there happened an event which was most delightful to me, and immediately after came my deepest sorrow. It was at Shrovetide. I took the prince to the races. Atlasnui and Bichuk also ran in the race. I don't know what they were doing in the summer house, but I know that he came, and ordered Feofan to enter the ring. I remember they drove me into the ring, stationed me and stationed Atlasnui. Atlasnui was in racing gear, but I was harnessed in a city sleigh. At the turning stake I left him behind. A laugh and a cry of victory greeted my achievement. When they began to lead me round, a crowd followed after, and a man offered the prince 5,000. He only laughed, showing his white teeth. "No," said he, "this isn't a horse, it's a friend. I wouldn't sell him for a mountain of gold. Good day, gentlemen, 255. He threw open the fur robes, and got in. To Ostazenka. That was where his mistress lived. And we flew. It was our last happy day. We reached her home. He called her his. But she loved someone else, and had gone off with him. The prince ascertained this at her room. It was 5 o'clock, and, not letting me be unharnessed, he started in pursuit of her, though she had never really been his. They applied the knout to me, and made me gallop. For the first time, I began to flag, and I am ashamed to say, I wanted to rest. But suddenly I heard the prince himself shouting in an unnatural voice, "Hurry up, 256," and the knout whistled and cut me, and I dashed ahead again, my leg hitting against the iron of the dasher. We overtook her, after going 25 versts. I got him there, but I trembled all night, and could not eat anything. In the morning they gave me water. I drank it, and forever ceased to be the horse that I was. I was sick. They tortured me and maimed me, treated me as men are accustomed to do. My hoofs came off. I had abscesses, and my legs grew bent. I had no strength in my chest. Laziness and weakness were everywhere apparent. I was sent to the horse dealer. He fed me on carrots and other things, and made me something quite unlike my old self, but yet capable of deceiving one who did not know. But there was no strength and no swiftness in me. Moreover, the horse dealer tormented me, by coming to my stall when customers were on hand, and beginning to stir me up, and torture me with the knout, so that it drove me to madness. Then he would wipe the bloody foam off the whip, and lead me out. An old lady bought me of the dealer. She used to keep coming to Nikola Yavlenoi, and she used to whip the coachman. The coachman would come and weep in my stall. And I knew that his tears had an agreeable salt taste. Then the old woman chid her overseer, 257, took me into the country, and sold me to a peddler. Then I was fed on wheat, and grew sicker still. I was sold to a mujik. There I had to plow, had almost nothing to eat, and I cut my leg with a plowshare. I became sick again. A gypsy got possession of me. He tortured me horribly, and at last I was sold to the overseer here. And here I am, all were silent. The rain began to fall. Chapter 10. As the herd returned home the following evening, they met the master 258 and a guest. Zulduiba, leading the way, cast her eyes on 2 men's figures. One was the young master in a straw hat. The other, a tall, stout, military man, with wrinkled face. The old mare gazed at the man, and swerving went near to him. The rest, the younger ones, were thrown into some confusion, huddled together, especially when the master and his guest came directly into the midst of the horses, making gestures to each other. And talking. "Here's this one. I bought it of Voyakov, the dapple-gray horse," said the master. "And that young black mare, with the white legs, where did you get her?" "Fine one," said the guest. They examined many of the horses as they walked around, or stood on the field. They remarked also the chestnut mare. "That's one of the saddle horses, the breed of Kranovsky." They quietly gazed at all the horses as they went by. The master shouted to Nestor, and the old man, hastily digging his heels into the sides of the piebald, trotted out. The piebald horse hobbled along, limping on one leg. But his gait was such that it was evident that in other circumstances he would not have complained, even if he had been compelled to go in this way, as long as his strength held out. To the world's end. He was ready even to go at full gallop, and at first even broke into one. "I have no hesitation in saying that there isn't a better horse in Russia than that one," said the master, pointing to one of the mares. The guest corroborated this praise. The master, full of satisfaction, walked up and down, made observations, and told the story and pedigree of each of the horses. It was apparently somewhat of a bore to the guest to listen to the master, but he devised questions, to make it seem as if he were interested in it. "Yes, yes," said he in some confusion. "Look," said the host, not replying to the questions, "look at those legs, look at the... She cost me dear, but I shall have a 3-year-old from her that'll go." "Does she trot well?" asked the guest. Thus they scrutinized almost all the horses, and there was nothing more to show. And they were silent. "Well, shall we go?" "Yes, let us go." They went out through the gate. The guest was glad that the exhibition was over, and that he was going home where he would eat, drink, smoke, and have a good time. As they went by Nestor, who was sitting on the piebald and waiting for further orders, the guest struck his big fat hand on the horse's side. "Here's good blood," said he. "He's like the piebald horse, if you remember, that I told you about." The master perceived that it was not of his horses that the guest was speaking. And he did not listen, but, looking around, continued to gaze at his stud. Suddenly, at his very ear, was heard a dull, weak, senile neigh. It was the piebald horse that began to neigh, but could not finish it. Becoming, as it were, confused, he broke short off. Neither the guest nor the master paid any attention to this neigh, but went home. Kholstomír had recognized in the wrinkled old man his beloved former master, the once brilliant, handsome, and wealthy Sire Pukovskoy. Chapter 11. The rain continued to fall. In the paddock it was gloomy, but at the manor house 259 it was quite the reverse. The luxurious evening meal was spread in the luxurious dining room. At the table sat master, mistress, and the guest who had just arrived. The master held in his hand a box of specially fine 10-year-old cigars, such as no one else had, according to his story, and proceeded to offer them to the guest. The master was a handsome young man of 25, fresh, neatly dressed, smoothly brushed. He was dressed in a fresh, loosely fitting suit of clothes, made in London. On his watch chain were big expensive charms. His cuff buttons were of gold, large, even massive, set with turquoises. His beard was à la Napoleon III. And his mustaches were waxed, and stood out as though he had got them nowhere else than in Paris. The lady wore a silk muslin dress, brocaded with large variegated flowers. On her head, large gold hairpins in her thick auburn hair, which was beautiful, though not entirely her own. Her hands were adorned with bracelets and rings, all expensive. The samovar was silver, the service exquisite. The lackey, magnificent in his dress coat and white vest and necktie, stood like a statue at the door, awaiting orders. The furniture was of bent wood, and bright, the wallpapers dark, with large flowers. Around the table tinkled a cunning little dog, with a silver collar bearing an extremely hard English name, which neither of them could pronounce because they knew not English. In the corner, among the flowers, stood the pianoforte, inlaid with mother-of-pearl. 260 Everything breathed of newness, luxury, and rareness. Everything was extremely good. But it all bore a peculiar impress of profusion, wealth, and an absence of intellectual interests. The master was a great lover of racing, strong and hot-headed. One of those whom one meets everywhere, who drive out in sable furs, send costly bouquets to actresses, drink the most expensive wine, of the very latest brand, at the most expensive restaurant. Offer prizes in their own names, and entertain the most expensive. The newcomer, Nikita Syerpukovskoy, was a man of 40 years, tall, stout, bald, with huge mustaches and side whiskers. He ought to have been very handsome. But it was evident that he had wasted his forces, physical and moral and pecuniary. He was so deeply in debt that he was obliged to go into the service so as to escape the sponging house. He had now come to the government city as chief of the imperial stud. His influential relations had obtained this for him. He was dressed in an army kittle and blue trousers. His kittle and trousers were such as only those who are rich can afford to wear, so with his linen also. His watch was English. His boots had peculiar soles, as thick as a finger. Nikita Syerpukovskoy had squandered a fortune of 2 millions, and was still in debt to the amount of 120,000 rubles. From such a course there always remains a certain momentum of life, giving credit, and the possibility of living almost luxuriously for another 10 years. The 10 years had already passed, and the momentum was finished, and it had become hard for him to live. He had already begun to drink too much. That is, to get fuddled with wine, which had never been the case with him before. Properly speaking, he had never begun and never finished drinking. More noticeable in him than all else was the restlessness of his eyes. They had begun to wander, and the uncertainty of his intonations and motions. This restlessness was surprising, from the fact that it was evidently a new thing in him, because it could be seen that he had been accustomed, all his life long, to fear nothing and nobody. And that now he endured severe sufferings from some dread that was thoroughly alien to his nature. The host and hostess 261 remarked this, exchanged glances, showing that they understood each other, postponed until they should get to bed the consideration of this subject. And, evidently, merely endured poor Syerpukovskoy. The sight of the young master's happiness humiliated Nikita, and compelled him to painful envy, as he remembered his own irrevocable past. "You don't object to cigars, Marie?" he asked, addressing the lady in that peculiar tone, acquired only by practice, full of urbanity and friendliness. But not wholly satisfactory, such as men use who are familiar with the society of women not enjoying the dignity of wifehood. Not that he could have wished to insult her, on the contrary, he was much more anxious to gain her goodwill and that of the host, though he would not for anything have acknowledged it to himself. But he was already used to talking thus with such women. He knew that she would have been astonished, even affronted, if he had behaved to her as toward a lady. Moreover, it was necessary for him to preserve that peculiar shade of deference for the acknowledged wife of his friend. He treated such women always with consideration, not because he shared those so-called convictions that are promulgated in newspapers. He never read such trash about esteem as the prerogative of every man, about the absurdity of marriage, etc. Because all well-bred men act thus, and he was a well-bred man, though inclined to drink. He took a cigar. But his host awkwardly seized a handful of cigars, and placed them before the guest. "No, just see how good these are. Try them." Nikita pushed away the cigars with his hand, and in his eyes flashed something like injury and shame. "Thanks," he took out his cigar case, "try mine." The lady was on the watch. She perceived how it affected him. She began hastily to talk with him. "I am very fond of cigars. I should smoke myself if everybody about did not smoke." And she gave him one of her bright, kindly smiles. He half smiled in reply. 2 of his teeth were gone. "No, take this," continued the host, not heeding. Those others are not so strong. Fritz, bringen Sie noch ein Kasten, he said, dort zwei. The German lackey brought another box. Do you like these larger ones? They are stronger. This is a very good kind. Take them all, he added, continuing to force them upon his guest. He was evidently glad that there was someone on whom he could lavish his rarities, and he saw nothing out of the way in it. Sire Pokrovskoy began to smoke, and hastened to take up the subject that had been dropped. How much did you have to go on at last nuit? He asked. He cost me dear, not less than 5,000, but at all events I am secured. Plenty of colts, I tell you. Do they trot? Inquired Sire Pokrovskoy. First rate. Today at last nuit's colt took 3 prizes, one at Tula, one at Moscow, and one at Petersburg. He raced with Voyakov's Voronoi. The rascally jockey made 4 abatements, and almost put him out of the race. He was rather raw, too much Dutch stock in him, I should say, said Sire Pokrovskoy. Well, but the Mares are finer ones. I will show you tomorrow. I paid 3,000 for Dobruina, 2,000 for Laskavea. And again the host began to enumerate his wealth. The mistress saw that this was hard for Sire Pokrovskoy, and that he only pretended to listen. Won't you have some more tea? Asked the hostess. I don't care for any more, said the host, and he went on with his story. She got up, the host detained her, took her in his arms, and kissed her. Sire Pokrovskoy smiled at first, as he looked at them, but his smile seemed to them unnatural. When his host got up, and took her in his arms, and went out with her as far as the portière, his face suddenly changed. He sighed deeply, and an expression of despair took possession of his wrinkled face. There was also wrath in it. Yes, you said that you bought him of Voyakov, said Sire Pokrovskoy, with assumed indifference. Chapter 12. The host returned, and smiled as he sat down opposite his guest. Neither of them spoke. Oh, yes. I was speaking of at last nuit. I had a great mind to buy the Mares of Dubovitsky. Nothing but rubbish was left. He was burned out, said Sire Pokrovskoy, and suddenly stood up and looked around. He remembered that he owed this ruined man 20,000 rubles. And that, if burned out were said of anyone, it might by good rights be said about himself. He began to laugh. Both kept silence long. The master was revolving in his mind how he might boast a little before his guest. Sire Pokrovskoy was cogitating how he might show that he did not consider himself burned out. But the thoughts of both moved with difficulty, in spite of the fact that they tried to enliven themselves with cigars. Well, when shall we have something to drink? Asked the guest of himself. At all events, we must have something to drink, else we shall die of the blues, said the host to himself. How is it? Are you going to stay here long? Asked Sire Pokrovskoy. About a month yet. Shall we have a little lunch? What say you? Fritz, is everything ready? They went back to the dining room. There, under a hanging lamp, stood the table loaded with candles and very extraordinary things, siphons, and bottles with fancy stoppers, extraordinary wine in decanters. Extraordinary liqueurs and vodka. They drank, sat down, drank again, sat down, and tried to talk. Sire Pokrovskoy grew flushed, and began to speak unreservedly. They talked about women, who kept such and such an one. The gypsy, the ballet girl, the soubrette. 262. Why, you left Matthew, didn't you? Asked the host. This was the mistress who had caused Sire Pokrovskoy such pain. No, she left me. Oh my friend. 263. How one remembers what one has squandered in life. Now I am glad, fact, when I get 1,000 rubles, glad, fact, when I get out of everybody's way. I cannot in Moscow. Ah! What's to be said? The host was bored to listen to Sire Pokrovskoy. He wanted to talk about himself, to brag. But Sire Pokrovskoy also wanted to talk about himself, about his glittering past. The host poured out some more wine, and waited till he had finished, so as to tell him about his affairs, how he was going to arrange his stud as no one ever had before. And how Marie loved him, not for his money, but for himself. "I was going to tell you that in my stud," he began. But Sire Pokrovskoy interrupted him. "There was a time, I may say," he began, "when I loved, and knew how to live. You were talking just now about racing, please tell me what is your best racer." The host was glad of the chance to tell some more about his stud, but Sire Pokrovskoy again interrupted him. "Yes, yes," said he. "But the trouble with you breeders is, that you do it only for ostentation, and not for pleasure, for life. It wasn't so with me. I was telling you this very day that I used to have a piebald racer, with just such spots as I saw among your colts. Oak! What a horse he was! You can't imagine it, this was in '42. I had just come to Moscow. I went to a dealer, and saw a piebald gelding. All in best form. He pleased me. Price? 1,000 rubles. He pleased me. I took him, and began to ride him. I never had, and you never had and never will have, such a horse. I never knew a better horse, either for gait, or strength, or beauty. You were a lad then. You could not have known, but you may have heard, I suppose. All Moscow knew him." "Yes, I heard about him," said the host reluctantly. "But I was going to tell you about my—" "So you heard about him." "I bought him just as he was, without pedigree, without proof, but then I knew Voyakov, and I traced him. He was sired by Lubozhnui I. He was called Kholstomír. 264. He'd measure linen for you. On account of his spotting, he was given to the equerry at the Kranovsky stud. And he had him gelded, and sold him to the dealer. Aren't any horses like him any more, friend? Ach! What a time that was! Ach! Vanished youth," he said, quoting the words of a gypsy song. He began to get wild. Eck! That was a golden time. I was 25. I had 80,000 a year income, then I hadn't a grey hair, all my teeth like pearls. Whatever I undertook prospered. And yet all came to an end. "Well, you didn't have such lively times then," said the host, taking advantage of the interruption. "I tell you that my first horses began to run without." "Your horses?" "Horses were more meddlesome then." "How more meddlesome?" "Yes, more meddlesome. I remember how one time I was at Moscow at the races. None of my horses were in it. I did not care for racing, but I had blooded horses, General Chowlet, Mohammed. I had my piebald with me. My coachman was a splendid young fellow. I liked him. But he was rather given to drink, so I drove. "Sire Pokrovskoy," said they, "when are you going to get some trotters? I don't care for your low-bred beasts. 265. The devil take m. I have a hack driver's piebald that's worth all of yours." "Yes, but he doesn't race." "Bet you 1,000 rubles." They took me up. He went round in 5 seconds, won the wager of 1,000 rubles. But that was nothing. With my blooded horses I went in a troika 100 versts in 3 hours. All Moscow knew about it. And Sire Pokrovskoy began to brag so fluently and steadily that the host could not get in a word, and sat facing him with dejected countenance. Only, by way of diversion, he would fill up his glass and that of his companion. It began already to grow light, but still they sat there. It became painfully tiresome to the host. He got up. "Sleep, let's go to sleep, then," said Sire Pokrovskoy, as he got up, and went staggering and puffing to the room that had been assigned to him. The master of the house rejoined his mistress. "Oh, he's unendurable. He got drunk, and lied faster than he could talk. And he made love to me too. I fear that he's going to borrow of me." Sire Pokrovskoy threw himself on the bed without undressing, and drew a long breath. I must have talked a good deal of nonsense, he thought. Well, it's all the same. Good wine, but he's a big hog. Something cheap about him. 266 and I am a hog myself, he remarked, and laughed aloud. Well, I used to support others, now it's my turn. I guess the Winkler girl will help me. I'll borrow some money of her. He may come to it. Suppose I've got to undress. Can't get my boot off. Hey, hey, he cried. But the man who had been ordered to wait on him had long before gone to bed. He sat up, took off his kittle and his vest, and somehow managed to crawl out of his trousers. But it was long before his boots would stir. With his stout belly it was hard work to stoop over. He got one off, he struggled and struggled with the other, got out of breath, and gave it up. And so with one leg in the boot he threw himself down, and began to snore, filling the whole room with the odor of wine, tobacco, and vile old age. Chapter 13. If Kholstomír remembered anything that night, it was the frolic that Vaska gave him. He threw over him a blanket, and galloped off. He was left till morning at the door of a tavern, with a muzhik's horse. They licked each other. When it became light he went back to the herd, and itched all over. Something makes me itch fearfully, he thought. 5 days passed. They brought a veterinary. He said cheerfully. The mange. You'll have to dispose of him to the gypsies. Better have his throat cut, only have it done today. The morning was calm and clear. The herd had gone to pasture. Kholstomír remained behind. A strange man came along. Thin, dark, dirty, in a kaftan spotted with something black. This was the scavenger. He took Kholstomír by the halter, and without looking at him started off. The horse followed quietly, not looking round, and, as always, dragging his legs and kicking up the straw with his hind legs. As he went out of the gate, he turned his head toward the well. But the scavenger twitched the halter, and said, "It's not worth while." The scavenger, and Vaska who followed, proceeded to a depression behind the brick barn, and stopped, as though there were something peculiar in this most ordinary place. And the scavenger, handing the halter to Vaska, took off his kaftan, rolled up his sleeves, and produced a knife and whetstone from his bootleg. The piebald pulled at the halter, and out of sheer ennui tried to bite it, but it was too far off. He sighed, and closed his eyes. He hung down his lip, showing his worn yellow teeth, and began to drowse, lulled by the sound of the knife on the stone. Only his sick and swollen leg trembled a little. Suddenly he perceived that he was grasped by the lower jaw, and that his head was lifted up. He opened his eyes. 2 dogs were in front of him. One was snuffing in the direction of the scavenger, the other sat looking at the gelding as though expecting something especially from him. The gelding looked at them, and began to rub his jaw against the hand that held him. "Of course they want to cure me," he said, "let it come." And the thought had hardly passed through his mind, before they did something to his throat. It hurt him. He started back, stamped his foot, but restrained himself, and waited for what was to follow. What followed, was some liquid pouring in a stream down his neck and breast. He drew a deep breath, lifting his sides. And it seemed easier, much easier, to him. The whole burden of his life was taken from him. He closed his eyes, and began to droop his head. No one held it. Then his legs quivered, his whole body swayed. He was not so much terrified as he was astonished. Everything was so new. He was astonished. He tried to run ahead, up the hill, but instead of this, his legs, moving where he stood, interfered. He began to roll over on his side, and while expecting to make a step he fell forward, and on his left side. The scavenger waited till the death struggle was over, drove away the dogs that were creeping nearer, and then seized the horse by the legs, turned him over on the back, and, telling Vaska to hold his leg, began to take off the hide. "That was a horse indeed," said Vaska. "If he'd been fatter, it would have been a fine hide," said the scavenger. That evening the herd passed by the hill. And those who were on the left wing saw a red object below them, and around it some dogs busily romping, and crows and hawks flying over it. One dog, with his paws on the carcass, and shaking his head, was growling over what he was tearing with his teeth. The brown filly stopped, lifted her head and neck, and long sniffed the air. It took force to drive her away. At sunrise, in a ravine of the ancient forest, in the bottom of an overgrown glade, some wolf-whelps were beside themselves with joy. There were 5 of them, for about of a size, and one little one with a head bigger than his body. A lean, hairless she-wolf, her belly with hanging dugs almost touching the ground, crept out of the bushes, and sat down in front of the wolves. The wolves sat in a semicircle in front of her. She went to the smallest, and lowering her stumpy tail, and bending her nose to the ground, made a few convulsive motions, and opening her jaws filled with teeth she struggled, and disgorged a great piece of horseflesh. The larger whelps made a movement to seize it, but she restrained them with a threatening growl, and let the little one have it all. The little one, as though in anger, seized the morsel, hiding it under him, and began to devour it. Then the she-wolf disgorged for the second, and the third, and in the same way for all 5, and finally lay down in front of them to rest. At the end of a week there lay behind the brick barn only the great skull, and 2 shoulder blades, all the rest had disappeared. In the summer a mujik who gathered up the bones carried off also the skull and shoulder blades, and put them to use. The dead body of Sire Pukovskoy, who had been about in the world, and had eaten and drunken, was buried long after. Neither his skin nor his flesh nor his bones were of any use. And just as his dead body, which had been about in the world, had been a great burden to others for 20 years, so the disposal of this body became only an additional charge upon men. Long it had been useless to everyone, long it had been only a burden. But still the dead who bury their dead found it expedient to dress this soon-to-be decaying, swollen body, in a fine uniform, in fine boots. To place it in a fine new coffin, with new tassels on the 4 corners, then to place this new coffin in another, made of lead, and carry it to Moscow. And there to dig up the bones of people long buried, and then to lay away this malodorous body devoured by worms, in its new uniform and polished boots, and to cover the whole with earth. Walk in the light while there is light. A Tale of the Time of the Early Christians. 1887. Chapter 1. It was in the reign of the Roman Emperor Trajan, a century after the birth of Christ. It was at the time when the disciples of Christ's disciples were still living. And the Christians faithfully observed the laws of the Master as it is related in the Acts. And the multitude of them that believed were of one heart and of one soul. Neither said any of them that aught of the things which he possessed was his own, but they had all things common. And with great power gave the apostles witness of the resurrection of the Lord Jesus. And great grace was upon them all. Neither was there any among them that lacked. For as many as were possessors of lands or houses sold them and brought the prices of the things that were sold and laid them down at the apostles' feet. And distribution was made unto every man according as he had need. Acts 4 verse 32, 35. In these early times, a rich Syrian tradesman named Juvenal, a dealer in precious stones, was living in the province of Cilicia, in the city of Tarsus. He was of poor and simple origin. But, by dint of hard work and skill in his art, he had accumulated property and won the respect of his fellow citizens. He had traveled widely in different lands. And though he was not a literate man, he had seen and learned much, and the city people regarded him highly for his intellect and his probity. He held to the pagan faith of Rome, which was professed by all respectable people of the Roman Empire, that faith burdened with ceremonies which the emperors since the days of Augustus had so strenuously inculcated, and which the reigning emperor Trajan so strictly maintained. The province of Cilicia was far from Rome, but it was administered by a Roman proconsul, and everything that took place in Rome found its echo in Cilicia, and the rulers were mimic emperors. Juvenal remembered all that had been told him in his childhood about the actions of Nero in Rome. As time went on, he had seen how one emperor after another perished. And, like a clever man, he came to the conclusion that there was nothing sacred about the Roman religion, but that it was all the work of human hands. The senselessness of all the life which went on around him, especially that in Rome, where his business often took him, bewildered him. He had his doubts, he could not comprehend everything. And he attributed this to his lack of cultivation. He was married, and 4 children had been born to him, but 3 had died young, and only one, a son named Julius, survived. Juvenal lavished on this son Julius all his affection and all his care. He especially wished so to educate his son that he might not be tortured by such doubts regarding life as had bewildered him. When Julius had passed the age of 15, his father entrusted his education to a philosopher who had settled in their city and devoted himself to the instruction of youth. Juvenal entrusted him to this philosopher, together with a comrade of his, Pamphilus, the son of a former slave whom Juvenal had freed. The 2 boys were of the same age, both handsome and good friends. They studied diligently, and both of them were of good morals. Julius distinguished himself more in the study of the poets and in mathematics, Pamphilus, in the study of philosophy. About a year before the completion of their course of study, Pamphilus, coming to school one day, explained to the teacher that his widowed mother was going to the city of Daphne, and that he would be obliged to give up his studies. The teacher was sorry to lose a pupil who had reflected credit on him. Juvenal also was sorry, but sorriest of all was Julius. But in spite of all their entreaties that he should stay and finish his studies, Pamphilus remained obdurate, and after thanking his friends for their love toward him and their solicitude for him, he took his departure. 2 years passed, Julius completed his studies, and during all that time he did not once see his friend. One day, however, he met him in the street, invited him home, and began to ask him how and where he lived. Pamphilus told him he still lived in the same place with his mother. "We do not live alone," said he, "but many friends live with us, and we have all things in common." "What do you mean, in common?" asked Julius. "In such a way that none of us considers anything his private property." "Why do you do that way?" "We are Christians," said Pamphilus. "Is it possible?" cried Julius. "Why, I have been told that Christians kill children and eat them. Can it be that you take part in doing such things?" "Come and see," replied Pamphilus. "We do nothing of the sort. We live simply, trying to do nothing wrong." "But how can you live, if you have no property of your own?" "We support each other. If we give our brethren our labors, then they give us theirs. But if your brethren take your labors and don't reciprocate, then what?" "We don't have such persons," said Pamphilus. "Such persons prefer to live luxuriously, and they don't join us. Life among us is simple, and without luxury. But are there not many lazy ones who would delight in being fed for nothing?" "Yes, there are some such, and we willingly receive them. Not long ago a man of that character came to us, a runaway slave. At first, it is true, he was lazy, and led a bad life, but soon he changed his life, and has now become one of the good brethren. But supposing he had not ordered his life aright? Well, there are some such. The old man Cyril says that we must treat such as if they were the very best of the brethren, and love them all the more. Can one love good-for-nothings? It is impossible to help loving a human being. But how can you give all men whatever they ask of you?" asked Julius. "If my father gave all persons whatever they asked him for, very soon he wouldn't have anything left." "I don't know," replied Pamphilus. "We always have enough left for our necessities. Even if it came about that we had nothing to eat or nothing to wear, then we ask the others and they give to us. Yes, it sometimes happens so. Only once did I ever have to go to bed without my supper, and that was because I was very tired and did not feel like going to ask any of the brethren." "I don't know how you do," said Julius, "only what my father says, if he didn't have his own property, and if he gave to everyone who asked him, he would die of starvation. We don't. Come and see." We live, and not only do not lack, but we have even more than we need. How can that be? This is the way of it: we all profess one law, but our powers of fulfilling it vary in each individual. Some have greater, some have less. One has already made great improvement in the good life, while another has only just begun in it. At the head of us all stands Christ, with his life, and we all try to imitate him, and in this only we see our well-being. Certain of us, like the old man Cyril and his wife Pelagia, are our leaders. Others stand next to them, and still others in a third rank, but all of us are traveling along the same path. Those in advance are already near to the law of Christ, self-renunciation, and they are willing to lose their life in order to save it. These need nothing. They have no regret for themselves, and to those that ask they give their last possession according to the law of Christ. There are others, feebler, who cannot give all they have, who have some pity on themselves, who grow weak if they don't have their usual dress and food, and cannot give everything away. Then there are others still weaker, such as have only just started on the path. These still live in the old way, keeping much for themselves and giving away only what is superfluous. Even these that linger in the rear give aid to those in the van. Moreover, all of us are entangled by our relationships with pagans. One man's father is a pagan and has a property, and gives to his son. The son gives to those that ask, but the father still continues to provide. The mother of another is a pagan, and has pity on her son, and helps him. A third has heathen children, while a mother is a Christian, and the children obey her, give to her, and beg her not to give her possessions away, while she, out of love to them, takes what they give her, and gives to others. Then, again, a fourth will have a pagan wife, and a fifth a pagan husband. Thus all are perplexed, and those in the van would be glad to give their all, but they cannot. In this way the feeble in faith are confirmed, and thus much of the superfluous is collected together. In reply to this Julius said, "Well, if this is so, then it means you fail to observe the teaching of Christ, and only pretend to observe it. For if you don't give away your all, then there is no distinction between us and you. In my mind, if you are going to be a Christian, then you must fulfill the whole law. Give everything away and remain a beggar. That is the best way of all," said Pamphilius. "Do so." "Yes, I will do so when I see that you do. We do not wish to set an example. And I don't advise you to join us and renounce your present life for a mere display. We act as we do, not for show, but as a part of our religion." "What do you mean, your religion?" "Why, it means that salvation from the evils of the world, from death, is to be found only in life according to the teaching of Christ. And it makes no difference to us what men say about us. We are not doing this in the eyes of men, but because in this alone do we see life and welfare." "It is impossible not to live for self," said Julius. "The gods instilled in us our instinct to love ourselves better than others and to seek happiness for ourselves. And you do the same thing. You confess that some of you have pity on yourselves. More and more they will look out for their own pleasures, and be ever more willing to give up your faith and do just what we are doing." "No," replied Pamphilius. "Our brethren will go in another path and will never weaken, but will become more and more confirmed in it, just as a fire will never go out when wood is added to it. In this is our faith. I don't find in what this faith consists. Our faith is this, that we understand life as Christ has interpreted it to us." "How is that?" "Christ uttered some such parable as this: certain vinedressers cultivated a vineyard, and they were obliged to pay tribute to the owner of the vineyard. We are the vinedressers who live in the world and have to pay tribute to God and fulfill His will. But those that held to the worldly faith fancied that the vineyard was theirs, that they had nothing to pay for it, but only to enjoy the fruits of it. The Lord of the vineyard sent a messenger to these men to receive his tribute, but they drove him away. The Lord of the vineyard sent his son after the tribute, but they killed him, thinking that after that no one would interfere with them. This is the belief of the world, whereby all men live who do not acknowledge that life is given only for God's service. But Christ has taught us how false is the worldly belief that it would be better for man if he drove out of the vineyard the master's messenger and his son and avoided paying tribute. For he showed us that we must either pay tribute or be expelled from the vineyard. He taught us that all pleasures which we call pleasures, eating, drinking, amusements, cannot be pleasures if our life is devoted to them. That they are pleasures only when we seek another, the fulfillment of the will of God. That only then these are pleasures, as a present reward following the fulfillment of the will of God. To wish to have pleasure without the labor of fulfilling the will of God, to separate pleasure from work, is the same as to tear off the stalks of flowers and plant them without seeds. We have this belief, and therefore we cannot seek for deception in place of truth. Our faith consists in this, that the welfare of life is not in its pleasures, but in the fulfillment of the will of God without a thought of its pleasures, or hoping for them. And thus we live, and the longer we live the more we see that pleasure and well-being, like a wheel behind the shafts, follow on the fulfillment of the will of God. Our Lord has said, "Come unto me all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you and learn of me, for I am meek and lowly in heart. And ye shall find rest unto your souls, for my yoke is easy and my burden is light." Thus said Pamphilus. Julius listened, and his heart was stirred within him. But what Pamphilus said was not clear to him. At one moment it seemed to him that Pamphilus was deceiving him, but when he looked into his friend's kindly eyes and remembered his goodness, it seemed to him that Pamphilus was deceiving himself. Pamphilus invited Julius to visit him so as to examine into the life they led, and if it pleased him to remain and live with them. And Julius promised, but he did not go to Pamphilus. And being drawn into his own life, he forgot about him. Chapter 2. Julius' father was rich, and as he loved his only son and was proud of him, he never stinted him for money. Julius lived the life of rich young men, in idleness, luxury, and dissipated amusements, which have always been, and are still, the same, wine, gambling, and fast women. But the pleasures to which Julius gave himself up kept demanding more and more money, and after a time he found he had not enough. Once he asked for more than his father generally gave him. His father gave it to him, but accompanied it with a rebuke. The son, conscious that he was to blame, and yet unwilling to acknowledge his fault, became angry, behaved rudely to his father, as those that are aware of their guilt, and are unwilling to confess it, are apt to do. The money he obtained from his father was very quickly spent, and moreover, about the same time Julius and a companion happened to get into a drunken quarrel, and killed a man. The prefect of the city heard about it, and was desirous of subjecting Julius to punishment, but his father succeeded in bringing about his pardon. At this time, Julius, by his irregular life, required still more money. He borrowed it of a boon companion and agreed to repay it. Moreover, his mistress asked him to give her a present. She desired a pearl necklace, and he knew that if he did not accede to her request, she would throw him over and take up with a rich man, who had already for some time been trying to entice her away from Julius. Julius went to his mother and told her he had got to have some money, that if he did not succeed in raising as much as he needed, he should kill himself. For the fact that he had got into such a scrape he blamed his father, not himself. He said, "My father has accustomed me to a luxurious life," and then he began to blame me for wanting money. If at first he had given me what I needed without scolding, then with what he gave me afterward I should have regulated my life, and should not have needed much. But as he has always given me too little, I have had to apply to usurers, and they have extorted from me everything I had, and so nothing is left for me to live on, as a rich young man should. And I am put to shame before my companions. And yet my father can't seem to understand this at all. He has forgotten that he was young once himself. He got me into this position, and now, if he does not give me what I ask for, I shall kill myself." The mother, who spoiled her son, went to his father. The father called the young man, and began to upbraid both him and his mother. The son answered the father rudely. The father struck him. The son seized his father's arm. The father called to his slaves and ordered them to take the young man and lock him up. When he was left alone, Julius cursed his father and the day he was born. His own death or his father's presented itself before him as the only way of escape from the position in which he found himself. Julius' mother suffered more than he did. She did not comprehend who was really to blame in all this. She felt nothing but pity for her beloved child. She went to her husband and begged him to forgive the youth, but he refused to listen to her, and began to reproach her for having spoiled her son. She blamed him, and the upshot of it was the husband beat his wife. But the wife made no account of the beating. She went to the son and persuaded him to go and beg his father's forgiveness and yield to his wishes. She promised him, if he would do so, she would give him the money he needed, and not let his father know. The son consented, and then the mother went to her husband and urged him to pardon the young man. The father for a long time stormed at his wife and son, but at last decided to pardon him, but only on the condition that he should abandon his dissipated life and marry a rich tradesman's daughter, whose father wished her to enter into an engagement with him. "He shall have money from me and his wife's dowry," said the young man's father, "and then let him enter upon a regular life. If he will agree to fulfill my wishes I will pardon him. But otherwise I will give him nothing, and at his first offense I will deliver him over into the hands of the prefect." Julius agreed to everything, and was released. He promised to marry and to abandon his wicked ways, but he had no intention of doing so. And life at home now became a perfect hell for him. His father did not speak to him, and was quarreling about him with his mother, who wept. On the next day his mother called him to her room and secretly gave him a precious stone which she had got from her husband. "Go, sell it. Not here, but in another city, and with the money do what you need, and I will manage to conceal the loss for a time, and if it is discovered I will blame it on one of the slaves." Julius' heart was touched by his mother's words. He was horror-struck at what she had done, and he left home, but did not take the precious stone with him. He himself did not know where or wherefore he was going. He kept going on, away from the city, feeling the necessity of remaining alone, and thinking over all that had happened to him and was before him. As he kept going farther and farther away, he came entirely beyond the city limits and entered a grove sacred to the goddess Diana. Coming to a solitary spot, he began to think. The first thought that occurred to him was to ask help of the goddess. But he no longer believed in his gods, and so he knew that no help was to be expected from them. But if no help came from them, then who would help him? As he thought over his position, it seemed to him too terrible. His soul was all confusion and gloom. But there was help for it. He had to appeal to his conscience, and he began to examine into his life and his acts. And both seemed to him wicked, and, more than all, stupid. Why was he tormenting himself so? He had few pleasures, and many trials and tribulations. The principal thing was that he felt himself all alone. Hitherto he had had a beloved mother, a father, he certainly had friends. Now he had no one. No one loved him. He was a burden to everyone. He had succeeded in bringing trouble into all their lives, he had caused his mother to quarrel with his father. He had wasted his father's substance, gathered with so much labor all his life long. He had been a dangerous and disagreeable rival to his friends. There could be no doubt about it, all would find it a relief if he were dead. As he reviewed his life, he remembered Pamphilius, and his last meeting with him, and how Pamphilius had invited him to come there, to the Christians. And it occurred to him not to return home, but to go straight to the Christians, and remain with them. But was his position so desperate? He asked himself, and again he proceeded to review what had happened, and again he was horror-struck because no one seemed to love him, and he loved no one. His mother, father, friends, did not love him, and must wish he were dead, but whom did he himself love? His friends? He was conscious that he did not love anyone. All were rivals of his, all were pitiless toward him, now that he was in disgrace. His father, he asked himself, and horror seized him when at this question he looked into his heart. Not only did he not love him, but he hated him for his stinginess, for the affront he had put on him. He hated him, and, moreover, he saw plainly that for his own happiness his father's death was essential. Yes, Julius asked to himself, and supposing I knew that no one would see it or ever find it out, what would I do if I could with one blow, once and for all? Deprive him of life and set myself free? And Julius replied to this question. Yes, I should kill him. He replied to this question, and was horror-struck at himself. My mother? Yes, I pity her, but I do not love her. It makes no difference to me what happens to her, all I need is her help. Yes, I am a wild beast. And a wild beast beaten and tracked to its lair, and the only distinction is that I am able, if I choose, to quit this false, wicked life. I can do what the wild beast cannot, I can kill myself. I hate my father, there is no one I love, neither my mother, nor my friends, but how about Pamphilius? And again he remembered his one friend. He began to recall the last interview, and their conversation, and Pamphilius' words, how, according to their teaching, Christ had said, "Come unto me all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest." Can that be true? As he went on with his thoughts and recollections, he recalled Pamphilius' sweet, joyous, passionless face, and he felt inclined to believe in what Pamphilius said. What am I, in reality? He asked himself. Who am I? A man seeking well-being. I have sought for it in animal pleasures, and have not found it. And all living beings, like myself, also fail to find it. All are evil, and suffer. If any man is always happy, it is because he is seeking for nothing. He says that there are many such, and that all men will be such if they obey their master's teachings. What if this is the truth? Whether it is the truth or not, it attracts me to it, and I am going. Thus said Julius to himself, and he left the grove resolved never again to return home, and he bent his steps to the town where the Christians lived. Chapter 3. Julius went on boldly and cheerfully, and the farther he went and the more vividly he represented to himself the life of the Christians, remembering all to himself that Pamphilius had said. The more joyous he became in spirit. The sun was already descending toward the west, and he felt the need of rest, when he fell in with a man who was resting and taking his nooning. This man was of middle age, and had an intellectual face. He was sitting and eating olives and cakes. When he saw Julius, he smiled and said, "How are you, young man? The way is still long. Sit down and rest." Julius thanked him, and sat down. "Where are you going?" asked the stranger. "To the Christians," said Julius, and he gave a truthful account of his life and his decision. The stranger listened attentively, and though he asked him about certain details, he did not express his opinion. But when Julius had finished, the stranger stowed away in his wallet the remains of his luncheon, arranged his attire, and said, "Young man, do not carry out your intention. You are making a mistake. I know life, and you do not. I know the Christians, and you do not know them. Listen, and I will explain your whole life and your ideas. And when you hear me you shall adopt the decision that seems to you the wiser. You are young, rich, handsome, strong, your passions are boiling in you. You wish to find a quiet refuge in which your passions would not disturb you, and you would not suffer from their consequences. And it seems to you that you might find such a refuge among the Christians. There is no such place, my dear young man, because what troubles you is not peculiar to Cilicia or to Rome, but to yourself. In the quiet of a village solitude the same passions will torment you, only 100 times more violently. The fraud of the Christians, or their mistake, for I don't care to judge them, consists simply in this, that they don't wish to understand the nature of man. The only person who can perfectly carry out their teachings is an old man who has outlived all his passions. A man in his prime, or a youth like you who has not yet learned life or himself, cannot submit to their law, because this law has for its basis, not the nature of man, but an idle philosophy. If you go to them, you will suffer what you suffer now, only in a far higher degree. Now, your passions entice you along false paths. But having once made a mistake in your direction, you can rectify it. Now, you still have the satisfaction of passion freed, in other words, of life. But, in their midst, controlling your passions by main force, you will make precisely the same mistakes, if not worse ones. And, besides that suffering, you will also have the incessant anguish of the unsatisfied human longings. Let the water out of a dam, and it will irrigate the soil and the meadows, and quench the thirst of animals, but if you keep it back it will tear away the earth and trickle away in mud. It is the same with the passions. The teachings of the Christians, beyond those doctrines from which they get consolation, and which I will not speak of, their teachings, I say, for life, consist in the following: they do not recognize violence, they do not recognize war or courts of justice, they do not recognize private property, they do not recognize the sciences, the arts, or anything which makes life cheerful and pleasant. All this would be good if all men were such as they describe their teacher to have been. But you see this is not so, and cannot be. Men are bad, and given over to their passions. It is this play of passions, and the collisions resulting from them, that keep men in those conditions of life in which they live. The barbarians know no restraint, and one savage, for the satisfaction of his own desires, would destroy the whole world, if all men submitted as these Christians submit. If the gods lodged in the human heart the sentiments of anger, of vengeance, even of evil against evildoers, they must have done it because these sentiments are necessary for the life of men. The Christians teach that these feelings are wicked, and that men would be happy if they did not have them. There would be no murders, no punishments, no want. That is true. But one might as well take the position that men ought to refrain from eating for the sake of their happiness. In reality, it would put an end to greediness, hunger, and all the misfortunes that come from it. But this supposition could not change the nature of man. Even if 2 or 3 dozen people, believing in this, and actually refraining from food, should die of starvation, it would not change the nature of man. The same, exactly, with the other passions of men: indignation, wrath, vengeance, even love for women, for luxury, for splendor and pomp, are characteristic of the gods. And consequently they are the ineradicable characteristics of man. Annihilate man's nutrition, and you annihilate man. In exactly the same way annihilate the passions characteristic of man, and you annihilate humanity. The same is true also of private property, which the Christian would do away with. Look around you, every vineyard, every enclosure, every house, every ass, everything has been produced by men under the conditions of private property. Abolish the right of private property, and not a vineyard would be planted, not a creature would be trained and pastured. The Christians assure you that they have no rights of private property. But they enjoy its fruits. They say they have all things in common, and everything they have is brought to one place, but what they bring together they receive from men who have private property. They merely deceive men, or in the very best light, deceive themselves. You say they themselves work in order to support life, but the work they do would not support them if they did not take advantage of what men possessing private property produced. Even if they could support themselves, it would be a mere existence, and there would be no place among them for the arts and sciences. And indeed it is impossible for them to do otherwise. They do not even acknowledge the advantage of our arts and sciences. All their doctrine tends to reduce them to a primitive condition, to barbarism, to the animal. They cannot serve humanity by arts and sciences, and as they do not know them, they renounce them. They cannot take advantage of the qualities which are the peculiar prerogative of man and ally him to the gods. They will not have temples, or statues, or theaters, or museums. They say these things are not necessary for them. The easiest way not to be ashamed of one's own baseness is to scorn nobility, and this they do. They are atheists. They do not recognize the gods, or their interference in the affairs of men. They acknowledge only the father of their teacher, whom they also call their father, and their teacher himself, who, according to their notions, has revealed to them all the mysteries of life. Their doctrine is a wretched deception. Notice one thing, our doctrine asserts that the world depends on the gods afford protection to men. In order that men may live well, they must reverence the gods, must search and think, and then our lives are regulated on the one hand by the will of the gods, on the other by the collective wisdom of all mankind. We live, think, search, and consequently approve the truth. But they have neither the gods nor their wills, nor the wisdom of humanity, but only one thing, a blind faith in their crucified teacher, and in all he said to them. Now consider well, which is the more hopeful guide, the will of the gods and the collective, free activity of human wisdom, or the compulsory blind belief in the words of one man? Julius was struck by what the stranger said to him, and especially by his last words. Not only was his purpose of going to the Christians shaken, but it now seemed to him strange enough that he, under the influence of his misfortunes, could ever have come to such a foolish decision. But the question still remained, what was he to do now, and how was he to escape from the difficult circumstances in which he was placed? And so, after he had related his situation, he asked the stranger's advice. "That is the very thing that I wanted to speak about," continued the stranger. "What are you to do? Your way, as far as human wisdom is given me, is clear to me. All your misfortunes are the results of the passions peculiar to men. Passion has seduced you, has led you so far that you have suffered. Such are the ordinary lessons of life. These lessons must be turned to your advantage. You have learned much, and you know what is bitter and what is sweet. You cannot repeat the mistakes you have made. Profit by your experience. What has hurt you more than all is your quarrel with your father. This quarrel is the outcome of your position. Take another, and the quarrel will either cease, or at least it will not be so painfully apparent. All your tribulations have arisen from the irregularity of your position. You have yielded to the gaieties of youth. This was natural, and therefore it was certainly good. It was good while it was appropriate to your age. But that time has passed. You, with the powers of manhood, have yielded to the friskiness of youth, and it was bad. You have now reached the time when you must become a man, a citizen, and serve the state, and work for its welfare. Your father proposes to you to marry. His advice is wise. You have outlived one period of life, your youth, and have reached another. All your tribulations are the indications of a period of transition. Recognize that the period of youth is past, and having boldly renounced all that belonged to it, and that is not appropriate to manhood, start on your new way. Marry, give up the amusements of youth, occupy yourself with trade, with social affairs, with arts and sciences, and you will find peace and joy as well as reconciliation with your father. The main thing that has disturbed you has been the unnaturalness of your position. Now you have reached manhood, and you must enter into matrimony, and be a man. And therefore my chief advice is, fulfill your father's wishes, and marry. If you are attracted by that solitude which you expected to find among the Christians, if you are inclined toward philosophy and not to the activities of life, you can with profit devote yourself to this only after you have had experience of life in its actuality. But you will know this only as an independent citizen and head of a family. If then you feel drawn to a solitude, yield to it. Then it will be a genuine inclination, and not a whim of discontent, as it is now. Then go. These last words, more than anything else, persuaded Julius. He thanked the stranger, and returned home. His mother received him joyfully. The father, also, on learning his intention to submit to his will and marry the girl whom he had chosen for him, was reconciled to him. Chapter 4. In 3 months Julius' wedding with the beautiful Eulampia was celebrated, and the young man, having changed his manner of life, began to live with his wife in their own house and to conduct a part of the business which his father entrusted to him. Once upon a time he went on business to a not very distant city, and there, as he was sitting in a merchant's shop, he saw Pamphilius passing by with a girl whom he did not know. Both were walking, laden with heavy bunches of grapes, which they were selling. Julius, when he recognized his friend, went out to him and asked him to go into the shop and have a talk with him. The young girl, seeing Pamphilius' desire to go with his friend, and his reluctance to leave her alone, hastened to say that she did not need him, and that she would sit down with the grapes and wait for customers. Pamphilius thanked her, and went with Julius into the shop. Julius asked his acquaintance, the merchant, permission to go with his friend into his private room, and, having received this permission, he went with Pamphilius into the apartment in the rear of the shop. The friends inquired of each about the circumstances of their lives. Pamphilius' life had not changed since they had last seen each other. He had continued to live in the Christian community, he was not married, and he assured his friend that his life each year, day and hour had been growing happier and happier. Julius told his friend all that had happened to him, and how he had started to join the Christians, when his meeting with the stranger had opened his eyes to the mistakes of the Christians, and to his great obligation to marry, and how he had followed his advice and married. "Well, tell me, are you happy now?" asked Pamphilius. "Have you found in marriage what the stranger promised you?" "Happy," repeated Julius. "What is being happy? If you mean by that word full satisfaction of my desires, then of course I am not happy. I am conducting my trade with success, men are beginning to respect me, and in both of these respects I find some satisfaction. Although I see many men who are richer and more regarded than I, yet I foresee the possibility of equaling them and even of excelling them. This side of my life is full. But my marriage, I will say frankly, does not satisfy me. I will say more, I am conscious that this same marriage, which ought to have given me joy, has not done so, and that the joy I experienced at first has kept growing less and less, and has at last vanished, and in its place, where joy had been, out of marriage arose sorrow. My wife is beautiful, intellectual, well educated, and good. At first I was perfectly happy. But now, this you can't know, having no wife, there have arisen causes of discord between us, at one time because she seeks my caresses when I am indifferent toward her. At another time the case is reversed. Moreover, for love, novelty is necessary. A woman less fascinating than my wife fascinates me more at first, but afterward becomes still less fascinating than my wife. I have already experienced this. No, I have not found satisfaction in matrimony. Yes, my friend, said Julius, in conclusion, the philosophers are right, life does not give what the soul desires. This I have experienced in my marriage. But the fact that life does not give that happiness which the soul desires does not prove that your fraudulent practices can give it, he added with a smile. In what do you see we are fraudulent? Asked Pamphilius. Your fraud consists in this, that in order to free men from the evils connected with the facts of life, you repudiate all the facts of life, life itself. In order to free yourselves from disenchantment, you repudiate enchantment, you repudiate marriage itself. We do not repudiate marriage, said Pamphilius. If not marriage, then you repudiate love. On the contrary, we repudiate everything except love. For us it is the chief cornerstone of everything. I don't understand you, said Julius. As far as I have heard from others and from yourself, and from the fact that you are not married yet, though you are as old as I am, I conclude that you don't have marriages among you. Those of you who are already married continue married, but the rest of you do not enter into new relations. You do not take pains to perpetuate the human race. And if there were no other people besides you, the human race would have long ago perished, said Julius, repeating what he had many times heard. That is unjust, said Pamphilius. It is true we do not make it our aim to perpetuate the human race, and we take no anxious care about this, as I have many times heard from your wise men. We take for granted that our Heavenly Father has already provided for this, our aim is simply to live in accordance with His will. If the perpetuation of the race is consonant with His will, then it will be perpetuated, if not, then it will come to an end, this is not our business or our care. Our care is to live in accordance with His will. His will is expressed both in our sermons and in our revelation, where it is said that the husband shall cleave unto the wife, and they twain shall be one flesh. Marriage amongst us is not only not forbidden, but is encouraged by our elders and teachers. The difference between marriage amongst us and marriage amongst you consists solely in this, that our law has revealed to us that everyone who looks lustfully on a woman commits a sin. And therefore we and our women, instead of adorning ourselves and stimulating lust, try to avoid it as much as possible, so that the feeling of love, like that between brothers and sisters, may be stronger than that of lust, for one woman, which you call love. But still you cannot suppress the feeling for beauty, said Julius. I am convinced, for example, that the beautiful young girl with whom you were carrying grapes, in spite of her garb, which concealed her charming figure, must awaken in you the feeling of love to a woman. I do not know as yet, said Pamphilius, reddening. I have not thought about her beauty. You are the first person that has spoken of it. She is to me only as a sister. But I will continue what I was just going to say to you concerning the difference between our form of marriage and yours. The variance arises from the fact that, among you, lust, under the name of beauty and love and the service of the goddess Venus, is maintained and expressed in men. With us it is the contrary. Carnal desire is not regarded as an evil, for God has created no evil, but a good, which becomes an evil when it is not in its place, a temptation, as we call it. And we try to avoid it by all the means in our power. And that is why I am not married as yet, though very possibly I might marry tomorrow. But what decides this? The will of God. How do you find it out? If one never seeks for its indications, one will never see them. But if one is all the time on the lookout for them, they become clear, as to you omens by sacrifices and birds are clear. And as you have your wise men who interpret for you the will of the gods by their wisdom, and by the vitals of the sacrificed victim, and by the flight of birds, so have we our wise men who explain to us the will of the Father by the revelation of Christ, by the promptings of their hearts, and the thoughts of other men, and chiefly by love to them. But all this is very indefinite, objected Julius. What shows you, for example, when and whom you ought to marry? When I was about to marry, I had a choice between 3 girls. These girls were selected from the rest because they were beautiful and rich, and my father was satisfied whichever one of them I chose. Out of the 3 I chose my Eulampia because she was more beautiful and more attractive than the others. But what will govern you in your choice? In order to answer you, said Pamphilius, I must inform you, first of all, that as according to our doctrine all men are equal before our Father, so likewise they are equal before us both in their station and in their spiritual and physical qualities. And consequently our choice, if I may use this word so meaningless to us, cannot be in any way circumscribed. Any one of all the men and women of the world may be the wife of a Christian man or the husband of a Christian woman. That would make it still more impossible to decide, said Julius. I will tell you what our elder told me as to the difference between a Christian and a pagan marriage. The pagan, you, for example, chooses a wife who, according to his idea, will cause him, personally, more delight than anyone else. In this choice his eyes wander about, and it is hard to decide. The more, because the enjoyment is before him. But the Christian has no such choice, or rather the choice for his personal enjoyment occupies not the first, but a subordinate place. For the Christian the question is whether by his marriage he is going contrary to God's will. But in what respect can there be in marriage anything contrary to God's will? I might forget the Iliad, which you and I read together, but you who live amid poets and sages cannot forget it. What is the whole Iliad? It is a story of violations of the will of God in relation to marriage. Menelaus and Paris and Helen and Achilles and Agamemnon and Chryseis, it is all a description of the terrible tribulations that have ensued and are all the time coming from this violation. In what consists this violation? It consists in this, that a man loves a woman for the personal enjoyment he gets from connection with her, and not because she is a human being like himself. And so he enters into matrimony for the sake of his pleasure. Christian marriage is possible only when a man has love for his fellow men, and when the object of his carnal love has already been the object of fraternal love of man to man. As a house can be built satisfactorily and lastingly only when there is a foundation, as a picture can be painted only when there is something prepared to paint it on. So carnal love is lawful, reasonable, and lasting only when it is based on the respect and love of man to man. On this foundation only can a reasonable Christian family life be established. But still, said Julius, I do not see why Christian love, as you call it, excludes such love for a woman as Paris experienced. I don't say that Christian marriage did not permit exclusive love for a woman, on the contrary, only then is it reasonable and holy. But exclusive love for a woman can take its rise only when the existent love to all men has not been previously violated. The exclusive love for a woman which the poets sing, calling it good, though it is not founded on love to men, has no right to be called love at all. It is animal passion, and very frequently passes over into hate. The best proof of this is how this so-called love, or eros, if it be not founded on brotherly love to all men, becomes brutal. This is shown in the cases where violence is offered to the very woman whom a man professes to love, and in so doing compels her to suffer, and ruins her. In violence it is manifest that there is no love to man, no, not if he torments the one he loves. But in unchristian marriage violence is often concealed when the man that weds a girl who does not love him, or who loves someone else, compels her to suffer and does not pity her. Provided only he satisfies his passion. Let us admit that this is so, said Julius, but if a girl loves him, then there is no injustice, and I don't see any difference between Christian and pagan marriage. I do not know the details of your marriage, replied Pamphilius. But I know that every marriage having for its basis personal advantage only cannot help being the cause of discord. Just exactly as the mere act of feeding cannot take place among animals and men without quarrels and brawls. Everyone wants the sweet morsel, and since there is an insufficiency of sweet morsels for all, the quarrel breaks out. Even if there is no outward quarrel, there is a secret one. The weak one desires the sweet morsel, but he knows that the strong one will not give it to him, and though he is aware of the impossibility of taking it directly away from the strong one, he looks at him with secret hatred and envy, and seizes the first opportunity of getting it away from him. The same is true of pagan marriages, only it is twice as bad, because the object of the hatred is a man, so that enmity is produced even between husband and wife. But how manage so that the married couple love no one but each other? Always the man or the girl is found loving this person or another. And then in your system the marriage is impossible. This is the very reason I see the justice of what is said about you, that you do not marry at all. It is for this reason you are not married, and apparently will not marry. How can it possibly be that a man should marry a single woman never having before kindled the feelings of love in some other woman? Or that a girl should reach maturity without having awakened the feelings of some man? How must Helen have acted? The elder Cyril thus speaks in regard to this: in the pagan world, men having no thought of love to their brethren, never having trained that feeling. Think about one thing, about the awakening of passionate love toward some woman, and they foster this passion in their hearts. And therefore in their world every Helen, and every woman like Helen, stimulates the love of many. Rivals fight with one another, and strive to supplant one another as animals do to possess the female. And to a greater or less degree their marriage is a constraint. In our community we not only do not think of the personal fascination of beauty, but we avoid all temptations which lead to that, and which in the heathen world are highly regarded as a merit and an object of adoration. We, on the contrary, think about those obligations of reverence and love to our neighbors which we have without distinction for all men, for the greatest beauty and the greatest ugliness. We use all our endeavors to educate this feeling, and so in us the feeling of love toward men gets the upper hand of the seduction of beauty, and conquers it, and annihilates the discords arising from sexual relations. The Christian marries only when he knows that his union with a woman causes no one any grief. But is this possible? Interrupted Julius. Can men regulate their inclinations? It is impossible if they have given them free course, but we can keep them from spreading and rising. Take, for example, the relations of a father to his daughter, of a mother to her sons, of brothers and sisters. The mother is to her son, the daughter to her father, the sister to her brother, not an object of personal enjoyment, but of pure love, and the passions are not awakened. They would be awakened only when the father should discover that she whom he had accounted his daughter was not his daughter, or the mother that her son was not her son. Or that brother and sister were not brother and sister. But even then this passion would be very feeble and humble, and it would be in a man's power to repress it. The lustful feeling would be feeble, for it would be based on that of maternal, paternal, or fraternal love. Why then can't you believe that the feeling toward all women might be trained and controlled so that they would regard them in the same light as mothers, sisters, and daughters? And that the feeling of conjugal love might grow out of the basis of such an affection? As a brother permits the feeling of love toward the woman whom he has considered his sister to arise only when he has learned that she is not his sister. So when the Christian feels that his love does not injure anyone, he permits this passion to arise in his soul. Well, but suppose two men love the same girl? Then one sacrifices his happiness to the happiness of the other. But supposing she loves one of them? Then the one whom she loves least sacrifices his feelings for the sake of her happiness. Well, supposing she loves both, and both sacrifice themselves, whom would she take? In that case the elders would decide the matter, and advise in such a way that the greatest happiness would come to all, with the greatest amount of love. But it can't be done in such a way. And the reason is because it is contrary to human nature. Contrary to human nature. What is the nature of man? Man, besides being an animal, is a man, and it is true that such a relation to a woman is not consonant with man's animal nature, but is consonant with his rational nature. And when he employs his reason in the service of his animal nature, he does worse than a beast, he descends to violence, to incest, a level to which no brute ever sinks. But when he employs his rational nature to the suppression of the animal, when the animal nature serves, then only he attains the well-being which satisfies him. Chapter 5. But tell me about yourself personally, said Julius. I see you with that pretty girl, you apparently live near her and serve her, can it be that you do not desire to be her husband? I have not thought about it, said Pamphilius. She is the daughter of a Christian widow. I serve them just as others do. You ask me if I love her in a way to unite my life with hers. This question is hard for me. But I will answer frankly. This idea has occurred to me, but there is a young man who loves her, and therefore I do not dare as yet to think about it. This young man is a Christian, and loves us both, and I cannot take a step which would hurt him. I live, not thinking about this. I try to do one thing, to fulfill the law of love to men. This is the only thing I demand. I shall marry when I see that it is proper. But it cannot be a matter of indifference to the mother whether she has a good industrious son-in-law or not. She would want you, and not anyone else. No, it is a matter of indifference to her, because she knows that, besides me, all of us are ready to serve her as well as everyone else. And I should serve her neither more nor less whether I were her son-in-law or not. If my marriage to her daughter results, I shall enter upon it with joy, and so I should rejoice even if she married someone else. That is impossible, exclaimed Julius. This is a horrible thing of you, that you deceive yourselves. And thus you deceive others. That stranger told me correctly about you. When I listen to you I cannot help yielding to the beauty of the life which you describe for me. But as I think it over, I see that it is all deception, leading to savagery, brutality, of life approaching that of brutes. Wherein do you see this savagery? In this, that as you subject your own lives to labors, you have no leisure or chance to occupy yourselves with arts and sciences. Here you are in ragged dress, with hardened hands and feet. Your fair friend, who might be a goddess of beauty, is like a slave. You have no hymns of Apollo, or temples, or poetry, or games, none of those things which the gods have given for beautifying the life of man. To work like slaves or like oxen merely for a coarse existence, isn't this a voluntary and impious renunciation of the will and nature of man? The nature of man again, said Pamphilius. But in what does this nature consist? Is it in this, that you torment your slaves with unbearable labors, that you kill your brothers and reduce them to slavery, and make your women an object of enjoyment? All this is essential for that beauty of life which you consider a part of human nature. Or does it consist in this, that you must live in love and concord with all men, feeling yourself a member of one universal brotherhood? You are also greatly mistaken if you think that we scorn the arts and sciences. We highly prize all the qualities with which human nature is endowed. But we look on all the qualities belonging to man as the means for the attainment of one single aim to which we devote our whole lives, and that is to fulfill the will of God. In art and science we do not see an amusement suitable only to while away the time of idle people. We demand from art and science what we demand from all human occupations, that they hold the same activity of love to God and one's neighbor as permeates all the acts of a Christian. We call real science only those occupations which help us to live better, and art we regard only when it purifies our thoughts, elevates our souls, increases the force which we need for a loving, laborious life. Such science, as far as possible, we develop in ourselves and in our children, and such art we gladly cultivate in our free time. We read and study the writings bequeathed to us. We sing songs, we paint pictures, and our songs and paintings encourage our souls and cheer us up in moments of depression. And this is why we cannot approve of the application which you make of the arts and sciences. Your learned men employ their aptitudes and acquirements to the invention of new means of causing evil to men, they perfect the methods of war, in other words, of murder. They contrive new ways of money-making, that is to say, of enriching some at the expense of others. Your art serves for the erection and decoration of temples in honor of your gods, in whom the more cultivated of you have long ago ceased to believe, but belief in whom you inculcate in others. Considering that, by such a deception, you keep them under your power. You erect statues in honor of the most powerful and cruel of your tyrants, whom no one respects, but all fear. In your theaters representations are permitted which hold criminal love up to admiration. Music serves for the delectation of your rich men who have eaten and drunken at their luxurious feasts. Pictorial art is employed in representing in houses of debauchery such scenes as no sober man unvitiated by animal passions could look at without blushing. No, not for this was man endowed with these lofty qualities which differentiate him from the beasts. It is impossible to use them for the mere gratification of your bodies. Consecrating our whole lives to the accomplishment of the will of God, we all the more employ our highest faculties in the same service. Yes, said Julius, all this would be admirable if life in such conditions was possible, but it is not possible to live so. You deceive yourselves. You do not acknowledge our protection. But if it were not for the Roman legions, could you live in any comfort? You profit by our protection, though you do not acknowledge it. Some among you, as you yourself say, protect yourselves. You do not acknowledge private property, but take advantage of it, we have it and give it to you. You yourselves do not give away your grapes, but sell them and then make purchases. All this is a cheat. If you did what you say, then it would be so, but now you deceive others as yourselves. Julius was indignant, and he spoke out what he had in his mind. Pamphilius was silent and waited his turn. When Julius had finished, Pamphilius said, "You are wrong in thinking that we do not acknowledge your protection, and yet take advantage of it. Our well-being consists in our not requiring protection, and this cannot be taken away from us. Even if material objects, which constitute property in your eyes, pass through our hands, we do not call them ours, and we give them to whoever needs them for subsistence. We sell goods to those that wish to buy them, yet it is not for the sake of increasing our private means, but solely that those that need may acquire what is required for supporting life. If anyone desired to take these grapes away from us, we should give them up without resistance. This is the precise reason why we have no fear, even of an invasion of the barbarians. If they proceeded to take from us the products of our toil, we should let them go. If they insisted on our working for them, we should joyfully comply with their demands, and not only would they have no reason to kill us or torture us, but it would be contrary to their interest to do so. The barbarians would speedily understand and like us, and we should have far less to endure at their hands than from the enlightened people that surround us now and persecute us. Your accusation against us consists in this, that we do not wholly attain what we are striving for. That is, that we do not recognize violence and private property, and at the same time we take advantage of them. If we are deceivers, then it is no use to talk with us, and we are worthy neither of anger nor of being exposed, but only of scorn, and we should willingly accept your scorn. Since one of our rules is the recognition of our insignificance. But if we are genuine in our striving toward what we profess, then your blaming us for deception would be unjust. If we strive, as I and my brethren strive, to fulfill our teacher's law, then we strive for it, not for external ends, for riches and honors. For you see, all these things we do not recognize, but for something else. You are seeking your best advantage, and so are we. The only difference is that we see our advantage in different things. You believe that your well-being consists in riches and honors. We believe in something else. Our belief shows us that our advantage is not in violence, but in submissiveness, not in wrath, but in giving everything away. And we, like plants in the light, cannot help striving in the direction where we see our advantage. It is true we do not accomplish all we wish for our own advantage, but how can it be otherwise? You strive to have the most beautiful woman for a wife, to have the largest property, but have you, or has anyone else succeeded in doing this? If the arrow does not hit the bullseye, does the bowman any the less cease to aim at it, because he fails many times to hit it? It is the same with us. Our well-being, according to the teaching of Christ, is in love. We search for our advantage, but each one in his own way falls more or less short of attaining it. Yes, but why don't you believe in all human wisdom, and why do you turn your back on it, and put your faith in your one crucified teacher? Your thraldom, your submissiveness before him, is what repels me. Again you make a mistake, and anyone makes a mistake who thinks that we, in fulfilling our doctrine, pin our faith to anything because the man we believe in commanded it. On the contrary, those that seek with all their soul for the instructions of truth, for communion with the Father, those that seek for true happiness, cannot help hitting upon that path which Christ traversed, and, therefore, cannot help following him, seeing him as their leader. All who love God meet on this path, and there you will be also. He is the Son of God and the mediator between God and men, and this is so, not because anyone has told us this, and we blindly believe it, but because all those that seek God find his Son before them, and only through him can they understand, see, and know God. Julius made no reply to this, and sat for a long while silent. Are you happy? He asked. I have nothing better to desire. But although, for the most part, I experience a sense of perplexity, a consciousness of some vague injustice, yet that is the very reason I am so tremendously happy, said Pamphilius, smiling. Yes, said Julius, maybe I should have been happier if I had not met that stranger, and if I had joined you. Why? If you think so, what prevents your doing so even now? How about my wife? You say she has an inclination to Christianity, then she will come with you. Yes, but we have already begun a different kind of life, how can we break it off? We have begun. We must live it out, said Julius, picturing to himself the dissatisfaction which his father and mother and friends would feel, and, above all, the energy which it would require to make this change. At this moment there appeared at the door of the shop this young girl, Pamphilius' friend, accompanied by a young man. Pamphilius joined them, and the young man said loud enough for Julius to hear that he had been sent by Cyril to buy leather. The grapes had been sold and wheat had been bought. Pamphilius proposed to the young man to go home with Magdalena while he himself should buy and bring home the leather. "It will be pleasanter for you," said he. "No, it would be pleasanter for Magdalena to go with you," said the young man, and he took his departure. Julius introduced Pamphilius in the shop to a tradesman whom he knew. Pamphilius put the wheat into bags, and bestowing the smaller share on Magdalena, took up his own heavy load, said goodbye to Julius, and left the city with the young girl. As he turned into a side street he looked round and nodded his head to Julius, and then still more joyously smiling said something to Magdalena, and thus they vanished from sight. "Yes, I should have done better if I had gone to them," said Julius to himself, and in his imagination, commingling, arose two pictures, that of the lusty Pamphilius with the tall robust maiden carrying the baskets on their heads and their kindly radiant faces. Then that of his own home which he had left that morning, and to which he should return, and then his pampered beautiful wife, of whom he had grown so tired, lying in her finery and bracelets on rugs and cushions. But Julius had no time to think long. His acquaintances, the tradesmen, came, and they entered upon their usual proceedings, finishing up with a dinner with liquors and the night with women. Chapter 6. 10 years passed. Julius saw nothing more of Pamphilius, and his interviews gradually faded from his remembrance, and his impressions of him and the Christian life grew dim. Julius' life ran in the usual course. About that time his father died, and he was obliged to take the head of the whole business, which was complicated. There were old customers, there were salesmen in Africa, there were clerks, there were debts to be collected and to be paid. Julius, in spite of himself, was drawn into business and gave all his time to it. Moreover, new cares came upon him. He was selected for some civic function. And this new occupation, flattering to his pride, was attractive to him. Besides his commercial affairs, he was also interested in public matters, and having brains and the gift of eloquence, he proceeded to use his influence among his fellow citizens, so as to acquire a high public position. In the course of these 10 years, a serious and, to him, unpleasant change had also taken place in his family life. 3 children had been born to him, and this had estranged him from his wife. In the first place, his wife had lost a large part of her beauty and freshness. In the second place, she paid less attention to her husband. All her affection and tenderness were lavished on the children. Though the children were handed over to nurses and attendants, after the manner of the pagans, Julius often found them in their mother's rooms or found her in theirs. But the children for the most part were a burden to Julius, occasioning him more annoyance than pleasure. Engrossed in his commercial and public affairs, Julius had abandoned his former dissipated life, but he took it for granted that he needed some refined recreation after his labors. And he did not find it with his wife. At this time she was more and more occupied with a Christian slave woman, was more and more carried away by the new doctrine, and had renounced everything external and pagan which had constituted a charm for Julius. As he did not find this in his wife, he took up with a woman of frivolous character, and enjoyed with her those leisure moments which remained to him above his duties. If Julius had been asked whether he was happy or unhappy in these years of his life, he could not have replied. He was so busy. He hurried from affair to affair, from pleasure to pleasure, but there was not one so satisfying to him that he would have it last. Everything he did was of such a kind that the quicker he got through with it the better he liked it. And none of his pleasures was so sweet as not to be poisoned by something, not to have mingled with it the weariness of satiety. This kind of existence Julius was leading when an event happened which very nearly revolutionized the whole nature of his life. At the Olympic Games he was taking part in the races, and as he was driving his chariot successfully near the goal, he suddenly collided with another which he was just outstripping. The wheel was broken, he was thrown out, and 2 of his ribs and an arm were fractured. His injuries were serious, but not fatal. He was taken home, and had to lie in bed for 3 months. In the course of these 3 months, in the midst of severe physical sufferings, his thought began to ferment, and he had leisure to review his life as if it were the life of a stranger. And his life presented itself before him in a gloomy light, the more because during this time 3 unpleasant events, deeply mortifying to him, occurred. The first was that a slave in whom his father had reposed implicit trust, having gone to Africa for him to purchase precious stones, had run away, causing great loss and confusion in Julius' business. The second was that his concubine had deserted him, and accepted a new protector. The third and most unpleasant blow was that during his illness the election for the position of administrator which he had been ambitious to fill, took place, and his rival was chosen. All this, it seemed to Julius, resulted from the fact that his chariot wheel had swerved to the left the width of a finger. As he lay alone on his couch, he began involuntarily to think how from such insignificant circumstances his happiness depended, and these ideas led him to still others. And to a recollection of his former misfortunes, of his attempt to join the Christians, and of Pamphilius, whom he had not seen for 10 years. These recollections were still further strengthened by conversations with his wife, who, during his illness, was frequently with him, and told him everything she could learn about Christianity from her slave woman. This slave woman had lived for a time in the same community where Pamphilius lived, and knew him. Julius wanted to see this slave woman, and when she came to his bedside she gave him a circumstantial account of everything, and particularly about Pamphilius. Pamphilius, the slave woman said, was one of the best of the brethren, and was loved and regarded by them all. He was married to that same Magdalena whom Julius had seen 10 years previous. They already had several children. Any man who did not believe that God had created men for their good should go and observe the lives of these, said the slave woman in conclusion. Julius dismissed the slave woman and remained alone, thinking over what he had heard. It made him envious to compare Pamphilius' life with his own, and he tried not to think about it. In order to divert his mind, he took the Greek manuscript which his wife had put into his hands, and began to read it. In the manuscript he reads as follows. There are 2 paths, one of life and one of death. The path of life consists in this: first, thou must love God, who created thee. Secondly, thy neighbor as thyself, and do not unto another that which thou wouldst not have done unto thee. The doctrine included in these words is this: bless those that curse you. Pray for your enemies and for your persecutors, for what thanks have you if you love those that love you? Do not even the heathen the same? Do you love them that hate you, and you will not have enemies? Abstain from sensual and worldly lusts. If anyone smite thee on the right cheek, turn to him the other also. And thou shalt be perfect. If anyone compel thee to go 1 mile with him, go with him 2. If anyone take what is thine, ask it not back, since this thou canst not do. If anyone take away thy outer garment, give also thy shirt. Give to everyone that asketh of thee, and demand it not back, since the Father desires that his beneficent gifts be given unto all. Blessed is he that giveth according to the commandments. My child, shun all evil and all appearance of evil. Be not given to wrath, since wrath leadeth to murder. Nor to jealousy, nor to quarrelsomeness, since the outcome of all these is murder. My child, be not lustful, since lust leadeth to fornication. Be not obscene, for from obscenity proceedeth adultery. My child, be not deceitful, because falsehood leadeth to theft. Be not mercenary, be not ostentatious, since from all this proceedeth theft. My child, be not a murmurer, since this leadeth to blasphemy. Be not insolent or evil-minded, since from all this cometh blasphemy. But be meek, for the meek shall inherit the earth. Be long-suffering and gentle and mild and humble and good, and always beware of the words to which thou lendest thine ear. Be not puffed up with pride, and give not thy soul to insolence. Yea, verily, let not thy soul cleave to the proud, but treat the just and the peaceful as thy friends. All things that happen unto thee accept as for thy good, knowing that nothing can befall thee without God. My child, be not the cause of discord, but act as a peacemaker when men are quarreling. Widen not thy hands to receive, and make them not narrow when thou givest. hesitate not about giving. And when thou hast given, do not repine, for thou knowest who is the beneficent giver of rewards. Turn not from the needy but share all things with thy brother, and call nothing thine own property, for if you are all sharers in the imperishable, then how much more in that which perisheth. Teach thy children from early youth the fear of God. Correct not thy manservant nor thy maidservant in anger, lest they cease to fear God, who is above you both. For he cometh not to call men, judging by whom they are, but he calleth those whom the Spirit hath prepared. But the path of death is this: first of all it is evil and full of curses. Here are murder, adultery, lust, fornication, robbery, idolatry, sorcery, poison, rape, false evidence, hypocrisy, duplicity, slyness, pride, wrath, arrogance, greediness, obscenity, hatred, insolence, presumption, vanity. Here are the persecutors of the good, haters of the truth, lovers of falsehood, those that do not recognize rewards for justice, that do not cling to the good nor to just judgment. Those that are vigilant, not for what is right but for what is wrong, from whom gentleness and patience hold aloof. Here are those that love vanity and yearn for rewards, that have no sympathy with their neighbors, that work not for the overworked, that know not their Creator, slaughterers of children, breakers of God's images, who turn from the needy, persecutors of the oppressed, defenders of the rich, lawless judges of the poor, sinners in all things. Children, beware of all such persons. Long before he had read the manuscript to the end, Julius had the experience which men always have when they read books, that is to say, the thoughts of others, with a genuine desire for the truth. He felt that he had entered with his whole soul into communion with the one that had inspired them. He read on, his mind foreseeing what was coming. And he not only agreed with the thoughts of the book, but he imagined that he himself had uttered them. There happened to him that ordinary phenomenon, not noticed by many persons and yet most mysterious and significant, consisting in this: that the so-called living man becomes alive when he enters into communion, unites with the so-called dead, and lives one life with them. Julius' soul merged with the one who had written and composed these thoughts, and after this union had taken place he contemplated himself and his life. And he himself and his whole life seemed to him one horrible mistake. He had not lived, but by all his labors in regard to life, and by his temptations, he had only destroyed in himself the possibility of a true life. I do not wish to destroy life. I wish to live, to go on the path of life, he said to himself. He remembered all that Pamphilus had said to him in their former interviews, and it seemed to him now so clear and indubitable that he was amazed that he could ever have believed in the stranger, and have renounced his intention of going to the Christians. He remembered also what the stranger had said to him. Go when you have had experience of life. Well, I have had experience of life, and found nothing in it. He also remembered how Pamphilus had said to him that whenever he should come to them they would be glad to receive him. No, I have erred and suffered enough, he said to himself. I will renounce everything, and I will go to them and live as it says here. He communicated his plan to his wife, and she was delighted with his intention. She was ready for everything. The only thing left was to decide how to carry it into execution. What should they do with the children? Should they take them along or leave them with their grandmother? How could they take them? How, after the tenderness of their nurture, subject them to all the trials of an austere life? The slave woman proposed to accompany them. But the mother was troubled about her children, and declared that it would be better to leave them with their grandmother, and go alone. And they both decided to do this. All was determined, and nothing but Julius' illness prevented its fulfillment. Chapter 7. In this condition of mind Julius fell asleep. The next morning he was told that a skillful physician traveling through the city desired to see him, and promised to give him speedy relief. Julius with joy received the physician. He proved to be none other than the stranger whom Julius had met when he started to join the Christians. After he had examined his wounds, the physician prescribed certain simples for renewing his strength. "Shall I be able to work with my arm?" asked Julius. Oh, yes, to drive a chariot, or to write, yes. But I mean hard work, to dig. I was not thinking about that, said the physician, because such work is not necessary to one in your position. On the contrary, it is very necessary to me, said Julius. And he told the physician that since the time he had last seen him he had followed his advice, had made trial of life, but life had not given him what it had promised him, but, on the contrary, had disillusioned him, and that he now was going to carry out the plan of which he had spoken to him at that time. Yes, evidently they have put into effect all their powers of deception and entangled you, if in your position, with your responsibilities, especially in regard to your children. Cannot see their fallacies. Read this, was all that Julius said, producing the manuscript he had been reading. The physician took the manuscript and glanced at it. I know this, said he. I know this fraud, and I am surprised that such a clever man as you are can fall into such a snare. I do not understand you. Where lies the snare? The whole thing is in life. And here these sophists and rebels against men and the gods propose a happy path of life in which all men would be happy. There would be no wars, no executions, no poverty, no licentiousness, no quarrels, no evil. And they insist that such a condition of men would come about when men should fulfill the precepts of Christ. Not to quarrel, not to commit fornication, not to blaspheme, not to use violence, not to bear ill will against one another. But they make a mistake in taking the end for the means. Their aim is to keep from quarreling, from blasphemy, from fornication, and the like, and this aim is attained only by means of social life. And in speaking thus they say almost what a teacher of archery should say, if he said, you will hit the target when your arrow flies in a straight line directly to the target. But the problem is, how to make it fly in a straight line. And this problem is solved in archery by the string being tightly stretched, the bow being elastic, the arrow straight. The same with the life of men, the very best life for men, that in which they need not quarrel, or commit adultery, or do murder, is attained by the bowstring, the rulers. The elasticity of the bow, the force of the authorities. And the straight arrow, the equity of the law. 267. Not only this, continued the physician, let us admit what is senseless, what is impossible, let us admit that the foundations of this Christian doctrine may be communicated to all men. Like a dose of certain drops, and that suddenly all men should fulfill Christ's teachings, love God and their fellows, and fulfill the precepts. Let us admit this, and yet the way of life, according to their teaching, would not bear examination. There would be no life, and life would be cut short. Now the living live out their lives, but their children will not live their full time, or not 1 in 10 will. According to their teaching all children must be the same to all mothers and fathers, theirs and others. How will their children protect themselves when we see that all the passion, all the love, which the mother feels for these children scarcely protects them from destruction? What then will it be when this mother passion is translated into a general commiseration, the same for all children? Who will take and protect the child? Who will spend sleepless nights watching with sick, ill-smelling children, unless it be the mother? Nature made a protective armor for the child in the mother's love. They take it away, giving nothing in its place. Who will educate the boy? Who will penetrate into his soul, if not his father? Who will ward off danger? All this is put aside. All life that is the perpetuation of the human race is put aside. That seems correct, said Julius, carried away by the physician's eloquence. No, my friend, have nothing to do with this nonsense, and live rationally, especially now, when such great, serious, and pressing responsibilities rest upon you. To fulfill them is a matter of honor. You have lived to reach your second period of doubt, but go onward, and your doubts will vanish. Your first and indubitable obligation is to educate your children, whom you have neglected. Your obligation toward them is to make them worthy servants of their country. The existent form of government has given you all you have, you ought to serve it yourself and to give it capable servants in your children, and by so doing you confer a blessing on your children. The second obligation upon you is to serve the public. Your lack of success has mortified and discouraged you. This circumstance is temporary. Nothing is given to us without effort and struggle. And the joy of triumph is mighty only when the battle was hard. Begin a life with a recognition of your duty, and all your doubts will vanish. They were caused by your feeble state of health. Fulfill your obligations to the country by serving it, and by educating your children for this service. Put them on their feet so that they may take your place, and then calmly devote yourself to that life which attracts you. Till then you have no right to do so, and if you did, you would find nothing but disappointment. Chapter 8. Either the learned physician's simples or his advice had their effect on Julius. He very speedily recovered his spirits, and his notions concerning the Christian life seemed to him idle vaporings. The physician, after a visit of a few days, took his departure. Soon after, Julius got up, and, profiting by his advice, began a new life. He engaged tutors for his children, and he himself superintended their instruction. His time was wholly spent in public duties, and very soon he acquired great consideration in the city. Thus Julius lived a year, and during this year not once did he remember the Christians. But during this time a tribunal was appointed to try the Christians in their city. An emissary of the Roman Empire had come to Cilicia to stamp out the Christian faith. Julius heard of the measures taken against the Christians, and though he supposed that it concerned the Christian community in which Pamphilius lived, he did not think of him. But one day as he was walking along the square in the place where his official duties called him, he was accosted by a poorly dressed, elderly man, whom he did not recognize at first. It was Pamphilius. He came up to Julius, leading a child by the hand. "How are you, friend?" said Pamphilius. "I have a great favor to ask of you, but I don't know as you will be willing to recognize me as your friend, now that we Christians are being persecuted. You might be in danger of losing your place if you had any relations with me." "I am not in the least afraid of it," replied Julius, "and as a proof of it I will ask you to come home with me. I will even postpone my business in the market so as to talk with you and be of service to you. Let us go home together." "Whose child is this?" "It is my son." "Really, I need not have asked. I recognize your features in him. I recognize also those blue eyes, and I should not have to ask who your wife is. She is the beautiful woman whom I saw with you some years ago." "You have surmised correctly," replied Pamphilius. "Shortly after we met, she became my wife." The friends went to Julius' home. Julius summoned his wife and gave the boy to her, and brought Pamphilius to his luxurious private room. "Here you can say anything, no one will hear us," said Julius. "I am not afraid of being heard," replied Pamphilius. "Since my request is not that the Christians, who have been arrested, may not be sentenced and executed, but only that they may be permitted publicly to confess their faith." And Pamphilius told how the Christians arrested by the authorities had sent word to the community from the dungeons where they were confined. The elder Cyril, knowing of Pamphilius' relations with Julius, commissioned him to go and plead for the Christians. The Christians did not ask for mercy. They considered it their mission to bear witness to the truth of Christ's teaching. They could bear witness to this in the course of a long life of 80 years, and they could bear witness to the same by enduring tortures. Either way was immaterial to them. And physical death, unavoidable as it was, for them was alike free from terror and full of joy. Whether it came immediately or at the end of half a century, but they wished their lives to be useful to men, and therefore they had sent Pamphilius to labor in their behalf. That their trial and punishment might be public. Julius was dumbfounded at Pamphilius' request, but he promised to do all in his power. "I have promised you my intercession," said Julius, "but I have promised it to you on account of my friendship for you. And on account of the peculiarly pleasant feeling of tenderness which you have always awakened in me. But I must confess that I consider your doctrine most senseless and harmful. I can judge in regard to this, because not very long ago, in a moment of disappointment and illness, in a state of depression of spirits, I once more shared your views. And once more almost abandoned everything and went to you. I understand on what your error is based, for I have been through it. It is based on selfishness, on weakness of spirit, and the feebleness caused by ill health. It is a creed for women, but not for men. Why so? Because, out of pride, instead of taking part by your labors in the affairs of the empire, and in proportion to your services rising higher and higher in the estimation of men, 268 you forthwith. By your pride, I say, regard all men equal, so that you consider no one higher than yourselves, and consider yourselves equal to Caesar. You yourself think so, and teach others to think so. And for the weak and the lazy this is a great temptation. Instead of laboring, every slave immediately counts himself equal to Caesar. If men listened to you, society would be dissolved, and we should return to primitive savagery. You and the empire preach the dissolution of empire. But your very existence is dependent on the empire. If it was not for that, you would not be. You would all be slaves of the Scythians or the barbarians, the first who knew of your condition. You are like a tumor destroying the body, but able to make a show, and to feed on the body and nothing else. And the living body struggles with it and suppresses it. Thus do we act in regard to you, and we cannot do otherwise. And notwithstanding my promise to help you, and to comply with your request, I look on your doctrine as most harmful and low. Because dishonorably and unjustly you devour the breast that nourishes you, take advantage of the blessings of the imperial order without sharing in its support, and yet trying to destroy it. What you say would be just, said Pamphilius, if we really lived as you think. But you do not know about our life, and you have formed a false conception of it. For you, with your habitual luxury, it is hard to imagine how little a man requires when he exists without superfluities. A man is so constituted that, when he is well, he can produce with his hands far more than he needs for the support of his life. Living in a community as we do, we are able by our labor to support without effort our children, and the aged and the sick and the feeble. You assert that we Christians arouse in the slave the desire to be the Caesar. On the contrary, both by word and deed we fulfill one thing, patient submissiveness and work, the most humble work of all, the work of the working man. We know nothing and we care nothing about affairs of state. We know one thing, but we know it beyond question, that our well-being is only when the well-being of others is found, and we strive after this well-being. The well-being of all men is in their union, 269. But tell me, Pamphilius, why men hold aloof from you in hostility, persecute you, hunt you down, kill you? How does your doctrine of love give rise to such discord? The source of this is not in us, but outside of us. We regard as higher than anything the law of God, which controls by our conscience and by reason. We can obey only such laws of the state as are not contrary to God's, render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's and unto God the things that are God's. And that is why men persecute us. We have not the power of stopping this hostility, which does not have its source in us, because we cannot cease to realize that truth which we have accepted. Because we cannot live contrary to our conscience and reason. In regard to this very hostility which our faith should arouse in others against us, our teacher said, "Think not that I am come to send peace into the world, I came not to send peace, but a sword." Christ experienced this hostility in his own lifetime and more than once he warned us, his disciples, in regard to it. Me, he said, the world hateth because its deeds are evil. If ye were of the world would love you, but since ye are not of this world therefore the world hateth you, and the time will come when he who killeth you will think he is serving God. But we, like Christ, fear not them which kill the body but are not able to kill the soul. And this is their condemnation, that light is come into the world, and men loved darkness rather than light because their deeds were evil. In this there is nothing to worry over, because the truth will prevail. The sheep hear the shepherd's voice, and follow him because they know his voice. And Christ's flock will not perish but will increase, attracting to it new sheep from all the lands of the earth, for the wind bloweth where it listeth and thou hearest the sound thereof. But canst not tell whence it cometh and whither it goeth? Yes, Julius said, interrupting him, but are there many sincere ones among you? You are often blamed for only pretending to be martyrs and glad to lay down your lives for the truth, but the truth is not on your side. You are proud madmen, destroying the foundations of social life. Pamphilius made no reply, and looked at Julius with melancholy. Chapter 9. Just as Julius was saying this, Pamphilius' little son came running into the room, and clung to his father. In spite of all the blandishments of Julius' wife, he would not stay with her, but ran to his father. Pamphilius sighed, caressed his son, and stood up. But Julius detained him, begging him to stay and talk some more, and have dinner with them. It surprises me that you are married and have children, exclaimed Julius. I cannot comprehend how Christians can bring up children when you have no private property. How can the mothers live in any peace of mind knowing the precariousness of their children's position? Wherein are our children more precariously placed than yours? Why, because you have no slaves, no property. My wife was greatly inclined to Christianity. She was at one time desirous of abandoning this life, and I had made up my mind to go with her. But what chiefly prevented was the fear she felt at the insecurity, the poverty, which threatened her children, and I could not help agreeing with her. This was at the time of my illness. All my life seemed repulsive to me, and I wanted to abandon everything. But then my wife's anxiety, and, on the other hand, the explanation of the physician who cured me, convinced me that the Christian life, as led by you, is impossible, and not good for families. But that there is no place in it for married people, for mothers with children, that in life as you understand it, life, that is the human race, would be annihilated. And this is perfectly correct. Consequently the sight of you with a child especially surprised me. Not one child only. At home I left one at the breast and a 3-year-old girl. Explain to me how this happens. I don't understand. I was ready to abandon everything and join you. But I had children, and I came to the conclusion that, however pleasant it might be for me, I had no right to sacrifice my children, and for their sake I continued to live as before. In order to bring them up in the same conditions as I myself had grown up and lived. Strange, said Pamphilius, we take diametrically opposite views. We say, if grown people live a worldly life it can be forgiven them, because they are already corrupted, but children. That is horrible. To live with them in the world and tempt them. Woe unto the world because of offenses, for it must needs be that offenses come, but woe to that by whom the offense cometh. 270. So spake our teacher, and I do not say this to you as a refutation, but because it is actually so. The chiefest obligation that we have to live as we do arises from the fact that amongst us are children, those beings of whom it is said, except ye become as little children ye shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven. But how can a Christian family do without definite means of subsistence? According to our faith there is only one means of subsistence, loving labor for men. For your means of livelihood you depend on violence. It can be destroyed as wealth is destroyed, and then all that is left is the labor and love of men. We consider that we must hold fast by that which is the basis of everything, and that we must increase it. And when this is done, then the family lives and prospers. No, continued Pamphilius. If I were in doubt as to the truth of Christ's teaching, and if I were hesitating as to the fulfilling of it, then my doubts and hesitations would instantly come to an end if I thought about the fate of children brought up among the heathen in those conditions in which you grew up. And are educating your children. Whatever we, a few people, should do for the arrangement of our lives, with palaces, slaves, and the imported products of foreign lands. The life of the majority of men would still remain what it must be. The only security of that life will remain, love of mankind and labor. We wish to free ourselves and our children from these conditions, not by love, but by violence. We compel men to serve us, and, wonder of wonders, the more we secure, as it were, our lives by this, the more we deprive ourselves of the only true, natural, and lasting security, love. The same with the other guarantee, labor. 271 The more a man rids himself of labor and accustoms himself to luxury, the less he becomes fitted for work, the more he deprives himself of the true and lasting security. And these conditions in which men place their children they call security. Take your son and mine and send them now to find a path, to transmit an order, or to do any needful business, and see which of the two would do it most successfully. Or try to give them to be educated, which of the two would be most willingly received. No, don't utter those horrible words that the Christian life is possible only for the childless. On the contrary, it might be said, to live the pagan life is excusable only in those who are childless. But woe to him who offendeth 272 one of these little ones. Julius remained silent. Yes, said he, maybe you are right, but the education of my children is begun, the best teachers are teaching them. Let them know all that we know. There can be no harm in that. But for me and for them there is still time. They may come to you when they reach their maturity, if they find it necessary. I also can do this, when I set them on their feet and am free. Know the truth and you shall be free, said Pamphilius. Christ gives full freedom instantly, earthly teaching never will give it. Goodbye. And Pamphilius went away with his son. The trial was public, and Julius saw Pamphilius there as he and other Christians carried away the bodies of the martyrs. He saw him, but as he stood in fear of the authorities he did not go to him, and did not invite him home. Chapter 10. 20 years more passed. Julius' wife died. His life flowed on in the labors of his public office, in efforts to secure power, which sometimes fell to his share, sometimes slipped out of his grasp. His wealth was large, and kept increasing. His sons had grown up, and his second son, especially, began to lead a luxurious life. He made holes in the bottom of the bucket in which the wealth was held, and in proportion as the wealth increased also the rapidity of its escape through these holes. Julius began to have just such a struggle with his sons as he had had with his father, wrath, hatred, jealousy. About this time a new prefect deprived Julius of his favor. Julius was forsaken by his former flatterers, and banishment threatened him. He went to Rome to offer explanations. He was not received, and was ordered to depart. On reaching home he found his son carousing with boon companions. The report had spread through Cilicia that Julius was dead, and his son was celebrating his father's death. Julius lost control of himself, struck his son so that he fell, apparently lifeless, and he went to his wife's room. In his wife's room he found a copy of the Gospel, and read, "Come unto me all ye that labor and are heavy laden and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you and learn of me, for I am meek and lowly of heart, and ye shall find rest unto your souls. For my yoke is easy and my burden is light." Yes, said Julius, to himself, he has been calling me long. I did not believe in him, and I was disobedient and wicked, and my yoke was heavy and my burden was grievous. Julius long sat with the Gospel opened on his knee, thinking over his past life and recalling what Pamphilius had said to him at various times. Then Julius arose and went to his son. He found his son on his feet, and was inexpressibly rejoiced to find he had suffered no injury from the blow he had given him. Without saying a word to his son, Julius went into the street and bent his steps in the direction of the Christian settlement. He went all day, and at eventide stopped at a countryman's for the night. In the room which he entered lay a man. At the noise of steps the man roused himself. It was the physician. "No, this time you do not dissuade me," cried Julius. "This is the third time I have started thither, and I know that there only shall I find peace of mind." "Where?" asked the physician. "Among the Christians." "Yes, maybe you will find peace of mind, but you will not have fulfilled your obligations. You have no courage. Misfortunes have conquered you. True philosophers do not act thus. Misfortune is only the fire in which the gold is tried. You have passed through the furnace, and now you are needed, you are running away. Now test others and yourself. You have gained true wisdom, and you ought to employ it for the good of your country. What would become of the citizens if those that knew men, their passions and conditions of life, instead of devoting their knowledge and experience to the service of their country, should hide them away, in their search for peace of mind? Your experience of life has been gained in society, and so you ought to devote it to the same society. But I have no wisdom at all. I am wholly in error. My errors are ancient, but no wisdom has grown out of them. Like water, however old and stale it is, it never becomes wine. Thus spake Julius. And seizing his cloak, he left the house and, without resting, walked on and on. At the end of the second day he reached the Christians. They received him joyfully, though they did not know that he was a friend of Pamphilius, whom everyone loved and respected. At the refectory Pamphilius recognized his friend, and with joy ran to him and embraced him. "Well, at last I have come," said Julius. "What is there for me to do? I will obey you." "Don't worry about that," said Pamphilius. "You and I will go together." And Pamphilius led Julius into the house where visitors were entertained, and showing him a bed, said, "In what way you can serve the people you yourself will see after you have had time to examine into the way we live. But in order that you may know where immediately to lend a hand, I will show you something tomorrow. In our vineyards the grape harvest is taking place. Go and help there. You yourself will see where there is a place for you." The next morning Julius went to the vineyard. The first was a young vineyard hung with thick clusters. Young people were plucking and gathering them. All the places were occupied, and Julius, after going about for a long while, found no chance for himself. He went farther. There he found an older plantation, there was less fruit, but here also Julius found nothing to do, all were working in pairs, and there was no place for him. He went farther, and came to a superannuated vineyard. It was all empty. The vine stalks were gnarly and crooked, and, as it seemed to Julius, all empty. "Just like my life," he said to himself. "If I had come the first time it would have been like the fruit in the first vineyard. If I had come when the second time I started, it would have been like the fruit in the second vineyard. But now here is my life, like these useless superannuated vine stalks, it is good only for firewood." And Julius was terrified at what he had done. He was terrified at the punishment awaiting him because he had ruined his life. And Julius became melancholy, and he said, "I am good for nothing, there is no work I can do now." And he did not rise from where he sat, and he wept because he had wasted what could never more return to him. And suddenly he heard an old man's voice, a voice calling him. "Work, my brother," said the voice. Julius looked around and saw a white-haired old man, bent with years, and scarcely able to walk. He was standing by a vine stalk and gathering from it the few sweet bunches remaining. Julius went to him. "Work, dear brother, work is joyous." And he showed him how to find the bunches here and there. Julius went and searched, he found a few, and brought them and laid them in the old man's basket. And the old man said to him, "Look, in what respect are these bunches worse than those gathered in yonder vineyards? Walk while ye have the light, lest darkness come upon you," said our teacher. "And this is the will of him that sent me, that everyone which seeth the Son and believeth on him, may have everlasting life, and I will raise him at the last day. For God sent not his Son into the world to condemn the world, but that the world through him might be saved. He that believeth on him is not condemned, but he that believeth not is condemned already, because he hath not believed in the name of the only begotten Son of God. And this is the condemnation, that light is come into the world, and men loved darkness rather than light because their deeds were evil. For everyone that doeth evil hateth the light, neither cometh to the light lest his deeds should be reproved. But he that doeth truth cometh to the light, that his deeds may be made manifest that they are wrought in God. Be not unhappy, my son. We are all the children of God and his servants. We all go to make up his one army. Do you think that he has no servants besides you? And that if you, in all your strength, had given yourself to his service, would you have done all that he required, all that men ought to do to establish his kingdom? You say you would have done twice, 10 times, 100 times more than you did. But suppose you had done 10,000 times 10,000 more than all men, what would that have been in the work of God? Nothing. To God's work, as to God himself, there are no limits and no end. God's work is in you. Come to him, and be not a laborer but a son, and you become a copartner with the infinite God and in his work. With God there is neither small nor great, but there is straight and crooked. Enter into the straight path of life and you will be with God, and your work will be neither small nor great, but it will be God's work. Remember that in heaven there is more joy over one sinner, than over 100 just men. The world's work, all that you have neglected to do, has only shown you your sin, and you have repented. And as you have repented, you have found the straight path, go forward in it with God, and think not of the past, or of great and small. Before God, all living men are equal. There is one God and one life. And Julius found peace of mind, and he began to live and to work for the brethren according to his strength. And he lived thus in joy 20 years longer, and he did not perceive how he died the physical death. The Kreutzer Sonata. But I say unto you, that everyone that looketh on a woman to lust after her hath committed adultery with her already in his heart. Matthew 5 verse 28. The disciples said unto him, If the case of the man is so with his wife, it is not expedient to marry. But he said unto them, All men cannot receive this saying, but they to whom it is given. Matthew 19 verse 10, 11. Chapter 1. It was early spring, and the second day of our journey. Passengers going short distances entered and left our carriage, but 3 others, like myself, had come all the way with the train. One was a lady, plain and no longer young, who smoked, had a harassed look, and wore a mannish coat and cap. Another was an acquaintance of hers, a talkative man of about 40, whose things looked neat and new. The third was a rather short man who kept himself apart. He was not old, but his curly hair had gone prematurely gray. His movements were abrupt and his unusually glittering eyes moved rapidly from one object to another. He wore an old overcoat, evidently from a first-rate tailor, with an astrakhan collar, and a tall astrakhan cap. When he unbuttoned his overcoat, a sleeveless Russian coat and embroidered shirt showed beneath it. A peculiarity of this man was a strange sound he emitted, something like a clearing of his throat, or a laugh begun and sharply broken off. All the way this man had carefully avoided making acquaintance or making any intercourse with his fellow passengers. When spoken to by those near him he gave short and abrupt answers, and at other times read, looked out of the window, smoked, or drank tea and ate something he took out of an old bag. It seemed to me that his loneliness depressed him, and I made several attempts to converse with him, but whenever our eyes met, which happened often as he sat nearly opposite me, he turned away and took up his book or looked out of the window. Towards the second evening, when our train stopped at a large station, this nervous man fetched himself some boiling water and made tea. The man with the neat new things, a lawyer as I found out later, and his neighbor, the smoking lady with the mannish coat, went to the refreshment room to drink tea. During their absence several new passengers entered the carriage, among them a tall, shaven, wrinkled old man, evidently a tradesman, in a coat lined with skunk fur, and a cloth cap with an enormous peak. The tradesman sat down opposite the seats of the lady and the lawyer, and immediately started a conversation with a young man who had also entered at that station and, judging by his appearance, was a tradesman's clerk. I was sitting the other side of the gangway, and as the train was standing still I could hear snatches of their conversation when nobody was passing between us. The tradesman began by saying that he was going to his estate, which was only one station farther on. Then as usual the conversation turned to prices and trade, and they spoke of the state of business in Moscow and then of the Nizhny Novgorod fair. The clerk began to relate how a wealthy merchant, known to both of them, had gone on the spree at the fair. But the old man interrupted him by telling of the orgies he had been at in former times at Kholstomír fair. He evidently prided himself on the part he had played in them, and recounted with pleasure how he and some acquaintances, together with the merchant they had been speaking of, had once got drunk at Kholstomír and played such a trick that he had to tell of it in a whisper. The clerk's roar of laughter filled the whole carriage. The old man laughed also, exposing 2 yellow teeth. Not expecting to hear anything interesting, I got up to stroll about the platform till the train should start. At the carriage door I met the lawyer and the lady, who were talking with animation as they approached. "You won't have time," said the sociable lawyer, "the second bell will ring in a moment." 273. And the bell did ring before I had gone the length of the train. When I returned, the animated conversation between the lady and the lawyer was proceeding. The old tradesman sat silent opposite to them, looking sternly before him, and occasionally mumbled disapprovingly as if chewing something. Then she plainly informed her husband, the lawyer was smilingly saying as I passed him, that she was not able, and did not wish, to live with him since. He went on to say something I could not hear. Several other passengers came in after me. The guard passed, a porter hurried in, and for some time the noise made their voices inaudible. When all was quiet again, the conversation had evidently turned from the particular case to general considerations. The lawyer was saying that public opinion in Europe was occupied with the question of divorce, and that cases of that kind were occurring more and more often in Russia. Noticing that his was the only voice audible, he stopped his discourse and turned to the old man. "Those things did not happen in the old days, did they?" he said, smiling pleasantly. The old man was about to reply, but the train moved and he took off his cap, crossed himself, and whispered a prayer. The lawyer turned away his eyes and waited politely. Having finished his prayer and crossed himself 3 times, the old man set his cap straight, pulled it well down over his forehead, changed his position, and began to speak. "They used to happen even then, sir, but less often," he said. "As times are now, they can't help happening. People have got too educated." The train moved faster and faster and jolted over the joints of the rails, making it difficult to hear, but being interested I moved nearer. The nervous man with the glittering eyes opposite me, evidently also interested, listened without changing his place. "What is wrong with education?" said the lady, with a scarcely perceptible smile. "Surely it can't be better to marry as they used to in the old days, when the bride and bridegroom did not even see one another before the wedding," she continued, answering not what her interlocutor had said but what she thought he would say, in the way many ladies have. Without knowing whether they loved, or whether they could love, they married just anybody, and were wretched all their lives. "And you think that this was better?" she said, evidently addressing me and the lawyer chiefly, and least of all the old man with whom she was talking. "They've got so very educated," the tradesman reiterated, looking contemptuously at the lady and leaving her question unanswered. "It would be interesting to know how you explain the connection between education and matrimonial discord," said the lawyer, with a scarcely perceptible smile. The tradesman was about to speak, but the lady interrupted him. "No," she said, "those times have passed." But the lawyer stopped her. "Yes, but allow the gentleman to express his views." "Foolishness comes from education," the old man said categorically. "They make people who don't love one another marry, and then wonder that they live in discord," the lady hastened to say, turning to look at the lawyer, at me, and even at the clerk, who had got up and, leaning on the back of the seat, was smilingly listening to the conversation. "It's only animals, you know, that can be paired off as their master likes. But human beings have their own inclinations and attachments," said the lady, with an evident desire to annoy the tradesman. "You should not talk like that, madam," said the old man. "Animals are cattle, but human beings have a law given them." "Yes, but how is one to live with a man when there is no love?" The lady again hastened to express her argument, which had probably seemed very new to her. "They used not to go into that," said the old man in an impressive tone. It is only now that all this has sprung up. The least thing makes them say, "I will leave you." The fashion has spread even to the peasants. "Here you are," she says. "Here, take your shirts and trousers and I will go with Vanka, his head is cullier than yours." What can you say? The first thing that should be required of a woman is fear. The clerk glanced at the lawyer, at the lady, and at me, apparently suppressing a smile and prepared to ridicule or to approve of the tradesman's words according to the reception they met with. "Fear of what?" asked the lady. "Why this, let her fear her husband." "That fear?" "Oh, the time for that, sir, has passed," said the lady with a certain viciousness. "No, madam, that time cannot pass. As she, Eve, was made from the rib of a man, so it will remain to the end of time," said the old man, jerking his head with such sternness and such a victorious look that the clerk at once concluded that victory was on his side, and laughed loudly. "Ah yes, that's the way you men argue," said the lady unyieldingly, and turned to us. "You have given yourselves freedom but want to shut women up in a tower. 274 You no doubt permit yourselves everything. No one is permitting anything, but a man does not bring offspring into the home. While a woman, a wife, is a leaky vessel," the tradesman continued insistently. His tone was so impressive that it evidently vanquished his hearers, and even the lady felt crushed but still did not give in. "Yes, but I think you will agree that a woman is a human being and has feelings as a man has. What is she to do then, if she does not love her husband?" "Does not love?" said the tradesman severely, moving his brows and lips. "She'll love, no fear." This unexpected argument particularly pleased the clerk, and he emitted a sound of approval. "Oh, no, she won't," the lady began. "And when there is no love you can't enforce it." "Well, and supposing the wife is unfaithful, what then?" asked the lawyer. "That is not admissible," said the old man. "One has to see to that." "But if it happens, what then?" "You know it does occur." "It happens among some, but not among us," said the old man. All were silent. The clerk moved, came still nearer, and, evidently unwilling to be behindhand, began with a smile. "Yes, a young fellow of ours had a scandal. It was a difficult case to deal with. It too was a case of a woman who was a bad lot. She began to play the devil, and the young fellow is respectable and cultured. At first it was with one of the office clerks. The husband tried to persuade her with kindness. She would not stop, but played all sorts of dirty tricks. Then she began to steal his money. He beat her, but she only grew worse. Carried on intrigues, if I may mention it, with an unchristened Jew. What was he to do? He turned her out altogether and lives as a bachelor, while she gads about. Because he is a fool," said the old man. "If he'd pulled her up properly from the first and not let her have way, she'd be living with him, no fear. It's giving way at first that counts. Don't trust your horse in the field, or your wife in the house." At that moment the guard entered to collect the tickets for the next station. The old man gave up his. "Yes, the female sex must be curbed in time or else all is lost." "Yes, but you yourself just now were speaking about the way married men amuse themselves at the Cunnavan fair," I could not help saying. "That's a different matter," said the old man and relapsed into silence. When the whistle sounded the tradesman rose, got out his bag from under the seat, buttoned up his coat, and slightly lifting his cap went out of the carriage. Chapter 2. As soon as the old man had gone several voices were raised. "A daddy of the old style," remarked the clerk. "A living Domostroy, 275 said the lady. "What barbarous views of women and marriage." "Yes, we are far from the European understanding of marriage," said the lawyer. 276. "The chief thing such people do not understand," continued the lady, "is that marriage without love is not marriage. That love sanctifies marriage, and that real marriage is only such as is sanctified by love." The clerk listened smilingly, trying to store up for future use all he could of the clever conversation. In the midst of the lady's remarks we heard, behind me, a sound like that of a broken laugh or sob. And on turning round we saw my neighbor, the lonely gray-haired man with the glittering eyes, who had approached unnoticed during our conversation, which evidently interested him. He stood with his arms on the back of the seat, evidently much excited. His face was red and a muscle twitched in his cheek. "What kind of love, is it that sanctifies marriage?" he asked hesitatingly. Noticing the speaker's agitation, the lady tried to answer him as gently and fully as possible. "True love. When such love exists between a man and a woman, then marriage is possible," she said. "Yes, but how is one to understand what is meant by true love?" said the gentleman with the glittering eyes timidly and with an awkward smile. "Everybody knows what love is," replied the lady, evidently wishing to break off her conversation with him. "But I don't," said the man. "You must define what you understand." "Why? It's very simple," she said, but stopped to consider. "Love? Love is an exclusive preference for one above everybody else," said the lady. "Preference for how long? A month, 2 days, or half an hour," said the gray-haired man and began to laugh. "Excuse me, we are evidently not speaking of the same thing." "Oh, yes. Exactly the same. She means," interposed the lawyer, pointing to the lady, "that in the first place marriage must be the outcome of attachment, or love, if you please, and only where that exists is marriage sacred, so to speak. Secondly, that marriage when not based on natural attachment, love, if you prefer the word, lacks the element that makes it morally binding. Do I understand you rightly?" he added, addressing the lady. The lady indicated her approval of his explanation by a nod of her head. "It follows," the lawyer continued, but the nervous man whose eyes now glowed as if aflame and who had evidently restrained himself with difficulty, began without letting the lawyer finish. "Yes. I mean exactly the same thing, a preference for one person over everybody else, and I am only asking, a preference for how long?" "For how long?" "For a long time, for life sometimes," replied the lady, shrugging her shoulders. "Oh, but that happens only in novels and never in real life. In real life this preference for one may last for years, that happens very rarely, more often for months, or perhaps for weeks, days, or hours," he said. Evidently aware that he was astonishing everybody by his views and pleased that it was so. "Oh, what are you saying?" "But no, allow me," we all three began at once. Even the clerk uttered an indefinite sound of disapproval. "Yes, I know," the gray-haired man shouted above our voices, "you are talking about what is supposed to be, but I am speaking of what is. Every man experiences what you call love for every pretty woman. Oh, what you say is awful. But the feeling that is called love does exist among people, and is given not for months or years, but for a lifetime." "No, it does not. Even if we should grant that a man might prefer a certain woman all his life, the woman in all probability would prefer someone else. And so it always has been and still is in the world," he said, and taking out his cigarette case he began to smoke. "But the feeling may be reciprocal," said the lawyer. "No sir, it can't," rejoined the other. "Just as it cannot be that in a cartload of peas, 2 marked peas will lie side by side. Besides, it is not merely this impossibility, but the inevitable satiety. To love one person for a whole lifetime is like saying that one candle will burn a whole life," he said, greedily inhaling the smoke. "But you are talking all the time about physical love. Don't you acknowledge love based on identity of ideals, on spiritual affinity?" asked the lady. "Spiritual affinity. Identity of ideals," he repeated, emitting his peculiar sound. "But in that case why go to bed together? Excuse my coarseness. Or do people go to bed together because of the identity of their ideals?" he said, bursting into a nervous laugh. "But permit me," said the lawyer. "Facts contradict you. We do see that matrimony exists, that all mankind, or the greater part of it, lives in wedlock, and many people honorably live long married lives. The gray-haired man again laughed. First you say that marriage is based on love, and when I express a doubt as to the existence of a love other than sensual, you prove the existence of love by the fact that marriages exist. But marriages in our days are mere deception. No, allow me, said the lawyer. I only say that marriages have existed and do exist. They do. But why? They have existed and do exist among people who see in marriage something sacramental, a mystery binding them in the sight of God. Among them marriages do exist. Among us, people marry regarding marriage as nothing but copulation, and the result is either deception or coercion. When it is deception it is easier to bear. The husband and wife merely deceive people by pretending to be monogamists, while living polygamously. That is bad, but still bearable. But when, as most frequently happens, the husband and wife have undertaken the external duty of living together all their lives, and begin to hate each other after a month, and wish to part but still continue to live together, it leads to that terrible hell which makes people take to drink, shoot themselves, or kill or poison themselves or one another, he went on, speaking more and more rapidly, not allowing anyone to put in a word and becoming more and more excited. We all felt embarrassed. Yes, undoubtedly there are critical episodes in married life, said the lawyer, wishing to end this disturbingly heated conversation. I see you have found out who I am, said the gray-haired man softly, and with apparent calm. No, I have not that pleasure. It is no great pleasure. I am that Posdnichev in whose life that critical episode occurred to which you alluded, the episode when he killed his wife, he said, rapidly glancing at each of us. No one knew what to say and all remained silent. Well, never mind, he said with that peculiar sound of his. However, pardon me. Ah. I won't intrude on you. Oh, no, if you please, said the lawyer, himself not knowing, if you please, what. But Posdnichev, without listening to him, rapidly turned away and went back to his seat. The lawyer and the lady whispered together. I sat down beside Posdnichev in silence, unable to think of anything to say. It was too dark to read, so I shut my eyes pretending that I wished to go to sleep. So we traveled in silence to the next station. At that station the lawyer and the lady moved into another car, having some time previously consulted the guard about it. The clerk lay down on the seat and fell asleep. Posdnichev kept smoking and drinking tea which he had made at the last station. When I opened my eyes and looked at him he suddenly addressed me resolutely and irritably. Perhaps it is unpleasant for you to sit with me, knowing who I am? In that case I will go away. Oh no, not at all. Well then, won't you have some? Only it's very strong. He poured out some tea for me. They talk, and they always lie, he remarked. What are you speaking about? I asked. Always about the same thing. About that love of theirs and what it is. Don't you want to sleep? Not at all. Then would you like me to tell you how that love led to what happened to me? Yes, if it will not be painful for you. No, it is painful for me to be silent. Drink the tea, or is it too strong? The tea was really like beer, but I drank a glass of it. 277. Just then the guard entered. Posdnichev followed him with angry eyes, and only began to speak after he had left. Chapter 3. Well then, I'll tell you. But do you really want to hear it? I repeated that I wished it very much. He paused, rubbed his face with his hands, and began. If I am to tell it, I must tell everything from the beginning. I must tell how and why I married, and the kind of man I was before my marriage. Till my marriage I lived as everybody does, that is, everybody in our class. I am a landowner and a graduate of the university, and was a marshal of the gentry. Before my marriage I lived as everyone does, that is, dissolutely, and while living dissolutely I was convinced, like everyone else in our class, that I was living as one has to. I thought I was a charming fellow and quite a moral man. I was not a seducer, had no unnatural tastes, did not make that the chief purpose of my life as many of my associates did, but I practiced debauchery in a steady, decent way for health's sake. I avoided women who might tie my hands by having a child or by attachment for me. However, there may have been children and attachments, but I acted as if there were not. And this I not only considered moral, but I was even proud of it. He paused and gave vent to his peculiar sound, as he evidently did whenever a new idea occurred to him. And you know, that is the chief abomination, he exclaimed. Dissoluteness does not lie in anything physical, no kind of physical misconduct is debauchery. Real debauchery lies precisely in freeing oneself from moral relations with a woman with whom you have physical intimacy. And such emancipation I regarded as a merit. I remember how I once worried because I had not had an opportunity to pay a woman who gave herself to me, having probably taken a fancy to me, and how I only became tranquil after having sent her some money, thereby intimating that I did not consider myself in any way morally bound to her. Don't nod as if you agreed with me. He suddenly shouted at me. Don't I know these things? We all, and you too unless you are a rare exception, hold those same views, just as I used to. Never mind, I beg your pardon, but the fact is that it's terrible, terrible, terrible. What is terrible? I asked. That abyss of error in which we live regarding women and our relations with them. No, I can't speak calmly about it, not because of that episode, as he called it, in my life. But because since that episode occurred my eyes have been opened and I have seen everything in quite a different light. Everything reversed, everything reversed. He lit a cigarette and began to speak, leaning his elbows on his knees. It was too dark to see his face, but, above the jolting of the train, I could hear his impressive and pleasant voice. Chapter 4. Yes, only after such torments as I have endured, only by their means, have I understood where the root of the matter lies, understood what ought to be, and therefore seen all the horror of what is. So you will see how and when that which led up to my episode began. It began when I was not quite 16. It happened when I still went to the grammar school and my elder brother was a first-year student at the university. I had not yet known any woman, but, like all the unfortunate children of our class, I was no longer an innocent boy. I had been depraved 2 years before that by other boys. Already woman, not some particular woman but woman as something to be desired, woman, every woman, woman's nudity, tormented me. My solitude was not pure. I was tormented, as 99% of our boys are. I was horrified, I suffered, I prayed, and I fell. I was already depraved in imagination and in fact, but I had not yet laid hands on another human being. But one day a comrade of my brother's, a jolly student, a so-called good fellow, that is, the worst kind of good-for-nothing, who had taught us to drink and to play cards, persuaded us after a carousal to go there. We went. My brother was also still innocent, and he fell that same night. And I, a 15-year-old boy, defiled myself and took part in defiling a woman, without at all understanding what I was doing. I had never heard from any of my elders that what I was doing was wrong, you know. And indeed no one hears it now. It is true it is in the commandments, but then the commandments are only needed to answer the priest at scripture examination, and even then they are not very necessary. Not nearly as necessary as the commandment about the use of ut in conditional sentences in Latin. And so I never heard those older persons whose opinions I respected say that it was an evil. On the contrary, I heard people I respected say it was good. I had heard that my struggles and sufferings would be eased after that. I heard this and read it, and heard my elders say it would be good for my health, while from my comrades I heard that it was rather a fine, spirited thing to do. So in general I expected nothing but good from it. The risk of disease? But that too had been foreseen. A paternal government saw to that. It sees to the correct working of brothels 278 and makes profligacy safe for schoolboys. Doctors too deal with it for a consideration. That is proper. They assert that debauchery is good for the health, and they organize proper well-regulated debauchery. I know some mothers who attend to their sons' health in that sense. And science sends them to the brothels. Why do you say, science? I asked. Why, who are the doctors? The priests of science. Who deprave youths by maintaining that this is necessary for their health. They do. Yet if a 100th part of the efforts devoted to the cure of syphilis were devoted to the eradication of debauchery, there would long ago not have been a trace of syphilis left. But as it is, efforts are made not to eradicate debauchery but to encourage it and to make debauchery safe. That is not the point, however. The point is that with me, and with 9/10, if not more, not of our class only but of all classes, even the peasants, this terrible thing happens that happened to me. I fell not because I succumbed to the natural temptation of a particular woman's charm, no, I was not seduced by a woman, but I fell because, in the set around me, what was really a fall was regarded by some as a most legitimate function good for one's health, and by others as a very natural and not only excusable but even innocent amusement for a young man. I did not understand that it was a fall, but simply indulged in that half pleasure, half need, which, as was suggested to me, was natural at a certain age. I began to indulge in debauchery as I began to drink and to smoke. Yet in that first fall there was something special and pathetic. I remember that at once, on the spot before I left the room, I felt sad, so sad that I wanted to cry for the loss of my innocence and for my relationship with women, now sullied forever. Yes, my natural, simple relationship with women was spoilt forever. From that time I have not had, and could not have, pure relations with women. I had become what is called a libertine. To be a libertine is a physical condition like that of a morphinist, a drunkard, or a smoker. As a morphinist, a drunkard, or a smoker is no longer normal, so too a man who has known several women for his pleasure is not normal but is a man perverted forever, a libertine. As a drunkard or a morphinist can be recognized at once by his face and manner, so it is with a libertine. A libertine may restrain himself, may struggle, but he will never have those pure, simple, clear, brotherly relations with a woman. By the way he looks at a young woman and examines, a libertine can always be recognized. And I had become and I remained a libertine, and it was this that brought me to ruin. Chapter 5. Ah, yes. After that things went from bad to worse, and there were all sorts of deviations. Oh, God! When I recall the abominations I committed in this respect I am seized with horror. And that is true of me, whom my companions, I remember, ridiculed for my so-called innocence. And when one hears of the gilded youths, of officers, of the Parisians, and when all these gentlemen, and I, who have on our souls hundreds of the most varied and horrible crimes against women, when we 30-year-old profligates, very carefully washed, shaved, perfumed, in clean linen and in evening dress or uniform, enter a drawing-room or ballroom, we are emblems of purity, charming. Only think of what ought to be, and of what is. When in society such a gentleman comes up to my sister or daughter, knowing his life, ought to go up to him, take him aside, and say quietly, "My dear fellow, I know the life you lead. And how and with whom you pass your nights. This is no place for you. There are pure, innocent girls here. Be off," that is what ought to be. But what happens is that when such a gentleman comes and dances, embracing our sister or daughter, we are jubilant, if he is rich and well-connected. Maybe after Rigolboche 279 he will honor my daughter. Even if traces of disease remain, no matter. They are clever at curing that nowadays. Oh, yes, I know several girls in the best society whom their parents enthusiastically gave in marriage to men suffering from a certain disease. Oh, the abomination of it. But a time will come when this abomination and falsehood will be exposed. He made his strange noise several times and again drank tea. It was fearfully strong and there was no water with which to dilute it. I felt that I was much excited by the 2 glasses I had drunk. Probably the tea affected him too, for he became more and more excited. His voice grew increasingly mellow and expressive. He continually changed his position, now taking off his cap and now putting it on again, and his face changed strangely in the semi-darkness in which we were sitting. Well, so I lived till I was 30, not abandoning for a moment the intention of marrying and arranging for myself a most elevated and pure family life. With that purpose I observed the girls suitable for that end, he continued. I weltered in a mire of debauchery and at the same time was on the lookout for a girl pure enough to be worthy of me. I rejected many just because they were not pure enough to suit me, but at last I found one whom I considered worthy. She was one of 2 daughters of a once wealthy Penza landowner who had been ruined. One evening after we had been out in a boat and had returned by moonlight, and I was sitting beside her admiring her curls and her shapely figure in a tight-fitting jersey, I suddenly decided that it was she. It seemed to me that evening that she understood all that I felt and thought, and that what I felt and thought was very lofty. In reality it was only that the jersey and the curls were particularly becoming to her and that after a day spent near her I wanted to be still closer. It is amazing how complete is the delusion that beauty is goodness. A handsome woman talks nonsense, you listen and hear not nonsense but cleverness. She says and does horrid things, and you see only charm. And if a handsome woman does not say stupid or horrid things, you at once persuade yourself that she is wonderfully clever and moral. I returned home in rapture, decided that she was the acme of moral perfection, and that therefore she was worthy to be my wife, and I proposed to her next day. What a muddle it is! Out of 1,000 men who marry, not only among us but unfortunately also among the masses, there is hardly one who has not already been married 10, 100, or even, like Don Juan, 1,000 times, before his wedding. It is true as I have heard and have myself observed that there are nowadays some chaste young men who feel and know that this thing is not a joke but an important matter. God help them. But in my time there was not one such in 10,000. And everybody knows this and pretends not to know it. In all the novels they describe in detail the hero's feelings and the ponds and bushes beside which they walk, but when their great love for some maiden is described, nothing is said about what has happened to these interesting heroes before, not a word about their frequenting certain houses, or about the servant girls, cooks, and other people's wives. If there are such improper novels they are not put into the hands of those who most need this information, the unmarried girls. We first pretend to these girls that the profligacy which fills half the life of our towns, and even of the villages, does not exist at all. Then we get so accustomed to this pretense that at last, like the English, we ourselves really begin to believe this quite seriously. So too did my unfortunate wife. I remember how, when we were engaged, I showed her my diary, from which she could learn something, if but a little, of my past, especially about my last liaison, of which she might hear from others, and about which I therefore felt it necessary to inform her. I remember her horror, despair, and confusion, when she learnt of it and understood it. I saw that she then wanted to give me up. And why did she not do so? He again made that sound, swallowed another mouthful of tea, and remained silent for a while. Chapter 6. No, after all, it is better, better so, he exclaimed. It serves me right. But that's not to the point. I meant to say that it is only the unfortunate girls who are deceived. The mothers know it, especially mothers educated by their own husbands, they know it very well. While pretending to believe in the purity of men, they act quite differently. They know with what sort of bait to catch men for themselves and for their daughters. You see, it is only we men who don't know, because we don't wish to know, what women know very well, that the most exalted poetic love, as we call it, depends not on moral qualities but on physical nearness and on the coiffure, and the color and cut of the dress. Ask an expert coquette who has set herself the task of captivating a man, which she would prefer to risk, to be convicted in his presence of lying, of cruelty, or even of dissoluteness, or to appear before him in an ugly and badly made dress, she will always prefer the first. She knows that we are continually lying about high sentiments, but really only want her body and will therefore forgive any abomination except an ugly tasteless costume that is in bad style. A coquette knows that consciously, and every innocent girl knows it unconsciously just as animals do. That is why there are those detestable jerseys, bustles, and naked shoulders, arms, almost breasts. A woman, especially if she has passed the male school, knows very well that all the talk about elevated subjects is just talk. But that what a man wants is her body and all that presents it in the most deceptive but alluring light. And she acts accordingly. If we only throw aside our familiarity with this indecency, which has become a second nature to us, and look at the life of our upper classes as it is, in all its shamelessness, why? It is simply a brothel. You don't agree? Allow me, I'll prove it, he said, interrupting me. You say that the women of our society have other interests in life than prostitutes have, but I say no, and will prove it. If people differ in the aims of their lives, by the inner content of their lives, this difference will necessarily be reflected in externals and their externals will be different. But look at those unfortunate despised women and at the highest society ladies, the same costumes, the same fashions, the same perfumes, the exposure of arms, shoulders, and breasts. The same tight skirts over prominent bustles, the same passion for little stones, for costly, glittering objects, the same amusements, dances, music, and singing. As the former employ all means to allure, so do these others. Chapter 7. Well, so these jerseys and curls and bustles caught me. It was very easy to catch me, for I was brought up in the conditions in which amorous young people are forced like cucumbers in a hotbed. You see, our stimulating superabundance of food, together with complete physical idleness, is nothing but a systematic excitement of desire. Whether this astonishes you or not, it is so. Why, till quite recently I did not see anything of this myself, but now I have seen it. That is why it torments me that nobody knows this, and people talk such nonsense as that lady did. Yes, last spring some peasants were working in our neighborhood on a railway embankment. The usual food of a young peasant is rye bread, kvass, and onions. He keeps alive and is vigorous and healthy, his work is light agricultural work. When he goes to railway work his rations are buckwheat porridge and a pound of meat a day. But he works off that pound of meat during his 16 hours work wheeling barrow loads of half a ton weight, so it is just enough for him. But we who every day consume 2 pounds of meat, and game, and fish and all sorts of heating foods and drinks, where does that go to? Into excesses of sensuality. And if it goes there and the safety valve is open, all is well. But try and close the safety valve, as I closed it temporarily, and at once a stimulus arises which, passing through the prism of our artificial life, expresses itself in utter infatuation. Sometimes even platonic. And I fell in love as they all do. Everything was there to hand, raptures, tenderness, and poetry. In reality that love of mine was the result, on the one hand of her mamma's and the dressmaker's activity, and on the other of the superabundance of food consumed by me while living an idle life. If on the one hand there had been no boating, no dressmaker with her waists and so forth, and had my wife been sitting at home in a shapeless dressing gown, and had I on the other hand been in circumstances normal to man, consuming just enough food to suffice for the work I did, and had the safety valve been open, it happened to be closed at the time, I should not have fallen in love and nothing of all this would have happened. Chapter 8. Well, and now it so chanced that everything combined, my condition, her becoming dress, and the satisfactory boating. It had failed 20 times but now it succeeded. Just like a trap. I am not joking. You see, nowadays marriages are arranged that way, like traps. What is the natural way? The lass is ripe, she must be given in marriage. It seems very simple if the girl is not a fright and there are men wanting to marry. That is how it was done in olden times. The lass was grown up and her parents arranged the marriage. So it was done, and is done, among all mankind, Chinese, Hindus, Mohammedans, and among our own working classes, so it is done among at least 99% of the human race. Only among 1% or less, among us libertines, has it been discovered that that is not right and something new has been invented. And what is this novelty? It is that the maidens sit around and the men walk about, as at a bazaar, choosing. And the maidens wait and think, but dare not say, me, please. No, me. Not her, but me. Look what shoulders and other things I have. And we men stroll around and look, and are very pleased. Yes, I know. I won't be caught. They stroll about and look and are very pleased that everything is arranged like that for them. And then in an unguarded moment, snap. He is caught. Then how ought it to be done? I asked. Should the woman propose? Oh, I don't know how, only if there's to be equality, let it be equality. If they have discovered that prearranged matches are degrading, why this is 1,000 times worse. Then the rights and chances were equal, but here the woman is a slave in a bazaar or the bait in a trap. Tell any mother, or the girl herself, the truth, that she is only occupied in catching a husband, oh dear. What an insult. Yet they all do it and have nothing else to do. What is so terrible is to see sometimes quite innocent poor young girls engaged on it. And again, if it were but done openly, but it is always done deceitfully. Ah, the origin of species, how interesting. Oh, Lily takes such an interest in painting. And will you be going to the exhibition? How instructive. And the troika drives, and shows, and symphonies. Oh! How remarkable. My Lily is mad on music. And why don't you share these convictions? And boating, but their one thought is, take me, take me. Take my Lily. Or try, at least. Oh, what an abomination. What falsehood. He concluded, finishing his tea and beginning to put away the tea things. Chapter 9. You know, he began while packing the tea and sugar into his bag. The domination of women from which the world suffers all arises from this. What domination of women? I asked. The rights, the legal privileges, are on the man's side. Yes, yes. That's just it, he interrupted me. That's just what I want to say. It explains the extraordinary phenomenon that on the one hand woman is reduced to the lowest stage of humiliation, while on the other she dominates. Just like the Jews, as they pay us back for their oppression by a financial domination, so it is with women. Ah, you want us to be traders only, all right, as traders we will dominate you. Say the Jews. Ah, you want us to be merely objects of sensuality, all right, as objects of sensuality we will enslave you, say the women. Woman's lack of rights arises not from the fact that she must not vote or be a judge, to be occupied with such affairs is no privilege, but from the fact that she is not man's equal in sexual intercourse and has not the right to use a man or abstain from him as she likes, is not allowed to choose a man at her pleasure instead of being chosen by him. You say that is monstrous. Very well. Then a man must not have those rights either. As it is at present, a woman is deprived of that right while a man has it. And to make up for that right she acts on man's sensuality, and through his sensuality subdues him so that he only chooses formally, while in reality it is she who chooses. And once she has obtained these means she abuses them and acquires a terrible power over people. But where is this special power? I inquired. Where is it? Why everywhere, in everything. Go round the shops in any big town. There are goods worth millions and you cannot estimate the human labor expended on them, and look whether in 9/10 of these shops there is anything for the use of men. All the luxuries of life are demanded and maintained by women. Count all the factories. An enormous proportion of them produce useless ornaments, carriages, furniture, and trinkets, for women. Millions of people, generations of slaves, perish at hard labor in factories merely to satisfy woman's caprice. Women, like queens, keep 9/10 of mankind in bondage to heavy labor. And all because they have been abased and deprived of equal rights with men. And they revenge themselves by acting on our sensuality and catch us in their nets. Yes, it all comes of that. Women have made of themselves such an instrument for acting upon our sensuality that a man cannot quietly consort with a woman. As soon as a man approaches a woman he succumbs to her stupefying influence and becomes intoxicated and crazy. I used formerly to feel uncomfortable and uneasy when I saw a lady dressed up for a ball, but now I am simply frightened and plainly see her as something dangerous and illicit. I want to call a policeman and ask for protection from the peril, and demand that the dangerous object be removed and put away. Ah, you are laughing. He shouted at me, but it is not at all a joke. I am sure a time will come, and perhaps very soon, when people will understand this and will wonder how a society could exist in which actions were permitted which so disturb social tranquility as those adornments of the body directly evoking sensuality, which we tolerate for women in our society. Why, it's like setting all sorts of traps along the paths and promenades. It is even worse. Why is gambling forbidden while women in costumes which evoke sensuality are not forbidden? They are 1,000 times more dangerous. Chapter 10. Well, you see, I was caught that way. I was what is called in love. I not only imagined her to be the height of perfection, but during the time of our engagement I regarded myself also as the height of perfection. You know there is no rascal who cannot, if he tries, find rascals in some respects worse than himself, and who consequently cannot find reasons for pride and self-satisfaction. So it was with me. I was not marrying for money, covetousness had nothing to do with it, unlike the majority of my acquaintances who married for money or connections. I was rich, she was poor. That was one thing. Another thing I prided myself on was that while others married intending to continue in future the same polygamous life they had lived before marriage, I was firmly resolved to be monogamous after marriage, and there was no limit to my pride on that score. Yes, I was a dreadful pig and imagined myself to be an angel. Our engagement did not last long. I cannot now think of that time without shame. What nastiness! Love is supposed to be spiritual and not sensual. Well, if the love is spiritual, a spiritual communion, then that spiritual communion should find expression in words, in conversations, in discourse. There was nothing of the kind. It used to be dreadfully difficult to talk when we were left alone. It was the labor of Sisyphus. As soon as we thought of something to say and said it, we had again to be silent, devising something else. There was nothing to talk about. All that could be said about the life that awaited us, our arrangements and plans, had been said, and what was there more? Now if we had been animals we should have known that speech was unnecessary. But here on the contrary it was necessary to speak, and there was nothing to say, because we were not occupied with what finds vent in speech. And moreover there was that ridiculous custom of giving sweets, of course gormandizing on sweets, and all those abominable preparations for the wedding, remarks about the house, the bedroom, beds, wraps, dressing gowns, underclothing, costumes. You must remember that if one married according to the injunctions of Domostroy, as that old fellow was saying, then the feather beds, the trousseau, and the bedstead are all but details appropriate to the sacrament. But among us, one of 10 who marry there are certainly 9 who not only do not believe in the sacrament, but do not even believe that what they are doing entails certain obligations, where scarcely 1 man out of 100 has not been married before. And of 50 scarcely 1 is not preparing in advance to be unfaithful to his wife at every convenient opportunity, when the majority regard the going to church as only a special condition for obtaining possession of a certain woman. Think what a dreadful significance all these details acquire. They show that the whole business is only that, they show that it is a kind of sale. An innocent girl is sold to a profligate, and the sale is accompanied by certain formalities. Chapter 11. That is how everybody marries, and that is how I married, and the much-vaunted honeymoon began. Why, its very name is vile, he hissed viciously. In Paris I once went to see the sights, and noticing a bearded woman and a water dog on a sign-board, I entered the show. It turned out to be nothing but a man in a woman's low-necked dress, and a dog done up in a walrus skin and swimming in a bath. It was very far from being interesting. But as I was leaving, the showman politely saw me out and, addressing the public at the entrance, pointed to me and said, "Ask the gentleman whether it is not worth seeing. Come in, 1 franc apiece." I felt ashamed to say it was not worth seeing, and the showman had probably counted on that. It must be the same with those who have experienced the abomination of a honeymoon and who do not disillusion others. Neither did I disillusion anyone, but I do not now see why I should not tell the truth. Indeed, I think it needful to tell the truth about it. One felt awkward, ashamed, repelled, sorry, and above all dull, intolerably dull. It was something like what I felt when I learned to smoke, when I felt sick and the saliva gathered in my mouth and I swallowed it and pretended that it was very pleasant. Pleasure from smoking, just as from that, if it comes at all, comes later. The husband must cultivate that vice in his wife in order to derive pleasure from it. Why vice? I said. You are speaking of the most natural human functions. Natural, he said. Natural? No, I may tell you that I have come to the conclusion that it is, on the contrary, unnatural. Yes, quite unnatural. As a child, as an unperverted girl. Natural, you say. It is natural to eat. And to eat is, from the very beginning enjoyable, easy, pleasant, and not shameful. But this is horrid, shameful, and painful. No, it is unnatural. And an unspoiled girl, as I have convinced myself, always hates it. But how, I asked, would the human race continue? Yes, would not the human race perish, he said, irritably and ironically, as if he had expected this familiar and insincere objection. Teach abstention from childbearing so that English lords may always gorge themselves, that is all right. Preach it for the sake of greater pleasure, that is all right. But just hint at abstention from childbearing in the name of morality, and, my goodness, what a rumpus. Isn't there a danger that the human race may die out because they want to cease to be swine? But forgive me. This light is unpleasant, may I shade it, he said, pointing to the lamp. I said I did not mind, and with the haste with which he did everything, he got up on the seat and drew the woolen shade over the lamp. All the same, I said, if everyone thought this the right thing to do, the human race would cease to exist. He did not reply at once. You ask how the human race will continue to exist, he said, having again sat down in front of me, and spreading his legs far apart he leant his elbows on his knees. Why should it continue? Why? If not, we should not exist. And why should we exist? Why? In order to live, of course. But why live? If life has no aim, if life is given us for life's sake, there is no reason for living. And if it is so, then the Schopenhauers, the Hartmanns, and all the Buddhists as well, are quite right. But if life has an aim, it is clear that it ought to come to an end when that aim is reached. And so it turns out, he said with a noticeable agitation, evidently prizing his thought very highly. So it turns out. Just think, if the aim of humanity is goodness, righteousness, love, call it what you will, if it is what the prophets have said, that all mankind should be united together in love. That the spears should be beaten into pruning hooks and so forth, what is it that hinders the attainment of this aim? The passions hinder it. Of all the passions the strongest, cruelest, and most stubborn is the sex passion, physical love. And therefore if the passions are destroyed, including the strongest of them, physical love, the prophecies will be fulfilled, mankind will be brought into a unity. The aim of human existence will be attained, and there will be nothing further to live for. As long as mankind exists the ideal is before it, and of course not the rabbits and pigs' ideal of breeding as fast as possible. Nor that of monkeys or Parisians, to enjoy sex passion in the most refined manner, but the ideal of goodness attained by continence and purity. Towards that people have always striven and still strive. You see what follows. It follows that physical love is a safety valve. If the present generation has not attained its aim, it has not done so because of its passions, of which the sex passion is the strongest. And if the sex passion endures, there will be a new generation and consequently the possibility of attaining the aim in the next generation. If the next one does not attain it, then the next after that may, and so on, till the aim is attained, the prophecies fulfilled, and mankind attains unity. If not, what would result? If one admits that God created men for the attainment of a certain aim, and created them mortal but sexless, or created them immortal, what would be the result? Why, if they were mortal but without the sex passion, and died without attaining the aim, God would have had to create new people to attain his aim. If they were immortal. Let us grant that, though it would be more difficult for the same people to correct their mistakes and approach perfection than for those of another generation, they might attain that aim after many thousands of years. But then what use would they be afterwards? What could be done with them? It is best as it is. But perhaps you don't like that way of putting it? Perhaps you are an evolutionist. It comes to the same thing. The highest race of animals, the human race, in order to maintain itself in the struggle with other animals ought to unite into one whole like a swarm of bees, and not breed continually. It should bring up sexless members as the bees do, that is, again, it should strive towards continence and not towards inflaming desire, to which the whole system of our life is now directed. He paused. The human race will cease? But can anyone doubt it, whatever his outlook on life may be? Why, it is as certain as death. According to all the teaching of the Church, the end of the world will come, and according to all the teaching of science, the same result is inevitable. Chapter 12. In our world it is just the reverse. Even if a man does think of continence while he is a bachelor, once married he is sure to think continence no longer necessary. You know those wedding tours, the seclusion into which, with their parents' consent, the young couple go, are nothing but licensed debauchery. But a moral law avenges itself when it is violated. Hard as I tried to make a success of my honeymoon, nothing came of it. It was horrid, shameful, and dull, the whole time. And very soon I began also to experience a painful, oppressive feeling. That began very quickly. I think it was on the third or fourth day that I found my wife depressed. I began asking her the reason and embracing her, which in my view was all she could want, but she removed my arm and began to cry. What about? She could not say. But she felt sad and distressed. Probably her exhausted nerves suggested to her the truth as to the vileness of our relation, but she did not know how to express it. I began to question her, and she said something about feeling sad without her mother. It seemed to me that this was untrue, and I began comforting her without alluding to her mother. I did not understand that she was simply depressed and her mother was merely an excuse. But she immediately took offense because I had not mentioned her mother, as though I did not believe her. She told me she saw that I did not love her. I reproached her with being capricious, and suddenly her face changed entirely, and instead of sadness it expressed irritation. And with the most venomous words she began accusing me of selfishness and cruelty. I gazed at her. Her whole face showed complete coldness and hostility, almost hatred. I remember how horror-struck I was when I saw this. How? What? I thought. Love is a union of souls, and instead of that there is this. Impossible, this is not she. I tried to soften her, but encountered such an insuperable wall of cold virulent hostility that before I had time to turn round I too was seized with irritation, and we said a great many unpleasant things to one another. The impression of that first quarrel was dreadful. I call it a quarrel, but it was not a quarrel but only the disclosure of the abyss that really existed between us. Amorousness was exhausted by the satisfaction of sensuality, and we were left confronting one another in our true relation, that is, as two egotists quite alien to each other who wished to get as much pleasure as possible each from the other. I call what took place between us a quarrel, only the consequence of the cessation of sensuality, revealing our real relations to one another. I did not understand that this cold and hostile relation was our normal state. I did not understand it because at first this hostile attitude was very soon concealed from us by a renewal of redistilled sensuality, that is by lovemaking. I thought we had quarreled and made it up again, and that it would not recur. But during that same first month of honeymoon a period of satiety soon returned, we again ceased to need one another, and another quarrel supervened. This second quarrel struck me even more painfully than the first. So the first one was not an accident but was bound to happen and will happen again, I thought. I was all the more staggered by that second quarrel because it arose from such an impossible pretext. It had something to do with money, which I never grudged and could certainly not have grudged to my wife. I only remember that she gave the matter such a twist that some remark of mine appeared to be an expression of a desire on my part to dominate over her by means of money, to which I was supposed to assert an exclusive right. It was something impossibly stupid, mean, and not natural either to me or to her. I became exasperated, and upbraided her with lack of consideration for me. She accused me of the same thing, and it all began again. In her words and in the expression of her face and eyes I again noticed the cruel cold hostility that had so staggered me before. I had formerly quarreled with my brother, my friends, and my father, but there had never, I remember, been the special venomous malice which there was here. But after a while this mutual hatred was screened by amorousness, that is sensuality, and I still consoled myself with the thought that these two quarrels had been mistakes and could be remedied. But then a third and a fourth quarrel followed and I realized that it was not accidental, but that it was bound to happen and would happen so, and I was horrified at the prospect before me. At the same time I was tormented by the terrible thought that I alone lived on such bad terms with my wife, so unlike what I had expected, whereas this did not happen between other married couples. I did not know then that it is our common fate, but that everybody imagines, just as I did, that is their peculiar misfortune. And everyone conceals this exceptional and shameful misfortune not only from others but even from himself and does not acknowledge it to himself. It began during the first days and continued all the time, ever increasing and growing more obdurate. In the depths of my soul I felt from the first weeks that I was lost, that things had not turned out as I expected, that marriage was not only no happiness but a very heavy burden. But like everybody else I did not wish to acknowledge this to myself. I should not have acknowledged it even now but for the end that followed, and I concealed it not only from others but from myself. 2. Now I am astonished that I failed to see my real position. It might have been seen from the fact that the quarrels began on pretexts it was impossible to remember when they were over. Our reason was not quick enough to devise sufficient excuses for the animosity that always existed between us. But more striking still was the insufficiency of the excuses for our reconciliations. Sometimes there were words, explanations, even tears, but sometimes, oh! It is disgusting even now to think of it, after the most cruel words to one another, came sudden silent glances, smiles, kisses, embraces. Faugh, how horrid! How is it I did not then see all the vileness of it? Chapter 13. 2 fresh passengers entered and settled down on the farthest seats. He was silent while they were seating themselves, but as soon as they had settled down continued, evidently not for a moment losing the thread of his idea. You know, what is vilest about it, he began, is that in theory love is something ideal and exalted, but in practice it is something abominable, swinish. Which it is horrid and shameful to mention or remember. It is not for nothing that nature has made it disgusting and shameful. And if it is disgusting and shameful one must understand that it is so. But here, on the contrary, people pretend that what is disgusting and shameful is beautiful and lofty. What were the first symptoms of my love? Why, that I gave way to animal excesses, not only without shame but being somehow even proud of the possibility of these physical excesses. And without in the least considering either her spiritual or even her physical life. I wondered what embittered us against one another, yet it was perfectly simple. That animosity was nothing but the protest of our human nature against the animal nature that overpowered it. I was surprised at our enmity to one another, yet it could not have been otherwise. That hatred was nothing but the mutual hatred of accomplices in a crime, both for the incitement to the crime and for the part taken in it. What was it but a crime when she, poor thing, became pregnant in the first month and our swinish connection continued? You think I am straying from my subject? Not at all. I am telling you how I killed my wife. They asked me at the trial with what and how I killed her. Fools! They thought I killed her with a knife, on the 5th of October. It was not then I killed her, but much earlier. Just as they are all now killing, all. But with what? I asked. That is just what is so surprising, that nobody wants to see what is so clear and evident, what doctors ought to know and preach, but are silent about. Yet the matter is very simple. Men and women are created like the animals so that physical love is followed by pregnancy and then by suckling, conditions under which physical love is bad for the woman and for her child. There are an equal number of men and women. What follows from this? It seems clear, and no great wisdom is needed to draw the conclusion that animals do, namely, the need of continence. But no. Science has been able to discover some kind of leukocytes that run about in the blood, and all sorts of useless nonsense, but cannot understand that. At least one does not hear of science teaching it. And so a woman has only two ways out. One is to make a monster of herself, to destroy and go on destroying within herself to such a degree as may be necessary the capacity of being a woman. That is, a mother, in order that a man may quietly and continuously get his enjoyment. The other way out, and it is not even a way out but a simple, coarse, and direct violation of the laws of nature, practiced in all so-called decent families, is that, contrary to her nature. The woman must be her husband's mistress even while she is pregnant or nursing, must be what not even an animal descends to, and for which her strength is insufficient. That is what causes nerve troubles and hysteria in our class, and among the peasants causes what they call being possessed by the devil, epilepsy. You will notice that no pure maidens are ever possessed, but only married women living with their husbands. That is so here, and it is just the same in Europe. All the hospitals for hysterical women are full of those who have violated nature's law. The epileptics and Charcot's patients are complete wrecks, you know, but the world is full of half-crippled women. Just think of it, what a great work goes on within a woman when she conceives or when she is nursing an infant. That is growing which will continue us and replace us. And this sacred work is violated, by what? It is terrible to think of it. And they prate about the freedom and the rights of women. It is as if cannibals fattened their captives to be eaten, and at the same time declared that they were concerned about their prisoners' rights and freedom. All this was new to me and startled me. What is one to do? If that is so, I said, it means that one may love one's wife once in 2 years, yet men must, he interrupted me. It is again those precious priests of science who have persuaded everybody of that. Imbue a man with the idea that he requires vodka, tobacco, or opium, and all these things will be indispensable to him. It seems that God did not understand what was necessary and therefore, omitting to consult those wizards, arranged things badly. You see, matters do not tally. They have decided that it is essential for a man to satisfy his desires, and the bearing and nursing of children comes and interferes with it and hinders the satisfaction of that need. What is one to do then? Consult the wizards. They will arrange it. And they have devised something. Oh! When will those wizards with their deceptions be dethroned? It is high time. It has come to such a point that people go mad and shoot themselves and all because of this. How could it be otherwise? The animals seem to know that their progeny continue their race, and they keep it to a certain law in this matter. Man alone neither knows it nor wishes to know, but is concerned only to get all the pleasure he can. And who is doing that? The Lord of nature, man. Animals, you see, only come together at times when they are capable of producing progeny, but the filthy Lord of nature is at it any time if only it pleases him. And as if that were not sufficient, he exalts this apish occupation into the most precious pearl of creation, into love. In the name of this love, that is, this filth, he destroys, what? Why, half the human race. All the women who might help the progress of mankind towards truth and goodness he converts, for the sake of his pleasure, into enemies instead of helpmates. See what it is that everywhere impedes the forward movement of mankind. Women. And why are they what they are? Only because of that. Yes, yes, he repeated several times, and began to move about, and to get out his cigarettes and to smoke, evidently trying to calm himself. Chapter 14. I too lived like a pig of that sort, he continued in his former tone. The worst thing about it was that while living that horrid life I imagined that, because I did not go after other women, I was living an honest family life. That I was a moral man and in no way blameworthy, and if quarrels occurred it was her fault and resulted from her character. Of course the fault was not hers. She was like everybody else, like the majority of women. She had been brought up as the position of women in our society requires, and as therefore all women of the leisured classes without exception are brought up and cannot help being brought up. People talk about some new kind of education for women. It is all empty words. Their education is exactly what it has to be in view of our unfeigned, real, general opinion about women. The education of women will always correspond to men's opinion about them. Don't we know how men regard women, wine, webuendi gesang, and what the poets say in their verses? Take all poetry, all pictures and sculpture, beginning with love poems and the nude Venuses and Phrynes, and you will see that woman is an instrument of enjoyment. She is so on the Truba and the Grichenka 280 and also at the court 281 balls. And note the devil's cunning, if they are here for enjoyment and pleasure, let it be known that it is pleasure and that woman is a sweet morsel. But no, first the knights-errant declare that they worship women, worship her, and yet regard her as an instrument of enjoyment, and now people assure us that they respect women. Some give up their places to her, pick up her handkerchief, others acknowledge her right to occupy all positions and to take part in the government, and so on. They do all that, but their outlook on her remains the same. She is a means of enjoyment. Her body is a means of enjoyment. And she knows this. It is just as it is with slavery. Slavery, you know, is nothing else than the exploitation by some of the unwilling labor of many. Therefore to get rid of slavery it is necessary that people should not wish to profit by the forced labor of others and should consider it a sin and a shame. But they go and abolish the external form of slavery and arrange so that one can no longer buy and sell slaves, and they imagine and assure themselves that slavery no longer exists. And do not see or wish to see that it does, because people still want and consider it good and right to exploit the labor of others. And as long as they consider that good, there will always be people stronger or more cunning than others who will succeed in doing it. So it is with the emancipation of woman. The enslavement of woman lies simply in the fact that people desire and think it good, to avail themselves of her as a tool of enjoyment. Well, and they liberate woman, give her all sorts of rights equal to man, but continue to regard her as an instrument of enjoyment, and so educate her in childhood and afterwards by public opinion. And there she is, still the same humiliated and depraved slave, and the man still a depraved slave owner. They emancipate women in universities and in law courts, but continue to regard her as an object of enjoyment. Teach her, as she is taught among us, to regard herself as such, and she will always remain an inferior being. Either with the help of those scoundrels the doctors she will prevent the conception of offspring, that is, will be a complete prostitute. Lowering herself not to the level of an animal but to the level of a thing, or she will be what the majority of women are, mentally diseased, hysterical, unhappy, and lacking capacity for spiritual development. High schools and universities cannot alter that. It can only be changed by a change in men's outlook on women and women's way of regarding themselves. It will change only when woman regards virginity as the highest state, and does not, as at present, consider the highest state of a human being a shame and a disgrace. While that is not so, the ideal of every girl, whatever her education may be, will continue to be to attract as many men as possible, as many males as possible, so as to have the possibility of choosing. But the fact that one of them knows more mathematics, and another can play the harp, makes no difference. A woman is happy and attains all she can desire when she has bewitched a man. Therefore the chief aim of a woman is to be able to bewitch him. So it has been and will be. So it is in her maiden life in our society, and so it continues to be in her married life. For a maiden this is necessary in order to have a choice, for the married woman in order to have power over her husband. The one thing that stops this or at any rate suppresses it for a time, is children, and then only if the mother is not a monster, that is, if she nurses them herself. But here the doctors again come in. My wife, who wanted to nurse, and did nurse the 4 later children herself, happened to be unwell after the birth of her first child. And those doctors, who cynically undressed her and felt her all over, for which I had to thank them and pay them money, those dear doctors considered that she must not nurse the child. And that first time she was deprived of the only means which might have kept her from coquetry. We engaged a wet nurse, that is, we took advantage of the poverty, the need, and the ignorance of a woman, tempted her away from her own baby to ours. And in return gave her a fine headdress with gold lace. 282. But that is not the point. The point is that during that time when my wife was free from pregnancy and suckling, the feminine coquetry which had lain dormant within her manifested itself with particular force. And coinciding with this the torments of jealousy rose up in me with a special force. They tortured me all my married life, as they cannot but torture all husbands who live with their wives, and I did with mine, that is, immorally. Chapter 15. During the whole of my married life I never ceased to be tormented by jealousy, but there were periods when I specially suffered from it. One of these periods was when, after the birth of our first child, the doctors forbade my wife to nurse it. I was particularly jealous at that time. In the first place because my wife was experiencing that unrest natural to a mother which is sure to be aroused when the natural course of life is needlessly violated. And secondly, because seeing how easily she abandoned her moral obligations as a mother, I rightly though unconsciously concluded that it would be equally easy for her to disregard her duty as a wife. Especially as she was quite well and in spite of the precious doctor's prohibition was able to nurse her later children admirably. I see you don't like doctors, I said, noticing a peculiarly malevolent tone in his voice whenever he alluded to them. It is not a case of liking or disliking. They have ruined my life as they have ruined and are ruining the lives of thousands and hundreds of thousands of human beings, and I cannot help connecting the effect with the cause. I understand that they want to earn money like lawyers and others, and I would willingly give them half my income. And all who realize what they are doing would willingly give them half of their possessions, if only they would not interfere with our family life and would never come near us. I have not collected evidence, but I know dozens of cases, there are any number of them, where they have killed a child in its mother's womb asserting that she could not give it birth, though she has had children quite safely later on. Or they have killed the mother on the pretext of performing some operation. No one reckons these murders any more than they reckon the murders of the Inquisition, because it is supposed that it is done for the good of mankind. It is impossible to number all the crimes they commit. But all those crimes are as nothing compared to the moral corruption of materialism they introduce into the world, especially through women. I don't lay stress on the fact that if one is to follow their instructions, then on account of the infection which exists everywhere and in everything, people would not progress towards greater unity but toward separation. For according to their teaching we ought all to sit apart and not remove the carbolic atomizer from our mouths, though now they have discovered that even that is of no avail. But that does not matter either. The principal poison lies in the demoralization of the world, especially of women. Today one can no longer say, "You are not living rightly, live better." One can't say that, either to oneself or to anyone else. If you live a bad life it is caused by the abnormal functioning of your nerves, etc. So you must go to them, and they will prescribe 8 pennorth of medicine from a chemist, which you must take. You get still worse, then more medicine and the doctor again. An excellent trick. That however is not the point. All I wish to say is that she nursed her babies perfectly well and that only her pregnancy and the nursing of her babies saved me from the torments of jealousy. Had it not been for that it would all have happened sooner. The children saved me and her. In 8 years she had 5 children and nursed all except the first herself. "And where are your children now?" I asked. "The children," he repeated in a frightened voice. "Forgive me, perhaps it is painful for you to be reminded of them." "No, it does not matter. My wife's sister and brother have taken them. They would not let me have them. I gave them my estate, but they did not give them up to me. You know I am a sort of lunatic. I have left them now and am going away. I have seen them, but they won't let me have them because I might bring them up so that they would not be like their parents, and they have to be just like them. Oh well, what is to be done? Of course they won't let me have them and won't trust me. Besides, I do not know whether I should be able to bring them up. I think not. I am a ruin, a cripple. Still I have one thing in me. I know. Yes, that is true, I know what others are far from knowing. Yes, my children are living and growing up just such savages as everybody around them. I saw them 3 times. I can do nothing for them, nothing. I am now going to my place in the south. I have a little house and a small garden there. Yes, it will be a long time before people learn what I know. How much of iron and other metal there is in the sun and the stars is easy to find out, but anything that exposes our swinishness is difficult, terribly difficult. You at least listen to me, and I am grateful for that. Chapter 16. You mentioned my children. There again, what terrible lies are told about children. Children a blessing from God, a joy. That is all a lie. It was so once upon a time, but now it is not so at all. Children are a torment and nothing else. Most mothers feel this quite plainly, and sometimes inadvertently say so. Ask most mothers of our propertied classes and they will tell you that they do not want to have children for fear of their falling ill and dying. They don't want to nurse 283 them if they do have them, for fear of becoming too much attached to them and having to suffer. The pleasure a baby gives them by its loveliness, its little hands and feet, and its whole body, is not as great as the suffering caused by the very fear of its possibly falling ill and dying. Not to speak of its actual illness or death. After weighing the advantages and disadvantages it seems disadvantageous, and therefore undesirable, to have children. They say this quite frankly and boldly, imagining that these feelings of theirs arise from their love of children, a good and laudable feeling of which they are proud. They do not notice that by this reflection they plainly repudiate love, and only affirm their own selfishness. They get less pleasure from a baby's loveliness than suffering from fear on its account, and therefore the baby they would love is not wanted. They do not sacrifice themselves for a beloved being, but sacrifice a being whom they might love, for their own sakes. It is clear that this is not love but selfishness. But one has not the heart to blame them, the mothers in well-to-do families, for that selfishness, when one remembers how dreadfully they suffer on account of their children's health. Again thanks to the influence of those same doctors among our well-to-do classes. Even now, when I do but remember my wife's life and the condition she was in during the first years when we had 3 or 4 children and she was absorbed in them, I am seized with horror. We led no life at all, but were in a state of constant danger, of escape from it, recurring danger, again followed by a desperate struggle and another escape, always as if we were on a sinking ship. Sometimes it seemed to me that this was done on purpose and that she pretended to be anxious about the children in order to subdue me. It solved all questions in her favor with such tempting simplicity. It sometimes seemed as if all she did and said on these occasions was pretense. But no. She herself suffered terribly, and continually tormented herself about the children and their health and illnesses. It was torture for her and for me too, and it was impossible for her not to suffer. After all, the attachment to her children, the animal need of feeding, caressing, and protecting them, was there as with most women. But there was not the lack of imagination and reason that there is in animals. A hen is not afraid of what may happen to her chick, does not know all the diseases that may befall it, and does not know all those remedies with which people imagine that they can save from illness and death. And for a hen her young are not a source of torment. She does for them what it is natural and pleasurable for her to do, her young ones are a pleasure to her. When a chick falls ill her duties are quite definite, she warms and feeds it. And doing this she knows that she is doing all that is necessary. If her chick dies she does not ask herself why it died, or where it has gone to, she cackles for a while, and then leaves off and goes on living as before. But for our unfortunate women, my wife among them, it was not so. Not to mention illnesses and how to cure them, she was always hearing and reading from all sides endless rules for the rearing and educating of children, which were continually being superseded by others. This is the way to feed a child, feed it in this way, on such a thing, no, not on such a thing, but in this way. Clothes, drinks, baths, putting to bed, walking, fresh air, for all these things we, especially she, heard of new rules every week. Just as if children had only begun to be born into the world since yesterday. And if a child that had not been fed or bathed in the right way or at the right time fell ill, it appeared that we were to blame for not having done what we ought. That was so while they were well. It was a torment even then. But if one of them happened to fall ill, it was all up, a regular hell. It is supposed that illness can be cured and that there is a science about it, and people, doctors, who know about it. Ah, but not all of them know, only the very best. When a child is ill one must get hold of the very best one, the one who saves, and then the child is saved. But if you don't get that doctor, or if you don't live in the place where that doctor lives, the child is lost. This was not a creed peculiar to her, it is the creed of all the women of our class, and she heard nothing else from all sides. Catherine Semenovna lost 2 children because Ivan Zakharich was not called in time, but Ivan Zakharich saved Mary Ivanovna's eldest girl. And the Petrovs moved in time to various hotels by the doctor's advice, and the children remained alive. But if they had not been segregated the children would have died. Another who had a delicate child moved south by the doctor's advice and saved the child. How can she help being tortured and agitated all the time, when the lives of the children for whom she has an animal attachment depend on her finding out in time that what Ivan Zakharich will say? But what Ivan Zakharich will say nobody knows, and he himself least of all, for he is well aware that he knows nothing and therefore cannot be of any use. But just shuffles about at random so that people should not cease to believe that he knows something or other. You see, had she been wholly an animal she would not have suffered so, and if she had been quite a human being she would have had faith in God and would have said and thought, as a believer does, the Lord gave and the Lord hath taken away. One can't escape from God. Our whole life with the children, for my wife and consequently for me, was not a joy but a torment. How could she help torturing herself? She tortured herself incessantly. Sometimes when we had just made peace after some scene of jealousy, or simply after a quarrel, and thought we should be able to live, to read, and to think a little. We had no sooner settled down to some occupation than the news came that Vazhia was being sick, or Masha showed symptoms of dysentery, or Andrusha had a rash, and there was an end to peace. It was not life anymore. Where was one to drive to? For what doctor? How isolate the child? And then it's a case of enemas, temperatures, medicines, and doctors. Hardly is that over before something else begins. We had no regular settled family life but only, as I have already said, continual escapes from imaginary and real dangers. It is like that in most families nowadays, you know, but in my family it was especially acute. My wife was a child-loving and a credulous woman. So the presence of children not only failed to improve our life but poisoned it. Besides, the children were a new cause of dissension. As soon as we had children they became the means and the object of our discord, and more often the older they grew. They were not only the object of discord but the weapons of our strife. We used our children, as it were, to fight one another with. Each of us had a favorite weapon among them for our strife. I used to fight her chiefly through Vazia, the eldest boy, and she me through Lisa. Besides that, as they grew older and their characters became defined, it came about that they grew into allies whom each of us tried to draw to his or her side. They, poor things, suffered terribly from this, but we, with our incessant warfare, had no time to think of that. The girl was my ally, and the eldest boy, who resembled his mother and was her favorite, was often hateful to me. Chapter 17. Well, and so we lived. Our relations to one another grew more and more hostile and at last reached a stage where it was not disagreement that caused hostility but hostility that caused disagreement. Whatever she might say I disagreed with beforehand, and it was just the same with her. In the 4th year we both, it seemed, came to the conclusion that we could not understand one another. We no longer tried to bring any dispute to a conclusion. We invariably kept to our own opinions even about the most trivial questions, but especially about the children. As I now recall them, the views I maintained were not at all so dear to me that I could not have given them up. But she was of the opposite opinion, and to yield meant yielding to her, and that I could not do. It was the same with her. She probably considered herself quite in the right towards me, and as for me I always thought myself a saint towards her. When we were alone together we were doomed almost to silence, or to conversation such as I am convinced animals can carry on with one another. What is the time? Time to go to bed. What is today's dinner? Where shall we go? What is there in the papers? Send for the doctor, Masha has a sore throat. We only needed to go a hair's breadth beyond this impossibly limited circle of conversation for irritation to flare up. We had collisions and acrimonious words about the coffee, a tablecloth, a trap, a lead at bridge, 284, all of them things that could not be of any importance to either of us. In me at any rate there often raged a terrible hatred of her. Sometimes I watched her pouring out tea, swinging her leg, lifting a spoon to her mouth, smacking her lips and drawing in some liquid. And I hated her for these things as though they were the worst possible actions. I did not then notice that the periods of anger corresponded quite regularly and exactly to the periods of what we called love. A period of love, then a period of animosity. An energetic period of love, then a long period of animosity, a weaker manifestation of love, and a shorter period of animosity. We did not then understand that this love and animosity were one and the same animal feeling only at opposite poles. To live like that would have been awful had we understood our position. But we neither understood nor saw it. Both salvation and punishment for man lie in the fact that if he lives wrongly he can befog himself so as not to see the misery of his position. And this we did. She tried to forget herself in intense and always hurried occupation with household affairs, busying herself with the arrangements of the house, her own and the children's clothes, their lessons, and their health. While I had my own occupations, wine, my office duties, shooting, and cards. We were both continually occupied, and we both felt that the busier we were the nastier we might be to each other. It's all very well for you to grimace, I thought, but you have harassed me all night with your scenes, and I have a meeting on. It's all very well for you, she not only thought but said, but I have been awake all night with the baby. Those new theories of hypnotism, psychic diseases, and hysterics are not a simple folly, but a dangerous and repulsive one. Charcot would certainly have said that my wife was hysterical, and that I was abnormal, and he would no doubt have tried to cure me. But there was nothing to cure. Thus we lived in a perpetual fog, not seeing the condition we were in. And if what did happen had not happened, I should have gone on living so to old age and should have thought, when dying, that I had led a good life. I should not have realized the abyss of misery and horrible falsehood in which I wallowed. We were like two convicts hating each other and chained together, poisoning one another's lives and trying not to see it. I did not then know that 99% of married people live in a similar hell to the one I was in and that it cannot be otherwise. I did not then know this either about others or about myself. It is strange what coincidences there are in regular, or even in irregular, lives. Just when the parents find life together unendurable, it becomes necessary to move to town for the children's education. He stopped, and once or twice gave vent to his strange sounds, which were now quite like suppressed sobs. We were approaching a station. "What is the time?" he asked. I looked at my watch. It was 2 o'clock. "You are not tired?" he asked. "No, but you are?" "I am suffocating." "Excuse me, I will walk up and down and drink some water." He went unsteadily through the carriage. I remained alone thinking over what he had said, and I was so engrossed in thought that I did not notice when he re-entered by the door at the other end of the carriage. Chapter 18. "Yes, I keep diverging," he began. "I have thought much over it. I now see many things differently and I want to express it. Well, so we lived in town. In town a man can live for 100 years without noticing that he has long been dead and has rotted away. He has no time to take account of himself, he is always occupied. Business affairs, social intercourse, health, art, the children's health and their education. Now one has to receive so-and-so and so-and-so, go to see so-and-so and so-and-so. Now one has to go and look at this, and hear this man or that woman. In town, you know, there are at any given moment 1 or 2, or even 3 celebrities whom one must on no account miss seeing. Then one has to undergo a treatment oneself or get someone else attended to, then there are teachers, tutors, and governesses, but one's own life is quite empty. Well, so we lived and felt less the painfulness of living together. Besides, at first we had splendid occupations, arranging things in a new place, in new quarters. And we were also occupied in going from the town to the country and back to town again. We lived so through one winter, and the next there occurred, unnoticed by anyone, an apparently unimportant thing, but the cause of all that happened later. She was not well and the doctors told her not to have children, and taught her how to avoid it. To me it was disgusting. I struggled against it, but she with frivolous obstinacy insisted on having her own way and I submitted. The last excuse for our swinish life, children, was then taken away, and life became viler than ever. To a peasant, a laboring man, children are necessary. Though it is hard for him to feed them, still he needs them, and therefore his marital relations have a justification. But to us who have children, more children are unnecessary. They are an additional care and expense, a further division of property, and a burden. So our swinish life has no justification. We either artificially deprive ourselves of children or regard them as a misfortune, the consequences of carelessness, and that is still worse. We have no justification. But we have fallen morally so low that we do not even feel the need of any justification. The majority of the present educated world devote themselves to this kind of debauchery without the least qualm of conscience. There is indeed nothing that can feel qualms, for conscience in our society is non-existent, unless one can call public opinion and the criminal law a conscience. In this case neither the one nor the other is infringed. There is no reason to be ashamed of public opinion, for everybody acts in the same way, Mary Pavlovna, Ivan Zakharich, and the rest. Why breed paupers or deprive oneself of the possibility of social life? There is no need to fear or be ashamed in face of the criminal law either. Those shameless hussies, or soldiers' wives, throw their babies into ponds or wells, and they of course must be put into prison, but we do it all at the proper time and in a clean way. We lived like that for another 2 years. The means employed by those scoundrel doctors evidently began to bear fruit. She became physically stouter and handsomer, like the late beauty of summer's end. She felt this and paid attention to her appearance. She developed a provocative kind of beauty which made people restless. She was in the full vigor of a well-fed and excited woman of 30 who is not bearing children. Her appearance disturbed people. When she passed men she attracted their notice. She was like a fresh, well-fed harnessed horse, whose bridle has been removed. There was no bridle, as is the case with 99/100ths of our women. And I felt this, and was frightened. Chapter 19. He suddenly rose and sat down close to the window. "Pardon me," he muttered, and, with his eyes fixed on the window, he remained silent for about 3 minutes. Then he sighed deeply and moved back to the seat opposite mine. His face was quite changed, his eyes looked pathetic, and his lips puckered strangely, almost as if he were smiling. "I am rather tired, but I will go on with it. We have still plenty of time, it is not dawn yet." "Ah, yes," he began after lighting a cigarette, "she grew plumper after she stopped having babies. And her malady, that everlasting worry about the children, began to pass, at least not actually to pass, but she was woke up from an intoxication, came to herself. And saw that there was a whole divine world with its joys which she had forgotten, but a divine world she did not know how to live in and did not at all understand. I must not miss it. Time is passing and won't come back. So, I imagine, she thought, or rather felt, nor could she have thought or felt differently, she had been brought up in the belief that there was only one thing in the world worthy of attention, love. She had married and received something of that love, but not nearly what had been promised and was expected. Even that had been accompanied by many disappointments and sufferings, and then this unexpected torment, so many children. The torments exhausted her. And then, thanks to the obliging doctors, she learned that it is possible to avoid having children. She was very glad, tried it, and became alive again for the one thing she knew, for love. But love with a husband befouled by jealousy and all kinds of anger, was not longer the thing she wanted. She had visions of some other, clean, new love, at least I thought she had. And she began to look about her as if expecting something. I saw this and could not help feeling anxious. It happened again and again that while talking to me, as usual through other people, that is, telling a third person what she meant for me, she boldly, without remembering that she had expressed the opposite opinion an hour before, declared, though half-jokingly, that a mother's cares are a fraud. And that it is not worthwhile to devote one's life to children when one is young and can enjoy life. She gave less attention to the children, and less frenziedly than before, but gave more and more attention to herself, to her appearance, though she tried to conceal this, and to her pleasures. Even to her accomplishments. She again enthusiastically took to the piano which she had quite abandoned, and it all began from that. He turned his weary eyes to the window again but, evidently making an effort, immediately continued once more. Yes, that man made his appearance, he became confused and once or twice made that peculiar sound with his nose. I could see that it was painful for him to name that man, to recall him, or speak about him. But he made an effort and, as if he had broken the obstacle that hindered him, continued resolutely. He was a worthless man in my opinion and according to my estimate. And not because of the significance he acquired in my life but because he really was so. However, the fact that he was a poor sort of fellow only served to show how irresponsible she was. If it had not been he then it would have been another. It had to be. Again he paused. Yes, he was a musician, a violinist, not a professional, but a semi-professional semi-society man. His father, a landowner, was a neighbor of my father's. He had been ruined, and his children, there were 3 boys, had obtained settled positions, only this one, the youngest, had been handed over to his godmother in Paris. There he was sent to the conservatoire because he had a talent for music, and he came out as a violinist and played at concerts. He was a man, having evidently intended to say something bad about him. Posdnichev restrained himself and rapidly said, "Well, I don't really know how he lived. I only know that he returned to Russia that year and appeared in my house. With moist almond-shaped eyes, red smiling lips, a small waxed mustache, hair done in the latest fashion, and an insipidly pretty face, he was what women call not bad-looking. His figure was weak though not misshapen, and he had a specially developed posterior, like a woman's, or such as Hottentots are said to have. They too are reported to be musical. Pushing himself as far as possible into familiarity, but sensitive and always ready to yield at the slightest resistance, he maintained his dignity in externals. Wore buttoned boots of a special Parisian fashion, bright-colored ties, and other things foreigners acquire in Paris, which by their noticeable novelty always attract women. There was an affected external gaiety in his manner. That manner, you know, of speaking about everything in allusions and unfinished sentences, as if you knew it all, remembered it, and could complete it yourself. It was he with his music who was the cause of it all. You know, at the trial the case was put as if it was all caused by jealousy. No such thing. That is, I don't mean no such thing, it was and yet it was not. At the trial it was decided that I was a wronged husband and that I had killed her while defending my outraged honor, that is the phrase they employ, you know. That is why I was acquitted. I tried to explain matters at the trial, but they took it that I was trying to rehabilitate my wife's honor. What my wife's relations with that musician may have been has no meaning for me, or for her either. What has a meaning is what I have told you about, my swinishness. The whole thing was an outcome of the terrible abyss between us of which I have told you, that dreadful tension of mutual hatred which made the first excuse sufficient to produce a crisis. The quarrels between us had for some time past become frightful, and were all the more startling because they alternated with similarly intense animal passion. If he had not appeared there would have been someone else. If the occasion had not been jealousy it would have been something else. I maintain that all husbands who live as I did, must either live dissolutely, separate, or kill themselves or their wives as I have done. If there is anybody who has not done so, he is a rare exception. Before I ended as I did, I had several times been on the verge of suicide, and she too had repeatedly tried to poison herself. Chapter 20. Well, that is how things were going not long before it happened. We seemed to be living in a state of truce and had no reason to infringe it. Then we chanced to speak about a dog which I said had been awarded a medal at an exhibition. She remarked, not a medal, but an honorable mention. A dispute ensues. We jump from one subject to another, reproach one another. Oh, that's nothing new, it's always been like that. You said, no, I didn't say so. Then I am telling lies. You feel that at any moment that dreadful quarreling which makes you wish to kill yourself or her will begin. You know it will begin immediately, and fear it like fire and therefore wish to restrain yourself, but your whole being is seized with fury. She being in the same or even a worse condition purposely misinterprets every word you say, giving it a wrong meaning. Her every word is venomous. Where she alone knows that I am most sensitive, she stabs. It gets worse and worse. I shout, be quiet, or something of that kind. She rushes out of the room and into the nursery. I try to hold her back in order to finish what I was saying, to prove my point, and I seize her by the arm. She pretends that I have hurt her and screams, "Children, your father is striking me." I shout, "Don't lie." But it's not the first time, she screams, or something like that. The children rush to her. She calms them down. I say, "Don't sham." She says, "Everything is sham in your eyes, you would kill anyone and say they were shamming. Now I have understood you. That's just what you want. Oh, I wish you were dead as a dog." I shout. I remember how those dreadful words horrified me. I never thought I could utter such dreadful, coarse words, and am surprised that they escaped me. I shout them and rush away into my study and sit down and smoke. I hear her go out into the hall preparing to go away. I ask, "Where are you going to?" She does not reply. Well, devil take her, I say to myself, and go back to my study and lie down and smoke. 1,000 different plans of how to revenge myself on her and get rid of her, and how to improve matters and go on as if nothing had happened, come into my head. I think all that and go on smoking and smoking. I think of running away from her, hiding myself, going to America. I get as far as dreaming of how I shall get rid of her, how splendid that will be, and how I shall unite with another woman, quite different. I shall get rid of her either by her dying or by a divorce, and I plan how it is to be done. I notice that I am getting confused and not thinking of what is necessary, and to prevent myself from perceiving that my thoughts are not to the point I go on smoking. Life in the house goes on. The governess comes in and asks, "Where is madam? When will she be back?" The footman asks whether he is to serve tea. I go to the dining room. The children, especially Lisa who already understands, gaze inquiringly and disapprovingly at me. We drink tea in silence. She has still not come back. The evening passes, she has not returned, and two different feelings alternate within me. Anger because she torments me and all the children by her absence which will end by her returning. And fear that she will not return but will do something to herself. I would go to fetch her, but where am I to look for her? At her sister's? But it would be so stupid to go and ask. And it's all the better, if she is bent on tormenting someone, let her torment herself. Besides, that is what she is waiting for, and next time it would be worse still. But suppose she is not with her sister but is doing something to herself, or has already done it. It's past 10, past 11. I don't go to the bedroom, it would be stupid to lie there alone waiting, but I'll not lie down here either. I wish to occupy my mind, to write a letter or to read, but I can't do anything. I sit alone in my study, tortured, angry, and listening. It's 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and she is not back. Towards morning I fall asleep. I wake up, she has still not come. Everything in the house goes on in the usual way, but all are perplexed and look at me inquiringly and reproachfully, considering me to be the cause of it all. And in me the same struggle still continues, anger that she is torturing me, and anxiety for her. At about 11 in the morning her sister arrives as her envoy. And the usual talk begins. She is in a terrible state. What does it all mean? After all, nothing has happened. I speak of her impossible character and say that I have not done anything. But, you know, it can't go on like this, says her sister. It's all her doing and not mine, I say. I won't take the first step. If it means separation, let it be separation. My sister-in-law goes away having achieved nothing. I had boldly said that I would not take the first step. But after her departure, when I came out of my study and saw the children piteous and frightened, I was prepared to take the first step. I should be glad to do it, but I don't know how. Again I pace up and down and smoke. At lunch I drink vodka and wine and attain what I unconsciously desire. I no longer see the stupidity and humiliation of my position. At about 3 she comes. When she meets me she does not speak. I imagine that she has submitted, and begin to say that I had been provoked by her reproaches. She, with the same stern expression on her terribly harassed face, says that she has not come for explanations but to fetch the children, because we cannot live together. I begin telling her that the fault is not mine and that she provoked me beyond endurance. She looks severely and solemnly at me and says, "Do not say any more, you will repent it." I tell her that I cannot stand comedies. Then she cries out something I don't catch, and rushes into her room. The key clicks behind her, she has locked herself in. I try the door, but getting no answer, go away angrily. Half an hour later Lisa runs in crying. What is it? Has anything happened? We can't hear Mama. We go. I pull at the double doors with all my might. The bolt had not been firmly secured, and the two halves both open. I approach the bed, on which she is lying awkwardly in her petticoats and with a pair of high boots on. An empty opium bottle is on the table. She is brought to herself. Tears follow, and a reconciliation. No, not a reconciliation. In the heart of each there is still the old animosity, with the additional irritation produced by the pain of this quarrel which each attributes to the other. But one must of course finish it all somehow, and life goes on in the old way. And so the same kind of quarrel, and even worse ones, occurred continually, once a week, once a month, or at times every day. It was always the same. Once I had already procured a passport to go abroad. The quarrel had continued for 2 days. But there was again a partial explanation, a partial reconciliation, and I did not go. Chapter 21. So those were our relations when that man appeared. He arrived in Moscow, his name is Trukhachevsky, and came to my house. It was in the morning. I received him. We had once been on familiar terms and he tried to maintain a familiar tone by using non-committal expressions, but I definitely adopted a conventional tone and he at once submitted to it. I disliked him from the first glance. But curiously enough a strange and fatal force led me not to repulse him, not to keep him away, but on the contrary to invite him to the house. After all, what could have been simpler than to converse with him coldly, and say goodbye without introducing him to my wife? But no, as if purposely, I began talking about his playing, and said I had been told he had given up the violin. He replied that, on the contrary, he now played more than ever. He referred to the fact that there had been a time when I myself played. I said I had given it up but that my wife played well. It is an astonishing thing that from the first day, from the first hour of my meeting him, my relations with him were such as they might have been only after all that subsequently happened. There was something strained in them. I noticed every word, every expression he or I used, and attributed importance to them. I introduced him to my wife. The conversation immediately turned to music, and he offered to be of use to her by playing with her. My wife was, as usual of late, very elegant, attractive, and disquietingly beautiful. He evidently pleased her at first sight. Besides, she was glad that she would have someone to accompany her on a violin, which she was so fond of that she used to engage a violinist from the theatre for the purpose. And her face reflected her pleasure. But catching sight of me she at once understood my feeling and changed her expression, and a game of mutual deception began. I smiled pleasantly to appear as if I liked it. He, looking at my wife as all immoral men look at pretty women, pretended that he was only interested in the subject of the conversation, which no longer interested him at all. While she tried to seem indifferent, though my false smile of jealousy with which she was familiar, and his lustful gaze, evidently excited her. I saw that from their first encounter her eyes were particularly bright and, probably as a result of my jealousy, it seemed as if an electric current had been established between them, evoking as it were an identity of expressions, looks, and smiles. She blushed and he blushed. She smiled and he smiled. We spoke about music, Paris, and all sorts of trifles. Then he rose to go, and stood smilingly, holding his hat against his twitching thigh and looking now at her and now at me, as if in expectation of what we would do. I remember that instant just because at that moment I might not have invited him, and then nothing would have happened. But I glanced at him and at her and said silently to myself, "Don't suppose that I am jealous, or that I am afraid of you," I added mentally addressing him. And I invited him to come some evening and bring his violin to play with my wife. She glanced at me with surprise, flushed, and as if frightened began to decline, saying that she did not play well enough. This refusal irritated me still more, and I insisted the more on his coming. I remember the curious feeling with which I looked at the back of his head, with the black hair parted in the middle contrasting with the white nape of his neck. As he went out with his peculiar springing gait suggestive of some kind of a bird. I could not conceal from myself that that man's presence tormented me. It depends on me, I reflected, to act so as to see nothing more of him. But that would be to admit that I am afraid of him. No, I am not afraid of him, it would be too humiliating, I said to myself. And there in the anteroom, knowing that my wife heard me, I insisted that he should come that evening with his violin. He promised to do so, and left. In the evening he brought his violin and they played. But it took a long time to arrange matters, they had not the music they wanted, and my wife could not without preparation play what they had. I was very fond of music and sympathized with their playing, arranging a music stand for him and turning over the pages. They played a few things, some songs without words, and a little sonata by Mozart. They played splendidly, and he had an exceptionally fine tone. Besides that, he had a refined and elevated taste not at all in correspondence with his character. He was of course a much better player than my wife, and he helped her, while at the same time politely praising her playing. He behaved himself very well. My wife seemed interested only in music and was very simple and natural. But though I pretended to be interested in the music, I was tormented by jealousy all the evening. From the first moment his eyes met my wife's, I saw that the animal in each of them, regardless of all conditions of their position and of society, asked, "May I?" and answered, "Oh yes, certainly." I saw that he had not at all expected to find my wife, a Moscow lady, so attractive, and that he was very pleased. For he had no doubt whatever that she was willing. The only crux was whether that unendurable husband could hinder them. Had I been pure I should not have understood this, but, like the majority of men, I had myself regarded women in that way before I married and therefore could read his mind like a manuscript. I was particularly tormented because I saw without doubt that she had no other feeling towards me than a continual irritation only occasionally interrupted by the habitual sensuality. But that this man, by his external refinement and novelty and still more by his undoubtedly great talent for music, by the nearness that comes of playing together, and by the influence music, especially the violin, exercises on impressionable natures, was sure not only to please but certainly and without the least hesitation to conquer, crush, bind her, twist her round his little finger and do whatever he liked with her. I could not help seeing this and I suffered terribly. But for all that, or perhaps on account of it, some force obliged me against my will to be not merely polite but amiable to him. Whether I did it for my wife or for him, to show that I was not afraid of him, or whether I did it to deceive myself, I don't know. But I know that from the first I could not behave naturally with him. In order not to yield to my wish to kill him there and then, I had to make much of him. I gave him expensive wines at supper, went into raptures over his playing, spoke to him with a particularly amiable smile, and invited him to dine and play with my wife again the next Sunday. I told him I would ask a few friends who were fond of music to hear him. And so it ended. Greatly agitated, Posdnichev changed his position and emitted his peculiar sound. It is strange how the presence of that man acted on me, he began again, with an evident effort to keep calm. I come home from the exhibition a day or two later, enter the anteroom, and suddenly feel something heavy, as if a stone had fallen on my heart, and I cannot understand what it is. It was that passing through the anteroom I noticed something which reminded me of him. I realized what it was only in my study, and went back to the anteroom to make sure. Yes, I was not mistaken, there was his overcoat. A fashionable coat, you know. Though I did not realize it, I observed everything connected with him with extraordinary attention. I inquire, sure enough he is there. I pass on to the dancing room, not through the drawing room but through the schoolroom. My daughter, Lisa, sits reading a book and the nurse sits with the youngest boy at the table, making a lid of some kind spin round. The door to the dancing room is shut but I hear the sound of a rhythmic arpeggio and his and her voices. I listen, but cannot make out anything. Evidently the sound of the piano is purposely made to drown the sound of their voices, their kisses, perhaps. My God! What was aroused in me? Even to think of the beast that then lived in me fills me with horror. My heart suddenly contracted, stopped, and then began to beat like a hammer. My chief feeling, usual whenever I was enraged, was one of self-pity. In the presence of the children. Of their nurse, thought I, probably I looked awful, for Lisa gazed at me with strange eyes. What am I to do? I asked myself. Go in? I can't, heaven only knows what I should do. But neither can I go away. The nurse looked at me as if she understood my position. But it is impossible not to go in, I said to myself, and I quickly opened the door. He was sitting at the piano playing those arpeggios with his large white upturned fingers. She was standing in the curve of the piano, bending over some open music. She was the first to see or hear, and glanced at me. Whether she was frightened and pretended not to be, or whether she was really not frightened, anyway she did not start or move but only blushed, and that not at once. How glad I am that you have come, we have not decided what to play on Sunday, she said in a tone she would not have used to me had we been alone. This and her using the word we of herself and him, filled me with indignation. I greeted him silently. He pressed my hand, and at once, with a smile which I thought distinctly ironic, began to explain that he had brought some music to practice for Sunday. But that they disagreed about what to play, a classical but more difficult piece, namely Beethoven's sonata for the violin, or a few little pieces. It was all so simple and natural that there was nothing one could cavil at, yet I felt certain that it was all untrue and that they had agreed how to deceive me. One of the most distressing conditions of life for a jealous man, and everyone is jealous in our world, are certain society conventions which allow a man and a woman the greatest and most dangerous proximity. You would become a laughingstock to others if you tried to prevent such nearness at balls, or the nearness of doctors to their women patients, or of people occupied with art, sculpture, and especially music. A couple are occupied with the noblest of arts, music. This demands a certain nearness, and there is nothing reprehensible in that, and only a stupid jealous husband can see anything undesirable in it. Yet everybody knows that it is by means of those very pursuits, especially of music, that the greater part of the adulteries in our society occur. I evidently confused them by the confusion I betrayed, for a long time I could not speak. I was like a bottle held upside down from which the water does not flow because it is too full. I wanted to abuse him and to turn him out, but again felt that I must treat him courteously and amiably. And I did so. I acted as though I approved of it all, and again because of the strange feeling which made me behave to him the more amiably the more his presence distressed me. I told him that I trusted his taste and advised her to do the same. He stayed as long as was necessary to efface the unpleasant impression caused by my sudden entrance, looking frightened and remaining silent, and then left, pretending that it was now decided what to play next day. I was however fully convinced that compared to what interested them the question of what to play was quite indifferent. I saw him out to the anteroom with special politeness. How could one do less than accompany a man who had come to disturb the peace and destroy the happiness of a whole family? And I pressed his soft white hand with particular warmth. Chapter 22. I did not speak to her all that day, I could not. Nearness to her aroused in me such hatred of her that I was afraid of myself. At dinner in the presence of the children she asked me when I was going away. I had to go next week to the district meetings of the Zemstvo. I told her the date. She asked whether I did not want anything for the journey. I did not answer but sat silent at table and then went in silence to my study. Latterly she used never to come to my room, especially not at that time of day. I lay in my study filled with anger. Suddenly I heard her familiar step, and the terrible, monstrous idea entered my head that she, like Uriah's wife, wished to conceal the sin she had already committed, and that was why she was coming to me at such an unusual time. Can she be coming to me, thought I, listening to her approaching footsteps. If she is coming here, then I am right, and an inexpressible hatred of her took possession of me. Nearer and nearer came the steps. Is it possible that she won't pass on to the dancing room? No, the door creaks and in the doorway appears her tall handsome figure, on her face and in her eyes a timid ingratiating look which she tries to hide, but which I see and the meaning of which I know. I almost choked, so long did I hold my breath, and still looking at her I grasped my cigarette case and began to smoke. Now how can you? One comes to sit with you for a bit, and you begin smoking, and she sat down close to me on the sofa, leaning against me. I moved away so as not to touch her. I see you are dissatisfied at my wanting to play on Sunday, she said. I am not at all dissatisfied, I said. As if I don't see. Well, I congratulate you on seeing. But I only see that you behave like a coquette. You always find pleasure in all kinds of vileness, but to me it is terrible. Oh, well, if you are going to scold like a cabman I'll go away. Go, but remember that if you don't value the family honor, I value not you, devil take you, but the honor of the family. But what is the matter? What? Go away, for God's sake be off. Whether she pretended not to understand what it was about or really did not understand, at any rate she took offense, grew angry, and did not go away but stood in the middle of the room. You have really become impossible, she began. You have a character that even an angel could not put up with. And as usual trying to sting me as painfully as possible, she reminded me of my conduct to my sister, an incident when, being exasperated, I said rude things to my sister. She knew I was distressed about it and she stung me just on that spot. After that, nothing from you will surprise me, she said. Yes. Insult me, humiliate me, disgrace me, and then put the blame on me, I said to myself, and suddenly I was seized by such terrible rage as I had never before experienced. For the first time I wished to give physical expression to that rage. I jumped up and went towards her. But just as I jumped up I remembered becoming conscious of my rage and asking myself, is it right to give way to this feeling? And at once I answered that it was right, that it would frighten her, and instead of restraining my fury, I immediately began inflaming it still further. And was glad it burnt yet more fiercely within me. Be off, or I'll kill you. I shouted, going up to her and seizing her by the arm. I consciously intensified the anger in my voice as I said this. And I suppose I was terrible for she was so frightened that she had not even the strength to go away, but only said, Vazhya, what is it? What is the matter with you? Go. I roared louder still. No one but you can drive me to fury. I do not answer for myself. Having given reins to my rage, I reveled in it and wished to do something still more unusual to show the extreme degree of my anger. I felt a terrible desire to beat her, to kill her, but knew that this would not do, and so to give vent to my fury I seized a paperweight from my table, again shouting go, and hurled it to the floor near her. I aimed it very exactly past her. Then she left the room, but stopped at the doorway, and immediately, while she still saw it, I did it so that she might see. I began snatching things from the table, candlesticks and inkstand, and hurling them on the floor still shouting go. Get out. I don't answer for myself. She went away, and I immediately stopped. An hour later the nurse came to tell me that my wife was in hysterics. I went to her. She sobbed, laughed, could not speak, and her whole body was convulsed. She was not pretending, but was really ill. Towards morning she grew quiet, and we made peace under the influence of the feeling we called love. In the morning when, after our reconciliation, I confessed to her that I was jealous of Troukachevsky, she was not at all confused, but laughed most naturally. So strange did the very possibility of an infatuation for such a man seem to her, she said. Could a decent woman have any other feeling for such a man than the pleasure of his music? Why, if you like I am ready never to see him again, not even on Sunday, though everybody has been invited. Write and tell him that I am ill, and there's an end of it. Only it is unpleasant that anyone, especially he himself, should imagine that he is dangerous. I am too proud to allow anyone to think that of me. And you know, she was not lying, she believed what she was saying. She hoped by those words to evoke in herself contempt for him and so to defend herself from him, but she did not succeed in doing so. Everything was against her, especially that accursed music. So it all ended, and on the Sunday the guests assembled and they again played together. Chapter 23. I suppose it is hardly necessary to say that I was very vain. If one is not vain, there is nothing to live for in our usual way of life. So on that Sunday I arranged the dinner and the musical evening with much care. I bought the provisions myself and invited the guests. Towards 6 the visitors assembled. He came in evening dress with diamond studs that showed bad taste. He behaved in a free and easy manner, answered everything hurriedly with a smile of agreement and understanding, you know. With that peculiar expression which seems to say that all you may do or say is just what he expected. Everything that was not in good taste about him I noticed with particular pleasure. Because it ought all to have had the effect of tranquilizing me and showing that he was so far beneath my wife that, as she had said, she could not lower herself to his level. I did not now allow myself to be jealous. In the first place I had worried through that torment and needed rest, and secondly I wanted to believe my wife's assurances and did believe them. But though I was not jealous I was nevertheless not natural with either of them. And at dinner and during the first half of the evening before the music began I still followed their movements and looks. The dinner was, as dinners are, dull and pretentious. The music began pretty early. Oh, how I remember every detail of that evening. I remember how he brought in his violin, unlocked the case, took off the cover a lady had embroidered for him, drew out the violin, and began tuning it. I remember how my wife sat down at the piano with pretended unconcern, under which I saw that she was trying to conceal great timidity, chiefly as to her own ability, and then the usual A on the piano began, the pizzicato of the violin, and the arrangement of the music. Then I remember how they glanced at one another, turned to look at the audience who were seating themselves, said something to one another, and began. He took the first chords. His face grew serious, stern, and sympathetic, and listening to the sounds he produced, he touched the strings with careful fingers. The piano answered him. The music began. Posdnichev paused and produced his strange sound several times in succession. He tried to speak, but sniffed, and stopped. They played Beethoven's Kreutzer Sonata, he continued. Do you know the first presto? You do? He cried. Ugh! Ugh! It is a terrible thing, that sonata. And especially that part. And in general music is a dreadful thing. What is it? I don't understand it. What is music? What does it do? And why does it do what it does? They say music exalts the soul. Nonsense, it is not true. It has an effect, an awful effect. I am speaking of myself, but not of an exalting kind. It has neither an exalting nor a debasing effect, but it produces agitation. How can I put it? Music makes me forget myself, my real position, it transports me to some other position not my own. Under the influence of music it seems to me that I feel what I do not really feel, that I understand what I do not understand, that I can do what I cannot do. I explain it by the fact that music acts like yawning, like laughter. I am not sleepy, but I yawn when I see someone yawning. There is nothing for me to laugh at, but I laugh when I hear people laughing. Music carries me immediately and directly into the mental condition in which the man was who composed it. My soul merges with his and together with him I pass from one condition into another, but why this happens I don't know. You see, he who wrote, let us say, the Kreutzer Sonata, Beethoven, knew of course why he was in that condition. That condition caused him to do certain actions and therefore that condition had a meaning for him, but for me, none at all. That is why music only agitates and doesn't lead to a conclusion. Well, when a military march is played the soldiers march to the music and the music has achieved its object. A dance is played, I dance and the music has achieved its object. Mass has been sung, I receive communion, and that music too has reached a conclusion. Otherwise it is only agitating, and what ought to be done in that agitation is lacking. That is why music sometimes acts so dreadfully, so terribly. In China, music is a state affair. And that is as it should be. How can one allow anyone who pleases to hypnotize another, or many others, and do what he likes with them? And especially that this hypnotist should be the first immoral man who turns up? It is a terrible instrument in the hands of any chance user. Take that Kreutzer Sonata, for instance. How can that first presto be played in a drawing room among ladies in low-necked dresses? To hear that played, to clap a little, and then to eat ices and talk of the latest scandal? Such things should only be played on certain important significant occasions, and then only when certain actions answering to such music are wanted. Play it then and do what the music has moved you to. Otherwise an awakening of energy and feeling unsuited both to the time and the place, to which no outlet is given, cannot but act harmfully. At any rate that piece had a terrible effect on me. It was as if quite new feelings, new possibilities, of which I had till then been unaware, had been revealed to me. That's how it is, not at all as I used to think and live, but that way, something seemed to say within me. What this new thing was that had been revealed to me I could not explain to myself, but the consciousness of this new condition was very joyous. All those same people, including my wife and him, appeared in a new light. After that allegro they played the beautiful, but common and unoriginal, andante with trite variations, and the very weak finale. Then, at the request of the visitors, they played Ernst's elegy and a few small pieces. They were all good, but they did not produce on me a 100th part of the impression the first piece had. The effect of the first piece formed the background for them all. I felt light-hearted and cheerful the whole evening. I had never seen my wife as she was that evening. Those shining eyes, that severe, significant expression while she played, and her melting languor and feeble, pathetic, and blissful smile after they had finished. I saw all that but did not attribute any meaning to it except that she was feeling what I felt, and that to her as to me new feelings, never before experienced, were revealed or, as it were, recalled. The evening ended satisfactorily and the visitors departed. Knowing that I had to go away to attend the Zemstvo meetings 2 days later, Trukhachevsky on leaving said he hoped to repeat the pleasure of that evening when he next came to Moscow. From this I concluded that he did not consider it possible to come to my house during my absence, and this pleased me. It turned out that as I should not be back before he left town, we should not see one another again. For the first time I pressed his hand with real pleasure, and thanked him for the enjoyment he had given us. In the same way he bade a final farewell to my wife. Their leave-taking seemed to be most natural and proper. Everything was splendid. My wife and I were both very well satisfied with our evening party. Chapter 24. 2 days later I left for the meetings, parting from my wife in the best and most tranquil of moods. In the district there was always an enormous amount to do and a quite special life, a special little world of its own. I spent 2 10-hour days at the council. A letter from my wife was brought me on the second day and I read it there and then. She wrote about the children, about uncle, about the nurse, about shopping, and among other things she mentioned, as a most natural occurrence, that Trukhachevsky had called. Brought some music he had promised, and had offered to play again, but that she had refused. I did not remember his having promised any music, but thought he had taken leave for good, and I was therefore unpleasantly struck by this. I was however so busy that I had not time to think of it, and it was only in the evening when I had returned to my lodgings that I reread her letter. Besides the fact that Trukhachevsky had called at my house during my absence, the whole tone of the letter seemed to me unnatural. The mad beast of jealousy began to growl in its kennel and wanted to leap out, but I was afraid of that beast and quickly fastened him in. What an abominable feeling this jealousy is! I said to myself. What could be more natural than what she writes? I went to bed and began thinking about the affairs awaiting me next day. During those meetings, sleeping in a new place, I usually slept badly, but now I fell asleep very quickly. And as sometimes happens, you know, you feel a kind of electric shock and wake up. So I awoke thinking of her, of my physical love for her, and of Troukhatchevsky, and of everything being accomplished between them. Horror and rage compressed my heart. But I began to reason with myself. What nonsense, said I to myself. There are no grounds to go on, there is nothing and there has been nothing. How can I so degrade her and myself as to imagine such horrors? He is a sort of hired violinist, known as a worthless fellow, and suddenly an honorable woman, the respected mother of a family, my wife. What absurdity! So it seemed to me on the one hand. How could it help being so, it seemed on the other. How could that simplest and most intelligible thing help happening, that for the sake of which I married her, for the sake of which I have been living with her, what alone I wanted of her? And which others including this musician must therefore also want. He is an unmarried man, healthy, I remember how he crunched the gristle of a cutlet and how greedily his red lips clung to the glass of wine, well-fed, plump. And not merely unprincipled but evidently making it a principle to accept the pleasures that present themselves. And they have music, that most exquisite voluptuousness of the senses, as a link between them. What then could make him refrain? She? But who is she? She was, and still is, a mystery. I don't know her. I only know her as an animal. And nothing can or should restrain an animal. Only then did I remember their faces that evening when, after the Kreutzer Sonata, they played some impassioned little piece, I don't remember by whom, impassioned to the point of obscenity. How dared I go away? I asked myself, remembering their faces. Was it not clear that everything had happened between them that evening? Was it not evident already then that there was not only no barrier between them, but that they both, and she chiefly, felt a certain measure of shame after what had happened? I remember her weak, piteous, and beatific smile as she wiped the perspiration from her flushed face when I came up to the piano. Already then they avoided looking at one another, and only at supper when she was pouring out some water for her, they glanced at each other with the vestige of a smile. I now recalled with horror the glance and scarcely perceptible smile I had then caught. Yes, it is all over, said one voice, and immediately the other voice said something entirely different. Something has come over you, it can't be that it is so, said the other voice. It felt uncanny lying in the dark and I struck a light, and felt a kind of terror in that little room with its yellow wallpaper. I lit a cigarette and, as always happens when one's thoughts go round and round in a circle of insoluble contradictions, I smoked. Taking one cigarette after another in order to befog myself so as not to see those contradictions. I did not sleep all night, and at 5 in the morning, having decided that I could not continue in such a state of tension, I rose, woke the caretaker who attended me and sent him to get horses. I sent a note to the council saying that I had been recalled to Moscow on urgent business and asking that one of the members should take my place. At 8 o'clock I got into my trap and started. Chapter 25. The conductor entered and seeing that our candle had burnt down put it out, without supplying a fresh one. The day was dawning. Posdnichev was silent, but sighed deeply all the time the conductor was in the carriage. He continued his story only after the conductor had gone out. And in the semi-darkness of the carriage only the rattle of the windows of the moving carriage and the rhythmic snoring of the clerk could be heard. In the half-light of dawn I could not see Posdnichev's face at all, but only heard his voice becoming ever more and more excited and full of suffering. I had to travel 24 miles by road and 8 hours by rail. It was splendid driving. It was frosty autumn weather, bright and sunny. The roads were in that condition when the tires leave their dark imprint on them, you know. They were smooth, the light brilliant and the air invigorating. It was pleasant driving in the tarantass. When it grew lighter and I had started I felt easier. Looking at the houses, the fields, and the passers-by, I forgot where I was going. Sometimes I felt that I was simply taking a drive, and that nothing of what was calling me back had taken place. This oblivion was peculiarly enjoyable. When I remembered where I was going to, I said to myself, we shall see when the time comes, I must not think about it. When we were halfway an incident occurred which detained me and still further distracted my thoughts. The tarantass broke down and had to be repaired. That breakdown had a very important effect, for it caused me to arrive in Moscow at midnight, instead of at 7 o'clock as I had expected, and to reach home between 12 and 1. As I missed the express and had to travel by an ordinary train. Going to fetch a cart, having the tarantass mended, settling up, tea at the inn, a talk with the innkeeper, all this still further diverted my attention. It was twilight before all was ready and I started again. By night it was even pleasanter driving than during the day. There was a new moon, a slight frost, still good roads, good horses, and a jolly driver, and as I went on I enjoyed it, hardly thinking at all of what lay before me. Or perhaps I enjoyed it just because I knew what awaited me and was saying goodbye to the joys of life. But that tranquil mood, that ability to suppress my feelings, ended with my drive. As soon as I entered the train something entirely different began. That 8-hour journey in a railway carriage was something dreadful, which I shall never forget all my life. Whether it was that having taken my seat in the carriage I vividly imagined myself as having already arrived, or that railway traveling has such an exciting effect on people. At any rate from the moment I sat down in the train I could no longer control my imagination, and with extraordinary vividness which inflamed my jealousy it painted incessantly, one after another, pictures of what had gone on in my absence, of how she had been false to me. I burnt with indignation, anger, and a peculiar feeling of intoxication with my own humiliation, as I gazed at those pictures, and I could not tear myself away from them. I could not help looking at them, could not efface them, and could not help evoking them. That was not all. The more I gazed at those imaginary pictures the stronger grew my belief in their reality. The vividness with which they presented themselves to me seemed to serve as proof that what I imagined was real. It was as if some devil against my will invented and suggested to me the most terrible reflections. An old conversation I had had with Troukhatchevsky's brother came to my mind, and in a kind of ecstasy I rent my heart with that conversation, making it refer to Troukhatchevsky and my wife. That had occurred long before, but I recalled it. Troukhatchevsky's brother, I remember, in reply to a question whether he frequented houses of ill fame, had said that a decent man would not go to place where there was danger of infection and it was dirty and nasty, since he could always find a decent woman. And now his brother had found my wife. True, she is not in her first youth, has lost a side tooth, and there is a slight puffiness about her. But it can't be helped, one has to take advantage of what one can get, I imagined him to be thinking. Yes, it is condescending of him to take her for his mistress, I said to myself. And she is safe. No, it is impossible. I thought horror-struck. There is nothing of the kind, nothing. There are not even any grounds for suspecting such things. Didn't she tell me that the very thought that I could be jealous of him was degrading to her? Yes, but she is lying, she is always lying, I exclaimed, and everything began anew. There were only 2 other people in the carriage, an old woman and her husband, both very taciturn, and even they got out at one of the stations and I was quite alone. I was like a caged animal. Now I jumped up and went to the window, now I began to walk up and down trying to speed the carriage up. But the carriage with all its seats and windows went jolting on in the same way, just as ours does. Posdnichev jumped up, took a few steps, and sat down again. Oh, I am afraid of railway carriages, I am seized with horror. Yes, it is awful, he continued. I said to myself, I will think of something else. Suppose I think of the innkeeper where I had tea, and there in my mind's eye appears the innkeeper with his long beard and his grandson, a boy of the age of my Vazhia. He will see how the musician kisses his mother. What will happen in his poor soul? But what does she care? She loves, and again the same thing rose up in me. No, no. I will think about the inspection of the district hospital. Oh, yes, about the patient who complained of the doctor yesterday. The doctor has a mustache like Troukachevsky's. And how impudent he is, they both deceived me when he said he was leaving Moscow, and it began afresh. Everything I thought of had some connection with them. I suffered dreadfully. The chief cause of the suffering was my ignorance, my doubt, and the contradictions within me, my not knowing whether I ought to love or hate her. My suffering was of a strange kind. I felt a hateful consciousness of my humiliation and of his victory, but a terrible hatred for her. It will not do to put an end to myself and leave her. She must at least suffer to some extent, and at least understand that I have suffered, I said to myself. I got out at every station to divert my mind. At one station I saw some people drinking, and I immediately drank some vodka. Beside me stood a Jew who was also drinking. He began to talk, and to avoid being alone in my carriage I went with him into his dirty third-class carriage reeking with smoke and bespattered with shells of sunflower seeds. There I sat down beside him and he chattered a great deal and told anecdotes. I listened to him, but could not take in what he was saying because I continued to think about my own affairs. He noticed this and demanded my attention. Then I rose and went back to my carriage. I must think it over, I said to myself. Is what I suspect true, and is there any reason for me to suffer? I sat down, wishing to think it over calmly, but immediately, instead of calm reflection, the same thing began again, instead of reflection, pictures and fancies. How often I have suffered like this, I said to myself, recalling former similar attacks of jealousy, and afterwards it all ended in nothing. So it will be now perhaps, yes certainly it will. I shall find her calmly asleep, she will wake up, be pleased to see me, and by her words and looks I shall know that there has been nothing and that this is all nonsense. Oh, how good that would be! But no, that has happened too often and won't happen again now, some voice seemed to say, and it began again. Yes, that was where the punishment lay. I wouldn't take a young man to a lock hospital to knock the hankering after women out of him, but into my soul, to see the devils that were rending it. What was terrible, you know, was that I considered myself to have a complete right to her body as if it were my own, and yet at the same time I felt I could not control that body. That it was not mine and she could dispose of it as she pleased, and that she wanted to dispose of it not as I wished her to. And I could do nothing either to her or to him. He, like Venka the steward, 285, could sing a song before the gallows of how he kissed the sugared lips and so forth. And he would triumph. If she has not yet done it but wishes to, and I know that she does wish to, it is still worse, it would be better if she had done it and I knew it, so that there would be an end to this uncertainty. I could not have said what it was I wanted. I wanted her not to desire that which she was bound to desire. It was utter insanity. Chapter 26. At the last station but one, when the conductor had been to collect the tickets, I gathered my things together and went out onto the brake platform. And the consciousness that the crisis was at hand still further increased my agitation. I felt cold, and my jaw trembled so that my teeth chattered. I automatically left the terminus with the crowd, took a cab, got in, and drove off. I rode looking at the few passers-by, the night watchman, and the shadows of my trap thrown by the street lamps, now in front and now behind me, and did not think of anything. When we had gone about half a mile my feet felt cold, and I remembered that I had taken off my woolen stockings in the train and put them in my satchel. Where is the satchel? Is it here? Yes. And my wicker trunk? I remembered that I had entirely forgotten about my luggage, but finding that I had the luggage ticket I decided that it was not worthwhile going back for it, and so continued my way. Try now as I will, I cannot recall my state of mind at the time. What did I think? What did I want? I don't know at all. All I remember is a consciousness that something dreadful and very important in my life was imminent. Whether that important event occurred because I thought it would, or whether I had a presentiment of what was to happen, I don't know. It may even be that after what has happened all the foregoing moments have acquired a certain gloom in my mind. I drove up to the front porch. It was past midnight. Some cabmen were waiting in front of the porch expecting, from the fact that there were lights in the windows, to get fares. The lights were in our flat, in the dancing room and drawing room. Without considering why it was still light in our windows so late, I went upstairs in the same state of expectation of something dreadful, and rang. Igor, a kind, willing, but very stupid footman, opened the door. The first thing my eyes fell on in the hall was a man's cloak hanging on the stand with other outdoor coats. I ought to have been surprised but was not, for I had expected it. "That's it," I said to myself. When I asked Igor who the visitor was and he named Trukhachevsky, I inquired whether there was anyone else. He replied, "Nobody, sir." I remember that he replied in a tone as if he wanted to cheer me and dissipate my doubts of there being anybody else there. So it is, I seem to be saying to myself. And the children? All well, heaven be praised. In bed, long ago. I could not breathe, and could not check the trembling of my jaw. Yes, so it is not as I thought. I used to expect a misfortune, but things used to turn out all right and in the usual way. Now it is not as usual, but is all as I pictured to myself. I thought it was only fancy, but here it is, all real. Here it all is. I almost began to sob, but the devil immediately suggested to me, "Cry, be sentimental, and they will get away quietly. You will have no proof and will continue to suffer and doubt all your life." And my self-pity immediately vanished, and a strange sense of joy arose in me, that my torture would now be over, that now I could punish her, could get rid of her, and could vent my anger. And I gave vent to it. I became a beast, a cruel and cunning beast. "Don't," I said to Igor, who was about to go to the drawing room. "Here is my luggage ticket, take a cab as quick as you can and go and get my luggage. Go." He went down the passage to fetch his overcoat. Afraid that he might alarm them, I went as far as his little room and waited while he put on his overcoat. From the drawing room, beyond another room, one could hear voices and the clatter of knives and plates. They were eating and had not heard the bell. If only they don't come out now, thought I. Igor put on his overcoat, which had an astrakhan collar, and went out. I locked the door after him and felt creepy when I knew I was alone and must act at once. How, I did not yet know. I only knew that all was now over, that there could be no doubt as to her guilt, and that I should punish her immediately and end my relations with her. Previously I had doubted and had thought, perhaps after all it's not true, perhaps I am mistaken. But now it was so no longer. It was all irrevocably decided. Without my knowledge she is alone with him at night. That is a complete disregard of everything. Or worse still, it is intentional boldness and impudence in crime, that the boldness may serve as a sign of innocence. All is clear. There is no doubt. I only feared one thing, their parting hastily, inventing some fresh lie, and thus depriving me of clear evidence and of the possibility of proving the fact. So as to catch them more quickly I went on tiptoe to the dancing room where they were, not through the drawing room but through the passage and nurseries. In the first nursery slept the boys. In the second nursery the nurse moved and was about to wake, and I imagined to myself what she would think when she knew all. And such pity for myself seized me at that thought that I could not restrain my tears, and not to wake the children I ran on tiptoe into the passage and on into my study, where I fell sobbing on the sofa. I, an honest man, I, the son of my parent, I, who have all my life dreamt of the happiness of married life, I, a man who was never unfaithful to her. And now 5 children, and she is embracing a musician because he has red lips. No, she is not a human being. She is a bitch, an abominable bitch. In the next room to her children whom she has all her life pretended to love. And writing to me as she did. Throwing herself so barefacedly on his neck. But what do I know? Perhaps she long ago carried on with the footmen, and so got the children who are considered mine. Tomorrow I should have come back and she would have met me with her fine coiffure, with her elegant waist and her indolent, graceful movements, I saw all her attractive, hateful face. And that beast of jealousy would forever have sat in my heart lacerating it. What will the nurse think? And Igor? And poor little Lisa. She already understands something. Ah, that imprudence, those lies. And that animal sensuality which I know so well, I said to myself. I tried to get up but could not. My heart was beating so that I could not stand on my feet. Yes, I shall die of a stroke. She will kill me. That is just what she wants. What is killing to her? But no, that would be too advantageous for her, and I will not give her that pleasure. Yes, here I sit while they eat and laugh, and yes, though she was no longer in her first freshness, he did not disdain her. For in spite of that she is not bad looking, and above all she is at any rate not dangerous to his precious health. And why did I not throttle her then? I said to myself, recalling the moment when, the week before, I drove her out of my study and hurled things about. I vividly recalled the state I had then been in. I not only recalled it, but again felt the need to strike and destroy that I had felt then. I remember how I wished to act, and how all considerations except those necessary for action went out of my head. I entered into that condition when an animal or a man, under the influence of physical excitement at a time of danger, acts with precision and deliberation but without losing a moment and always with a single definite aim in view. The first thing I did was to take off my boots and, in my socks, approach the sofa, on the wall above which guns and daggers were hung. I took down a curved Damascus dagger that had never been used and was very sharp. I drew it out of its scabbard. I remember the scabbard fell behind the sofa, and I remember thinking, I must find it afterwards or it will get lost. Then I took off my overcoat which was still wearing, and stepping softly in my socks I went there. Chapter 27. Having crept up stealthily to the door, I suddenly opened it. I remember the expression of their faces. I remember that expression because it gave me a painful pleasure. It was an expression of terror. That was just what I wanted. I shall never forget the look of desperate terror that appeared on both their faces the first instant they saw me. He, I think, was sitting at the table, but on seeing or hearing me he jumped to his feet and stood with his back to the cupboard. His face expressed nothing but quite unmistakable terror. Her face too expressed terror, but there was something else besides. If it had expressed only terror, perhaps what happened might not have happened. But on her face there was, or at any rate so it seemed to me at the first moment, also an expression of regret and annoyance that love's raptures and her happiness with him had been disturbed. It was as if she wanted nothing but that her present happiness should not be interfered with. These expressions remained on their faces but an instant. The look of terror on his changed immediately to one of inquiry. Might he, or might he not, begin lying? If he might, he must begin at once, if not, something else would happen. But what? He looked inquiringly at her face. On her face the look of vexation and regret changed as she looked at him, so it seemed to me, to one of solicitude for him. For an instant I stood in the doorway holding the dagger behind my back. At that moment he smiled, and in a ridiculously indifferent tone remarked, "And we have been having some music." "What a surprise," she began, falling into his tone. But neither of them finished. The same fury I had experienced the week before overcame me. Again I felt that need of destruction, violence, and a transport of rage, and yielded to it. Neither finished what they were saying. That something else began which he had feared and which immediately destroyed all they were saying. I rushed towards her, still hiding the dagger that he might not prevent my striking her in the side under her breast. I selected that spot from the first. Just as I rushed at her he saw it, and, a thing I never expected of him, seized me by the arm and shouted, "Think what you are doing. Help, someone." I snatched my arm away and rushed at him in silence. His eyes met mine and he suddenly grew as pale as a sheet to his very lips. His eyes flashed in a peculiar way, and, what again I had not expected, he darted under the piano and out at the door. I was going to rush after him, but a weight hung on my left arm. It was she. I tried to free myself, but she hung on yet more heavily and would not let me go. This unexpected hindrance, the weight, and her touch which was loathsome to me, inflamed me still more. I felt that I was quite mad and that I must look frightful, and this delighted me. I swung my left arm with all my might, and my elbow hit her straight in the face. She cried out and let go my arm. I wanted to run after him, but remembered that it is ridiculous to run after one's wife's lover in one's socks, and I did not wish to be ridiculous but terrible. In spite of the fearful frenzy I was in, I was all the time aware of the impression I might produce on others, and was even partly guided by that impression. I turned towards her. She fell on the couch, and holding her hand to her bruised eyes, looked at me. Her face showed fear and hatred of me, the enemy, as a rat's does when one lifts the trap in which it has been caught. At any rate I saw nothing in her expression but this fear and hatred of me. It was just the fear and hatred of me which would be evoked by love for another. But still I might perhaps have restrained myself and not done what I did had she remained silent. But she suddenly began to speak and to catch hold of the hand in which I held the dagger. "Come to yourself. What are you doing? What is the matter? There has been nothing, nothing, nothing. I swear it." I might still have hesitated, but those last words of hers, from which I concluded just the opposite, that everything had happened, called forth a reply. And the reply had to correspond to the temper to which I had brought myself, which continued to increase and had to go on increasing. Fury, too, has its laws. "Don't lie, you wretch!" I howled, and seized her arm with my left hand, but she wrenched herself away. Then, still without letting go of the dagger, I seized her by the throat with my left hand, threw her backwards, and began throttling her. What a firm neck it was! She seized my hand with both hers, trying to pull it away from her throat, and as if I had only waited for that, I struck her with all my might with the dagger in the side below the ribs. When people say they don't remember what they do in a fit of fury, it is rubbish, falsehood. I remembered everything and did not for a moment lose consciousness of what I was doing. The more frenzied I became, the more brightly the light of consciousness burnt in me, so that I could not help knowing everything I did. I knew what I was doing every second. I cannot say that I knew beforehand what I was going to do. But I knew what I was doing when I did it, and even I think a little before, as if to make repentance possible and to be able to tell myself that I could stop. I knew I was hitting below the ribs and that the dagger would enter. At the moment I did it I knew I was doing an awful thing such as I had never done before, which would have terrible consequences. But that consciousness passed like a flash of lightning and the deed immediately followed the consciousness. I realized the action with the extraordinary clearness. I felt, and remember, the momentary resistance of her corset and of something else, and then the plunging of the dagger into something soft. She seized the dagger with her hands, and cut them, but could not hold it back. For a long time afterwards, in prison when the moral change had taken place in me, I thought of that moment, recalled what I could of it, and considered it. I remembered that for an instant, only an instant, before the action I had a terrible consciousness that I was killing, had killed, a defenseless woman, my wife. I remember the horror of that consciousness and conclude from that, and even dimly remember, that having plunged the dagger in I pulled it out immediately, trying to remedy what had been done and to stop it. I stood for a second motionless, waiting to see what would happen, and whether it could be remedied. She jumped to her feet and screamed, "Nurse! He has killed me!" Having heard the noise, the nurse was standing by the door. I continued to stand waiting, and not believing the truth. But the blood rushed from under her corset. Only then did I understand that it could not be remedied, and I immediately decided that it was not necessary it should be, that I had done what I wanted and had to do. I waited till she fell down, and the nurse, crying, "Good God," ran to her, and only then did I throw away the dagger and leave the room. I must not be excited. I must know what I am doing, I said to myself without looking at her and at the nurse. The nurse was screaming, calling for the maid. I went down the passage, sent the maid, and went into my study. What am I to do now? I asked myself, and immediately realized what it must be. On entering the study I went straight to the wall, took down a revolver and examined it. It was loaded. I put it on the table. Then I picked up the scabbard from behind the sofa and sat down there. I sat thus for a long time. I did not think of anything or call anything to mind. I heard the sounds of bustling outside. I heard someone drive up, then someone else. Then I heard and saw Igor bring into the room my wicker trunk he had fetched. As if anyone wanted that. Have you heard what has happened? I asked. Tell the yard porter to inform the police. He did not reply, and went away. I rose, locked the door, got out my cigarettes and matches and began to smoke. I had not finished the cigarette before sleep overpowered me. I must have slept for a couple of hours. I remember dreaming that she and I were friendly together, that we had quarreled but were making it up. There was something rather in the way, but we were friends. I was awakened by someone knocking at the door. That is the police. I thought, waking up. I have committed murder, I think. But perhaps it is she, and nothing has happened. There was again a knock at the door. I did not answer, but was trying to solve the question whether it had happened or not. Yet, it had. I remembered the resistance of the corset and the plunging in of the dagger, and a cold shiver ran down my back. Yes, it has. Yes, and now I must do away with myself too, I thought. But I thought this knowing that I should not kill myself. Still I got up and took the revolver in my hand. But it is strange, I remember how I had many times been near suicide, how even that day on the railway it had seemed easy. Only just because I thought how it would stagger her. Now I was not only unable to kill myself but even to think of it. Why should I do it? I asked myself, and there was no reply. There was more knocking at the door. First I must find out who is knocking. There will still be time for this. I put down the revolver and covered it with a newspaper. I went to the door and unlatched it. It was my wife's sister, a kindly, stupid widow. Vasia, what is this? And her ever-ready tears began to flow. What do you want? I asked rudely. I knew I ought not to be rude to her and had no reason to be, but I could think of no other tone to adopt. Vasia, she is dying. Ivan Zakharich says so. Ivan Zakharich was her doctor and adviser. Is he here? I asked, and all my animosity against surged up again. Well, what of it? Vasia, go to her. Oh, how terrible it is, said she. Shall I go to her? I asked myself, and immediately decided that I must go to her. Probably it is always done, when a husband has killed his wife, as I had, he must certainly go to her. If that is what is done, then I must go, I said to myself. If necessary I shall always have time, I reflected, referring to the shooting of myself, and I went to her. Now we shall have phrases, grimaces, but I will not yield to them, I thought. Wait, I said to her sister, it is silly without boots, let me at least put on slippers. Chapter 28. Wonderful to say, when I left my study and went through the familiar rooms, the hope that nothing had happened again awoke in me. But the smell of that doctor's nastiness, iodoform and carbolic, took me aback. No, it had happened. Going down the passage past the nursery I saw little Lisa. She looked at me with frightened eyes. It even seemed to me that all the 5 children were there and all looked at me. I approached the door, and the maid opened it from inside for me and passed out. The first thing that caught my eye was her light grey dress thrown on a chair and all stained black with blood. She was lying on one of the twin beds, on mine because it was easier to get at, with her knees raised. She lay in a very sloping position supported by pillows, with her dressing jacket unfastened. Something had been put on the wound. There was a heavy smell of iodoform in the room. What struck me first and most of all was her swollen and bruised face, blue on part of the nose and under the eyes. This was the result of the blow with my elbow when she had tried to hold me back. There was nothing beautiful about her, but something repulsive as it seemed to me. I stopped on the threshold. "Go up to her, do," said her sister. "Yes, no doubt she wants to confess," I thought. "Shall I forgive her?" "Yes, she is dying and may be forgiven," I thought, trying to be magnanimous. I went up close to her. She raised her eyes to me with difficulty, one of them was black, and with an effort said falteringly, "You've got your way." Killed, and through the look of suffering and even the nearness of death her face had the old expression of cold animal hatred that I knew so well. "I shan't let you have the children, all the same. She, her sister, will take." Of what to me was the most important matter, her guilt, her faithlessness, she seemed to consider it beneath her to speak. "Yes, look and admire what you have done," she said looking towards the door, and she sobbed. In the doorway stood her sister with the children. "Yes, see what you have done." I looked at the children and at her bruised and disfigured face, and for the first time I forgot myself, my rights, my pride, and for the first time saw a human being in her. And so insignificant did all that had offended me, all my jealousy, appear, and so important what I had done, that I wished to fall with my face to her hand, and say, "Forgive me." But dared not do so. She lay silent with her eyes closed, evidently too weak to say more. Then her disfigured face trembled and puckered. She pushed me feebly away. Why did it all happen? Why? "Forgive me," I said. "Forgive. That's all rubbish, only not to die," she cried, raising herself, and her glittering eyes were bent on me. "Yes, you have had your way. I hate you." "Ah! Ah!" she cried, evidently already in delirium and frightened at something. "Shoot. I'm not afraid. Only kill everyone. He has gone. Gone." After that the delirium continued all the time. She did not recognize anyone. She died towards noon that same day. Before that they had taken me to the police station and from there to prison. There, during the 11 months I remained awaiting trial, I examined myself and my past, and understood it. I began to understand it on the third day. On the third day they took me there. He was going on but, unable to repress his sobs, he stopped. When he recovered himself he continued. "I only began to understand when I saw her in her coffin." He gave a sob. But immediately continued hurriedly. "Only when I saw her dead face did I understand all that I had done. I realized that I had killed her. That it was my doing that she, living, moving, warm, had now become motionless, waxen, and cold, and that this could never, anywhere, or by any means, be remedied. He who has not lived through it cannot understand." "Ugh! Ugh! Ugh!" he cried several times and then was silent. We sat in silence a long while. He kept sobbing and trembling as he sat opposite me without speaking. His face had grown narrow and elongated and his mouth seemed to stretch right across it. "Yes," he suddenly said. "Had I then known what I know now, everything would have been different. Nothing would have induced me to marry her. I should not have married at all." Again we remained silent for a long time. "Well, forgive me." 286 He turned away from me and lay down on the seat, covering himself up with his plaid. At the station where I had to get out, it was at 8 o'clock in the morning, I went up to him to say goodbye. Whether he was asleep or only pretended to be, at any rate he did not move. I touched him with my hand. He uncovered his face, and I could see he had not been asleep. "Goodbye," I said, holding out my hand. He gave me his and smiled slightly, but so piteously that I felt ready to weep. "Yes, forgive me," he said, repeating the same words with which he had concluded his story.